Great. What about you, SFO? Can you hear us?
Hi, how's it going?
Okay, and then Destiny, you can hear us as well.
Yeah.
Another episode of Whick TV. It's a cross-ideological space where we come together to talk about issues both political and cultural, from the silly to the serious. Gang, on Sunday, we had a bombshell drop. Joe Biden, President Biden, pardoned his son, Hunter Biden. And not just for the crimes he's been convicted of, but also for a whole 11-year period starting on January 1st of 2014 to, I think, yesterday or the day before 2024. Is this evidence of corruption? Should Biden have done this? Is this something that just feeds into right-wing narratives? Does that even matter anymore? Or is this simply a dad refusing to put his son up as a human sacrifice for the jackals on the right that are going to go after him? Well, we're going to talk about it. We're going to get into it. We're going to start with counterpoints. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I think that the easiest concession to make is going to be that as a dad, I get it. I'm not going to let my only born son go to jail for 20 years for some political symbolic thing. I think however, if we're talking about like the health of the country, I think that, obviously we can point to Trump. We can point to Republicans in general. We can point to insider trading. We can point to nepotism and cronyism inside DC. My problem is that I hate all of these things. I don't sweep for any of these things. So as a result, I'm not going to turn around and be like, oh, well, Trump did something 10 times worse. And it's like, great. Well, doing methamphetamine is bad. Smoking a cigarette is also bad. You can call both of these things bad, and we should start holding our people to a higher standard instead of allowing them to continue to slip the standards.
Okay. Destiny, what you got?
We'll get into the back and forth on this, but everything that I've seen has shown pretty universally that alcohol is bad for you. A glass of wine a day, a drink a week, whatever, any amount of alcohol is just not good for your body. If somebody was on their deathbed and their body was riddled with lung cancer and they've got hours to go and they're like, you know what? I want a shot of bourbon, the best you got. And somebody walked in, they're like, that's bad for your health, sir, right? That's the equivalent of having any criticism whatsoever of anything relating to this pardon. If we get into the details of the prosecution, very clearly it is politically motivated. It doesn't hold a candle to the insane pardons that Trump has done so far that are all indefensible, or at least all the ones that are involved with him are totally and completely indefensible. But the most important thing is to remember always, okay, that this conversation and the one that we're about to have is a complete and utter waste of fucking time. The only reason why this conversation is going to happen is because Democrats like to do this thing where we go and we like whip ourselves because of whatever. Republicans don't give a fuck about any of this. They laugh at these conversations. They have no morals. They have no values. They have no character. They have no support of U.S. institutions, the Constitution, anything like that. And they openly laugh at all of it. And we'll get into all of that sure in this conversation as well. So
I'm sure we will. Thanks for being here, and it should be fun. SFO, go ahead. What you got for us?
Basically, I'd like to live in your world. Counterpoints. That's the ideal, but we don't live there. It's as simple as that. Like, if you have a standard, and one side is not adhering to the standard, you're simply just tying one hand behind your back as you fight them. It's as simple as that.
Oh, shit. Sorry.
It's okay. It's your turn.
I have to restart my stream because I forgot Destiny. Fuck.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Yeah, do that real quick.
Okay.
We'll skip you then, and we'll go to
yeah.
Quibbles while you get that.
Yeah, no worries. I don't have a stream, so it'll be fine. So I think that the basic two ways that I think about this is essentially there's one part of this which is about the direct impact on justice. I think the direct impact on justice in the cases of these Hunter Biden situations, I think, is bad. And then the second question is whether or not it's good for the Democratic Party and for democratic norms more generally. In terms of the second part, which I think is probably where we're going to keep most of this conversation, hopefully, I think it's almost certainly bad. I think that we could recognize certainly that obviously a lot of the things that Republicans have been doing are a lot worse, but we can still also recognize that this is bad and that the way that you manage to sort of like get back to those norms is not by throwing them out. Destiny mentioned this idea of like the bourbon at the last moment before you die. It is true that Biden is on his last legs and is about to die, both like electorally and also in his case, literally. But I don't think that it's the same, because I don't think that this is something that he's doing just as a father or just as a person who is individually doing this. He is a representative of both democratic norms. He is the sitting president of the United States, and I think that it's very different to do something that might be vaguely, I guess, bad on the way out of life than to do something that's vaguely bad, and actually in this case significantly bad, on the way out of the presidency, which is public office.
Okay, thanks for being here. We'll give you a little more time, Hutch, and we'll go to Tuna Chip, and we'll let Hutch be the anchor here. Tuna Chip, thoughts?
Yeah, basically, I'm not happy about the decision from Biden. It feels a little scorched earth. It feels a little bit like a concession to a new status quo, where instead of fighting against the degradation of certain principles, we're just sort of like matching the other party where there are. It doesn't. I don't like the whataboutism. I don't like the shift. All the same, I understand why a person would take the defense, because it's a bit like getting punched in the face and not fighting back for XYZ reason. But it does feel like it's not the first time, maybe like the second or third time that Biden's done something that has sort of like been a fuck you to the DNC, has been a fuck you to his populace and his base. He's broken promises. It doesn't look good for his legacy. I just think that it's not a good choice.
Okay. Hutch, you ready?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
Okay, let's get your thoughts, and then we'll open this up and get to talking of, is this a waste of time? Go ahead.
I'll keep it concise, because I'm sure we're going to get into the particulars when we get into the actual debate. But all things being equal, I would listen to an argument against this action that he took. But we just don't live in that world. I can't possibly be made to give a fuck about this. I mean, in the face of everything that Trump did his first term and everything he's starting to do in his second term, it's difficult for me to take seriously the idea that we should be lectured about norms from MAGA Republicans right now. And so, yeah, I'd be happy to get into the specifics in the actual debate.
And with that, let's open it up. I think Destiny said something that I'm curious if everyone else feels the same way. And correct me if I'm wrong, you're right here, but you said something to the effect of this argument is not something we should be having, because Republicans would never hold their side to this standard. So why are we trying to fight with one hand tied behind our back, basically? Is that kind of like the gist of the argument here?
My gist is I want to hear a defense for the pardon of Roger Stone. And if they can't provide a cogent defense for that, they should never talk about anything having to do with law and order, because it's a farce.
Okay, but we do recognize the fact that not every Republican is a MAGA Republican, right?
Did they vote for Trump? Then they're a MAGA Republican. That's all that matters. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter what you say or do. It matters who you vote for.
Wait, so is there no reason to push back against bad things that are done on our side if we just accept that the things that they're doing are worse?
No. I want to hear a defense of Roger Stone, and then we can talk about pardons in general.
Yeah, I'm not defending Roger Stone.
Okay.
That makes sense. That makes sense if they're a Republican and they defend the Roger Stone. We're not gonna. If you're a Democrat or if you're a normal person, if you're not a Trump voter, and you're criticizing this, you would agree that stands to reason. You don't need to like defend the Roger Stone allegation for that, right?
If you're a Democrat and you want to talk about it, you can. I don't know why you would publicly, though, because then we would have to move on to the next point of why is the pardon even corrupt or bad? What is the bad thing about pardoning somebody? Like, should a president not have the ability to pardon? Is that a power that we're against, or are we only against it when Democrats do it?
I oppose both the case that you just said of Roger Stone, and I also oppose this case, because I think both of these are individually corrupt. That's different than saying that.
Sure. What is if you want to? Okay, sure. So there's no MAGA person here that will defend any of Trump's pardons, which is good because you shouldn't, because that is actual corruption. We all agree that the Hunter Biden pardon, even if we were to argue it's corrupt, which is an insane argument, we'll get to that. Is it anywhere remotely close to just the pardon alone of Roger Stone?
I would literally have to look that shit up, but I'm assuming that there's plenty of, like, so for instance, I've been seeing this all day on Twitter, right? here are 114 of Trump's former pardons. And they literally show that they did a 4473 violation for some random hip hop artist. They show that, who is it? Jared Kushner's dad got pardoned for like tax evasion in 2006.
Whatever you're reading, that sounds like a real good tweet. Whoever made that tweet, that was a real good tweet. Yes.
Real quick. I just want to share. I'm working on getting a headphone right now. So if you talk over me, there's probably going to be an echo. So I just want to get that out there. So I'm working on the headset.
Okay.
But that's why you're not going to find me going like, oh yeah, like the Republicans, they would never do this. Like obviously they're sweeping for this shit, right? And on top of that, but here's my problem. My problem is that the general election, a lot of Democrats are flagellating themselves like, oh, this is a total repudiation of the democratic norms and the Republican system and the rule of law. And it's like, bitch, you lost by 1.5%. It's almost nothing. It's almost negligible. So that means that everything counts. And if everything counts, then when you're like handing the opposition a W, even if it's a 0.01% W, you're giving away ground that you don't need to give away.
Who's changing their mind about anything based on this? Like, what is the health of the country?
I think the last 30 days of the election, we were all hoping that a comedian talking shit about Puerto Ricans was going to be the thing that tipped the balance of the election. So everything counts.
Well, isn't that crazy? I love that you brought that up as an example. Isn't that crazy that the Democrats really wanted people to care about the racist jokes, but nobody gave a fuck? But when the Republicans really want us to care about the pardon of Hunter Biden's son, who is clearly the victim of a highly politicized prosecution, now all of a sudden we've got to change our behavior? Why are we granted that? Why don't the Republicans have to stop and say, wait, maybe we shouldn't have these jokes and maybe we shouldn't have these people? Why do they set the tone on both sides?
Wait, so hold on.
Because whenever a tone change happens from them, people on the opposite side move to whatever they're doing. How is what you're proposing any different?
I don't know that. Wait, can you say that again? What was
moving
that?
to their tone change.
No, they're the ones who get to set the tone both times. We don't get to set the tone ever. We say, hey, racist jokes at that thing are probably not good, and they're like, it's just jokes, bro. Who cares? And then they get record turnout in Hispanic votes.
So that changes it on their side, but not ours. If we concede to it, then it changes on both.
Jesus Christ.
Okay, yeah, like counterpoints when you try talking and someone else is talking is just chaos. So let's try to go like one at a time. No, it's all good. But no, can you repeat that, Tuna, just so I can hear it?
Yeah, the Republicans don't feel beholden to our values. That's obvious.
Then why do we let them attack us with
our values? We just bend over to whatever they do, whatever the state of affair and how they decide to conduct themselves. Then we are controlled by how they set the sort of status quo of what a politician can or can't do.
No, they're controlling the situation right now by shackling us with values that they're not beholden to. It doesn't make any sense. There is no world where this is advantageous. It doesn't make any sense.
Can you walk me through like what your idea of how we get back to norms is, Stephen?
Civil war. I don't know, honestly. The way that we get back to that's a whole. I can give you a real answer. I'll tell you this: whatever the answer is, it's not Democrats continue to give up more and more and more and more and more, and Republicans do nothing. I'll give you this. I'll change my entire argument right now if you could give me one time in the past decade when the Republican Party has come back to norms. I'll wait. One time.
Sure. In the immediate aftermath of Jan 6, there were a bunch of people. Yeah, in the immediate aftermath of Jan 6, there were a bunch of people who did say a bunch of things in the immediate aftermath. To be clear, a lot of them went back on that. But in the immediate
try
aftermath,
again. That's right. Try again. You just defeated your argument. Try again. Try again.
Hold on. You asked for one example. We gave you one example.
I'm trying to lay out why
your example is one day when people who said
Stephen,
things like, I'll never
lay it out.
Okay.
Right. What I'm asking of you is similarly, I'm not saying like throw out Joe Biden and like never vote for the Democratic Party moving forward. I'm saying in the immediate aftermath of something that is an obvious overstep by our side, we should likewise do something as similar as McConnell did, as Ben Shapiro did, as a bunch of people did who were relevant in conservative world. In the immediate aftermath of Jan 6.
McConnell put out a statement. So did McCarthy the day after, or the couple days after, and then 2 weeks later, the Republicans acquitted him in the Senate.
Thank you. Yes, so that's correct. So that's a lie. That's a lie. That's a fucking lie. They didn't hold him accountable. They acquitted him in the Senate. You're lying. You're lying.
No, I'm not lying. I'm not lying.
No
And on
one's
top of
saying
that,
they didn't
the Cheney family came out against Trump. The Bushes failed to endorse him. All
Yes,
major
yeah.
leaders
People
of
who
the
are no
Republican
longer
Party failed to
political.
endorse
The
Trump in
Bushes
previous section.
Bushes are the leader of the Republican
acting
Party.
like if
What?
you put an R next to somebody's fucking name, that all of a sudden they're like, there is no evil with which we can do to them. It's bullshit.
Your
It's
post
fucking
hoc.
bullshit. You're just pissed off that you lost. That's all that fucking happened.
The never Trump Republicans, though,
post hoc
have proven
decided.
themselves to be over and over again an irrelevant block. It didn't matter in the end. Like he got
Your
the
post
same
hoc
vote
Lost
share.
by
decided that everyone who's-
1.5%. Everything counts, you stupid fucks.
He got the same vote
You
share
lost
of
by
Republicans
this
that he
much.
did in
Why wouldn't it
2020.
matter?
He got the same vote share. It was 6% of Republicans didn't vote for him this time around.
Yes,
The same in
an
2020.
incredibly
Next
different
one
dynamics.
Puerto Ricans from you, so maybe we should be analyzing that as well. But at the same time, to say never Trump Republicans are irrelevant, but we only lost by 1.4% is a fucking insane thing to say.
What is your proof that they were relevant, though? They were not decisive in this outcome.
So hold on.
Like, everyone was decisive. What do you mean they weren't decisive? Everyone was
Well, okay, one at a
decisive.
time, one at a time. Counterpoints and
You're
There
asking
weren't
for
enough to be
evidence
decisive, though.
that
That's the
never
point.
Trump Republicans as a single demographic bloc were necessary, weren't relevant in this calculation. Do you have anything for like Hispanics or blacks as like single demographic groups that they were necessary for like for the Democrats to get as far as they got?
No, my point was that Donald Trump enjoyed the same
Don't ask
level
me
of
for
support
evidence
from
that
the-
you
Hold on,
don't
wait.
have.
Hold on, let me finish. I'm saying that Donald Trump enjoyed the same level of support as a percentage vote share of his party that he did in 2020. It didn't move the
Also,
needle at all.
just
We
to-
wanted it
just-
to.
Hold on,
just to
that's
further
not
real quick on
evidence.
Hunter's
One
point.
at a time, one at a time.
That's not evidence.
On
What
that-
you just said is that the needle didn't move, but this individual situations could have moved the needle. It could have been significantly worse in terms of the vote share of Republicans otherwise. There are lots of reasons to expect that it would otherwise have gone up in terms of his vote share, right?
But you guys are making this point that the Democrats should hold themselves to the standard because of what now? Like I still don't understand.
Hold on,
the
yeah, the
logic here.
macro zoom out again because we get lost in this so much because it's such a farcical argument. Okay, is you've got a guy who has prepared a full English breakfast and we're criticizing the fact that he used a little bit too much butter on his toast and that dish lost. Okay, in Hell's Kitchen to a guy who diarrhea shit all over his fucking plate and served that to Gordon Ramsay and won the competition. And you're like, no, every little part of the constituency counts against a guy who tried to coup the government, who's corrupt in like 52 million different fucking ways, who pardoned every single fucking criminal around him, who is indicted for criminal acts involving him, right? Who's got 34 whatever convicted felonies, who's got 2 federal cases that are now being dismissed because of a corrupt Supreme Court that issued an opinion that there's so much. The fact that hold on, okay, I'm almost done. Okay, because I don't know.
Let him finish.
Let me fucking finish. I just need to macro zoom out to show people how fucking retarded these conversations are. We be like, we just got to do these one things to win, and the other guys are literally just on the most insane shit ever. It's such a stupid fucking standard that pardoning Hunter Biden is somehow relevant to winning that 1% of the electorate against a guy who's a traitor to who had to have the Constitution changed in order to run for president again. That's insane.
Okay, Connor and I are trying to lay out a way of getting back 1.5% of the country. That's all we need to do. There's lots of other things we'd like to do. That's all we need to do. Get 1.5% of the country to come back to our way. We're saying here are a bunch of steps that we can do to become vaguely, slightly more popular with slivers of the country. And your response is, oh, but we shouldn't have to do that. But like, grow up. We do have to.
No,
and
we
so,
don't. You're the one that
therefore-
needs to grow up.
Yes,
That's not
you
how
do.
that works. That's not how that works. You are
No,
fighting a
it's
losing
exactly
battle.
how it works.
Strategy to win the next
What's
election.
the strategy? We don't have a Supreme Court anymore because
Rebuttal.
Donald Trump has gotten 3 appointees because the Republicans stole one from Obama. And as a result of that, Trump
You're
has
describing the
unlimited
situation
criminal
that we're in.
immunity
We all
for his
agree
actions.
with the
As a result of
situation that we're in.
the fact that we play by norms and the fact that
Tuna, I
Obama
need to
lost
get
the
in.
Supreme Court
Or
pick
Quibbles.
literally means that Donald
yeah,
Trump
sorry.
now has unlimited immunity to commit crimes, which means he can't even be held accountable for the things that he does. So this idea, but we just need to keep playing by norms.
Number one, that's a Pisco take, so don't go all over the fucking map and let's address what you're saying one at a fucking time, okay? So hold on. Let's talk about the plate of shit analogy with fucking Gordon Ramsay, okay? I'm a Republican, okay? I like representative democracy. I like people with above average intelligence making fucking choices about this country. You're a fucking Democrat. You love the fucking demos. You like the popular fucking vote. You like to appeal to the fucking masses. This is your fault, okay? You like this fucking system. You like it where Gordon Ramsay looks at a plate of diarrhea shit and he takes a fucking scoop and he goes, that kind of tastes good. And then he's like, hold on, but this buttery fucking piece of toast is a little bit off. Therefore, I'm going to give it to the plate of shit people. I think these people are fucking retarded. Okay, I think these people are fucking retarded, but we're playing your retarded game. Okay,
what are you talking about? Wait, what?
Winston Churchill has this great fucking quote that I'm going to say every single goddamn time.
Democracy is the worst system except for everything else. Yeah, this has nothing to do with any of this conversation. I don't know how that's relevant to any part of this.
Connor, are you going to be? Wait, hold on, Connor. Let me ask you a question.
Dumbass. You're acting like you don't have to play it, and yet you're completely beholden to it.
No one is talking about what the game. What is the game where you lose a Supreme Court pick? That's not even a democratic issue. That's an issue of the republic. It's a checks and balances against the legislature, which is the republic. What are you talking about?
Was that a norm or a law?
What?
So,
well, technically, at the end of the day, if you want to be corrupt as fuck, there really are no laws. What do you mean? With the advice and consent of the Senate, what happens if the Senate doesn't advise or consent? I don't know. It's in the Constitution. You tell me.
Yeah, so my argument would be that is likely a norm, and what I've been getting from Democrats all day on fucking Twitter is that we don't have to abide by norms anymore. We should throw it all fucking away. We should go ahead, you know what, fuck the Republic. It didn't work. The Republicans are dog shit. You know what? As a result, we should throw it all away.
No, you know what? Hold on. You want to know what you know what? A pardon is not throwing a norm away. You know what throwing a norm away would be? It would be making it so you could never even investigate somebody for a crime linked to a pardon, which is what Donald Trump did. So no, it's not. Are we saying that pardons now? When Donald Trump explicitly breaks the law or has people tell him to break the law, that's okay. But when Democrats do things that are squarely within the law,
okay.
when Democrats do things that are squarely within the law, the powers granted to the president, that's corruption? What the fuck?
Hold on. So here we can dig into that, but I have like a 2-minute rant on that, and I don't want to derail from what we're doing right now. So if y'all want to fight, and I'm just going to take a note.
Well, I just wanted to ask a question to you guys. When it comes around, or more specifically to you, Connor, are the other two panelists, are you guys Republicans or are you coming at this from the left?
No, I'm a progressive.
Left.
And then
I'm a Democrat. I literally campaigned for Biden in 2020, admittedly not this time around, but like, yeah.
Okay, gotcha. So this question is for Connor then. So Connor, when 2028 comes around, are you going to be tempted to vote for JD Vance over Josh Shapiro because of this thing that just happened? You're making the case that there's going to be
not because of this thing.
So I think one of the points that Destiny was maybe trying to make was like, is this really going to be impactful for the electorate in 2028?
Hold on.
So, him violating this norm or whatever?
You're asking a question that I kind of want to address with my 2-minute rant. Tuna Chip wants to go though, so I'll
we got to get well. Yeah, let's go, Tuna. Keep that question in your pocket. I want to make sure Dev, since he's the only one without a body here, he gets a chance to get in. He can't listen to me with his body language. So we're going to go Tuna Chip, Dev, then he can answer a question. Cool. Go.
You can talk all you want about like winning over Republicans. That's not that's not the decisive path to victory. The decisive path to victory would be winning over all of the disenfranchised voters that decided not to vote because they think both of the parties are corrupt, something that this action plays into as a narrative. The number of motherfuckers that fucking Google did Joe Biden drop out on election day because they're so unplugged from politics. That's the problem. The problem is that we have an entire generation of people who don't pay attention to politics because whether or not it's TikTok, you call it TikTok, whether or not but number one, there are objective facts out there that are making them think, oh, well, wait a second. It's all just corruption. It's all just a different cock fucking us in the ass. I may as well just let it be the one that more people who are more invested care.
You're talking about, real quick. I feel like you're talking about a group of people that probably already had that opinion of Biden by now. Because the MAGA Republicans for the last like 5 years, their propaganda machine has been going full swing this whole time. And so if you ask low info voters, they're probably going to tell you like, oh yeah, Joe Biden corruptly influenced the DOJ during his time. A lot of these people probably buy into the lawfare shit. Like, I just don't think that this is going to be the straw that broke the camel's back with respect to people losing.
You're thinking a different demographic than I'm talking about. I'm talking about relatively young voters who have decided, whether or not it's because fucking communists on Instagram and TikTok have been making little Hello Kitty memes saying that all democracy is a sham, or fucking quoting anarchist texts or anything with pastel colors. I'm saying there's a very large amount of the youth populace that is not voting because they've been convinced that there's no difference between the parties. And now we're playing into the narrative.
No,
and this
wait,
isn't
can I ask a
about
question? Can I
redeeming
ask a
Biden.
question on that? I want to ask a question on that, okay?
I want to finish the second. This is not about redeeming Biden. This is about making it so that the DNC and other Democrats disapprove of Biden so that his actions, the narrative that he's playing into, doesn't spread to be a general narrative being spread about both parties throughout the entirety of the DNC. Some pushback has to exist so that some people at all, new voters, think that voting even means anything.
Okay, yeah, I want this question answered, okay? What did Democrats gain by allowing Merrick Garland to never be heard for a Supreme Court pick? What did we get for that? Did it cause Republicans or Democrats to have more faith in the judiciary?
Why? We're not talking about people that are established voters.
I'm
talking about capturing new voters.
asking that when we cuck ourselves out over and over again to Republicans, who is this serving? Because you're saying that, well, people are going to lose faith because of the pardon. When Merrick Garland, okay, waited 2 years, all right, when he rewatched the Lord of the Rings Extended Edition trilogy 457 times before finally investigating Donald Trump, okay, what did we gain for that? Do people have more faith in the system? Do people have more credibility for Democrats? Or do people still say the DOJ is corrupt and is led by the president? Tell me what we got for that. Tell me what we got for waiting for Merrick Garland.
Tell me what you gain by pardoning Hunter Biden. What political
No. I want to know what we got for now, because now we've thrown away the chances forever to hold Donald Trump accountable for any federal crimes and his New York crimes, because now they're not going to sentence him.
No, we haven't. This is a fucking...
No, we haven't.
I'm going to repeat this question. I'm going to repeat it until I'm waiting. Whick kicked me off this panel. Tell me what we gained. Tell me what we gained. Tell me what we gained. Tell me what we gained for waiting for 2 years for Merrick Garland to press charges. Or to even investigate. I want to hear an answer to that question. One person. I just want to hear an answer to that.
For who?
I want to know what we gained by having Merrick Garland wait for 2 years before he actually formally started investigating Donald Trump's bullshit, before the indictments came.
Nothing. If anything, I think that was probably a bad move.
So it sounds like fuck then trying to remain apolitical or trying to appeal to the fucking voter base or whatever. It doesn't matter.
Is anybody here arguing that we should have waited 2 years to investigate Trump? If anything, I think the Democrats and the DOJ fucked themselves by waiting for all of the DOJ stuff to be lined up right in time with the election. Because basically,
there it is. Yeah.
Hold up. What it looked like was, we're not trying to get the prosecutions complete and convictions done based off of the letter of the law. We're trying to give him a black eye during the election. That's what it looks like.
How do they control it always? If the prosecutions start immediately, which is what Garland was worried about, it would look political. But if they wait 2 years, well, now it still looks political. This is exactly what I'm saying. And it was the same thing with the Hunter Biden shit too. So then here's the question. What was corrupt about pardoning Hunter Biden?
Okay, so I have my rant. Can I go? He's asking me. Okay.
Please go.
I do want to give a chance to SFO, though. Poor guy sitting there in the corner, right, in his chair. But no, go ahead, answer, and then I want to pass the ball. Go ahead. Answer your question. No, Connor, it's you.
Connor, you
and then we'll go to SFO after. Yes, go.
So the narrative by the for Democratic establishment and Republican establishment is that they are selling us out to international interests. That is one of the main narratives of MAGA fucking Republicans, right? So Hunter Biden, over the past decade, as a lawyer, has traveled overseas as a financial advisor and a lawyer and solicited donations to his private fucking investment firm from essentially corrupt international oligarchs. There's a Romanian one who's been under investigation for corruption. There's the Chinese one who was killed by his own government. There's the entire deal with Burisma that was effectively like $500,000 to $1 million a year. Over the course of a decade, he took $11 million from foreign companies to put into an investment firm. Now, unfortunately for us, this is all legal. And if you're going to hit me with Jared Kushner, guess what? I'm going to agree with you.
Why did you just bring up a whole bunch of legal shit for a
Shut
pardon?
up. Shut up. I know you can. So what Hunter got caught doing, which was illegal, was he was funneling all of that money back to his immediate family without reporting it for taxes. Okay?
Wait,
so
hold on.
What's that done? Hold on. I'm not done yet.
He watched the Comer Twitter video. He watched the Comer Twitter video. Oh my God, kill me.
Why is he investigating this? Weiss
So I'm not done
investigated this for Weiss
I'm not done
investigated this
I'm
for
not done
6
yet.
years
I'm not
and
done yet,
decided
and I'm probably going to address what you're going to say. So you're just wasting your breath. Okay.
Okay.
So he not only did he fail to report his taxes, but in his own memoir, he effectively admitted to evading his own taxes. Okay. This was reported as being swept for by the DOJ, by the IRS whistleblowers. And as a result of the deal falling through, the DOJ then went back and charged him with multiple felonies and misdemeanors, which, by the way, he was convicted of. So are we, a year ago, you were arguing with me, all the people who were sweeping for this, you were arguing with me that basically the system is working out the way that it needs to. You just need to give it time, have faith. Well, now that he's been convicted, is it, the system is rigged against him? Are you fucking shitting me? Don't piss on my leg and tell me it's fucking rain, right?
Okay,
So
now
anyway,
can they go? Now can they go?
No, we're almost
Go
done.
ahead.
We're almost done.
Oh, you're not done?
Now that Biden has pardoned his son, basically what we're saying is, it's okay for you to go overseas and make fuckloads of cash from corrupt overseas oligarchs. And as a matter of fact, not only is this okay, this should be the norm. That's what you're telling me right now.
Okay, so Weiss investigated the Hunter Biden's business dealings for the last 5-6 years. He determined that they did not have enough evidence to bring a case. He did not think that they would get a conviction. That's the legal process. That's how that played out.
In the past, 3 months.
One more thing. Tax liabilities are routinely settled in civil court when the person
you're just wrong.
that.
You're just wrong. So why was he just
Hold on, let's finish. Hold on, counterpoint. You went on a rant. You took a lot of time. We're gonna let Hutch finish. Then we got to go to SFO because that poor SFO, he's never gonna come on my fucking show again.
Failure to file and then having enormous tax liabilities are routinely settled in civil court if the person admits wrongdoing and commits to paying it back. Roger Stone.
So the DOJ is corrupt.
One fucking second. Roger Stone it's called a prosecutorial discretion, bro. Roger Stone had a way bigger tax liability.
Can I real
Hunter
quick
Biden did.
Hutch on that. Hold on, okay? Hutch, you just said something and it was so wrong, but I appreciate why you said it, okay? Hutch said prosecutorial discretion, okay? And Hutch is correct. That's not what happened here, though, because the prosecutor did have a deal worked out that they were on the table ready to accept. And you know what? You said, is the DOJ corrupt? If you want to point to corruption in an entity, in an institution, the reason why Democrats are so critical is because when Trump says it, there's nothing. There's nothing there. With David Weiss, who was a Trump-appointed judge, who was getting a ton of public pressure to reject the plea deal that was on the table, that happened. That did happen. This isn't even prosecutorial discretion. This is judicial discretion. Weiss threw out the plea agreement that the attorney had worked out with Hunter Biden that they'd already agreed to, and they had to go back to the table to do something different. So, yes, that is corruption.
I'll wait.
It is.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Hold on.
No, you can go ahead. You can go ahead.
They're
Go.
bullshitting in my fucking ear, and they're fucking acting like they're fucking doing me a goddamn favor. So have either of you fucking cunts watched the IRS whistleblowers on stream?
Has anybody watched the what?
The IRS whistleblowers that I fucking tagged you in a year ago.
Those guys felt like their investigation was being hamstrung, but Weiss had come out and said, I think, like behind the scenes, if it were up to him, he wouldn't be prosecuting the stuff like the tax stuff or the gun stuff, because normally these things don't come from like the feds. The reason why there was so much the reason why it eventually happened was because there was a shitload of political pressure that were put on this team by House Republicans.
You know where the political pressure came from?
Exert political
the fuel
pressure
for that political pressure.
Also, Hutch was right. Weiss was a prosecutor. My bad, I fucked that up.
The fuel for that political pressure was 2 IRS whistleblowers who were, one was nonpartisan, the other one was a fucking Democrat, and they basically said that their investigation was hamstrung by the DOJ, and on top of that, the female assistant state attorney who was assisting
they don't decide whether or not charges.
I'm gonna finish my sentence. It doesn't matter.
Okay,
is
that's
that
fine.
she
They can
was
feel that
sleeping
way.
for the
That's
fucking
fine.
Bidens and basically playing fucking footsie with them the entire goddamn time. So
They
this
can-
testimony has been available for an entire fucking year, and somehow, despite me talking about it with you, basically,
They can
still
feel however
unwatched,
they want.
unlistened to,
They
unpaid
can-
attention to.
They can feel however they want. At the end of the day, David Weiss, a U.S.
30-year
attorney,
veterans of IRS fucking law enforcement. Yeah, they can feel
US
however
attorney-
they want. Yeah,
Hold on.
fuck
A
'em.
US
I appreciate
attorney-
the energy counter, but you got to let him respond to you.
At
Go
the
ahead.
end of the day, David Weiss and his team of prosecutors, a guy who was appointed U.S. attorney in Delaware, a guy who investigated Hunter Biden for several years, looked into his business dealings, he was the one that determined that they didn't have sufficient grounds to bring criminal charges. The whistleblowers can feel whatever they want to feel. It's not up to them whether or not someone brings charges. In order to determine whether or not this was appropriate, we would have to look at similar cases. Is it routine for the DOJ to throw people in prison for failure to file? If they,
it's not failure to file.
Hold on, one second. Especially when someone is on a drug bender. A lot of the time, when people commit crimes on drug bender, when they're on a bender, if they commit to sobriety, if they commit to treatment, this routinely happens in courts all over the country, in federal courts. People will be given a chance to settle with the government, pay a fine, go to treatment, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You would have to demonstrate that people are out there routinely being criminally charged and sentenced to jail for the same crimes that Hunter Biden was. And you just
so you're unfamiliar with the content of the case. That's totally fine. I get it. So basically, if you go watch the IRS whistleblower conversation, I'm answering exactly some of the points that you have raised here. Okay,
and they can have that opinion.
Exactly some of the points that you raised here. What?
Sure.
Okay. So anyways, if you go watch it, they basically say, no, we had sufficient grounds in order to believe that not only was this failure to file, but this was intentional evasion. As a matter of fact, based off of my 20 or 30 years of training and experience, this is actually an academy-based headshot for a tax evasion case. So as a result, when we had the state's attorney's office effectively sweeping for Hunter Biden and trying to make a deal and playing footsie with the lawyers, we saw this as wildly inappropriate, totally against everything that we've done as law enforcement agents. And on top of that, we weren't, we tolerated as much as we could until eventually we had to fucking blow it up. And then as a result of it blowing up, what happens is then what? The DOJ reverses course on everything. And by the way, here's another detail that you got. Hold on, I'm not done yet. Here's another detail that you guys consistently omit is the fact that the deal that fell apart because they were going to negotiate on the tax charges and the gun charges. But when the DOJ wasn't willing to give him broad sweeping, not pardon, but whatever, broad sweeping forgiveness for potential FARA violations, and they said, hey, no, those are still on the table for prosecution, that's when Hunter withdrew his fucking plea deal. So then they said, fuck you, we're going to go for it.
You're not withdrawing the plea deal if the other people...
Last year, you told me, let the system play out the way that it's supposed to do. You shouldn't be so skeptical of the DOJ. Why the fuck are you grilling my balls about the way that it fucking played out?
Do you disagree that there was political influence on this investigation?
Of course there was political influence, but the argument was that it was going both ways.
Both ways, and what is comparable? What do you mean?
I literally just said 30 seconds ago that the IRS whistleblowers thought that the DOJ was playing footsie with the
They can have that opinion. They can have that opinion, but it's not up to them whether or not to bring charges. That is up to the prosecutor.
And they brought it up to Congress, and Congress said this is wildly inappropriate. Fuck that shit.
Weiss said he never felt any pressure from Garland to go one way or the other on this one. This was a Trump appointee. Who, again, investigated Hunter for several years. And he came to the conclusion that he didn't want to bring charges when it came to the business stuff.
How does this rebut the scenario that the man is now convicted of 3 felonies and 6 misdemeanors?
You said...
Because...
No, let Hutch finish his plan.
No, Destiny, you go ahead. You got it.
Okay, so hold on. I'll press.
Oh,
so
no, neither of you finish, so you're going to let counterpoints.
How does this rebut the fact that he is now convicted of 3 felonies and 6 misdemeanors?
So it doesn't rebut anything. I don't know. Wait. How would that rebut anything?
So, hold on. So the DOJ, Weiss said he didn't feel pressured one way or the other. The deal falls through. Weiss says, fuck it, I'm going hard. And he gets
hold on. To be clear, you keep saying this. Wait, real quick. You keep saying the deal fell through. They reneged on the deal.
Who did?
Weiss did.
What did he renege?
You said it yourself. They changed the terms of the deal such that they weren't going to give immunity.
Change the terms of the deal.
Did you say they weren't going to give immunity for anything else relating to these particular batch of crimes, right?
They were going to negotiate on the gun charge and the tax charges. They were not going to negotiate on FARA.
That was initially part of the plea deal, though, was that this case would be done.
I don't think so at all. I would have to see you bring any kind of evidence to say that was a part of the plea deal.
Okay.
No, the
Okay,
I know we're
wait,
getting-
wait,
I know we're-
just
hold
to
on.
be super clear. So you're saying that Weiss didn't change the plea deal at all, that the scope of that deal, that didn't change at all. It was just Hunter Biden walking away from it after agreeing to it?
Yeah, because he thought it was broader in scope than it was.
So they were just misunderstanding that.
Yes.
Okay, I'll find an article for that in 1 second, okay? But the second question is, for the IRS agent, you keep bringing up over and over and over again, okay? What is because you have screamed that you've watched all this. What is like the silver bullets they had here that there was some kind of, or that smoking gun, what is the misconduct that they were alleging?
So there was a female assistant state attorney who was negotiating the deal in order to finish whatever. Now, bear in mind, I am summarizing this hearing, okay? And they consistently got warrants to follow up on parts of the investigation that they felt would be corroborating to the case. They kept getting shut down by the DOJ on following through on things that they believed were routine to the investigation.
They served at the behest of Weiss. She was on Weiss's team. She was representing him.
Okay, and what does that change about what I said?
And a Trump appointee ultimately is responsible for how that played out.
Listen, I get it. I'm fucking small time. I'm a city cop. But a fucking state attorney is not going to tell me the limits of a criminal investigation. I'm going to go do the criminal investigation, and then they can decide what to do with the evidence.
I don't know what that means. I mean, he is ultimately responsible for what is for whether or not the charges are brought.
I think
he's the one that makes that call.
The forest for the trees here, like
no, we're not. No, the details are important because when he just makes these random statements that just get to hang with no pushback, it's ridiculous.
They're absolutely not random. And as a matter of fact, I'm pretty sure I titled it. So not only did I speak to you about this a year ago, I'm pretty sure I titled the video, "I Dare Destiny to React to the IRS Whistleblowers Thing." I'm pretty sure that's the fucking title on my channel. Not that I expect you to pay attention to my channel, but I'm just saying, like, it's not like I made this a secret for the past year.
Okay, so the IRS whistleblowers, what was their job in relation to this investigation, or what are they? What are these people? Do they work at the IRS? Are they cops?
They were looking into Hunter Biden's finances.
Yeah, but what is their job? You say they're IRS whistleblowers. What are they? What do these people do for work?
Yeah, they're IRS cops.
They were investigators. Yes, they were looking into Hunter's finances.
Okay, so they're investigators. They're looking into Hunter's finances. They're asking for what, like a warrant or a subpoena? And is David Weiss saying no, or what? Who's saying no, and for what reason?
Okay, so allegedly it's the female assistant state attorney who works for Barry Weiss who's saying no.
Okay,
Barry Weiss.
Whatever.
David Weiss.
You know what I'm saying.
So then, what was her reason for saying no? What do the IRS whistleblowers say?
So they say that they have worked 20 to 50 years.
Don't care about this. I'm asking, why did they say that their requests were shut down by the state attorney?
They were alleging she was partisan.
They were saying that it was because of they said it's because of an improper friendly relationship between the DOJ and the Hunter Biden defense
deal, basically. Yeah.
Okay, between the Trump appointed prosecutor and Hunter Biden, there was a friendly relationship.
Yes.
Okay.
That's what they're saying.
We have no evidence of that whatsoever, right? I'm guessing.
Aside from the testimony,
for 10 hours of fucking congressional testimony, besides that, we don't have anything.
No, but you seem to think that because these people felt hamstrung, that's definitive evidence
Besides the fact that they wrote a warrant for a location that they wanted to go get, investigative related documents that were stored there, and then the fucking DOJ goes and tells Hunter's team about it. Yeah, besides that, we don't have anything.
Is it not standard for IRS cops, investigators to be denied subpoenaed or denied subpoenas? Like, are they just given carte blanche every time they request a subpoena?
Except for they were told in the conversation that, yes, I believe there's probable cause, but however, because of the timing, we're not going to go through with this warrant.
Okay, so they can have that.
I would view that as an improper sweeping for your target. Yeah, 100%.
They can have that opinion, but that's not definitive evidence that there was like partisan politics at play. And I feel like this whole argument just falls on it, like just completely evaporates when, again, the guy who was in charge of the investigation was this guy, David Weiss, who Republicans were like amping up, and they were really hoping that he was going to be the guy to like throw Hunter Biden in prison. And now they fucking hate this guy. And now Jim Jordan is doing interviews yesterday saying that they're going to haul David Weiss up for a congressional inquiry. It's just the whole story is just so fucking flimsy.
Okay,
there
so let's
is
zoom out
no like hard evidence.
Let's get past legality. Do you think that the argument that Trump says, which by the way, I think Trump's full of shit. You guys know me. I campaigned for the fucking the Kamala campaign a month ago, right?
Solidarity.
So anyway,
Mr. Victory
do you
represent.
think-
Go ahead. Yeah.
Fellow
do you
lib.
think that it hurts or helps the narrative that our political elites are selling us out to international corporations when you have the president's son for a decade working with international corrupt companies, taking hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars into his personal accounts, funneling it into his family accounts, not reported to the IRS properly. And then even after that, it's proven that this isn't a failure to file, this is tax evasion. He's charged and convicted, and then he's given a pardon at the last moment. Now, again, as a father, I get it. But I'm just talking about, don't you think that that is fucking rocket fuel for the narrative that we're sold out by our political elites?
Again, I'm pushing back on the idea that it's standard practice to prosecute people for these kinds of tax issues. Roger Stone, his tax liability was orders of magnitude larger than Hunter Biden's.
Fuck him too, Hutch. You're not
and
going to
his
catch
Roger
Stone.
Stone.
I'm just making that. I'm making the point that this is not like inconsistent with DOJ practice. Like they very oftentimes will settle these matters in a civil court.
Here's another detail. Is it routine for somebody like a politically connected private person to have their IRS tax bill bailed out by a major Democrat donor? And you could say Republican, I don't give a fuck. But is it normal? So oftentimes on Twitter, I will get the rebuttal. Well, didn't he cover his tax bill? Isn't everything caught up? Hunter Biden didn't pay the fucking tax bill. It was a random Democrat fucking donor.
Who gives a fuck? Is that against the law?
Give a fuck, Hutch. What? Don't
Why? Of all the things to be upset about, this is so silly to me.
You know what, Hutch?
That a wealthy benefactor settled the IRS bill?
Why I care. I'm going to answer you exactly why I care. Because if I smoke fucking crack, if I bang hookers, if I cheat on my wife, if I get my dead brother's fucking widow addicted to methamphetamine, if I'm alleged to have banged my fucking niece, if I take millions of dollars and launder it into my fucking family, and then on top of that, where
are you getting this millions of dollars laundered into my
when
family?
the DOJ was fucking sweeping for me, then nobody in their right fucking mind would defend me. But we have two fucking people here tonight who are both wildly intelligent political pundits who are pulling out the stops to defend this behavior as normal. And not only that,
let me explain.
The fucking thing that pisses me off is the fact that your audiences eat this shit up because they respect you.
Okay,
that's
just
what pisses me off. Okay. That's what pisses me off is that your fucking gay ass fucking audience.
Let me explain something. Let me explain something real quick.
Hold on. Let's let Hutch respond to that. Hutch can respond to that.
Let me
defend your gay ass audience, sir.
Is that what he just said?
I think all your audience.
Was it?
Let me just briefly explain, and then I want to hear from my other panelists because I feel like you and me have been going through it. I feel like you and me have been going back and forth for a little too long now. So I come from recovery circles, okay? I am surrounded in my community by people who sank to the lowest depths you could possibly imagine when they were in the grips of an addiction. And a lot of these people did terrible things. And I have seen hundreds and thousands of people completely turn their lives around and get on a good path. I don't think that we necessarily should judge people based on what they do when they're in the grips of something like a drug addiction. I say the same thing for.
Should we pardon all drug addicts?
I say that no, this is a separate issue. I'm just saying, you brought up the drug abuse stuff, and I say the same thing when it comes to Jordan Peterson. So when I talk about his drug addiction, some people in my chat make fun of him. I make it a point to say every time that to me is off limits. Drug addiction is real. People do really fucked up shit when they're in the grips of a drug addiction. And Hunter Biden has been sober for fucking 5.5 years now. So for him to go through everything he went through in terms of all those political attacks from the Republicans and maintain his sobriety, I think is pretty remarkable. I think people should be allowed to retain themselves.
You got to get more people in. You got to get more people in. We're on this point. We can.
He brought up the drugs. That's why.
Hey, as long as criminals feel bad after their crimes, then I guess we can forgive them.
Yeah.
Before anyone else goes, I want to get Short Fat Otaku a chance to get in here.
Literally, yes.
Before we go off on any other tangents and stuff. SFO, you've been waiting patiently. Go ahead.
So Connor, I'm generally against you in this, but for this part of the conversation, you are more correct. I decided to look it up. Biden and we signed the pretrial division agreement, included the immunity guarantee. Things went sideways. I posted the articles in the group chat, by the way, if you want to look at them. But basically what happened was the judge started to question the deal. She started to poke some holes in it, and then it was pulled. So there might have been some handshaking happening there.
Listen,
but I'm not equipped to talk about that specifically.
There was something that happened before that, though. There was something that happened before that, though. Like the original agreement, there was like an issue. There was a big disagreement about the scope of the immunity, but there was also an issue of like whether or not he would be charged with the tax stuff. Originally, he wasn't going to be charged with the tax stuff. And as I already mentioned, there are so many other high profile cases where the tax liability was so much larger, where there was no criminal charges that were brought. Because they decided to bring those charges, that initially caused Hunter Biden's lawyers to like walk away from the deal. Then they re-entered negotiations, but their decision, Weiss's decision to pursue criminal charges on the tax stuff, did immediately follow intense political pressure from Republicans on Capitol Hill.
After it had all been paid back, right? Like these charges are coming after everything had already been paid back. The way that the story works is it just relies on a clever and misinformed telling of how all international business and all international relations work. The idea that like, well, a guy's working for corrupt companies overseas and he's making money and his taxes are unreported. Like you're painting this whole insane story of this insanely corrupt business of this guy who's working for these seedy, shady companies overseas. He's getting his money and he's getting kickbacks to his family and he's lying about these illegal companies he's working for and he's not declaring it on his taxes, getting his money illegally. Those are FARA violations, by the way, which surprisingly he was never charged with, right? And it's crazy that we have this insanely hot narrative for this man who was investigated for fucking 4 years, okay, by Weiss and his team. Not to mention however many fucking, Jim Jordan circle jerk sessions they have in Congress for how many different committees have to come together to also, okay, analyze, from 42 different angles, the fucking size of fucking Hunter Biden's cock plus how much crack he fucking smoked in whatever given video, okay? Despite all of this, at the end of this whole road of this insane fucking CIA counter op story you're giving me, we've got a couple tax charges for taxes that are already paid on amounts that are smaller than other people, Roger Stone included, have only seen civil penalties for. And then we have insane 4473 gun violation charges, okay? Because of a thing that he wrote in a memoir in 2021 and because they found cocaine residue on a fucking gun holster, all right?
Do you know what's so great? Do you know what's so great about this? Is because you get to, like, emotionally label all of the shit where you're like,
you're the one that was emotionally labeling everything. You said he was working for corrupt companies overseas and blah, blah, blah.
Biden. Oh, yeah, hold on. Do you know where I get my evidence that he was involved in insane shit? It's from Hunter Biden's own text message chain where
illegal
he's saying, he's talking, hold on. I'm going to tell you. You don't need to interrupt me. So he's talking to a personal confidant, and he says, I can't believe all the wild shit I'm wrapped up in. My fucking contact in China who gave me hundreds of thousands of dollars is now missing and presumed dead. This isn't me.
What does that have to do? Explain that statement. Explain that statement. What did that statement have to do with anything we're talking about? Tie that back in.
Because Destiny, and I can't believe that you're pretending to be this obtuse, because you said that I am inflating emotionally the narrative. I'm not inflating the narrative emotionally whatsoever.
How did that statement tie into any illegal, improper?
You asked me a question.
I'm going to ask the same question when you're done with this irrelevant gamble.
I am curious what that has to. Hold on.
It doesn't, Wick. It doesn't tie anything.
I'm curious what like that statement you just read about how a Chinese confidant or someone gave him hundreds of thousands of dollars and now missing. Which charge is that related to or potential charge?
It would have been the tax evasion shit.
Why? How?
Why? Because he's taking hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not millions of dollars over the course of a decade from other companies and he's failing to report it properly to the IRS. And the people that he's in business with are corrupt people who end up getting arrested or murdered in their countries of origin.
The process.
When you say people that he's in business,
fucking narrative about this shit, and it would sell off of the fucking bookshelves. But you guys are like, no, this is every day in Washington. No, it's not. It's not.
But he was investigated for it, though, bro. He was
and he got charged and convicted.
Not for anything. Not for somebody dying in China on a
You're talking about throwing millions of dollars to his family. There has never been any evidence. Hold on, wait.
This is the bullshit of this conversation.
David Weiss.
You guys keep saying, and he was investigated with the implication that nothing was found. but he was charged and convicted of.
I don't think
3
anyone's
felonies and
contending
6
that he wasn't
misdemeanors.
convicted.
talking
What we're
about
arguing about tonight is the
crimes.
pardon, and we've gone.
Wait, but the things he was charged with were taxes. Not for dealing, not for having people murdered overseas or FARA violations or
He didn't
corrupt.
kill them, Destiny. The Chinese government did.
No, you're not.
What does this have to do with his charges?
I feel like you're not processing what we're saying.
Wait, real quick. He could have made the money. He could have
millions of
that
dollars.
has nothing to do with anything. He could have made the money working at Dairy Queen and not reported it. But these are tax charges. It has nothing to do with illegal or corrupt.
Interested in Al Capone. He was only convicted of tax evasion.
Okay.
He was never found guilty of
Counterpoint.
murder.
You gotta let the people respond to you. You got to.
The criminal justice system played out. The criminal justice system played out. He was investigated for these financial crimes that you're definitively declaring happened. You just said a moment ago that he funneled millions of dollars to his family. Not only was he investigated by Prosecutor Wise, he was investigated by the Comer-led subcommittee in the Republican-led House. They investigated Hunter Biden's business dealings for fucking 2 straight years, and the most they could come up with was a $10,000 check that was given that Biden gave to his brother for a fucking car.
You know what, Hutch? I love that you brought this up. I love that you brought this up, okay? Right. So as a part of the IRS testimony, what Hunter Biden did is he took hundreds of thousands of dollars that he got from random folks overseas, and he channeled them to immediate family members of himself and his uncle and his dad. And those things weren't properly taxed.
Hold on, wait a second. When you say he funneled money, when you say that 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 he funneled money,
let Destiny contribute. Shut up.
When you say that he funneled money,
counter, shut up for a moment. I'd like to go a lot.
Just step by step, okay? Because we do these fungibility of money things. It's so stupid, okay? If I go to China and some guy and I sell marijuana to a dude and he pays me $10, and then I come back home and I'm out with a friend and that friend is like, oh, will you cover dinner? And I pay for dinner. You can't come by and be like, Destiny did illegal drug sales in China and he funneled that money right to his streamer friend when they were in fucking Miami.
Yeah,
like, is there any evidence that directly links any of Hunter's dealings in any of these corrupt or criminal manners to family members? Because Hunter is making money in a lot of different ways. You can't just say that he made $10 million. Let's look at $100,000 he made from this place and then look at anybody that he paid there. I'm going to connect these things directly. That's retarded.
No, it's not. Because if you had actually watched the IRS investigation whistleblowers, this isn't fucking $10 for a weed deal in China. This is hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Hundreds of thousands of dollars is nothing if you said he made $10 million. That's not any amount of money. $100,000? You said he made millions and millions of dollars.
So anyways, I was in the middle of a sentence. Thank you. So what ended up happening was those hundreds of thousands of dollars went to family members. And when the IRS agents wanted to go to family members to say, hey, you took like tens of thousands of dollars, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars from Hunter Biden, did he tell you that this was income or this was gifts? They were prevented from doing so by the DOJ, who was rubbing feet with the fucking Biden defense.
Can't they literally just pull their tax forms? You would see that on their taxes. It would be reported as either a gift or income, no?
And the Republicans had subpoena power. The Republicans had... Bro,
the problem?
Connor.
Wait, the problem was they didn't have to show their taxes to the IRS? What are you talking? What?
Okay. So it has to get taxed.
I feel like we're relitigating the actual charges.
Yeah.
Let's just all understand that the charges, whether they be farcical or not, they happened, right?
They're not farcical.
He was convicted, and
not the financial ones. Not this,
on,
like funneling millions of dollars to family. This is all just conjecture. All of it.
So hold on. It's not even conjecture. It's a part of the investigation, you twat. Don't say wrong things in front of me and I won't yell at you.
The Republicans in Congress had subpoena power. Do you deny that?
Anyways, I'm going to explain something because it's very simple.
Connor, you've been talking a lot. Do you deny it?
What happened was,
do you deny that they had subpoena power?
Hundreds of thousands of dollars overseas companies. He failed to report it for taxes. When they wanted to follow up with the people that he gave that money to, they also did not report it on their taxes. Now, those people have plausible deniability because if it's something like a gift or some shit like that, then and they believe that the taxes were already taken out of it, then they don't have any kind of liability. But if they knew that it was income and they failed to report, then they would potentially get wrapped up. That is what the IRS
and David Weiss killed this because he's friends with Biden. Is that what you're saying? And David Weiss killed this because he was friends with Biden. Is that what you're saying?
No, he didn't. His assistant state attorney tried to kill it, and then the IRS whistleblowers raped her.
Oh my
What?
god.
Okay, let's give it
Okay.
to
Right.
Quibbles. Try to
Okay,
bring it back.
I have two basic questions. My first question is whether the people on this call think that Connor points. I don't know why I did that like thing. Think that that Connor is existing in this like post-truth world, as the MAGA world does, which I assume everyone agrees that he does not live in that world. He's certainly not MAGA. And then the second question that I have is this the kind of argument that we want to be having going into 2026 and going into 2028, or do we want to be able to center the conversation primarily on the matters of Trump's corruption? And if the way that if our goal is to be focusing on Trump's corruption, is it useful for us to be continuing to relitigate this kind of bullshit over and over and over, or does it make more sense to just say, hey, like he's probably guilty, and even if we want to like figure it out, then let's let the justice system figure it out, rather than doing this bullshit where we're pardoning him, and let's allow the actual like conversation to be built around the matters of Trump's corruption, which are much more clear.
Well,
again, all things.
well, first of all, the justice system did figure it out, and he pardoned him. That's all of that is. Nothing's wrong or corrupt or illegal.
The justice system figured it out, and he pardoned them.
You know, he's not a part of the justice system.
It's not
right?
done yet.
He's
actually.
not part of the justice system.
He interrupted.
Wait, sorry, wait. What do you think? What do you think? You know
yet.
that a pardon
Chief
isn't just for
executive.
turkeys not getting killed on Thanksgiving. What do you mean?
Oh, okay.
The pardon system.
If I pardon,
Counterpoints. Let
The
Hagrid
system-
explain. I'm
the
sorry.
pardon
Let Quibbles
system is
explain.
meant to-
Quibbles, go
Okay.
ahead.
Yeah, the pardon system is meant to be in cases where we have come to a conclusion in terms of the justice system, but now there's overwhelming evidence that the justice system got it wrong, and either we have DNA evidence that proves that the justice system got it wrong, or for some other reason we're overwhelmingly confident that it is clearly wrong. That's the point of the pardon system. as
No,
originally
that's the
designed.
point
Yes.
of an appeal, and that's the point of overturning something. That's not the pardons are not supposed to be for your appeals process or for new evidence to reopen a case. That's completely and totally incorrect. A pardon is for somebody that is guilty of a crime. That's why they have to generally accept the fact that they're guilty before they accept the pardon. That's what a pardon is for.
I feel like the argument should be centered around the nature of like the pardon powers for the presidency. That's what the real conversation is about. So like unless you reform those powers, every single president is going to engage in favorable pardons. Like can you think of a single president off the top of your head that didn't engage in this kind of action? It just so happens that Donald Trump did it to a comically absurd degree. We're talking about pardoning people like Janine Pirro's husband, who was found guilty of tax evasion. He just gave him a pardon. Dinesh D'Souza just gave him a pardon. So like the fact that Donald Trump did this like over like 100 times, I just can't be bothered to give a fuck about this. If you want to have a conversation about the pardons, whether or not they're okay, like fine, let's do that. But let's center the conversation about like, should presidents have this authority, or should governors have this authority? Like when we're talking about the states, that's a fair question to ask. But in the current climate, it just seems absurd to be like, we're talking about this instead of Kash Patel being nominated to lead the FBI. Like, which one do you think is a more severe violation of a norm?
We're not allowed to talk about any of the Trump stuff
We're
anyway,
not the
because
reason that we're talking about
even
this.
when we allowed the Republicans to walk all over us and get whatever they fucking want, so what the fuck do we get? Like, you guys, like, they stole a Supreme Court pick. Trump got unlimited criminal immunity from everything. Are we talking about Trump's corruption now? Like, did that further any of those conversations? Oh, no, wait. He didn't even see a fucking federal courtroom. Wow. How far did that get us?
How far did talking about Trump's corruption get us, though? Like, this has been
It
front
got us
page
nowhere
news
because we
for
didn't actually do
years.
anything with the system. Because we waited 2 years to start the fucking federal prosecution
So we've
on
been
him.
talking about it
No
in
one's-
newspapers, in
I think-
blogs, on streams.
Yeah, but we didn't want to seem politically biased, so we sat there and waited. So we sat there and we waited. Yeah, and we waited and nothing happened. You know what I would have liked to have seen? I wish that Merrick Garland would have been as eager to go after Trump for his classified documents as he was to go after Biden for his.
Sure. But that wasn't a result of us not talking about it, right? Like, so this complaint that we always talk about one thing but never talk about the
But
other
we
thing,
are
that's
only
not the whole
talking
point.
about one thing. Our entire concept of the universe changed when that indictment, or when the investigation was announced by Merrick Garland, because it was the first evidence of faster than light travel, because Merrick Garland was so fucking fast to appoint a special counsel the microsecond that those documents were found in Biden's garage. Meanwhile, Trump has his 57th box of documents moved from one room to another just for fucking jokes, okay? Obstructing an actual FBI investigation, all right? And it's like, okay, well, hold on. What does her think about this? Okay, we got to get a fucking report out here about fucking Biden. Like, what are we getting for any of it? We have norms only work when both sides are following the norms. You don't gain anything by upholding norms on your side.
How do we get back to
You don't think then that the solution is to hold them to the norms? No one, I think, here is.
That would be great.
I don't think anyone here is fighting you and
right.
saying. No one here is fighting you, but when we're saying that we're not going to also do the other end of the thing, which is try and create a public narrative that motivates enough people to vote so that we get out of losing the entire executive, judicial, and fucking House and Senate, we have to dig a hole out of here. So far, for a normal person, this is what they see. The DNC begs Biden to drop. Biden says he's not going to. He's going to stay in the race. He eventually drops. He hands it directly to Kamala, getting rid of the due practice that is usually adopted by the DNC. Then Kamala runs. She loses. Same day, actually, before even that, the same day that he drops out, he also says he is not going to pardon his son. He says, I'm not going to do it with Hunter.
Listen to that.
Let me finish. This is important. He lets Kamala run and lose a loss that is very likely because of his actions, his selfish actions. Then, as soon as she loses and it's no longer going to affect the election, he suddenly changes his mind and he pardons Hunter. The second that it won't impact election results. It seems as if the only reason he promised before to not pardon Hunter is because he was like, you know what, that might affect the election. But now that I've lost, let's go ahead and sneak it in. I'm waiting for the next promise Biden makes so I can put $1 million betting against it. That's how confident people have to think of the DNC as just being illegitimate liars right now. Something needs to be a contradictory narrative to that.
To say that something needs to be contradictory, that's why we lost, is because people like you already have that idea that we have to rise to some impossible standard, while Republicans are literally subhuman filth, okay, that are just rolling around in the dirt. What?
Principle is an impossible standard.
Principle, yep. Showing up to a knife fight with your fists over and over again and getting stabbed in the eyeballs is what we're doing. And you're saying if we just have the 15th eyeball chopped out, okay, then finally we'll be able to.
This for a fucking heartbeat. Okay, so hold on. So just to be clear, I get. By the way, I understand the.
Please stop saying that. Please just try to get your point. Stop saying the thing over and over again of like, I'm not supporting Trump. Just get to the point. Jesus, you do this a million times. I don't know why.
Because you're getting mocked. Anyways, so the point is that what advantage does pardoning Hunter confer? Now, if you want to say as a father...
What disadvantage does it confer?
The fact that now everybody thinks you're...
Electoral?
I'm sorry. Hold on. What? Now people don't trust the criminal justice system? Now people think that the parties are corrupt? Now, what's changed?
That ship has
we lost
sailed.
by 1.5%.
Of the people that we lost, probably 50% of them can't even name the 3 branches of government. Why the fuck do you think a pardon for Hunter Biden is going to matter?
You're making my argument for me.
Really close. Everything matters. It's reasonable to look at everything from a political perspective. When we're in politics.
Hold on. No. Quibbles is so perfect here. Okay. So you're saying, let's say that you have, I don't know, like the LA Lakers from the fucking 90s or thousands, or you have the Pats from the fucking 2000s, right? You have a perfect team and you can do the stupidest shit and fucking win, right? Like in this analogy, this is the Republicans, right? Versus you're a part of the Democrat Party, which is not one party. It's a coalition of like 18 different interests who all fucking backstab each other all the goddamn time. You have to play a perfect game in order to win every single time. And what Quibbles and I are saying is you are giving away an advantage that is unnecessary to the fucking game, which is you're saying, yeah, we did something fucked up, but it's actually based, actually. It's actually cool when we fucking, sweep for our bullshit because fuck them. The other team, they fucking give up the game all the time. They make all sorts of mistakes. Well, guess what? this isn't a fucking game where like fairness has anything to do with victory. Like, victory depends upon you building an intelligent coalition of exactly harmonized fucking groups. It's part of the reason why I feel bad for you motherfuckers all the goddamn time, is because if you take a stance on one issue, you step on the dick of another issue. Being a Democrat is hard as fuck.
Okay, can we come at this from a slightly different angle here? Like, let's consider the fact that Donald Trump is assembling a cabinet that are very openly telegraphing their intentions of going after political enemies, including Hunter Biden. So the guy that he nominated to be the FBI director, Kash Patel, he talks about a list of people in the media, in government, in the private sector, that he is going to systematically target with the FBI should he be confirmed. Is there not an argument to make that Joe Biden protecting his son from that explicit political intention to go after enemies is valid? Like, is that not
as a father,
somewhat of an
As
argument?
a father, yes, but he's not doing it as a father. He's doing it as a president. This is a public office.
He's the father who is the president who has the power to stop that.
Listen,
Hold on. Let me ask this. This is to Quibbles. Quibbles.
Yeah.
You have a son. You have the power to stop him from having people who have said over and over and over, we're going to come after you and your family, and anything we can do to put them in prison and hurt them, we will do. You have the power to sign a paper. Sure, it'll hurt the country, but you can protect your son from this. You don't do that?
The answer is for a whole host of reasons, partly because I'd like to be a good father. I have no interest in being president of the United States. That's the answer.
Well,
the answer is
just entertain the hypothetical. Wait, no, just entertain the hypothetical.
The answer is if you're willing to be president of the United States, you have to take an oath.
You have to be willing to sacrifice your
understanding that the presidency and the United States comes first. That's part of what you have to sacrifice to be president, obviously.
So hold on, Hutch. This is the strongest argument. However, within there is like a conceit. And that conceit is effectively the republic is dead. That you can't trust prosecutors, you can't trust public defenders, you can't trust the courts, you can't trust the judges. Because as soon as you have Kash Patel, the head executive of this of the DOJ, everything falls apart. And
it's not.
I'm okay.
It's not.
Real quick.
But
I'm okay with your argument. I agree with your argument. As a father, 100%. I'm pardoning my son 100% of the times. However, what I'm saying is you basically just told me that Joe Biden does not believe the court systems will be fair to his son.
No, that's not what I said. That's not what I said. The courts, the
That is what I said.
No, that's not what I'm saying. Kash Patel does not control the judiciary, for example. He has no control whether or not a jury is going to find Hunter Biden guilty of whatever charges Kash Patel is fantasizing about bringing, but he's not even talking about specific crimes. Kash Patel is just up there saying, these people fucked with Donald Trump, and so I'm going to send the DOJ after them. You can do plenty of damage to someone without securing a conviction. You can bog them down in a legal process that can stretch out for years.
Treatment. Yeah.
Can I just, a real quick thing? Hold on. Also, it's a real quick thing. Okay, because I forgot when you talk to conservatives, you have to like spell every single thing out. When people say
you're not talking to conservatives.
When people say trust the institutions or trust the systems, okay, I guess we have to say more words, all right, because there are no maxims of language or whatever. We say trust the systems and trust the institutions as long as there's not obvious, overt corruption or pressure to get these people to act in different ways. Obviously, okay? If it came out that there was a jury trial and every single jury member had been given $1 million and the judge had been given $1 million and the defense and the prosecutor had been given $1 million by one person, what an outcome, and we go, wow, that's pretty corrupt. You can't turn around and go, oh, I'm not using me to trust the institutions. It looks like you fucking lied, okay? The issue with how Trump is...
right now?
Yes. That is the case right now. Because what Donald
You're
Trump is trying to do...
You're going to need to back that up in a second.
Yeah,
I'll let
sure
you finish,
thing.
but you're
I
going to
will.
need to back
I'll
that
back it up right the fuck now, okay? What Donald Trump is trying to do is he's trying to put heads in these departments that have already said outwardly that they would engage in behavior that is antithetical to the executive branch, antithetical to the department or office they hold, and antithetical to the U.S. Constitution. For instance, when Kash Patel talks about how he will go after people, politically, people in the media, okay? And the issue is, now you'll say things like, okay, well, that's just one guy. And you know what, Connor? You're right. That is just one guy. Okay. But the issue is that Donald Trump is also pushing for things like Schedule F that would allow them to massively restock and reshape the bureaucratic underbodies of these institutions with people that would only and exclusively take orders because of an allegiance to the president of the United States. The issue isn't just one man destroying the whole system, because generally that doesn't work. The issue is that they are taking a comprehensive top-down approach to recreate these institutions in a way that would allow them to do exactly these things.
Yes.
Okay. So is the Republic
We
dead?
therefore,
It's threatened
The
by Donald
Republic will
Trump. Does
be
anybody
dead
disagree?
if the Republic will be dead if Democrats are saluting themselves and talking about how good they are at holding themselves accountable, while Republicans are literally fucking the country in the ass. Yes.
should we pardon every single person that the Republicans might potentially go after?
If it's a political prosecution and you got
Preemptively?
good reason to feel it, then sure, fuck it. That'd be fucking hilarious.
So I'm
actually.
asking, should we pardon preemptively
Every trans prisoner
every
right
single
now.
person,
Every trans,
not just
every
not
black,
just
every
trans
gay,
person,
every
yeah.
woman.
Oh my
Yeah.
God! You actually,
All-
by saying that, you
all
just
potential Democrats.
lowered my opinion so much of Biden. Because you know what Biden should have done? He should have given a blanket pardon to Hillary Clinton as well, just because that would be fucking hilarious. I can't believe he didn't do that. Fuck, that would have been so based.
Okay.
Okay, so I assume that's a joke, right? You don't actually want that. So I'm curious what the
Hunter
difference is.
Biden was the target of a political prosecution for half a decade. And this is what they managed to get him on at the end, okay? Joe Biden feels like it was political. The president has the power to pardon people. And in this case, he exercised his pardon power. I don't think there's anything comparable to any of the pardons that Trump has done or what you're asking for, pardoning every hypothetical person that could be convicted of a crime.
I just don't think it's like me personally. I don't think it makes a lot of sense to spend a lot of time getting tripped up about pardons. Like when Donald Trump did his pardons, I looked at it and I rolled my eyes. I was like, well, this is fucking bullshit. But
Hold on, Hutch.
But it's
if I may.
laid out in our Constitution.
You did
that
more than
the
that.
president gets to, wait, no. That's literally
And
what I
then
did,
finish your
what
point,
I did
Hutch,
at the
then I have
time.
a
And I'm not
question
going to
for
sit here and
you.
say we need to do something about this, because it's just so clearly defined that the president has these broad powers to do that. There's just nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, but like this is a
criticize bad shit,
substantively different. Hold on, let me make this point, because I think that we can't ignore the fact that this isn't just a normal pardon, right? That this is a pardon not just for the crime, but for a period, for a decade of time. This, at least the only other one that I'm aware of that is similar, was Ford pardoning Nixon, right, for a period of time. So this isn't like normal for a pardon, and I think that it's at least a salient thing for people to have questions and maybe ask why. Perhaps.
Why do we think that? Why do we think there's a larger pardon? Why do we think?
Well, I know why I
Are
think,
violations.
because again, jackals have said that they're going to come after my family for anything they can possibly find. So yeah, if I'm a dad, I'm throwing a monkey wrench in that work.
It's probably if you think the Republicans are going to sit there and go on a fishing expedition, which by the way they accuse Democrats of doing, which I wish they would. They should. Okay, we should go fucking fishing. But which Republicans have done. They did it with Ken Starr for Bill Clinton. They've done it for Hunter Biden now with all this bullshit. They did it with Hillary Clinton with the FBI and the fucking DOJ. So I mean, like Republicans do this over and over and over and over again, where they fish and they fish and they fish. Okay, and you guys are doing these things where it's like, well, we just have to be better than them. We have to be better than them. What did that get Hillary Clinton? What did it get Hillary Clinton to cooperate with the FBI on the whole thing? What did it get Hillary Clinton to do the Benghazi hearings for 12 hours? Donald Trump has if you do an analysis of every word that he's spoken, Donald Trump has said the Fifth Amendment. I plead the Fifth more than any other human being in existence. Okay, and you're going to tell me that what did Hillary Clinton gain for that? What do people view favorably?
You're asking what Hillary Clinton gained for that, but there's a direct answer. The answer is that she almost won that election. It was an incredibly close election.
That's called comfort, friend.
Ev, do you want to play too?
That's
what we got. We almost won the election.
In an electoral
That's the
system.
almost. You and I are standing. You and I are standing
Hey,
on the
Dev,
shores of the
Dev,
Atlantic,
Dev,
and the
Dev,
nukes are coming. And
Dev
it's like
is
we got
finally
really
trying to
close
talk.
to stopping the launch.
Ev is really close to trying to talk.
I might as well hop in a
Play
little
too.
bit. I'm kind
Please.
of here. So
Yes, you're not just eye candy. Go ahead.
So like I said at the start, Connor, I'm sympathetic to your position, right? Because I get it. You know, Biden's pardon is unraveling the institutional fabric because it's violating norms, and I generally agree with you. But I want you to understand that things are already unraveling. Okay, we're already at that point. We now live in a different paradigm. You must do what they are doing to you, and you have to do it to them repeatedly until they lose the taste for it. And I know that you understand this because you would say it about Russia and Ukraine. You would say it about other forms of lawfare. This is now what you have to do. We're at this point now. It sucks, but here we are.
No, so
You just described a
I don't
war.
believe in this at all.
They're declaring war. Yes, that's already happened. When one side declares war, you're in a war. Yes,
Hey.
you don't get to decide.
Okay,
I don't want to be in a war. I actually don't
we're
consent to
at
that.
war, if you actually believe we're at war, then pardon everyone, right?
What
That's
do we
it looks
gain
like to
from
be
that?
at war.
Who else would we even pardon? What do you mean?
If you believe
Assange,
that we're
bare minimum.
actually at war, if we're
Why not your
actually
brother?
at the point where there's no getting back from the brink, and that there's no possible way to get back to a system where the structures of our government function, then the solution surely is to grapple with that as the reality.
No,
that we're living in.
there are
It looks
stages.
very different than just pardoning your own
There
son
are
and then
stages.
calling it a day.
There are stages to the fighting, of course. Just because you're at war with somebody doesn't mean you start genociding them, right? Or doesn't mean you nuke them immediately, right? Obviously, there are
Hold
stages.
on.
One of the issues
got
right now is that the
people saying that
Republicans
in
can
chat.
operate with impunity, and they have for decades in all of these realms. Whether it's when they stole the
so
election
what's
from
your-
Gore, whether it's when Trump accused the election of being stolen multiple times, whether it's
the
losing the
election.
Supreme Court pick. Yeah, yes, all of these things, okay, the Republicans have done with impunity. And why wouldn't they? And you know what the immoral action is? It is immoral when you don't enforce consequences on the other side, because what you're saying is you should do the behavior over and over again. Because you know what? Republicans should do this. Republicans should go after Hunter, and they should go after Joe, and they should abuse the DOJ, and they should do Schedule F, because there's no reason not to. Why wouldn't you? If all we're going to do is sit here and chastise ourselves for ever doing anything, why the fuck wouldn't you take advantage of us if you're a Republican? We're asking for it.
Yeah, I think this is
Are our
Republican
skirts
side.
too short?
Okay.
Are we
If you
wearing?
believe-
Did you
I feel a
say
little bit of a
Democrats were wearing? Okay, fair enough. Go ahead. Tuna Chip, go ahead.
Are you in a nursery?
Me?
Like
Oh,
a chi-
him.
No,
Yeah,
like
him.
a children's school? What is that in the background there? Or is that your kids' room? Never mind. I apologize.
We won't dig too deep
Tuna,
into
go
it.
ahead.
Okay. People keep saying as a father, or like if you were in his position, wouldn't you do this too? And I can see conceding to that, and I can see that making sense. At the same time, I'm not Biden. I'm a person seeing what Biden is doing. I'm talking to what people should do who aren't Biden. It's what do we do now? And you want to learn something from the right wing? You want to learn something from the fucking corrupt right? Learn to disavow. Learn to fucking play from a losing position. You can say something and do something else, but why are we all sitting around acting as if we're gonna just, you know what? Let's go mask off. Being mask off is the right way to win. That's not why Trump has won. It's not why they were able to build the base that made it so that Trump could have that power. That is through the covert method. So
Wait, can you tell me real quick, what did they disavow?
Narrative.
What did the Republicans disavow from Trump?
What do you mean disavowed from
January
Trump?
6th.
You
I'm
said
not
if you
talking
should
about the
learn, if you
January
should learn
6th.
I'm talking
something.
about
Immediately after
the
January 6th.
foundations
No,
that
I'm
got
asking.
to
You said
Trump.
Yeah, you're saying that one of the things we have to learn to do is disavow. So I'm asking, what did the Republicans disavow from Trump?
January 6th for 2 weeks.
Oh, so January 6th,
come
when they
on,
refused
stop.
to convict him in the Senate, and when they dismissed all of his federal charges, and when they gave him criminal immunity, absolute criminal immunity for half the shit that he did. Cool.
And when
Any
his
other
voters
examples?
reelected him.
Say one thing, do something else. Why are you deciding to say the second thing and do the
No,
second thing?
they're not saying
Learn
one
the-
thing. Donald Trump doesn't say I'm innocent. Donald Trump says I'm the king and I can't commit crimes. Notice how it's strangely absent that Donald Trump is not out there defending himself like loser Democrats do. When we go, well, I don't think that Joe Biden did anything wrong when he did, and I don't think Hillary Clinton did. When Donald Trump when he's actually accused of a crime, Donald Trump goes out and he says, I can't commit crimes. I'm the president of the United States. How is that a disavowal?
That's not what we're talking about. That's not a disavowal of himself. The closest that Trump's done to a disavowal is not of himself. It's the bad people on both sides kind of thing. But you have to play into the rhetoric. And more importantly, Trump is able to talk like that because he's in a winning position. If we
No,
were in a
he
winning
spoke like that
position,
when
we
he
had
lost the
the culture
election.
war.
What-
If we had
No.
the political offices already
You're
won,
wrong.
it
You're
would make
lying.
sense to be braggadocious and fucking slam heavy hammers down. But we don't
did the
have
same
You
that.
thing
We have
understand?
lost.
Hold on. You understand?
fucking
He did the same
crime.
I don't
thing
like
when
to be
he
a
lost.
history guy. I don't
I
like to
don't
be a
have to
history
have a
guy
big
because I know
point
we
anyway.
don't do history a lot. Okay, and I know it sucks to do it. But if we go all the way back, okay, we think all the way back to the year 2020, Trump lost. And if we go all the way back to the year 2022, Trump candidates lost. So he was a loser in the election, and then he lost the midterms, and then he lost special
That's
elections.
our point.
Yeah,
That's
but,
our
but,
point.
they didn't
Hold on,
change their
but
rhetoric
it's-
ever, and then they came back and they
Destiny,
won 4 years
you
later.
asked what we want. You
Barely
asked earlier.
won.
Hold on. You asked earlier in the conversation what we got right from acting better than the Republicans. He lost in 2018. He lost in 2020. He lost in 2022. He only lost in 2020.
I think, but I think it was probably it was probably because of COVID, because he fucked that up in such an unbelievably crazy
Wait,
way.
this wasn't because of COVID?
This was honestly, most of this was actually probably because of inflation. Yeah, no, it probably was. That's the real boring answer.
Okay.
But
Okay, so therefore
we shouldn't be talking about pardoning Hunter Biden. We should be focusing on the bad things Trump does.
Okay,
boom.
You just granted that we were in an uphill battle for this particular election, and we still, not just in terms of Joe Biden was basically dead, not just in terms of we didn't have a primary, but also in terms of inflation, also in terms of worldwide, all incumbents did terribly. Worldwide, in that context, we still only lost by 1.5. And you're talking about throwing out the entire system that we've been using in order to get to win the election.
How is him pardoning his son? How is him pardoning his son throwing out the entire system?
Okay.
Here, hold on. Quibbles, just to
Pardoning
point
his
out.
son throws away the narrative. It gives the
Dev
narrative.
Dev gets to go. I like Dev. Dev, go ahead.
Thank you. Quibbles, you have to understand, they're not loyal to the system, okay? They're not loyal to the norms. They use them when it serves them, as in the Trumpsters, okay?
The maggots.
Right? They're not loyal to the system, okay? So you can't really appeal to it in that way. I'm sure you've heard the populist right talk about, the uniparty, the uniparty, all this shit. In the parliamentary system, we call it the loyal opposition because the other party is not traitors to the country. They just have different agreements on different views on policy, right? Mm-hmm. The uniparty is just the Constitution. It's just the United States. And then they're out here saying we hate the uniparty because they're traitors. All right, so you can't appeal to norms and to systems and to rules when they simply want to use them against you as a weapon when they're in power, and then beg you for their protection when they're not in power.
Hold up. There's a portion here, and I've been very nice, so I want to interject. Okay, so Dev, I get you. However, there's 33% splits in the country. Okay, 33% of people lean left, 33% of people lean right, and 33% of people are politically inactive, okay? The decisions are typically made by moderates, all right? People often run very far left during the primaries and they run center during the generals. Same thing for the right wing, right? So the point is that, you might not be able to appeal to norms in order to win MAGA to be Democrats. I agree with you. However, there are people such as myself, we might be a small percentage of the population, but we do exist, who the reason why we're Republican is because we believe in a republic, right? The reason why we're quote unquote conservative is because we believe in the philosophical treatises of Burke, right? Or the concepts of fiscal conservatism or the concepts of social conservatism, right? So it's not appealing to these ideas is actually exactly how you get somebody like me. And that's part of the reason why I was willing to do apologia for the Kamala Harris campaign, was because she was effectively saying, please God, people like Connor, vote for me. That's what she said for the last 60 days of the fucking election. And Hutch, here's the thing. You've brought this up multiple times that we're wasting energy on this conversation. No, this is the exact time to have this conversation, because 2 years down the line, when it's midterms or whatever, we're not going to be able to have nuanced conversations about philosophy and ideology and virtue versus pragmatism, because we're going to have to shut the fuck up in order to win, right?
To that point.
Now is the time to talk about principle.
Okay, to that point, how many of you guys seriously on this panel think that the Hunter Biden pardon is going to be a salient issue in the 2026 midterms or the 2028 general?
Hutch,
I think it will be.
However,
Connor's going to be talking about it.
It actually might be. Yeah.
It's going to be because people like these, because these kinds of, because what's going to happen is Donald Trump is going to tell 10 of his closest friends to go and murder 1,000 million Democrats, and they're going to go out and they're going to genocide half the Democratic population of this country. And then when Trump pardons them, a whole bunch of Democrats on MSNBC and CNN are going to come up and be like, okay, but remember Hunter Biden, guys? And then all of us are going to be like, oh, the moral high ground, there it goes. Oh, no.
Okay.
I don't agree that this is going to be a salient issue. I don't know where you guys are getting this logic, bro.
God damn it. I want to answer your question and not let his mean answer be the last thing heard, okay?
Okay, sure.
The real fucking answer is Hunter Biden is not even going to be a blip on the radar in 2 years, right? It's going to be something that people bring up in passing. However, the vibe, I think we're in the era of vibes-based politics, the vibe that Democrats are willing to sweep for and apologize for public corruption, as long as it's smaller than the other side, that is still going to be relevant in 2022.
In 6 months, the conversations that we're going to be having in 6 months, the conversations that we're going to be having is going to be about the insane second Trump administration. That's what's going to be driving all the headlines, the news stories, the YouTube videos, the content, blah, blah, blah. The whole conversation is going to be about him. He's going to pardon the fuck out of people as well. So this idea that it's going to be fucking salient, or you guys keep like presenting this case that you think there's going to be a political price to pay.
Corrupt party is always salient to me, Hutch.
We just lost.
It's never not relevant.
We just lost a trifecta. This is the time, like, for something like this to happen. It's going to happen now. No one's going to be talking about this 6 months from now. I just don't. You guys are appealing to the kind of voter that I don't think exists. I don't think you're going to play the voter. I don't think you're going to. Hold on. Well, I'm almost done. You guys are appealing to a voter that apparently in 2026 is going to endure the next 2 years of Donald Trump, and then is going to go to the ballot box and be like, you know what? I really don't like all the stuff that's going on, but that Hunter Biden pardon, I don't know. Like, I just don't think these people are real.
Here's a worst case scenario for you. Fucking, I'm going to compare Trump to Hitler, right? Yes. Hitler did a whole bunch of great things for the fucking economy, right? He deregulated a bunch of shit. He brought industrial shit back to Germany.
He cleaned up a lot of articles about him. Housing. Yeah.
They were writing articles about him in fucking Times Magazine saying that he's the leader of the decade and all that kind of shit. And so as a result, he was popular with his own country. So how about 2 years from now, where not only did you compromise your principles, not only did you say that you're willing to sweep for corruption, but you get fucking graped at the fucking polls because the economy's doing well. How are you going to feel then when not only did you sell out your fucking principles, but also you still get annihilated at the fucking polls?
That's possible. I acknowledge that that's a possibility. I'm bracing myself for the possibility that the American public broadly supports mass deportations, et cetera, et cetera. But when we look back to the first Trump administration, we can kind of like use that as a possible measure of what we can expect in the second administration. In 2018, the economy was doing fucking great, and Republicans got stomped out in the House because of Donald Trump. So it's because of his attacks on healthcare. And so I don't think
aren't you even in a more dangerous position that the economy is kind of recovering, but it's a little anemic, and then God forbid there's a whole bunch of fucking tax cuts and shit, and then fucking all the corporations are like, time to make money, and then they fucking take the shit up, like they take the fucking training wheels off, and then the economy takes off.
No, the economy's healed now. Didn't you hear? Because Donald Trump got elected. The economy's better. We just had like one of the largest Black Friday sales in history.
Are a bunch of fucking gold
we just had one of the largest Black Friday sales in history, even though everybody was saying that we were all broke. So I guess maybe Donald Trump getting elected fixed it even before he took office. So hooray.
I agree.
Thank God for us.
Okay.
That's the Trump bump.
Okay.
I agree.
I just have a hard time like digesting this idea that like, again, like what you're saying is right. It's possible that he could be like popular in a couple of years. I don't know. But like when you look at his first term, he was completely incompetent. He was wildly corrupt. Every single day was a fucking scandal. And the cabinet that he's assembling currently is a fucking shit show. It is not, it is so much more unhinged than the first term. So I feel like it's reasonable for me to expect that this is going to be another scandal plagued administration. We're probably going to see a repeat of the first Trump administration on fucking crack.
Because Hutch, and I'll ask you this, and Destiny said things like this. Dev said things like this. I'm curious all your opinions here, right? Why do you think it is that Republicans can just say whatever, do whatever, and according to you, don't get electorally punished for it? We can. I'll grant you, at least for the sake of argument, that that's true. My question would be why? What's the difference?
I think right now, in the last like 15 years, we've seen this rise of populism and demagoguery. And I think that the reason why the Republicans have fared like decently well in this era is because they give these like really simple explanations for really complex problems. And they give people a villain to point to. It's just classic demagoguery. I mean, this issue is so complex.
So
and
when we call them all
unpack.
retards, fascists, and enemies of the country, do you think that makes us a good enemy or a bad enemy?
Wait, hold on. Say that again.
Oh, when Republicans can look at us, right, can point to the left and say the left hates you. They want you to die. They don't think you're American. They want to deport you. They want to put you in camps. And they play all these clips, these thousands of clips of thousands of hours of leftists, retards, Democrats, all basically saying that Republicans are stupid and lesser than. Do you think that that helps or hurts Republicans when they play the populist card and say, these other people, yeah, sure, we're corrupt and stuff, but these people fucking hate you. So fuck them. Let's be spiteful and let's stick it to the man.
Wait, why is it that we tell us? Why is it that they do strategies, and then if we do anything even remotely resembling that, and they're winning with their strategies, then why is it that you say, well, don't you think we should change? Wait, like
because we win when we go higher, such as 2020, 2018, 2022, right? At least in the recent politics, during the Trump years. Like, we can talk about pre-Trump years, fair enough, but during the Trump years, 2014-ish and on, I think that
Obama
here's the
better
issue. No,
when we
you
go
guys
higher.
you guys are looking at an NBA team against like against a team of geriatrics, and the geriatrics like barely win, and you're like, oh look, yeah, this is like a good, the geriatrics need to keep working hard, and that's good. You think
The
no,
geriatrics
wait, hold on.
pushing the triple out of the chairs to win though?
Stop. Okay. When you guys are citing things like movies, or when you're talking about like good people winning and principles and all of this, okay, these things they have to happen this way because it's fiction, okay? The ending is already determined by the author when he begins to write. History, future.
Was the 2020
Stop!
election
Let me
fiction?
fucking finish,
Fiction
please.
did I refer to?
The future is not inevitable. It's not set in stone. And you have this naive form of thinking that because it is the fact that Batman doesn't kill anybody and all the criminals just happen to either kill themselves or get locked in Arkham Asylum forever, that we can conduct ourselves and hold ourselves to that standard and it's going to turn out good. If you look at the past 25 years of elections, you're saying something. You're saying this. This is what you're saying, okay? You're saying that, well, look, when we go high, we're winning. And your evidence of that is that Democrats and Republicans are holding office
Elections.
Yeah,
It's elections.
I understand.
That's my evidence.
Let me
Yes.
finish.
Not
Please let me
comic book,
please let me finish
not
real quick.
movie.
Like, dude, Connor's ranted so much. Let me just finish this one fucking thing. Jesus. Okay? We are looking at 50-50 elections where Bush gave us the Iraq and Afghanistan war. Okay? Over $1 trillion. Okay? You're looking at elections where Obama came in after the world economy was fucking destroyed by the housing crisis. Okay? And then we got a Democrat for 2 terms. You're looking at a world where Donald Trump denied that COVID even fucking existed and left the entire country in disarray. Okay? When Biden came in and won office. You're looking at 2 parties that do not conduct themselves even remotely close to the same standard. You're looking at parties that are where Donald Trump had to have the Constitution of the United States changed so that he could even run for office again. Okay? Where we lost a Supreme Court pick. Okay? Where we had a president that was denied his rightful recount in Florida because of corruption on the Republican side. And you look at these results and you go 50-50, oh, we're doing okay. That's insane. If there was any normativeness, if there was any fairness in our system, the Republican Party would either not exist right now or it would be in a severely different state that would be better for all of us.
I'm ready.
Okay, I'm ready.
If you're gonna bend into this,
go in the order.
If you're gonna bend into this new world where it's mass politic, you have to acknowledge that historically, unprecedentedly, mass politic is right wing. So at a certain point, maybe what the Democrat Party has to do is start packing Mexicans into boxes. Like if you're trying to win. If you're trying to win on mass politics, you're going to become more fascistic. And if that means having like a stronger go after your political opponent's strategy, I don't think it ends there. It has to end principally with becoming a hardcore populist, which is the thing that we're trying to get away from. It's the thing that is to just go into that world when that's the whole reason that the Democratic Party exists at all, as far as I'm concerned, is to try and hold back this behemoth that wants to drag us into a sort of second world style politic where you can just fucking communist murder people. The only thing stopping that is not being that and offering the populace an alternative to just doing political killings or political witch hunts or just deciding that the rules don't matter sometimes because we're scared.
This is a really weird line that you're drawing from Biden pardoning his son to let's throw people into camps. Like you're doing like a slippery slope thing to the 10th degree here.
No, what I'm saying is that when you start ignoring the fundamental principles of a democracy, you don't stop at just getting rid of one. You kick one leg of the chair, the whole fucking thing falls over. You're not going to have people
Political pardons have been a thing. Politically driven pardons have been a thing for fucking decades. For decades and decades. He's not exactly breaking with precedent. You can argue about the specifics of the pardon, how it went a little bit more blanket than the other ones. But again, this is not we're not treading new ground here. If we're going to have the conversation should be about should the president have this power? But they do have the power and they use it. And so this is not something that I feel like is going to be, like I said, a salient issue 2 years from now.
Also, you have to stop.
It is going to come up if Trump tries to do a self-pardon. This is going to be the thing. They're going to say 11 years of his own flesh and blood taken off the fucking record. That's going to be the defense. That's the rhetorical trap.
You can try to do
What do you
that.
mean?
That will be
Trump already
challenged in the
has a
courts.
self-pardon. What the fuck are you? All of his shit has been dismissed. What are you talking about?
That's what I'm saying. We're just fucking.
No one's going to
the
talk about that.
precedents.
No one cares about that. His federal cases are gone. Those are gone. No one cares. Do you acknowledge that? No one gives a fuck. The J6 case is gone, meaning the Georgia case is probably going to be gone. The New York sentencing is basically gone, and the Mar-a-Lago case is gone. Those are all gone.
I thought they were suspended without prejudice, but sure.
They're gone.
They might as well be gone.
Just bend in, go into the new political avenue, the new world, the one where Democrats can't win unless they don't abide by their own principles, forms of government that they want. That's just
you're making
losing.
this.
You're
making this point that him pardoning Hunter will give Trump license to do like unethical pardons, which is ridiculous because again, he did over 100.
No, this is second order effect. I'm not making that argument, and that it can sound like that. I'm saying second order effect, which is that when you have voters that are not turning out because they think both parties are corrupt, because they don't think their vote will matter, because they think the entire thing is just a black box, you're only further disenfranchising them by saying, actually, Biden can do this and no one should say anything. We should not say anything.
Because the voters don't think that it's corrupt.
The decision is whether or not you fucking push back at all.
The voters don't
even
think...
rhetorically. Just say, you know what? I think Biden might have done something bad here.
No, the voters don't think the system. The voters don't think the system is broken because the system is broken. The voters don't even know how the system works. The voters think the system is broken because we're talking about this now and because the Republicans constantly say that it's broken. That's it.
Okay.
We are being fed that by more than just Republicans, by the way.
That's part of the
We
problem.
have to decide.
They're being fed it also by the actions that play into those narratives.
No, they're not. No, absolutely not. We have never been more divorced from action ever in the history of the United States than we are right now.
From reality. What is this new fucking argument? And by the way, I'm going to come on hard for the first fucking 30 minutes, but I'm pretty sure for the last 40, I've been pretty much fucking quiet with my hand up. Y'all can relax with Connor's ranting.
Why don't you calm down, Connor? Chill.
So, hold on. So you guys are losing by 1%. And by the way, this is my diagnosis, okay? 4 years ago, and this isn't going to sit well with the progressives, I'm just going to say it, progressives went too goddamn far, okay? Sweep in for the fucking riots, mostly peaceful but fiery protests, all that bullshit. That turned off a lot
only
of
Republicans can get away with that rhetoric, okay? Don't be crazy, okay? Only Republicans can say that shit.
Okay, well, you're paying a fucking consequence for the insanity of 2020, the summer of love, okay? Chaz, chop, all that bullshit. You can call it fucking propaganda if you want, but at the
Isn't
same
it crazy
time,
how Democrats are responsible for that when Trump was president? Isn't it insane that Donald Trump was the president? But that was our fault somehow.
Right here, he was the motherfucker that fucking freaked out and basically said, like, at this point, right-wing dipshit fucking militias should do what they need to do in order to restore peace to the fucking streets. So don't act like this isn't a fucking problem. You were the one.
I'm not acting like it's a problem, but I also think the Black Panthers should have been in D.C., okay, on the steps of the Capitol building.
Okay, base. I don't give a fuck. I like guns. So anyway, the point is that the adjustment back center towards sanity was way too fucking late. Okay, and so when Kamala has 2 fucking months in order to rewrite her entire platform, and all that's happening is they're playing clips of her primary from 2019 over and over and over and over and over again. It's not possible to overcome it. And by the way, it's this much. If you had a sane, stable, rhetorically responsible candidate, you could have fucking won. But you're saying be more unhinged. Why the fuck not?
This is not an argument to be won in the public. People are stupid. That's the whole reason our government is set up the way that it is because we don't trust the public to just all of a sudden come to these great conclusions as long as the narratives and the rhetoric are good enough. You need the institutions to keep everything in check. That's the whole reason why we created the government. And all the founding fathers talk over and over again about how stupid factionism is, how stupid the whims and the desires of groups of men are, and that groups of people are completely unhinged compared to individuals. You have to have the government and these structures and institutions. So if you have one side undermining the institutions, you can't appeal to the public in order to win because the people undermining institutions are doing those to appeal to the public. You can't win that way.
We have 17 minutes left, so I'm going to go ahead and shut up again, but I'm going to say not a single thing that Destiny said changes anything I said, and if anything, I agree with it, hook, line, and sinker.
Let's let Dev go. Let's let Dev go. Go ahead, Dev.
Can you calm down?
I do have a question for you, Counterpoint, so just real quick. So you did say correctly that there's an adjustment towards the sane center that needs to happen, right? Well, the Trumpsters aren't doing it. So what do you do now? Like how do you make it happen?
Okay, what I was praying for was that in this election, because it seemed like Biden was moving, had always been center, let's be real, but he was a little progressive on some shit. And then Kamala was adjusting center. I was hoping that it was going to be enough to squeak by with a fucking victory, give MAGA a bloody nose, and make them realize that they couldn't win electoral politics anymore. However,
happen.
That's not what happened. So what needs to happen, I would say, going
Just a quick thing,
forward
Biden was not
2 to
center at
4
all. He
years
was
from
an
now,
insanely progressive president.
is if, let's say that Trump is a disaster. Let's say that his cabinet picks are horrible. Let's say that he guts the executive branch and there's disorder and anarchy everywhere. Let's say that we have videos of families being deported and they're fucking crying tears as their neighbors are being dragged away in fucking handcuffs and shit. Then what needs to happen is a capitalization by the center to build a new coalition that basically goes against the hard left if the hard left is going too far, and goes against the hard right if the hard right is going too far. And that needs to be the new norm.
Okay. I just want to like zoom out for a second. Earlier, both Destiny and Hutch, and I believe SFO as well, you all compared our current situation, in the case of SFO, literally to the situation in Ukraine, right? Literally to war. In that context, there are 2 solutions of how to move forward. One is that it is a war, and we're going to just accept that it's war, and therefore let's pardon everyone, and therefore let's do whatever the fuck we need to do in order to just like engage head on and do total war against the Republicans. That's one option. The other option is to be starting to work actively to try to mutually get to a place where we reinstate those norms. Reinstating those norms means that this is not the kind of conversation that we want to be having. Instead, what we want to be doing is we want to have conversations about mutually agreeable, at least in terms of the public, ideas of how to get rid of corruption, right? We want to be able to have those conversations in the Senate. We want to have them in the Congress. We want to be able to push forward things like, hey, maybe there shouldn't be insider trading in Congress. Hey, maybe there shouldn't be all of these kinds of things that are agreed to across the aisle. And that kind of building out in that sense is how you can manage to get at the very least public, and hopefully eventually through the public, members of Congress, Republicans, albeit perhaps not Trump specifically, but other Republicans to get back to normalcy. That
when
is
do
the
Republicans
only
support
other
stuff like that?
Quibbles.
When do Republicans support stuff? What do they supported like that?
Should I list some? Sure.
Dan
sure.
Crenshaw. So
There's
sorry, real quick.
already
This is something.
I can list one. Wait, you just asked me a question.
Just
I
the
can
strongest,
list
give me
one.
the
Let
strongest
Quibbles
example.
answer, let
The one,
Quibbles
the
answer.
strongest
Give me the
example.
question.
The strongest example, not 50 random people, just the strongest example.
Okay, awesome. The Presidential Ethics Reform Bill, which is by Representatives James Comer and Katie Porter, which demands tax returns of the president and vice president. Let's do that.
Wait,
hold on.
wait, let him, don't hold on. Okay, wait, did this have support, broad bipartisan support?
Broad bipartisan, you asked for whether it has bipartisan. It does have bipartisan.
Because I asked you for a thing that was from. I'm not asking for a.
Hold on, let's get on the same page here. Destiny, can you repeat what you're asking
I'm
so he
asking,
understands?
yes, you're saying something about both parties coming back to the norms, okay? So not just like one piece of legislation that like 2 people have signed onto in Congress. What's an example of like a broad thing that Republicans support that would move us towards better norms?
Do you want a list or do you want the one?
I want
your
one strongest thing. The way you just gave was horseshit because it sounds like it has no support in the Senate or the House. One strong thing that Republicans broadly support.
I'm saying that the way that we move forward is by trying to build out this kind of rhetoric and this kind of
Yes,
conversation.
he's asking you for an example,
around
Quibbles.
that.
So
We
you're
tried that.
already-
Pelosi
if you're
passed when
asking
Pelosi was in the House.
Steven,
When Pelosi was in the
if
House, she
you're
passed more
asking for
legislation than
currently
any House.
existing legislation, I agree with you that the currently existing legislation is overwhelmingly supported by Democrats and is not supported by Republicans, at least members of the elected class. But in terms of the general public, I think there are a lot of things that the general public of conservatives do actually at least want in terms of the voting public, rather than in terms of people who are in Congress, who are actually in the cabinet or whatever.
Okay, but one more question then. Then one question. What is your red
Wait,
line? What is your?
Hold on. Before we go forward, do you agree that the majority of the public would like, for example, for there not to be insider trading within Congress?
No, because conservatives are amoral and they have no values. No, of course not. Am I ever gonna? I'm not even gonna listen. I'm not even gonna listen to a Republican dick suck, okay, who's gonna sit here and tell me when
You're talking about members of the media.
When no, I'm talking about a rank and file line voter shows up and votes his little fucking maggot voter card, okay? That a guy who is okay with Elon Musk enriching himself in a single day more than probably the net worth of every member of Congress and all of you as history is going to sit here and talk to me about insider trading. I would rather fucking kill myself, okay, in a video game. So no. Okay.
You don't think that there are any Republicans who believe that insider trading is bad? That's the real answer.
No, as a principle, no.
Okay, if you believe that, then we're at the point where we should be pardoning everyone. If you actually believe
so
that,
my
then
question.
act accordingly.
So this is my question. Then you can. Okay. So my question is, what is your red line for the Republicans? What's a step too far, or is it always? Are they outside the door, like pounding with their AR-15s, okay, and their tactical shitty fucking scopes? They probably have the cover open, okay? These guys, okay, and you're like, well, hold on, wait. If we start shooting them, yeah, what's your red line?
Hold up, you just said red line. Can you define what you mean by red line?
As in when somebody's like, okay, well, holy shit, this is a step way too far. Now we need to like court pack.
No. I'm asking,
break the
what will you do? I'm asking, what will you do?
Yeah, I'm saying it. I don't know, things like court packing or filibustering or pardoning people that we think are being.
Okay,
I'm sorry, breaking the filibuster.
Have they crossed the red line for you?
I'm asking you what? Yes, like 3 times.
I'm asking you. Have they crossed
He said
the
yes.
red line?
He said yes.
They crossed the line in 2000 with Gore. Stop telling me when I should be in support. You have no idea what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm asking you. What is the red line? What's the red line? I'm asking you.
Steven,
he's not going to answer.
When earlier I asked you, I will answer the question, but I just want to clarify before I answer it. When earlier I asked you whether or not you want a blanket pardon for all major Democrats, your response should have been yes.
No, because you keep doing this retarded thing where you're saying it's all or
nothing. You just said they've crossed the red line.
Crossing a red line doesn't mean you fucking nuke somebody, you fucking retard. What are you talking about? There's
Quibbles,
a red line. If you break into my house, you might get shot. I live in Florida. I got 20 guns behind me. I'm ready to fucking kill somebody, okay? But that doesn't mean I'm going to go and kill their entire family. And you're like, wait, you said they crossed the red line? You're not going to go and destroy their entire bloodline? What are you talking about?
Quibbles, stop! Because I want you to answer the question he asked, because I am curious. He asked you, where is your point where you start to get the guns out and you do what?
Yeah, the answer is that I have multiple lines. There's one that's an actual. I'm trying to. There's one that's an actual red line where I am ready to involve myself in like revolutionary activities and start buying up guns and shit. That's a line. That line would be like if they literally stole an election. I would start picking up guns. If they literally like did the kinds of shit that they've accused us of. If they were actually correct about the 2020 election, absolutely they would have been right to start, fucking doing whatever the fuck they need to do in order to get back our country. Absolutely, in my view, that is very different than the kinds of shit of, hey, they have a bunch of rank and file corruption and all of this kinds of stuff. I would like to ratchet down tensions.
Wait, so the most severe red line you have, they already tried to cross.
At the line where we've already crossed the line and it's time for a civil war.
Of all your different lines, they've already tried to cross the biggest line.
And a Trump
supporter. So do you think it's time for
Don't ask me. That was your red line. You said that was your red line. You told
and McConnell and also his vice president and all of the major people in the media, all of them got in line and said, "Hey, that's not okay." Right? That's what they all said immediately following it. Yes,
no,
they're still Republicans.
No,
yes,
no, they didn't say that. No, they didn't say that. No, they said they didn't say no. They didn't say that's not okay. They said that was kind of bad, and like, don't do it again, please.
Get the fuck out of here!
Kind of bad? Are you kidding me? Did you see
let me go.
Wait, hold on. I want to ask Quibbles one thing.
Let them go.
It's the failure of the Senate to convict Donald Trump for January 6th. It's the lack of accountability for any of the crimes committed on January 6th because all the Jack Smith cases are done. It's the Supreme Court ruling of Trump versus United States where we got criminal immunity for everything. It's the fact that Republicans right now who all said that Donald Trump trying to overthrow the government are now voting for him and supporting him in Congress. What are you talking about?
Quibbles, why are they walking back?
The fact that you can show me 3 people on January 7th saying this is really bad is not a huge condemnation of Trump behavior.
No, there's no fucking way. Steven, I'm not going to let you say that stupid shit.
Oh my God.
Number one, not only do you keep saying Republican, conservative, instead of fucking MAGA, whereas if you actually fucking pull this shit, it's like 55 fucking 45. But then not only that, but you're acting like, I don't know, Chris fucking Christie and Mike Pence and Nikki fucking Haley didn't come out in the fucking primary and say, fuck Donald Trump, he's a piece of shit who tried to overthrow the Constitution of the United States.
And they got stomped out.
Fucking piano and fucking...
Okay.
Wait, Christie and Haley, what happened to those guys? How far did they get in the election again? Where were they? Where are they at?
It doesn't fucking matter.
Wait. Are those guys attacking or supporting Donald Trump now? What did Nikki Haley say last about Donald Trump? Let's Google it. Nikki Haley. Haley
what he
support
fucking
Donald
did?
Trump? Does she support Donald
Fuck
Trump
outta
then, or
here.
is she still against Donald Trump? What do we think?
Steven, this is absurd. You're counting Mike Pence. You're counting Liz Cheney. You're counting
Nikki
all these
Haley
people now who are
reaffirms
now
support.
part of our coalition.
You're
Reaffirms support of Trump with a
Exactly.
warning to the campaign. Oh, so she supports Donald Trump.
Who
Why are
gives a
you? Why
fuck?
are you? Why are you citing Republicans who are no longer part of the political process?
thing on?
Because
Cheney,
Steven, they
Bush-
joined our team.
They're
Okay,
lying, they're
okay.
dying. It doesn't.
5% of the vote,
Okay,
and they
okay,
joined
this is
our
great.
team.
This is content. This is fun. This is great. But I do want a little productivity because we don't got too much time left. Oh man, God.
Quibbles,
I mean,
you're
like,
making the case.
I pause for breath, and you vultures, you piranhas, you January 6ers to this panel trying to overthrow my rule. Okay, let's give it to Dev. He had a question. He's been polite. He's had the least amount of talking time. Let's give it to Dev. Let's get his question. Let's talk about that. I got some super chats to read, and then let's fucking end this fucking shit show. Go ahead, Dev.
Okay, Quibbles, I just want a clarification here. Okay, so if Mike Pence had adhered to Eastman's scheme, would you have armed up?
If they had succeeded at it, yeah, absolutely.
No, you wouldn't have.
Okay.
I mean, no, I wouldn't.
You wouldn't have.
And,
You would have said they just need
we're
10 more
at
days.
civil
They just
war.
need 10 more days to find voter fraud. And then when it went to the Supreme Court was like, well, major political question. We don't do this. You said, well, the Supreme Court said it, so it's kind of legal. It's a legal theory, and it's probably not the best. And you'd be making
Steven,
excuses. That's what you'd be
If
doing.
we're at the point
Yeah,
where
Steven,
civil
you're
war
fucking
is
over here
happening,
saying the
yes,
motherfucker wouldn't
I would be
fucking
part of
wrap
the
up.
civil war. So would everyone else. It would be a civil war.
It wouldn't be a civil war. We would be at home talking about how, like, well, that was kind of a bad thing Trump did, and we better uphold norms really hardcore to make sure
Yes.
this doesn't happen again.
Yo,
What
hold
would
on.
you do in a situation? Everybody,
Yes.
Steven, what would you do in a
For the
situation?
love of God, let me go. Okay, this is bullshit. Okay, Chris Christie during the fucking primaries had people boo him for the first fucking 40 seconds that he was talking shit about Trump, and by the end of the fucking 2 or 3 minute tangent, he was fucking having them applaud. Having Mike Pence also stand up there and say, "Fuck Trump." Fuck his violation of the Constitution. He's a fucking piece of shit. That took fucking balls. Acting
It
like
didn't
everybody
matter.
is hook, line, and sinker fucking MAGA is part of your goddamn fucking problem.
It didn't matter.
Wait, yeah, they are.
Consequentially,
Where are they?
consequentially, the bulk of the Republican Party fell right back in line with Donald Trump. You can appeal to Mitch McConnell and Kevin McCarthy. You can appeal to You can appeal to McCarthy and McConnell giving a stern like talking to on the House and Senate floor. But what did it lead to? It didn't lead to anything. Like they had the perfect opportunity to hold him accountable and make sure that he could never hold public office again. There was like initially some possibility of that happening, and then when they both made the calculation that MAGA wasn't dying, McCarthy made a trip to Mar-a-Lago, made a public appearance with Donald Trump, and McConnell came out against convicting him in the Senate. It was completely toothless. It was inconsequential.
Let me put this
It didn't
actually. Let me
matter.
put this in a way that counterpoints can understand. Okay, as a good conservative person. Okay, the problem is that we've let mom deal with this for too long. And dad needs to come in with the belt. Because what's happening is the Republicans are doing the same thing over and over again. And mom is saying, you better stop that. Don't do that. Not good. And you know what? We need dad to come in with the belt. And we need to give these motherfuckers an ass whipping. Because when you say things like,
And so dad coming in with a
well,
belt
Haley and
is
Christie,
letting
we're
people
both,
off, letting
Haley
go.
and Christie were both like really critical of Donald Trump. That's mom saying, you better not do that or I'm going to take away your Game Boy. Okay. Who the fuck cares? Chris, Christie, and Haley, these are irrelevant people. You think these are the new kingmakers of the Republican Party? When you do this, you're marking yourself for deletion because the entire party, as I said earlier, falls in
Okay,
line.
hold on. No, this is so real. You guys are now fucked for the next generation. Okay, and the reason why I'm saying that is because if Trump had taken a bloody nose and lost, he might have actually taken a hit, and he probably wouldn't have the opportunity to be a kingmaker. Now,
That
because he
happened in
gets a second term no
2020.
matter what. Because
They
he gets a
hailed-
second term no matter
lost.
what. Now, because he gets a second term no matter what. Shut the fuck up.
He
He's a
doesn't get a second term no matter what. He
kingmaker.
gets a second term because the Constitution was changed, because we don't have a Supreme Court, because we lost it under
He's a
Obama.
kingmaker in the Republican Party. He's a kingmaker in the Republican Party for the next fucking generation. So we have to deal with MAGA no matter what. And your fucking bullshit it's a losing fucking recipe.
Connor, they called the 2000 election the end of progressive politics. Barack Obama won in 2008. They called the 2016 the end of progressive politics in America. He was a one-term president. So this idea that like we're fucked for a generation is a bit specious to me.
No.
Like you have
Allow me
no
to clarify.
idea what the
I'm saying
climate is going to be like 2 years from now or 4 years from now.
You're dealing with MAGA for the next 30 years. That's what I mean. So you need to
We were
fucking
going to be
figure out
dealing
a
with them no
strategy
matter
that
what. If
actually works.
Donald Trump lost, MAGA was not going away. It would have taken on. It would have
we had
taken
the
on.
Tea Party before this. We had the Freedom
exactly,
Caucus.
yes.
Like, there's always some fucking retarded iteration of American voters. Usually they're called Republicans, but they have other more specific names as well. But
Bitch, you fucking did a fucking 2-year goddamn jihad against the far left. Don't fucking talk to me about
yeah, the
retarded
difference is
fucking
the
people.
far left are 2% of the Democratic Party.
CNN.
The far
Don't act like retardation is a fucking binary.
The far left is not the
jihad on
reason.
you.
The far left is not the
Wait,
reason why
Destiny,
Russia is
Destiny.
invading Ukraine
I'll do a jihad on
uninterrupted.
you.
The far left is not the reason why we're looking at repealing fucking DACA. Why we're talking about receding from the whole fucking world stage, and why we just changed our constitution to re-elect a 34 felon convicted fucking president to the
Hold on,
fucking
hold on.
office of
This is
president.
actually
Okay?
funny.
So fuck
No,
off with
Destiny,
the far
Destiny.
left shit.
Really
Okay.
funny. The reason why this is
you were
funny
talking
is
about
because
trying to-
the
you're
far
trying to-
left is what lost you the fucking election.
You're trying to talk about the Democrats becoming more populist. Those are the fucking lefties. Those are the people that are going to help you make a populist left. Those tankies, the communists, the people that are, you're going to lose your fucking Democrats, the believers in democracy, the second that you start playing by the same rules as the right. You're going to have to work with the fucking commies. You're going to have to be out there doing your own fucking blue
Hold on.
Jan 6 with
Tuna
goddamn
chip.
hammers and sickles.
Yeah,
that's
Tuna
that's
chip.
what
Hold
we're
on. I'll say
talking
this
about
at
right
the
now.
end because we need for my brain cells. We need to wrap this up soon. One of the reasons we lost was the far left, and I'll tell you why. Not because Kamala was far left, not because she ran as far left, is because she never told the far left no. I can't find one clip, one instance, one soundbite, one interview,
Kamala
one
literally
anything.
said, wait.
Yes,
Kamala literally said she didn't support the defund the police. She said that violence needed to stop after the summer of love. She said that she was a proud gun owner, her and Tim Walz. What do you mean? She was constantly signaling against this far left shit.
That
Hold on.
doesn't land when you fucking donated to the fucking bail funds like a dumbass.
Yes.
She
That-
donated
said all
one.
that.
I hate you, God. When the Civil War happens, Connor, I'm coming right up to you. We're gonna be the first two. Okay, they're fucking going at it. Okay,
we're
going
gonna
at it.
Rochambeau this
We're
bitch.
fucking
We're
going
gonna
at it, Connor.
fucking stand in
I'm
front of
gonna,
an
I'm
open
gonna
grave
take
and
yeah,
we're
we are.
gonna
And you know
turn
what?
the dick until one of us falls
Connor,
in.
you're huge. You're a way bigger target than me. Okay, so I don't even have to be half the shot. Okay, it's gonna be. You're telling me the fact that you would even bring up, you 7-foot fucking monster. Okay, the fact that you would even dare to bring up Kamala Harris donating, and by donating, one time tweeting about a fucking bail fund for bail, which is a part of our system, and ignore the fact that Donald Trump just won the election, saying he's going to pardon every single J6er. That's why we lost the elections, because we're pretending like these two things are even remotely the same.
Wick, I don't believe you when you say that we lost the election because Kamala did a bail fund rather than inflation. Do you seriously think that bail
I
fund
think
was more
we lost
salient
this.
than
Hold
inflation?
on. This is important. I think inflation was there, right? But this idea that there was nothing we could do differently, that inflation was all going to have us lose, is defeatist talk. We lost on the margins. 2% switch in Pennsylvania, 2%, not even nationally, 2% difference in Pennsylvania, in Wisconsin, and in Michigan. Those three places. That's it.
Dude,
That's
I'll
all
tell
we
you.
needed.
But
And
in
the
terms of
fact that we
salience,
didn't get them
okay, hold on.
is in part because, right or wrong, a lot of the moderates, the centrists, or whatever you want to call them, felt that the Kamala Harris represented the far left. They could be wrong. I think
Biden won.
hold
Biden
on,
won in
no, no, no,
2020.
hold on.
Biden won in 2020 at the height of all this
because he was
leftist
seen as a
lunacy or
moderate.
whatever.
Because he's one of the first people who, again, during the primary, during the summer of love, came out against it. He was seen as someone.
Biden was not a moderate. Hold on, you Bernie bros.
So did Schumer. So did Jeffries.
Okay,
so did
hold
all
on.
the
Bernie
Democrats.
I don't
bros
care
are
if he
insane.
is or is
No,
not.
the
We're talking
American
about
electorate did not see
perception.
Biden
He was
as a
perceived
moderate.
as a moderate because he was able to say moderate things during the primary. Yes, he absolutely was seen as a moderate candidate during the
And
president.
Biden
think
was
that
seen
was
as a
meaningful.
moderate by
And
Bernie
this
bros
was
who wanted
meaningfully-
single-payer healthcare and socialism. Biden is not seen as a moderate. The Republicans called him a socialist and a communist all the same.
And it doesn't.
But
land
again,
the
they're going to
same
say that about everyone, but it doesn't. Like for the MAGATs,
It doesn't land.
for the
MAGATs, that's a good one, yes.
hardcore
The
Republicans,
MAGATs, yeah.
they'll say that about every single one. Every single one, yes. But what matters is those margins, those 2%, the squishy middle. Okay, that's
Oh,
what matters.
yeah.
And they saw
also
him,
turn
right or wrong, as a moderate because of his rhetoric, because of what he said, and the stances he took during the summer of love, right in
both of
2020,
you
and other
cunts.
things. Yeah.
Both of you cunts, actually, both of you cunts were in Milwaukee with me, okay? And here's the thing. When we were at the Trump rally, those people, I guarantee you that they would have told you that their parents were blue dog Democrats, that they were socially conservative union boys who feel like they've been left the fuck behind, and as a result, they're swinging for fucking Trump because they think that he's going to bring manufacturing jobs back. Now, I don't believe this shit because I'm not a fucking moron, but at the same time, pretending that like sweeping for progressive, like, dude, honestly, the amount of fucking psychic damage I take by Hassan Piker getting a fucking CNN puff piece, like, I want to slam my head into a brick fucking wall.
You're preaching to the choir, though.
What's that?
You're preaching to the choir.
Yeah,
like,
but this is
I saw the same puff piece.
Oh, this
I
is
saw
all
the
the
same puff
treatment?
piece. It was fucking, it was absurd.
But
yes,
the mainstream
you're right.
media treatment of Democrats is just as bad, and it should make you want to slam your head against the wall just as much. The issue that you keep talking about the results and the results and the results, and that's fine. I understand why you're talking about the results, but you're just not talking about the effort, and that's what's driving me crazy, okay? You have two people that are tasked with carrying a rock from one end of the field to the other. One guy's rock is 100 pounds, and the other guy's rock is 5 pounds, and the guy with the 5-pound rock manages to just barely beat the guy with the 100-pound rock, and you've got 15 million things to criticize.
It's not fair.
It's
You're
not
correct.
fair.
It's not fair.
Hold on,
but
wait,
I don't
no,
fucking
sorry.
care about it. Fair doesn't
Wick,
matter.
Wick,
Reality
I understand.
matters.
Wick,
And the reality,
Wick,
whether
Wick.
we like it or
No,
not,
no,
is
you're
we
just
do have to
Wick,
better.
Wick,
Go into
just to be
left
clear,
we
hold on,
do.
wait, you're wrong and
I wanna
retarded.
finish.
Okay, hold on. When you say it's not fair, the response to things being not fair is violence. Period. The whole point of government is to instantiate. The whole point of a government, the whole point of government is to instantiate fairness. People on their own are not fucking fair. That's why we have a government. That's what keeps us separated from the
That's for
fucking
government,
animals.
but politics and government, while related, are not the same.
Politics
Hold
is
on,
for government. You have
no,
to
no.
have a fair government. If the governmental playing field, if the political playing field is not fair, then all is lost. Because once things are no longer fair, the only thing that matters is power. That's what we have government to save us from. That's the whole point of a republic. It's the whole point of a democracy.
The Republican playbook is infinitely easier than the Democrat playbook, and there will never be a time, no matter how many rules or laws or whatever are ever implemented, there will never be a time that Democrats have it easier than Republicans. And the reason why is because Republicans can largely play to economically established white people and honorary whites. They just can. And by the way, that's already like 60 to 70% of the population. And then the educated break for fucking Democrats, right? But when it comes to Democrat politics, you have to attract all of the minority groups and a healthy chunk of the educated people. And you have to build a coalition of people who sometimes have differing priorities, right? So for instance, one of the things that hurt you a little bit. Yes,
I appreciate the theory.
You cannot tell me with a serious fucking
I can tell you
that
when
the Democrats did not take
doesn't
major fucking damage this past year
Bro,
because of Israel-Palestine.
I'm sorry. When you've got people in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin who are highly concerned about the fucking border, don't fucking sit here and tell me that Republicans are able to just focus on one fucking issue. Republicans are able to get their entire
only live in
base.
Pennsylvania?
Why wouldn't
do you think that they don't have family in Texas, family at the border? They don't know a friend who happens to be. We are so connected nationally and
really?
globally.
Today I
Like,
learned that
they
every
live
single
in
person in a
Pennsylvania.
swing
Like,
state
our
has fucking family
national
living in El Paso, that has
Stephen
family
Bennell
living in
II.
fucking San Diego. Give me a
Stephen
fucking
Bennell
break. Oh my
II.
God.
Stephen Bennell II.
Don't address me by my moniker.
I wake up as a working class or middle class American, I do my job, I pay my taxes, and everything is fucking hunky dory. And then I hear about hundreds of thousands of people coming from what's effectively failed state.
Hear about. That's the goal. That's the point. That's what I'm talking about. Hear about.
Works.
What?
It works.
It works. That's why we have to
into
change. That's why
leftist-
the change has to be what we talk about. It has to be what we talk about. That's the
Please, I just
change.
want to say something. If you go into leftist spaces, and alternative media, they fucking loathe Joe Biden. They fucking loathe Kamala Harris because Kamala Harris and Joe Biden talked about like rape on October 7th. They talked about how some of the college protests were insane. So you do see this pushback against this, what you would call like wokeism or whatever, at the highest levels of the Democratic Party. This is why like people like Hassan didn't endorse Kamala Harris. This is why like every leftist creator in alternative media.
When did Kamala Harris
accumulates
come out
social
against the protests and the?
No, she did talk. She did talk about.
She did talk
sexual
about that.
No, I might have
She-
missed it. It's possible.
and every time she mentioned like sexual violence on October 7th, the collective like progressive media sphere let out a large like groan. So you can't tell me that they don't push back against this stuff. They do constantly. It doesn't matter. It doesn't seem to help.
Sure. Okay, I agree with you that a healthy chunk of this is propaganda inflating these issues. Sure.
Yeah, like 80%.
Oh, look. Okay, so we're gonna
It's
end
an
it now.
effective 80%.
Okay, I love you all. Let me read these super chats, right? But yeah, we'll just do that. I don't want to start. If I say anything else, I'll kick out another round, and my brain cells can't take it right now. So
Cool.
let me get through these super chats, then I'll give each of these lovely people an outro. This has been a panel. Okay. I appreciate y'all. So $5 early super chat for Hunter. Thank you. Artemis Fowl for 20. Prediction: Destiny is going to ignore Biden calling his own DOJ corrupt and engage in political prosecutions and try to lay blame at Trump's feet, even though Biden and Trump agree that DOJ is corrupt. $50 from Artemis Fowl. The Roger Stone pardon and the pardons of those with the Trump officials and aides comes directly from the illegal visa warrants that were obtained through the illegal actions of the FBI agents, as laid out in the Durham report. $2 from Short Sack Goblin. Wasn't Destiny banging and blowing Nazis? $5 from Artemis Fowl. Nobody made Democrats plant their flag as a party of norms and laws. You people did that yourselves. You are simply ass mad when you got exposed. $2. Can Destiny play the victim card harder? Jesus. $2 from Testicle Johnson. Give
Dude, your
money.
chat's more right wing than mine.
Because he's a centrist. This is who the centrists attract, by the way. Don't ever forget it.
I'm not a centrist. Hold on. People keep saying I'm a
He's
centrist.
not a
You think I'm a centrist? You've never met a centrist in your life. I had a centrist on the other day, Tracing Woodgrains. He's a great guy, Trace. He's a centrist. I'm a center-left guy. I'm pretty left. Okay, Artemis Fowl for $10. Trust in the FBI plunge from 57% to 41% since January 6th. That's why you've gained that is what you have gained. The American people don't agree with you, Destiny, but keep going. You've been very helpful to turn off moderates. $2 from a Gay Odyssey.
Oh, I got a cut of these? How much money am I making you right now? I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
Blanket January 6th pardon for gay
Doing
fight
good.
games. $10 from Zetsway. Hunter paid the taxes plus penalties. It should have ended there. Republicans then nuked the plea deal that was already excessive. Pardon is 100% justified. $20 from Artemis Fowl. U.S. Judge Marilyn Norica,
Jesus.
not Wiseman, threw out the plea deal. The judge who threw it out stated it was likely unconstitutional because it provided absolute immunity from future prosecution. Pure
How does it-
corruption.
Artemis, you're donating to Whick more than me than you usually do. Jesus Christ.
Wait, who was that donation just from Artemis?
Artemis,
Yeah.
I can bring Artemis in if you
No,
want.
just be careful because if this guy is clearly like mentally unwell, I don't know if he can like sue you for his shit back if he's like having a psychotic episode right now or something.
Artemis is
Fucking
Artemis
retard.
is-
The plea deal is unconstitutional.
Okay.
He's backstage.
$5 from Rabid Wombat. Are we upset they got Al Capone just for tax evasion because they could only prove that crime? A criminal was off the streets. Daddy, just let one go. $10 more from Artemis Fowl. Why does Trump nominate
Can I ask a quick question to the panel?
Hunter
Wait,
Biden
not even,
to Al
this isn't even.
Capone?
Yeah, this is.
What
Hold
is
on,
this?
this isn't even political. Hold on, because I'm gonna look. I haven't looked. I haven't Googled yet. If I look up Al Capone, I've heard the IRS thing. Is it true that he was only ever convicted on taxes, or was taxes how they like got a foothold into all of the investigative stuff?
It was only taxes.
No idea.
It was
Okay.
only
All right,
taxes.
okay.
No,
just
hold on,
kidding.
hold on. I literally just read this the other day. So they had a whole bunch of charges under the Volstead Act, the prohibition stuff or whatever, but they felt like the case was weaker, so as a result, they went with the tax case.
Yeah,
Okay,
they only
okay.
did that tax stuff.
Fair enough.
It's just there's a wild comparison between Hunter Biden and Al Capone.
Why? It's the
Someone who's
Biden
engaged
crime
in, like-
family. It's literally a 1-to-1.
Yeah, right.
You
Right.
go
Only
with
second to the Clinton crime family.
It's not what you know; it's what you can prove.
Okay, $5 from Portland is burning. Where's the outrage over Jared Kushner's company refusing to comply with the House Ethics Committee investigating his Saudi dealings?
I'm outraged.
I hate
It's bad.
Yeah,
I
$5.
disavow. See how easy that was? I disavow. Yeah.
Disavow.
We all disavow.
Wait, Tuna, do you also disavow?
Effortlessly, actually. In
Okay,
fact,
so that was
I
actually
would say it's the
incredibly
easiest thing to
easy.
say in the world.
Comment again. Yeah. We
$5.
all disavow it.
Hold on,
$5.
we got to get through super chats, and I
Yeah,
want to
we
do
gotta
outro.
get
We
through
gotta
quick,
family and
right?
shit.
I'm trying to lightning round this shit. $5 from Artemis Fowl, who brought cocaine into the White House on 4th of July, Hutch. It was brought into entry only for friends and family who's drugged for those. And then $10 more from Artemis Fowl, who is single-handedly funding my stream. I like how Destiny could extrapolate treason for Trump's actions for which he wasn't charged for, yet Destiny can't do it for Hunter Biden for one of the easiest cases of pay-for-play corruption. $5 from Cameraman 502. Trump wasn't charged with insurrection. We can drop it. Yes, we can no longer say he led an insurrection, right? And then $10 from Artemis Fowl. Why did Hunter Biden walk away from the plea deal? Because it wouldn't protect him from FARA investigations if he didn't think he was going to be charged without it. $5 from someone else. Determinatus. I missed when we were talking about the pardon. Yes. $5 from Antelope. Dev. I've read all the documents and did hours of research. Also Dev. Canadians
Yeah.
lack the ability to get mad, yell, or raise their voice. E Platinimus Unum, y'all are a laugh riot, comedy gold. I'm glad we can entertain you. $10 more from Artemis Fowl in case anyone forgot. Destiny has publicly stated that when he is in a debate mode, he will lie through his teeth and deny reality if he thinks it will win the debate. $5 more from Audacity. Does Destiny understand that the reason Democrats are constantly whipping themselves is because they are constantly found being hypocrites? $10 from Artemis Fowl. Hutch is laying out the perfect argument for why it's illegal for New York to prosecute Trump because the DA and AG both campaigned on engaging in lawsuits to bankrupt Trump and throw him in jail. $5 from Audacity. How's the Republic dead? Trump won. The people want this. $5. Al Capone was a victim of a potential... Look, I'm going to skip the $5 ones. I'll get to them after the show. Don't worry. $10 from David Hubois. Dems didn't just lose by 1%. National needs to be D plus 3 to 4%. Dems lost it by 5%. Quibbling on this tiny margin is a losing battle. Well, no. They lost by 2% in 3 states. And if there had been a 2% switch in those 3 states, we would win.
Yeah, but what he's saying is realistically that doesn't happen. You need if you're whatever you're campaigning on, if it's good enough to bump you by a couple points in those states, you probably are going to be bumped by 4 or 5 points nationally.
But this is, I'm actually not sure the answer to this. Didn't we do significantly better in the battleground states than we did in the rest of the states? It wasn't the result of like heavy campaigning. Yeah, so I think it is possible to like campaign specifically in the battleground states.
Doesn't everybody campaign specifically in the? Isn't that why they're called battleground
states?
states?
We did. The point is that like we did significantly better at campaigning in the battleground states, whereas they were just doing something that was across the board more successful as a result of inflation.
And she might have done better if she had more time to campaign. If she had a 9-month, 10-month, 11-month.
If you guys, we're gonna get to closing statements. $10 from Silver Camaro to say Dev loves to wear a diaper. And Destiny, when you were having fun time with Fuentes, did you whisper in his ear, "Your body, my choice"? Thank you for the $10. Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna get to closing statements. Pisco and Artemis Fowl are both in the waiting room. If you guys want to stay after, it's up to you. I don't care. Counterpoints. Give us what you got. Close us out.
Okay. Basically, I think this is how republics. I think this is how republics die. I think when people start shirking their duty and their principles because they're like, fuck it, the other guys are pieces of shit, and on a comparative level, my bullshit is less than other people's bullshit. Again, I think this is how we destroy the republic. I am a Republican. I care about a republic. I want it to perpetuate. I want it to be alive by the time my kids are around. That's why I fought against Donald Trump's reelection. This is why I will fight Destiny and Hutch when I feel like they're sweeping for shit that they don't need to sweep for. I parasocially love all of you. Thank you for the content. And if you want to check me out, my main Warhammer my main channel is Warhammer Counterpoints 40K. Just Google that. And if you like these fiery debates, they're posted on a channel called Counterfire.
And I have links to all these people in the description of my YouTube. Check them out. Please click on my links. Thank you for
parasocially.
Destiny, go ahead.
People on their own are not good at governing themselves. This is why we have governments, okay? We have different types of governments. Governments only work when everybody involved in the government is playing by the same set of rules. People have this false assumption that there is some kind of nobility in standing by and watching you and your fellow countrymen get slaughtered. There is no nobility in this. Norms and rules have to be enforced. There is a reason why we do not do polite suggestions against crime, but rather we have jails and prisons for crime. There is a reason why there are penalties for breaking with a lot of the structure of the US government that we rely on people to enforce, and we don't just simply ask people kindly to do it. When people begin to break these norms, there has to be a course correction. We do not hold an election to vote on whether or not we ought to hold a murderer to be accountable for the crime of murder. He is simply held accountable. So people need to get off this weird imaginary playing field where if we just signal harder about our virtues and principles, that somehow we're going to beat a people who have agreed that they no longer have to abide by them. We have seen it play out historically 1,000,000 times. We call it appeasement. You cannot appease a side who's not willing to play by norms and assume that somehow you're magically going to defeat them. You have to meet them where they are, and they're the ones who are choosing to go there.
Thanks for being here, and we got Artemis Fowl. If you want to yell at him, is back, so I'll pull him in later. But Dev, go ahead.
I know you guys are mentioning, fairness and principles. I think even you mentioned it, Whick. But those things don't mean that you adhere to a contract that's already been violated. You have to go as far as they've gone in order to teach them why they need to come back to civility. You can't go farther than they've gone, but you also can't do nothing. That's basically it.
Yeah, thanks for being here. I know it was a little,
No
you didn't get a lot in there, but I appreciate you being here, so thank you. Hutch, go ahead.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, I just want to push back against this idea that if you're okay with Biden pardoning Hunter Biden, you necessarily must be okay with, pardoning like every illegal immigrant or every like politically connected person who might be vulnerable to prosecution later on. There's like tactical reasons why one would not be as impactful for the other. And so I just wanted to attack that in my closing statement. Thank you guys for being on the panel. This was fun. It was lively. It was nice to meet the people that I haven't met before. And yeah, thank you, Whick, for putting it on.
Thank you for agreeing to it. I really appreciate you. I know this is a little short notice, but we got it together. Quibbles, go ahead.
Destiny did a long thing on Twitter, but I'm just going to read a snippet of it. If everyone on the block agrees not to steal from each other, people can leave their houses during the day to go do more productive work rather than sitting at home guarding their possessions all night. This is in the context of, obviously, norms have been broken. If someone steals a computer, that doesn't mean that I should go become a thief. So, right, even if they've stolen hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of shit in my neighborhood, I still shouldn't go around also being a thief. We need to be able to rebuild that norm because that's a necessary norm in order to have a functional society.
Thanks for being here. Check them out, gang. Links in my YouTube description. Finally, tuna chat.
Yeah, I mean, fundamentally, Biden's decision is already through. There's nothing we can do about that. I do want to see the DNC and Democrats in general rebuild a relationship with the public. I'm tired of hearing this idea that pardoning Hunter is somehow a radical action. Trump's not in a camp. He's not in jail. The DNC didn't get BG out in time. They didn't get Biden out in time. They're constantly dropping the ball, and now we're accepting this as some kind of like poker chip. Now they're based. Now they're based. They've not been based the whole time. It seems like cope to call this based. And while some of the panel find it easy to relate to being a millionaire playboy drug addict, having their dick leaked on the internet by political opponents, some of us, the popular consensus is that this looks corrupt. This looks bad, and the consequences on the public trust will be dire. They'll probably last several years. I just don't think it's a good move.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all for being here. You can leave if you like.
Was that a reference to me or Hunter Biden?
Good question.
I mean, if it can't, you can't tell the difference.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. If we're done with the thing officially, hold on, wait. For the guy that mentioned, what do you do when somebody steals a TV? What do we do when somebody steals from somebody in society?
Yeah, the answer is that we need to be able to build back that norm that we don't go around stealing shit.
Well, no, wait. But when somebody steals something in society, no. What do we do in society when somebody steals?
We try to, I'm totally in support of trying to throw Trump in jail.
They pay restitution to make it right. You don't just say, well, let's do better next time. Let's rebuild. You do, like, in a sense, you actually do steal back from them.
Wait, I'm sorry. So yes.
If I steal $100,000 from you, the way that you get the money back is the government comes and they steal it back from me.
I'm in support of going after Trump. Going after Trump is a very different thing than letting off Hunter and other people in the progressive sort of side of the aisle off the hook, right?
Yeah, but if what is your way of going after Trump? It sounds like the only way that you're suggesting is the ballot box.
No, not just through the ballot box. I was totally in support of going after him in the court system. It happens that now he's won an election, which is unfortunate, but that doesn't mean that we can't go after conservatives in the court system.
So just to be clear, what can we possibly go after Trump for now?
He's president, so we can't go after him, unfortunately.
So we can't.
certainly go after
all
his
of it
ally.
is gone. All the crimes that he did, we can't go after any of those things, right?
He's president. I don't understand what you want. Yeah, he's the president.
I'm showing you the fault. I'm showing you the fault in your logic because we just agreed that restitution is an important part, or that holding someone accountable for a crime is an important part.
Yes,
and now that we've seen that Trump has completely escaped all of that, why? Let's say in the future,
Go for it.
Let's say in the future, a similar circumstance comes up and you're a Republican. What would you do? Why wouldn't you do the exact same thing that Donald Trump has done?
Because we want to be able to build back the structure of not stealing.
Yeah, but but why wouldn't Republicans steal? Why wouldn't they just do the same thing? They won the election. They got a reward for it. Why wouldn't they do the same thing?
That's what I'm saying. We need to be going in terms of what we're doing. Right now, we don't actually have any power whatsoever in Senate or Congress. Right. So therefore, every single member of Congress and and Senate, their job right now ought to be to demand, throw things out there and say, hey, here's an anti-corruption thing. The only thing in this bill is anti-corruption shit. Right. So let's all get on board with this anti-corruption shit. Would you look at that? Silver platter. Here you go, Republicans. Do this anti-corruption shit. You say you care about corruption. Clearly you don't, because we're willing to give this to you with literally no strings attached. All we're saying is no insider trading, for example, and you're not willing to get on board with that. Huh. Fascinating. I'd love to have that be something that's being presented on the Congress floor. Don't you?
No, because the Republicans have a majority and they don't care. Nothing will happen. They'll say, oh, that's
We
cool.
can still present it. What do you want our Congress people to do?
Well, we need to win in
have no
Congress
power.
first.
What
We
should
need to
they
win
do?
in well, now we have no power. So now you want a virtue signal,
what I'm saying.
which there's
So
nothing wrong with
right
virtue
now,
signaling,
the
but I don't want my
only thing that they
politicians
can
just virtue
do-
signaling. I need them in a place where they can pass legislation.
Okay.
Now we can't.
Right now, all they can do for the next 2 years is bully pulpit. So from a bully pulpit perspective, what do you want them to be doing
that's
if
not
not
true.
saying, hey,
We have the
let's go back
filibuster.
against
Thank
this
you,
corruption?
Joe Manchin. We still have the
I was
filibuster.
gonna say.
Thank you, Joe Manchin. But anyway,
Do we have the filibuster? Do we really though? Do we?
Are you memeing?
yeah, we
Do
really
we?
do.
Do we?
Are you
Isn't
memeing?
he on the way out?
Joe Manchin? Yeah, but we still
yeah.
have a filibuster.
I don't know if he had a.
I want to ask Quick a question.
Oh,
If you
me?
think it's convenient for Republicans to do so, you think if Trump pushes on them hard enough and it's in a situation in which it would be convenient for Trump, do you think they're going to?
I think it might be, but we have reason to believe they won't. Look at
How-
2017, because Trump did this before. Trump in 2017 pushed on Republicans who controlled the Senate at the time to get rid of the filibuster, and the Senate told him to fuck off. And he
We'll see.
did.
I mean, we'll see. You have a lot of confidence in MAGA
Oh,
Republicans.
well, we
And-
can look at what they did with
you
Matt
know,
Gates.
I
Trump, hold on, really quick. Gates was a weather vane for me. How much of Trump's dick was the Senate going to suck? Right? Like, how much of what Trump were they just going to roll over? Gates gives me a little hope in the fact that they took
Gates
that
gives
guy.
you hope. Gates
Yeah,
was
because
Gates is-
the Senate told him no. The Republicans in the Senate told him no.
Do you
That
have
gives
any
me hope.
confidence that Cash Patel is going to get?
I have no idea.
canned?
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean that's the lengths at where like the line is someone like Matt Gaetz, where he's hated by congressional Republicans. Just so you know, he for other reasons not related to his corruption or his tendencies to have like sex with
Sure,
people who are
yeah.
under 18. But I have a question for Connor points because I kind of split the difference a little bit. I don't agree that the pardon was right, but I also agree with Steven and others that like it's crazy to focus on this when you have so much corruption on their side. My question for Connor is, why are you such a useful idiot for MAGA Republicans' talking points about debunked hoaxes like the Burisma narrative?
Debunked.
Hi, Pisco. How are you?
Yeah, good.
Debunked.
Because it's true.
The
Burisma
Burisma
thing?
So you think
Yeah.
that Joe Biden fired the prosecutor in Ukraine to help his son? You fully believe that?
I didn't say that, did I?
Yeah. But do you?
No.
So why are you talking up this like Hunter Biden shit like it's some huge scandal? Like it matters at all to the American people? That's kind
Because
of how you
matters to
painted
me.
it.
And
And you said
actually,
that Hunter
it kind of
Biden
repulses
funneled
me.
money
You
into his
asked me a
family.
question, I would like to answer it.
Yeah.
Because it matters to me, and the fact that it doesn't matter to you is why I think you fucking lose.
Yeah, so it matters to you because you just care so much about people not paying their taxes. That's what you really care about.
No, not only no. Actually, Pisco, I'll
Corruption.
go ahead and articulate. Hold on, you asked me a question. I want to be able to answer it.
Yeah.
So, what I think is the popular narrative with MAGA Republicans, which I am sympathetic to, is that there is an underclass and an upper class in the United States of America, and that our politicians and corporate oligarchs can basically do whatever the fuck they want in order to enrich themselves, and it's up to morons like me and people in my class to fight and die and work and toil in order to make them rich. And so as a result, if I'm actually in a meritocratic representative republic, then I would like them to also be held accountable to the rules that I am governed by.
I feel like Democrats do this, right? So Democrats are the ones who are like not supporting Menendez. There's indictments against the New York City mayor, indictments against Democratic congressmen, and Democrats like distance themselves. Say that
Why
that's
am
bad.
I on a panel that swept for Hunter
Yeah.
Biden for 3 hours?
But you're like, no, I really, really care about tax fraud. I really care, not because I have this belief in this conspiratorial Burisma story. It's just because Hunter Biden didn't pay his taxes, and I really care about that. That's an issue of national security.
What? No, Pisco. It's not this. It's actually because I am fucking repulsed by Democrats who basically go on the internet and they think it's fucking funny that this guy was banging all sorts of fucking whores, smoking crack, got his widow's ex-wife fucking addicted to methamphetamine, bought a gun, had his girlfriend throw it out in a trash can because he was in a manic bipolar disorder, and they're like, oh yeah, based. That's
this-
repulsive to
when
me.
people- when people say-
disgusting to me.
when
I
people
don't
like
want to be
Steve-
associated with you.
when people like say base to that kind of thing, it's kind of people like Steven are reacting to the fact that we have zero standards. You understand that, like, in order for a Republican to lose an election based on like their standards,
We are
and what
talking
was
about
the
Hunter
party-
Biden here still, right? Not.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So first of all, Hunter Biden is not
Let me
elected
throw away
official.
my guns.
But like, in order for Republicans to lose election, they literally have to be on like nudeafrica.com talking about the craziest fucking shit, or literally be pedophiles. Otherwise, they have no consequences for their misconduct.
Yeah,
And what
do
you're
I
talking
sweep the Republicans, or did I actually choose
no,
Democrats
but,
as the lesser
you're
of two
doing
evils in
another
this most
bad
recent
thing, though.
election cycle?
You're kind of doing another bad thing, which is like you're talking up this corruption as though it gets to the heart of what's wrong with America. When Hunter Biden is, it's a rich kid who did some bad things, did some crimes.
Hold
and
on,
you're blowing it
Pisco,
up
do you
to
think
be-
it's corruption that Biden pardoned his son?
Yes, I do.
Okay, good. That's as long as
But I think it's like crazy to put it in the same conversation as MAGA Republicans. I think people like Steven and Hutch are bringing attention to the fact that our standards are so much higher than MAGA Republicans. And to put it in the same breath.
To be clear, you're not.
I don't even know what the
you're not in the same
corruption would be. I don't even know
position
how
as
it's
either
corruption. It's just a
Justin or Hutch.
pardon.
You don't think it's corrupt.
Well, because I have high standards, Steven. I think that
Okay.
it could
Yeah,
not
but your
have been
standards
done.
are like
You are in a
extra
different
legal. They're not
category, that's
related to
true.
the law or the purpose of the pardon or anything at all, or what?
Yeah, yes, but like what I'm saying is an abuse of power. You have to, in order to abuse of power, you have to have the power.
Yeah, but
And
what's
so,
the
like, for example,
abuse?
so for if Biden said, would you say it's based, Stephen, tomorrow? If Biden said, I am pardoning every single person who voted for me for any crime they've ever done, would you say that's a corrupt pardon?
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's done for like an improper purpose, which is blatantly political. I also think like
Sure.
favors.
Do we think
for-
that? Do
for
we think
family
that?
members-
Do we think the Hunter Biden was done for an improper purpose?
Yes, I do.
What? Why?
Because I think it was done for a personal relationship as opposed to.
So you
the
don't
ends
believe
of
him
justice.
when you were out here virtue signaling about like, oh, I think the thing that you wrote was good and blah blah blah. You didn't believe that, or?
Wait, the who said was good?
I thought you said that Biden's reason that he gave for pardoning. I thought you said it was a.
Biden was right, but he can't be the one to make the determination that the interests of justice outweigh it. That there's an irreconcilable bias there that no one is going to believe, and so someone else needed to make that assessment, in my opinion.
Shouldn't we be attacking the pardon power itself at that point then? Like this
I
is
think there's a
Well,
case to
no,
be
no,
made there.
no. I think Pisco just wants Democrats to have a different pardon power, and Pisco would also come up and say, "I think that Biden should have actually appointed a committee of Republicans." Where's Josiah? I need him here. But Pisco would say, "Like, I actually think that Biden
Josiah,
should have
the
appointed
call's out.
the
Okay.
big Chris Christie should have decided whether or not he could pardon."
So I do want to point out real quickly that the office of the pardon attorney is basically supposed to check these things and be like, okay, is it corrupt? Is it not
Correct.
corrupt? And Biden bypassed it this time around. He did not. However, Trump bypassed it for all of his pardons. So
Here's the kicker, Stephen. If Biden had not pardoned Hunter, wouldn't you be praising him and saying this is the difference between a corrupt president and a not corrupt president?
No, I'm out of oxygen for
wouldn't be
statements like
praising him.
that. I'm not praising
You'd be
them for like having such a great transition that America's. No, I don't think there's any
You'd be
virtue in that
I'd
right
be
now.
glazing him. I'd be glazing him.
I think the issue is like here's the question. Okay, here this is the question. All right, because I feel like we have such a hard time seeing other worlds or what could have happened. All right, let's say theoretically that he doesn't pardon him, and let's say that Republicans continue their alternate universe, another 4 years of investigation, and they manage to find that Hunter Biden sold crack when he was 22 to some kid in Colombia, and then he gave like I don't know, whoever's running for office, he gave Gavin Newsom like a $20 bill for lunch. And now they've got like another House Judiciary Committee hearing and all this. And now we have another thing in the news cycle. And it's like, Jesus fuck, why the fuck are we still talking about this? Oh, because we allowed Hunter Biden to be fully prosecuted. We allowed the new DOJ that said they were going to do political prosecutions blatantly. Kash Patel did say that. I think even you would agree with that. We allowed them to continue this. So like, what if there are downstream electoral consequences for not doing it, for just saying like, let's remove this talking point? Like we're
I think it's
over this.
overdetermined. I think it's overdetermined. I think that we're going to do the political prosecutions anyway.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
at least not on
Hold
Hunter
on.
Biden, but not on Hunter Biden.
If you allow me to,
It sounds like you want to save Hunter. I'm like,
No, it's not about
Okay.
saving Hunter. It's what I just said. It's about the fact that now at least this isn't an open issue for the next 4 fucking years for them to harp on.
I do think it's about saving Hunter for Biden, though.
yeah.
It might be, it
Here's-
might not
here's-
be, but
by
he gave
definition
the
means
reason.
it's a personal thing.
Well,
Here's
no,
the issue with
well, you're saying definitionally it's a personal thing, but it could still be the right thing. That's true,
um,
right?
Sure, but
Wait,
hold on,
yes,
hold on,
wait,
no,
done
Steven. You do like probabilistically, probably Biden is trying to save his son.
I'm not evaluating it that way. There is a world where me and Pisco agree where Biden literally, Hunter like murders like 7 people and he's like full on fucking guilty. And and Joe's like, okay, well, he's my son, right? And I'd be like, okay, this is fucked up. But with the charges that he was facing, with the convictions that he had, with the story of how everything played out, no, I don't think that this is like a huge I don't need the personal story for him to say like, oh, because like, and it's actually funny too. God, Pisco just brings out the best counter arguments because everything is just so fucking ridiculous, okay? You say that it's personal, so he shouldn't be able to do it. The only reason he's being attacked is because it's personal. If Hunter Biden was any other person in the United States, except for maybe a Clinton, the Republicans wouldn't be focusing on him so hard. So by saying that like, well, we can't do anything about things that are personal to us, you're literally foregoing doing anything about any of these things because the only reason any of these people are attacked is because it's personal.
I'm going to go a little hard on you, Steven. I'm going to go a little hard on you. No, he's being attacked for 2 reasons. One is, you're right, is because it's personal, and that is materially different, that it's personal, and that's what would make a lot of Trump's pardons different if they were personal versus not. The second is that he fucking lied. He did lie.
Who lied? About what?
Joe Biden lied.
Joe Biden lied.
About
He lied to the American people.
Hold on. That's a different thing, and it's not related to this at all.
I understand it's different, but you said this is why people are attacking him, and they're attacking him for 2 reasons. One is because
He's
it's
saying
personal,
attacking
I'm saying attacking Hunter Biden. Yeah, you fucking midwit.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah.
Hey, you're right.
Does anybody?
I don't know.
Hunter Biden
But
committed
I will
crime.
actually, but Pisco, I would actually fully agree with you there that Joe lying about it is bad. I don't think that's defensible unless I go back and I read that there's some super qualifier. That's bad. But I think that's a different thing than You're
saying kind of like it's space, but I think you saying it's space only works given the fact that we live in a system that's been broken, the norms have been broken by MAGA. If that hadn't been the case,
it's been broken by MAGA, and I do think it's a fair pardon. I think that from what I've read, and the more that I read about it, the more ridiculous all of it seems. I think it's a fair pardon. But
hold on, just to make sure.
Joe Biden lied about it?
Even with
Like,
in a
what
world
purpose
where
was-
MAGA doesn't exist, no norms have been broken. It's all everyone's living in the WIC world where everyone acts good and nice and great. You would still think that this is a fair pardon?
yeah, what are pardons for if not for stuff like this? Like, part of it was a tax crime that he's already paid back these taxes. He's still paying these taxes. It's not like he got away from his tax liability. And the other was for doing drugs and owning a gun. Really?
He took a loan.
Why do you think that Biden lied about it?
Hold on. He took
Hold
a
on.
hold on.
Okay, guys,
Hold on.
If I keep listening to this, I'm going to be compelled to start fighting, and I kind of need to wrap up my evening. Does anybody have anything else for me before I dip out?
I love you.
Yeah, you're an idiot. Wait. Why do you care about this more than anything else in the world? Why do you care about Biden's,
I care about lots of things
Biden's
simultaneously,
tax
Pisco.
crime?
Do you?
Dude, but you're acting as though he's like one of the biggest problems, and you've been talking about this nonstop. Hunter Biden. You're big on the Twitter files. You think that like there's been
Because you pussies were fucking wrong, and they'll never admit it.
You misrepresent the nature of the
Never
investigation.
admit it. Pisco,
You say
I'll go-
the
no, hold on.
DOJ.
I need to say this.
You think the
I need to say
DOJ?
this. I need to say
You understand that this entire investigation was started corruptly, right?
I need to say this. Last year, Pisco, Steven, all you motherfuckers were like, "This is nothing, burger. Nothing's going to come from this. Why the fuck?"
It isn't. Wait, hey, whoa.
And then, hold on.
Lie.
Not only was it a fucking nothing burger, but I'm a retard for fucking giving a shit about it, and all I care about is fucking Hunter Biden's cock. So I would love to finish. So, anyways, the point is that what ended up happening since that time is because of political pressure. What ended up happening was the deal fell through because there were outstanding issues to it. Then what happened was the same person that you were arguing was going to be objective about the issue ended up charging him with 3 felonies and 6 fucking misdemeanors, and a court found him guilty of it. And then you guys will come into a debate, bald fucking faced, and you will tell me, you will make the same emotional temper.
Connor, you're lying.
You will say that it's a fucking nothing burger again.
So Connor, I have been attacking this investigation since information came out that this entire thing has been built on corruption. This entire thing happened because Donald Trump.
What's the corrupt part of it?
I'll tell you. I'll tell you. This entire thing started because Donald Trump, since he took office and with Rudy Giuliani in coordination, has been pressuring the Department of Justice to launch investigations into the Bidens. This is well attested to. There was a separate channel in the Department of Justice created just for Rudy Giuliani to launder his bullshit into the Department of Justice.
You're saying something retarded already, and
no, I'm not.
Yeah, you are. Yeah,
I am.
Okay.
Hold on. Let Pisco finish. And then Artemis
you can finish, but this is already done.
This was you want to talk about fishing expeditions. This was a fishing expedition initially. This all started because, some tax guy, this whistleblower guy, is like running Google searches because he hears something about Burisma and decides out of the, head of Zeus to go after Hunter Biden because they had a funnel system to try to launder some of the claims that. Now, it happened to be the case that Hunter Biden did commit some crimes. That is true. But this entire thing, the reason we have a 5-year investigation ruthlessly going into Hunter Biden's, details and experience and that kind of stuff is because there was political interference in the Department of Justice. I never said that this investigation is above board. This investigation is great. All the charges are fantastic. Never once, ever.
No one is expecting you to say that.
This is why this is retarded. So let's say, I love the movie Trading Day or Training Day, right? So you got one of the most corrupt cops in fucking LA. Obviously, it's fiction, blah blah blah. But at the same time, he is always interacting with evil motherfuckers. So what you're basically saying is because it's the fruits of the poison tree. You're getting evidence from somebody that is motivated against his target. Therefore, his target is not a deserving of reproach or investigation. That's
no. Wait. That's literally how our system works, though. You do acknowledge that, both of you, right? That you can't start investigations on that. Like you can have whole things thrown out that way.
Argument at all, except for I don't buy it at fucking all. Yeah. So are you accusing the two IRS reporters of being fucking corrupt cops who are getting evidence from the fruits of the poison tree?
So I don't know that there was a legal violation to anything they did. What I'm saying is that the investigations into the Hunter Bidens, including the investigation that you're referencing, had political influence, and I don't even hear you to deny that.
If I go back to Twitter,
I don't even hear you to deny that. We're gonna get a yes. We're gonna get a yes or no. We're gonna get a yes or no question. We're gonna get a yes or no answer.
If I read all of your tweets about Crossfire Hurricane, you're gonna be like, "Wow, this is actually pretty fucked up."
Yeah.
I can't believe the DOJ went after Trump.
Hang on a second. So what I'm doing is countering the lie that you said is we all said that the investigation was above board. We all said we were going to stand by the findings of the investigation no matter what. That's the story that you presented, which was a lie. I have been calling out problems with the investigation. I was calling out problems.
If I go back to Twitter right now, I'm not going to get you sleeping.
Yeah. So I was calling out problems in this investigation for a while. I have been for a while. It all started, by the way.
How do you feel about Crossfire Hurricane?
Wait. My debates about Crossfire Hurricane are well available. Everyone can see that there were actually problems with that investigation as well in terms of the FISA, warrants and all that stuff. But
so if I go back and I watch your content, I'm not going to catch you sweeping. So why do I doubt that?
For what?
Hold on.
I'm not. No, sorry. I'm not done. I am not done. Yes or no, Connor? Do you believe that there was political motivation from Donald Trump that influenced the investigations into the Bidens? Yes or no?
Sure.
Okay, so now we're in a situation where do you agree with Joe Biden, therefore, that the procedure against Hunter Biden was unfair?
Hold on. No. As a matter of fact, let me ask you a rebuttal question that's almost exactly pertinent. Do you agree with the IRS whistleblowers that the DOJ was playing footsie with the Biden defense team?
Of course not. I think it's ridiculous and unsubstantiated.
Why?
Okay, then I think you're fucking retarded.
Okay. Also, I want to give it to Artemis. He's giving me a bunch of money. So Artemis, go ahead.
Yeah. So I got a question, Pisco. Because you believe that there is issues with the Crossfire Hurricane, and you do believe in the fruit of the poisonous tree.
No.
Hold on. Shut up. Let me ask the question, and then you can say it. You don't have an issue with the pardons that Trump did for all of his aides, like Roger Stone, because all of that stuff spurned from it. Right?
Fruit of the poisonous tree is a specific doctrine that applies to constitutional violations.
Yes. Like FISA warrant violations.
That apply to constitutional violations.
Yes.
And they are limited to...
Like FISA?
It is limited to... You want to let me finish or you're not?
No,
I will finish if it kills you, okay? If it kills you. So the fruits of the poisonous tree is what's limited in any kind of evidentiary case, okay?
Yeah.
So what were the fruits of the Carter Page FISA warrants that you want excluded and will exclude them?
The actual entire case.
Hold on, let Artemis answer the question. You asked him, let Artemis answer.
The entirety of the Crossfire Hurricane and the Mueller investigation all spurned from those illegal FISA warrants.
What evidence was gathered from the FISA warrants? What evidence was gathered from the FISA warrants that you want excluded?
The entire investigation wouldn't have happened.
What evidence do you want excluded?
That's not even true, though.
Can you understand all of it?
What's all of it?
The entirety of the Mueller investigation is invalidated because they committed illegal actions in the first place.
Artemis, what started Crossfire Hurricane?
Hillary Clinton paying somebody millions of dollars to create.
That's false.
Yes, no, that is exactly what happened.
It was George Papadopoulos drunkenly talking to an Australian diplomat, talking about how the Russians had dirt on Hillary.
No, the Durham report clearly lays this out. The Durham report clearly lays this out. That's not true.
Wait, no, the Durham report says. Well, no, the Durham report says that is exactly true. Yes or no? The Durham report says that the investigation yes. So even Connor, wait, I just want to be clear. Artemis, wait, I just want to be clear. Artemis, you understand that Connor points, wait, Artemis, do you just understand that Connor points just said, yes, the Durham report does acknowledge that the start of the investigation was George Papadopoulos. Do you acknowledge that Connor points just said that?
Hold on, real quick. You guys should fight Artemis separately, only because like I watched the Durham testimony, and my understanding is basically Durham said that like while it's flimsy, there is sufficient grounds to begin the investigation.
No, the big issue is
the fact. Did Durham? This is just a fact. Artemis, do you acknowledge that Durham said that the start of the investigation was based on the George Papadopoulos findings?
Durham explained that.
Yes or no?
Hold on, I'm not playing your fucking game here, Pisco. I don't like your.
That's the fact of the matter.
Durham stated that this investigation probably would have never opened had they disclosed that the information came from somebody being paid by Hillary Clinton's campaign.
Stop it. I asked you a question. Did Crossfire
Hurricane... That was the answer. If you don't like the answer, you can move on.
So this is how you know. This is how you know. This is how you know that someone is a complete idiot, moron who hasn't read these reports.
So I'm looking at a Fox News article right now. I'm looking at a Fox News article right now from 2023. The long-anticipated report from Special Counsel John Durham revealed the FBI opened its doomed Trump-Russia investigation after former Trump campaign aide George Papadopoulos repeatedly denied any possible collusion and argued that such activity would be treasonous.
Okay, so me saying no is the entire hold on. So if he says no, that's hold on. If I was told that a guy saying no, I didn't do anything illegal, is what caused a fucking investigation to start, I would call bullshit.
Sorry,
does Durham? You just did what Durham said.
Hold on.
You disagree with wait, no. We're just establishing what Durham said. All we're doing is establishing what Durham said.
I mean,
wait. I just want to. This is one fact. This tells you that MAGA is completely delusional. No. We're not establishing opinions. We're just asking, what did Durham actually say? You can agree with it. You can disagree with it. What did Durham say? Did Durham say that it was started because of George Papadopoulos, anything, or did he say it was because of Hillary Clinton?
The issue being here is that
answer the question, motherfucker.
Pisco, you don't like the answer to my question. I've already answered it. The entirety of the investigation for the Mueller report would not have happened if not for the illegal FISA.
Wait, that might be true. Wait. What started? Wait. According to Durham, what started the investigation for Crossfire Hurricane?
It was the opening under It was Biden and.
Do you know or not know?
What are you talking about?
Give him a chance to answer, Pisco. You can't interrupt him every 2 seconds.
From what was there's two different points at which you can initiate it depending on who you're looking at.
No, I'm asking who did Durham say? Who did Durham say it was started by?
I would have to actually go look back at that.
Okay, I'm looking at page 19. It's called the section is called the opening of Crossfire Hurricane from the Durham report. He says, as set forth in greater detail in section 4, the record in this matter reflects that upon a receipt of unevaluated intelligence information from Australia, the FBI swiftly opened the Crossfire Hurricane investigation.
Okay.
Not FISA.
Not FISA. Investigation based on the helps or not? Do you agree with that or not?
I will agree with it. That's what it says. The issue you asked was
what Durham said.
Hold on.
Wait, is that what Durham said? You agree now?
Hold on.
Before you said it wasn't the case that Durham said that, and now
if you're going to ask me a question.
Yeah.
Okay. If I agree, that's what it says. Then that's what he said. The issue you asked was. Hold on.
I need you to say you were wrong.
Hold on. You asked me what was the initiative that caused the fruit of the poisonous tree. I told you the illegal FISA warrants and everything spreading from that.
Do you agree?
Initiated by the fucking field dossier.
This, by the way,
this is a hold on. No, you answer the question. Yes or no? Yes or no?
This is a problem. It's a problem. So Artemis, here's the question, right? 5 minutes ago, did you say that Durham didn't say that?
Hey, hold on.
5 minutes ago, did you say Durham didn't say that?
What? Okay, hold on. Two things.
Did you say that Durham didn't say that?
Let me answer that if you're gonna ask me questions. You do this all the time. Two things. One, sure, I said that and I was wrong slightly. Two,
slightly or completely wrong.
Hold on, stop doing this. You're doing this Hassan Piker bullshit where you're focusing on irrelevant information for the question you asked because you can't handle the actual answer. The point of the question you initially asked was, what was the fruit of the poisonous tree? and what caused it to be poisonous. And I told you the illegal FISA warrants predicated on the Hillary Clinton paid-for dossier.
Yes,
You don't like that answer. You don't. Hold up.
This is so easy. This is so easy. So any evidence that was gathered based on those warrants, we should exclude.
The issue is that
the whole reason why we got onto this tangent in the fucking first place is because Pisco, I was trying to hold you to some level of consistency, where basically you were saying that the Hunter Biden investigation was initiated based off of political motivation, but then it did garner real results. And I wanted to hear you say that while this investigation was politically motivated, that you also held the same standard for Crossfire Hurricane. That's all I was trying to do.
I'm going to answer.
Wait. No, you can, Pisco. You're failing. For 1 second.
No. I'm going to answer.
No, wait, because you're dancing around this. You're dancing around this, okay? You're making the correct point, okay? Okay, listen, okay? Pisco keeps bringing up that he's saying that you have to discard the evidence from the fruit of the poisonous tree or whatever, okay? However, was every single FISA warrant bad? Was every single start of an investigation bad? Because what you guys are saying is there are 4 houses that are being investigated, and the police found evidence of crimes of the same crime in all 4 houses, but 2 of the warrants that were written for 2 of the houses are supposed to be thrown out. You're assuming that everything has to be tossed at that point. That's not true. That's why Pisco's asking specifically which of the rejected FISA warrants evidence was later built upon or used as part of the investigation. Because if some FISA warrants were legit and some were bad, and the bad ones they didn't follow up on or did anything, then that makes your argument irrelevant.
Because
right?
I would
let Artemis answer the question. Artemis respond to that.
Let Pisco do it because I interrupted Pisco and then Artemis. Yeah, sorry, go.
So I just want to say that is true what Steven's saying. That is exactly why I was localizing into the warrants, because in the actual world, like what you exclude is like what is the evidence that's gathered from the improper process. But the process to start an investigation, the burden is actually quite low. I wasn't saying, and I'm against the pardon, right? I'm not saying that the convictions against Hunter Biden should be thrown out because it was started like irreconcilably politically. I'm just noting and disagreeing with Connor when Connor said that we were building up this investigation to be this like completely pure thing that we cannot touch, that David Weiss is unassailable. I'm not saying that we should toss out the Hunter Biden convictions. I'm against the pardon. What I'm saying is we never built David Weiss to be unassailable. We never built the DOJ to be unassailable. What we want are specific critiques of the DOJ, and we'll evaluate them on a case-by-case basis. And the truth is, in this specific case, I don't even think that Connor disagrees. This investigation would not have happened except for the fact that this is Joe Biden's son. I don't even hear you to deny that, Connor.
Well, yeah, I think it's kind of obvious, but I also think it's kind of irrelevant. You're saying the sentence that this investigation wouldn't have happened unless Hunter Biden was politically connected.
Yeah, because the crime that issue.
Hold on, would we be investigating Trump if he didn't run for president?
Hold on.
No. Hold on. No. I need to address this because this is the absolute dumbest fucking DGG brain rot bullshit fucking talking point. He's a private citizen. Every time I hear this, I want to fucking kick myself in the dick like Peter Coffin on live TV. It's the dumbest fucking point to differentiate somebody from their immediate family. It's fucking crazy.
No, it's not dumb actually, because it's actually a huge differentiator. Because generally speaking, for the crimes that we were investigating Trump for, things related to like Russia collusion and whatnot, it wasn't just like did Donald Trump
Jared
smoke weed
Kushner's a private citizen. You can't investigate him. Oh. That's what I hear.
What? No, the difference was that Kushner was part of a firm that had cut a $2 billion deal with Saudi Arabia.
Wasn't Hunter literally responsible for the conversation about whether or not Joe was going to drop out or not? Like, obviously, he's a huge part of the Joe Biden network.
Oh, but he's a private citizen. Hold on, wait.
No, you're right. He has no impact on politics.
I am fair, and I'll concede when I was wrong. I'm bad. Quibbles, I'm sorry. What did Hunter Biden have to do with the White House? Under Obama, by the way, with the negotiations in Ukraine.
Is your claim that you?
I'm so happy Pisco is here. Didn't Pisco in a previous debate?
You know that Kushner had an on-paper job and was considered like one of the architects of the Abraham Accords, right? Which involved Saudi Arabia, which is what his fucking firm cut a $2 billion deal with, right?
No one on this call who's pro Jared Kushner or any of the shit
who made the comparison. Don't compare Jared Kushner to Hunter Biden.
I will every day of the fucking week.
Is that Joe Biden does look to Hunter. There's very good evidence to suggest that Joe Biden does look to Hunter for advice on things that do have to do with how he runs the country, including whether or not he was going to run time.
Hold
Wait, can you name a single thing other than the decision to run?
True.
Wait. Can you make it
true?
Is that? Wait, I'm sorry, Pisco. I'm sorry. Is
He
that
was
not
literally
a
in
relevant
consultation
thing?
for him on whether or not to drop out. What the
I-
fuck are you talking
that's
about?
not-
So yeah. So if
Oh,
let me just,
he
wait a
only
second. Wait,
looks
let me
at
answer.
views
Let me
on issues
wait.
of transportation.
I just
So
wanna-
again, Pete Buttigieg just
I just
doesn't
wanna-
matter 'cause he had no views on like the
I just
Ukraine
wanna.
war.
I-
What are
Wait
we
a
talking about?
second.
Okay, you gotta let Pisco answer. We gotta let Pisco. Hold on, we gotta let Pisco answer. You guys,
Quibbles
I
just acted like that
interrupt
was the
Pisco when he
Yeah.
interrupts you. I'll interrupt you when you interrupt Pisco.
So
Go
Quibbles
ahead.
just acted as though that was the craziest thing I've ever asked. We're about to watch him disintegrate in real time. So you ready for this?
Go for it. Please do.
So if Hunter Biden was consulted on Joe Biden's decision to run for president in 2020, would that be,
Yeah.
in your opinion, an official act?
I don't know what you mean by official acts, but he
Would
definitely
it
was
relate
not
to
a private
official?
citizen. I think that he
Would,
absolutely is no longer in the category of private citizen if
I-
he is
I asked
someone
a
who's
specific question.
genuinely
So-
part of the conversation
so
about whether or
is
not to run
consulting
again. Or-
is consulting does if you're consulting with private family members? Oh, sorry. No, I won't say
I don't know
private.
what you mean by consulting.
Wait.
I imagine Donald Trump asked Barron, but I don't think he asked Barron in the same way that he asked Ivanka or Jared. Right?
So when Joe Biden talked to his
Wait, do you grant
wait
that there's a
a
difference
second. Wait a second.
in
No,
category
we're gonna watch you
between the kinds of like I'm asking
we're gonna watch
Ivanka,
you.
I'm asking my wife,
We're gonna watch you disintegrate in real time. We're about to watch you disintegrate in real time. So I'm gonna ask you. So I'm gonna ask you a very specific question. So everyone understands that one of Joe Biden's granddaughter's daughters was pivotal to his decision to run in 2020. Do you think that consulting with your family, that the family members who give advice on whether to run or not run for office?
I don't know what you mean by advice.
Wait,
Like,
Quibbles,
you-
Quibbles,
you-
hold on.
you don't know what I
We're
mean
about
by
to watch you
advice.
crumble in real time. Okay.
Wait,
I don't
you
know
guys
what
want
you
to
mean
by
guys, you're
let's say-
filibustering.
let's say-
There is
you guys
good
are
reason to
filibustering.
believe
Quibbles,
in the context
allow
of
me to
in the context
make him
of
disintegrate in real time.
I want to answer his question. In the context of the 2024 re-election campaign, there is
2020.
good
I'm
reason to
asking you.
believe.
I am asking you a question, Quibbles.
Hold on,
Let me finish answering.
I will.
In 2024,
I will mute you all.
Quibbles.
Okay, I'll mute you all.
Dude.
Stop.
In 2024.
Okay, let's because you're trying to
I
talk
would
about
like a
two different
turn.
things, and I want to focus on one thing.
Yeah.
So I do want you to answer this question, right?
He has not answered mine.
Wait,
You have to answer his. Quibbles has asked you a specific question about the 2024 consultation or alleged consultation with
It's a
Hunter
private decision.
Biden to continue to
Yes,
run.
yes. So this is why it's private. So I'm not gonna. So this is
Yeah,
why.
you can
This is
say
why.
bye.
Wait. Stop.
Hunter wants to say bye. Well, you guys
This
are on
is
the
why
same
it's
podcast.
private.
Argue with
When-
each other. I don't know.
When you're acting as.
I'll talk. Pisco, I'll talk to you tomorrow.
love you.
Bye, everybody else. Thanks for having me
Yeah.
on. I appreciate it.
Love you.
When you're acting as office seeker, those are private decisions. That there's court precedent on this. If you look to the special counsel Jack Smith's filings on the presidential immunity decision, he references them that office seeking behavior is not official conduct. So when you seek, as all politicians do, to consult with private family members about the decision to run or not run, that is not consulting for
This is
official
great.
action. That's
great. Okay.
Yes
So,
or no, Quibbles? Do you agree with that, or do you disagree with that? Quibbles. Do you agree, or Quibbles? Do you agree? Wick, please make him answer a question. Do you agree or not agree with what I just said?
I love it, and I'll see
Do
that.
you agree or
Yes.
not
Well,
agree?
I love
agree?
it, and I'll see that.
Do you agree or
He's
not?
saying agreeing.
So you
He just-
agree, wait. So if you agree, so you agree that consult. Wait. If you agree,
You guys got 2 minutes to make this entertaining for me.
Wick.
I also believe that the chair of your campaign or the chair of the Democratic Party is not someone who is in office with you. That's not an example of someone who is the Secretary of State. That's different in category, obviously.
Quibbles.
Obviously, the
Quibbles.
DNC chair
Stop
or the
filibustering.
chair of your party is not an
Quibbles.
example of a private citizen.
Please
Quibbles.
answer a question.
Hold on.
Quibbles.
Is the chair of
Quibbles.
your party or
Hold
of
on.
your election campaign a private citizen?
Wait. Let me ask him a question. He's filibustering. So you just granted, didn't you, Quibbles, that the decision of any actions of office seeking are private? You agreed with that, correct?
No.
I thought you just agreed with that.
Private
Okay,
as in
you guys are not Hamas. You're not going to hold me hostage. I'm
mute
not
them
gonna
both.
Dude,
Uh,
you're such a piece of shit.
I would like to
Answer
get
a
I'm
out.
not
question.
a piece of shit. I'm not having fun anymore.
Wait. Quibbles, please answer a question.
There's two. Yes, I'm trying to answer.
them both.
There's two
You're not
different
letting
versions
me.
of private. There's the sense of private, as in it's not governmental, right? You are not the Secretary of State when you are the chair of the Democratic Party, because the Democratic Party is, a private organization. So in that sense, the DNC chair is a private institution rather than Secretary of State, which is a public institution. However, obviously, if you're the chair of the Democratic Party, that is not a private role in as much as you are not a private citizen. Of course.
This is irrelevant. This is irrelevant. This is all
All
irrelevant.
family members of politicians, they're
Not
all
all.
public
Barron
because
Trump
people know who they
Quibbles.
are.
Hey, I would like to
Barron
turn to
Trump
some
was
Okay.
8.
I don't
Connor
care
needs to
anymore.
go.
Category.
Connor needs to go.
I need to
Answer.
go.
Hold on,
Gang,
hold on.
Okay.
it's been fun. It's been fun. It's been great.
Okay, have a good night.
Now.
Barron Trump.
I love you.
Barron Trump
hold
is
on.
in a different
Night.
category.
Bye bye.
Oh,
Is Pisco still here?
no, he left.
Bye.
Why
you
did
pussy.
Pisco leave?
Wait, why did he leave? What the fuck?
Because I'm about to leave. Because okay.
Oh
You guys
my
can
God.
keep
Jesus
me if you
so-
want.
Fucking
Stay here.
leave.
I don't care. I'm ending the
Wow.
stream. I love you all.
Okay.
Bye.
All right, love you. Bye.
Good Lord.
So Quibbles,
All right.
if you
Yeah.
just looked at your DMs, it doesn't matter about that because Hunter Biden was attending high-level White House official meetings with his father while in the
Right.
room.
That's sure. He
Okay,
is-
you
Wait,
could have used that.
what's the link? Wait, where's that linked at? Just curious.
Oh, yeah, here, I'll send it to you. Do you want
Even if that weren't,
a...
I want to be clear. Even if that weren't the case, I would put Jared Kushner and I would put Ivanka Trump in a different category than I would put Barron Trump, right? Obviously, like Obama's kids were all like 12 or 4 or whatever it was when he was in office. Obviously, that's different than Chelsea Clinton. Yes?
Yep.
Sorry.
Anybody who doesn't have autism agrees.
I'll send you this so you can just look at the rest of
Steven,
it.
you're
Reputable
sitting there
source.
reading the thing. My bad.
Okay. Anyway, so what I would have said to Pisco if he had stayed. So if he used as a counterexample that what was it, like Trump's granddaughter was pivotal in his choice to run for election or something like that. Well, if Trump's granddaughter had traveled the world using the Trump name in order to secure hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars, I would never make the argument that she is a private individual above reproach or criticism. Ever.
I
And the
sent
fact that
you...
anybody even has the balls to do that to my fucking face, honestly, I tolerated it last year for some fucking reason, but it legitimately feels like somebody trying to fucking like piss on me and tell me it's rain. It's fucking crazy.
Yeah. I sent it to you, Destiny. Your stuff's just blocking.
Yeah,
so
can you post it in the general chat in the Discord?
I can't. I don't have the authorization. Oh, in general chat. Okay, let me go find.
In the flock. I added you in here.
Fuck. Okay, nice.
All right. I'm murdering Zinchian cultists on Space Marine 2 for 10 more minutes and then I'm going to dip out.
Fuck. In the backstage or
Just
I
in the
don't
general, in the
I'll-
yard general chat. It's under the yard.
Yeah, okay, the yard. Okay,
Left,
thank you.
general. Yeah.
I'm not used to being in here. I just pop by.
Let's see
every
the
now and
direction.
Hey Artemis, how's it going?
then. Not bad. Hey, while I have Destiny here, Destiny, can you tell Dev that the fruit of the poisonous tree is a legitimate thing?
What do you
He
mean
knows
by
it's a
legitimate thing?
Like
This is not. Oh my God, you're bringing up like a 6-month-old conversation. Don't you dare.
it's just it's not just a like an actual de facto like law, judicial thing, but it's also like a value.
Okay, what this is about is the legitimacy of the January 6th committee. Artemis thinks it's not legitimate. I do.
I agree that, well, dude, also there's difference between criminal hearings and public hearings. In public
Correct.
hearings, if you're not going to convict somebody of a crime, then you can talk about almost anything.
Sure, but yeah, but it doesn't really matter. But the big thing is that Dev doesn't think that the fruit of the poisonous tree is a valid argument against things.
I think it's not a valid argument. Hold on. I think it's not a valid argument to.
I mean, it depends
I
on what
think
you're
it's a-
arguing against. What do you mean?
Sure. Yeah, I just want you to get him to say that the fruit of the poisonous tree is a valid argument. That I don't need anything else. from this
Not for
conversation.
this specific argument, Artemis.
Yeah, but
Okay,
we could just use that going
Listen,
forward.
no,
It
no,
don't
you,
matter.
you cannot use the fruit of the poisonous tree to throw out all the evidence that was gathered by the January 6th committee. That's retarded.
That's irrelevant. But I just want to make sure
Wait,
that's
what would
ex-
you,
No, no, no.
wait, what
That's
part of-
exactly
wait,
what you're
part
arguing,
of-
though.
What part of what they started is even like a fruit of the poisonous tree stuff?
So my issue was that they threw out what was it?
The two guys that weren't allowed on. that
Jim
board.
Jordan and a couple other ones. For unknown reasons at the time, and they didn't
Jim
really
Jordan, Jim
specify.
Banks.
Wait.
Yeah, they
Wait.
didn't-
For unknown reasons or because they were likely to come under the scope of the investigation?
That's irrelevant to the
It's
issue.
irrelevant to have a congressional committee that's investigating something if the people being investigated are on the committee?
Sure. It is why that like everybody claims that the Hunter Biden investigation for his IRS stuff is a political prosecution. It's because nobody believes from one side that it's a legitimate process.
Hold
because
on.
one side was
wait. No. First of all,
Yes.
no. But
Yes.
secondly, so you think that if there was a congressional committee that was put together to investigate whether or not 5 Republicans had done some illegal or improper thing, and a bipartisan committee is assembled to put together this investigatory subcommittee or whatever the fuck, that the Republicans have a right to have the 5 people accused as being part of that committee to do their own investigation?
Yeah, but they were never accused in the first place. If they had made that known that was why that they were dismissed.
Pelosi explicitly and literally said that.
Not during that time.
Yes, she
Deb
did.
already made it. No.
Wait, you understand that Pelosi didn't reject all 5 submissions. She just rejected
I
2,
understand.
right?
She rejected the 2 most trusted Republicans in the United States. Yes, I understand.
No, Artemis.
Wait. She rejected 2 people who were likely to come under the scope of the investigation.
Yeah, she didn't say that though. That's the issue.
What did she say was the reason for rejecting them?
She said that. Well, she said she couldn't explain at that time. That was what it was. Dev is.
Well,
Hold on. I did a whole sequence on this. I did a whole sequence on specifically your questions in my January 6th video.
Yeah, I know.
And what it was is that she rejected 2 of them, and she didn't reject them because they were pro-Trump, because she allowed Troy Nelson, who was also pro-Trump. She rejected them because they were under investigation, because they were in the December 21st conspiratorial meeting. Yeah. That's why everyone who was in that meeting was not allowed. Those 2 guys were chosen.
She never said that at that time, and because of that,
hold on. Stop. A public explanation.
If you're going to do something like that and reject something which has not been done before, you should probably give an explanation at that time. Because hold on, because all I get is post hoc rationalization of why they did it. After
she says her statement. She said, citing quote statements and actions end quote made by the pair, Representative Jim Banks of Indiana and Jim Jordan of Ohio. Pelosi said she was rejecting their nominations quote with respect for the integrity of the investigation end quote.
Yes, and the issue is she didn't specify what those actually were and what actions they took.
You don't.
I don't think she needed to. Everybody knew that these people were part of like the Trump crew that was trying to reject the vote. I think it's fine for her to say that. Wait, it's not like she can't formally charge them with a crime or something. It's not like they've been investigated.
I'll directly address this, Destiny. You say that everybody knew at the time, but most people think the issue with January 6th is the riot and not the actual Eastman scheme, right?
I'm talking about not the average public. I'm talking about what a congressman would have thought at the time.
But
like
the average public think that everything is tainted, and that's why everybody doesn't agree that January 6th is as bad as it was.
So hold on. So you think that if they would have allowed these 2 Republicans, that the public would have a significantly different view of the January 6th Commission?
It would probably have been a lot less negative, yeah.
Okay, you're a bad faith actor. Okay.
Okay, I don't care what you think, Destiny. I'm being a bad faith actor. You were entirely wrong. You got somebody to lose $700,000 in a bet. I don't care.
I don't know what that has to do with anything, but you're just wrong. Like the easiest thing to do,
predicting political outcomes.
How could you possibly predict this political outcome? There were 3 Republicans that were accepted, and by the end of it, McCarthy said he wouldn't submit anybody because he wanted people like you to go, "Oh, look, the Republicans weren't involved at all." That's exactly what happened. And that's what you're doing.
Republicans failed the slot. Guess which ones failed the slot? The ones that got ousted because they were entirely anti-Trump. And then that tainted everything.
Of course. Wait, of course that's why they were ousted, because the Republicans didn't want this commission to happen at all. No shit, they were ousted for joining it. What do you mean?
No.
That supports my story, of course.
No. Hold on, Artemis. Let me just ask you a few questions here, because when McCarthy came out and said that we will do our own investigation, how come it never happened? Because they had 2 more years to do it. Why didn't they do the January 6th committee number 2, but from the Republican point of view?
I don't know. Maybe we should ask them.
Probably because they were sweeping.
And I guess the other question is, the contents, or no, not the contents, but the basic idea of the December 21st meeting became public like 10 minutes after that meeting concluded, because one of the idiots went to Politico and said who was there. And Pelosi was not going to allow anybody in that meeting, because the December 21st meeting was the meeting where they planned out what they were going to do on January 6th. So it makes sense if you're investigating January 6th to not allow any of those guys in that meeting to be on the committee.
If it was that simple, she would have easily been able to say it publicly that was the reason why.
Wait, that's what she said.
I just have to address this from my perspective. I have to address this from my perspective. Okay? I have to address this from my perspective. Listen, I understand this was not necessarily a criminal investigation, but whenever you're initiating something that's potentially criminal, you don't owe anybody shit. Okay. You don't tell the people that you're potentially investigating that, yeah, we're investigating you specifically for XYZ ABC. You can say, hey, we think there might be a conflict of interest here. And that's the maximum amount of information that you need to give. And you don't even need to give that information. That's a courtesy.
And that's why we see the stellar rise of the public opinion that Trump did nothing wrong and he was valid in his actions. If you would just give some type of lean, hold on.
Do you believe that, or do you think that other people can hold that?
The reason why your statement is bullshit is because it's not like you can point to the fact that there weren't all of these like crazy MAGA-rotted Republicans on the committee, so all the evidence was bad. It's not like they turned out information that was incorrect, and none of the Republicans that were involved in any of this have even contradicted the narrative on J6. They all just like pivot from, and they don't say anything about it.
To be clear, Liz Cheney was caught witness tampering on J6 committee with Hutchinson or whoever, Hudson, or I don't know.
Caught witness tampering how?
I've heard this before. Please explain it to me.
She was texting behind Hutchinson's lawyer's back about prepping her for the hearing or whatever.
Prepping her how?
This is a non-criminal hearing.
It doesn't matter. It's witness tampering.
Hold on. Artemis, you already looked this.
Wait. Isn't witness tampering a criminal charge?
Yeah. Weird.
Okay. This isn't a criminal investigation.
She was hold on. Cassie Hutchinson.
Why doesn't it matter?
It's a congressional witness, not a criminal witness.
It doesn't matter. Witness tampering is witness tampering.
What ended up happening?
You understand that like procedures of law don't apply between like civil and criminal, right? There's different levels.
Hold on. So when Hutchinson swears to be a,
I wish we had a lawyer here.
Hold on. When they do a witness, when they give testimony under oath, they still get judicial punishment for lying under oath, correct? Even if they're not in a...
So that would still apply regardless of whether or not she was talking to them.
Okay, so again, witness tampering is still illegal regardless of whether or not it's a fucking judicial matter or a congressional matter.
So hold on. So let's say I'm not saying that this is correct. You could question whether or not this was ethical. I just don't think that this would ever rise to the level of criminality.
Wait, what were they even texting about? Or what?
Exactly. That's my question.
Well, so here's the thing. I did look into this. It does seem like I forget the name of the woman now. Cassie Hutchinson and Liz Cheney, right? Yeah.
Yep.
So they were texting each other privately, and it did go against basically the rules of the committee.
Yes.
However, like I don't think that's reason to throw out all the evidence of the committee, Artemis.
Well, no.
Wait. What were they texting about?
That's the issue.
Basically, what Cassie Hutchinson should say while she's being interviewed.
That's okay. That he knows a little bit more because I don't care about the J6 committee too much. So he looked into it a little bit more.
I just did the big video, yeah. So
yeah.
No, basically she was kind of coaching her about like how to answer questions.
When you say coaching, I need like is she telling her to lie about it, or what is the?
Yeah, she's coaching her.
Here, I'll dig it up if you want to see it.
Yeah,
I have it in my
shoot me
sources
that link. I'm curious. Yeah.
Hold on.
Artemis, I'm not saying that you're doing this, but I'm saying that in general, this is one of my frustrations. So somebody will come to me with like a claim like, oh, there was witness tampering for the Jan 6 fucking commission. It's like, okay, well, is this even a criminal or civil matter? Does it have any kind of precedence? You did say that there were like rules that were against it, right? But then when we ask a follow-up question, it's like, okay, the reason why witness tampering is prohibited is because you don't want somebody to color the testimony of somebody else and coach them into saying more than they otherwise would. That's why you don't want to do that. So the question is whether or not Liz Cheney in these communications was effectively coaching a witness to be more hyperbolic about her testimony or to even fabricate things.
Okay, I've got it. Where should I put it?
So there's a section.
You can DM me, right?
So section 1512, Title 18 constitutes a broad prohibition against tampering with a witness, victim, or informant for congressional hearings.
Okay, what's the definition of tampering in this context?
Wait. What's the U.S. code?
Yeah, section 1512, Title 18.
And sorry, in what kind of proceedings? There was last.
Tampering with a witness, victim, or informant. It doesn't specify anything outside of federal. The effect of, hold on, let's see this. It prescribes conduct intending to legitimately affect the presentation of evidence in a federal proceedings or a communication of information to federal law enforcement officials. So,
you're gonna, for me to buy that, you're gonna have to read the whole thing because you're giving me snippets.
Wait. I'm so sorry. One more time. You said section 1512 of Title 18. Is this or what was the?
Yeah. I'm gonna grab the link. That's fine.
Okay.
I'm just gonna.
Yeah, I DM'd all you guys the texts.
Okay, so the flock.
Maybe halfway down, it's Liz Cheney.
Also, just as a real quick thing, because I have to look all, because it's always hard to track down all the Republican conspiracy theories. What was the claim you made about Hunter Biden and Joe Biden earlier, and Hunter Biden advising Joe Biden or being part of it? What was that claim more specifically?
He wasn't. He's no longer a civilian because he's sitting on high-level official meetings with government in the White House. So he's acting as an advisor at that point because normal civilians wouldn't be in that situation.
And then for when was this?
That was right after the debate.
Okay.
The Biden debate.
Okay. So just to be clear, real quick. So, and I don't know what the relevance of this for the earlier arguments, but Hunter was not involved intimately in the in his father's government for any what?
We don't know that.
That's not the claim being made. The claim was that Hunter was talking to Joe Biden more and was apparently in a few calls more with some senior White House staff and aides after the debate. But the idea that he was like part of some big like policy initiatives or was doing like counseling or advising relating to like government policy and like that, this could just literally be my dad had a really rough performance. I'm going to like be in some calls and like chat with him or whatever. But there's no evidence, or at least nobody's alleged that there was any type of influence or telling his dad to do a certain thing or conduct a certain policy or anything like that, right? Okay.
If only we were able to do an investigate. Well, we still can actually. You just can't charge him with anything, so you can still investigate. Which I'm pretty sure they're going to do. The issue with the pardoning of Hunter is now he cannot plead the fifth on anything. So I guarantee you what the Republicans are going to do to take vengeance, so you call it a retribution or whatever, is they're going to sit him down in front of the congressional hearings and get him to testify. Jesus. And then they're going to either get him on contempt for when he doesn't want to answer or try to get him into a perjury trap is what I assume is going to happen.
We'll see about that.
That's just.
But wait. So why did we bring up the fact that Hunter was joining Joe on a couple calls with aides and advisors after?
Oh no, he wasn't on calls. He was in the White House. It was the piercing the veil of between civilian and a actor and advisor.
We're establishing.
Wait. What were we piercing this veil for though?
Pisco. He was saying he was just a civilian and a third party.
Because I think that had to do with the comparison to Kushner, right?
Okay. Hold on. I'm going to make my argument, and then I'm going to leave. I do have other things to do, and I'm done shooting Zinchi and Chaos Cultists in the face. Nice. So, which, by the way, Destiny should do. So, anyways, the reason why I think it would be relevant that Hunter is now presently advising his father in political matters is because they've also admitted to like calling each other multiple times per week. So, for me, I think it beggars belief that you're talking multiple times per week and work/public-private concerns don't come up. You literally only talk about like, hey, how's your recovery going? And hey, how's being a president going? And you don't get into any details. That beggars belief for me.
Yeah, so. It's also weird that Jill Biden was also sitting in on the like chiefs of staff meetings as well.
All right. Parasocial love. Bye.
See you.
Have a good one.
See you go. Dev, okay. You got your wish. You happy?
I have a question. What do you think it looks like to get back to the norms?
Me?
Just like in broad strokes, what do you think that looks like?
Wait, what wish? I'm currently eating noodles, man.
You wanted me to be in a call debating Destiny on something. So here we are. Congrats.
It was the January 6th committee.
Yeah, well.
It went about as well as I thought.
So the issue is... Okay. My personal opinion of the January 6th committee is not what I'm going off of, but the public perception of it, and debating on whether or not they should have taken different actions.
Do you disagree with any of the broad conclusions of the J6 committee?
For the actions of the individuals, sure. I don't know about the political theory of the Eastman stuff, because that could have been resolved in the courts really easily by them just slapping it down. But like you said, the
What do you mean
resolved? Could have sided with them. The courts could have sided with him easily because of the 6-3. So it really depends.
Well, but he didn't even expect the courts to side with him, and you can't you can't tell somebody to go break the law in the hopes that the courts will save you.
Sure. But there's also the issue where I don't even know if it would have worked to begin with. We're going into the strategy of too many different variables for pens and everything.
Well, no. Just to be very, very, very clear, the advice was break the law.
So here's another one of those issues where I believe that the Constitution and everything is built on a shit ton of axioms that don't make sense, and that they were just de facto unlimited powers. One of those being the vice president's role, because they passed a new law in the end of 2022 with bipartisan support in the Senate to remove that ability out of question. I don't know.
Doesn't matter. Eastman's advice was to break the law, right?
I don't think so. That's
when
the issue.
Eastman was saying depart from the ECA. The ECA is a law. Depart means break. He was telling him to break the law, right?
That's the same one that you brought up, Dev, right?
Yes.
Okay, then sure, yeah.
Okay, so then none of what you're saying matters. That they could have tested in the courts as a legal theory. He was telling him to break the law.
The issue is that Eastman was making a constitutional argument, not a legal argument.
First of all, what's the difference? Secondly, who cares? It's still, you're advising your client to break the law. That's not, you don't even get attorney-client privilege at that point.
Well, the issue being is that when it comes to constitutional questions, laws don't matter because they're immediately removed if the Constitution says that it's invalid.
Okay, but you're not even, you can't advise somebody to break the law in the hopes that, you understand that legal theory I could use to justify every single type of behavior ever, right?
You could try to make that argument, but the Constitution lays out specific powers and abilities, not infinite amount of breaking the law.
Congress shall make no law abridging the freedom of speech. So I should be able to go out and tell people to kill people. And if somebody says, oh, well, now you're being charged with whatever conspiracy or any of these, I can say, no, actually, I'm using a legal theory that the First Amendment protects this right.
Sure. The issue with precedents is that precedents can get overturned at any point.
Yeah, so you're telling me that you would accept if somebody were to do that. You'd say, well, that was a legal theory that they were pursuing.
And then they would have to take it up in the courts.
But but they would still be breaking the law, right?
Sure. But that's what the courts are for, right?
No, that's not what do you mean? The courts are for if you choose to break the law to try to circumvent the law?
No, to find out whether or not your theory is correct.
Well, no, you have a whole bunch of other things that you would do before breaking the law, right?
Your thought process is, I'm going to break the law, then I break the law. The next step would be the courts will then decide whether or not you broke the law.
No, generally, if you broke the law, the court is there to do punishment. It's not to decide whether or not you're allowed to break the law or not.
Well, that's the issue.
I'm not familiar with this, but I am curious. Isn't that the Scopes case? Isn't that the case of anything where you're trying to decipher whether the law itself is justified?
Yeah, there's
the famous Scopes case being about testing the law of whether or not it was acceptable to stop you from being able to teach evolution, right?
Yeah, well, there's a general principle of...
Isn't that testing the law?
I don't know exactly the specific case name and the entails, but
my point is, isn't that an example of testing the law, knowingly breaking the law, but with the expectation that you're going to court?
Yeah, you can have there are things you could expect a good faith expectation for, but that's not what Eastman is stated as saying. Eastman said that he'd probably lose that case 7-2 and then 9-0. Eastman never even thought he'd win. His goal was that the Supreme Court wouldn't answer it because of the political questions doctrine.
Yeah, but
the idea that you probably will lose, presumably in the case of teaching evolution in a bunch of very conservative states, the expectation is that you're going to lose that.
Yeah, but if you lose doing that, then you've taught some kids evolution. If Trump loses this, then he couped the government illegally. The stakes are quite different.
Okay.
And then he gets punished for it after the court decides that he did it.
Yeah, but if the Supreme Court says that if the Supreme Court doesn't deal with questions like that, then what?
The court would deal with that.
I don't know if the court would deal with that. You have no idea if that's the case.
Of course we do. With something that it's intensive a situation, of course they would deal with it.
The court literally punts political questions. The court literally explicitly will punt it. This is the political questions doctrine, right?
I don't know about that because they literally just decided a political question to give.
Didn't they president do that in the 2000 election? Isn't there precedent for them doing precisely this kind of?
They will, but there's also precedent for them saying that they don't want to touch major, fundamentally political questions. So that's what Eastman was hoping for.
Okay, but they have.
Yeah, but they just did it.
That's fine that they have, but there's a chance that they wouldn't, and that's what Eastman was hoping for.
Okay.
And you have nothing to the contrary of that. None of these people thought that they were going to legitimately win in the Supreme Court here. None of them thought that.
Yeah, they were just buying time, hoping their doomed lawsuits were going to present something that they could use. We understand that. The issue is that some people want to take it as a criminal action rather than a judicial question.
What? But no. The judicial question that you're talking about is only happening after it's preceded by a criminal action.
But
yes.
Well, that's the issue. Is that if we're talking about powers given by the Constitution, It's strictly stated that any law that not violates but constrains the Constitution is deemed unconstitutional.
Yeah, that's not up to the executive to decide. That's up to the court to decide.
Yes, that's why you would go to the courts.
By breaking the law. How do you go to court? Because you've broken the law.
Yeah, but I don't have an issue with that being a process. You do.
One, the issue is that they probably knew they were going to lose, and this is like shown multiple times. And two, if they mess this one up, it's not like they've done an oopsies. They've cooed the government.
Well, they would have failed to coup the government because it would have gotten overturned.
You don't know that. Who knows what it would look like if they managed to stay in power on January 6th and then the certification doesn't happen? We literally have no process or procedure by what happens after that.
Well, if the riot didn't happen, you would have a better argument. But the fact that the riot happened gave no taste for anybody, Republican or Democrat, to go along with whatever they were doing. So, I mean, there'd be a lot more variables you would have to account for to make that argument.
If there are more variables, then you're supporting my argument that we wouldn't know what would happen. It's not a foregone conclusion that, for sure, there'll be a peaceful transfer of power after.
I don't look at like starting fucking cases or going to the courts as having a long shot being an issue. You seem to do that.
Wait, I'm sorry, hold on. Are you an attorney?
Does it matter?
Because I'm curious how hard I want to go in on you if you have a legal background.
Not.
Okay. There are probably legitimate ways in which you might challenge a law that you feel is unfair or unconstitutional. And there are other laws that if you were to challenge them, people would say you're fucking deranged and you belong in prison. Yeah. Do you agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay. So for this particular law, the ECA, this was something that was on the books and had been followed for 150 years or more?
Yep.
This is something that nobody in government agreed could be broken. All the White House advisors, all the Office of Legal Counsel, the whole DOJ, And Eastman himself had written in earlier emails that it probably, that the ECA is pretty clear. And then he said privately in conversation to Rosen that he would lose 9-0 in the Supreme Court. And when other people, it wasn't Gomer, it was somebody else, was talking about bringing a case before the Supreme Court trying to challenge Pence's role on the ECA, they said, don't bring this case, we might lose immediately, and now we're not going to be able to do it on J6. None of this looks like a good faith effort to test the boundaries of a law. It looks like an attempted coup.
So, but the issue is that Trump's not an attorney, and we all agree he's not very smart, right?
So, you think that's an you think that level of negligence is an excuse?
No, I'm saying is that if Trump believes there's a shot and he orders his attorneys to try it, there's nothing they can do but follow that order. I mean, they could give up, they could quit, but they didn't.
Wait, what are you talking about? Wait, hold on. There's no choice? What do you think this is? What? Did they have them at gunpoint? First of all, not only did they have a choice, they've actually now lost their attorney-client privilege because now you can pierce that attorney-client veil because of the crime fraud exception. You can't order your attorneys to commit a crime for you and expect that attorney-client privilege is going to save you in court.
Again, that's the issue is that Trump didn't think he was committing a crime. You would have to prove mens rea. There's a lot of other things that happen there.
I'm sorry, do you think that mens rea for a crime is knowing the criminal statute?
It's criminal intent.
Yes, criminal intent, like breaking the law.
Okay.
Not thinking that if you break the law and it's constitutionally okay that later on a court will save you, that's not going to save you.
Well, that's the issue, is that in a lot of times when it does violate the Constitution, that law does get overturned. And that's the problem.
That's not a problem. It
is for
okay.
Well, hold on, Artemis. Okay, the reason that you think that the ECA is unconstitutional.
I don't. That is just
nobody does. To be clear, nobody thinks that.
Yeah. It's just the argument being used. It can be tested. I just don't.
Fine. Hold on. Well, hear me out. Okay, so the reason that Eastman thought, I mean, maybe he lied or whatever, but let's just take him at face value. The reason Eastman thought that the ECA was unconstitutional is because he referred back to 1800. With Jefferson and how Jefferson apparently counted in votes, even though there was a pending objection. And you watched my video, so you know that was false. That precedent doesn't exist.
Sure, but
they made that shit up. All right, it was in 2004, and you had Republicans making that shit up, and then in 2016 they brought it up again.
Yeah, the issue being is that precedent isn't an end all be all to constitutional questions, and that's the problem.
Okay, what is the end all be all?
You keep saying that's the problem. That's not a problem. Nobody is taking this argument seriously except for Trump, who wanted to break the law. Nobody is thinking about it like this.
But that's the issue is that...
No. It's not. You keep saying it. That's the issue. It's not. You just want to cover for Trump. That's it. There is no issue here. It's very obvious to every single person involved. I think even you included what's happening. You just are trying to like cover.
The issue being is that I haven't voted for Trump. I don't vote. The last person I voted for is Obama. Like I don't care. I'm looking at what the...
You should care.
Well, that's the issue. Is I look at things on how they would affect the populace and how the populace would respond to it. And the populace doesn't care about that question.
Do you think it would be good or healthy? Would it be a good or healthy thing for the country if the president decided that through a legal loophole, maybe if he broke a law, that he could remain president even if he lost the election?
I mean, if he, what was it? If there's like a law or some article where he can... Hold on. To be clear, I have these werewolf statements. There's this thing where if the world war happens, the president can redo the entire government from the ground up, or I can't remember what it's called, but there's a way to do it.
That didn't answer my question.
Do
you think it's good or bad for the republic, for the country, for the United States of America?
Probably bad.
It is bad.
Probably bad.
Yep, depending on what the reasoning is. Depending on what the reasoning is, yeah, it's probably bad.
Based on the reasoning they gave, it was bad.
Oh, well, in the facts on the ground. If he had no valid reason to do so, and everybody can agree that there was no valid reason to do so, then yeah, it's bad.
Okay. So then there are no major conclusions of the J6 Commission that you disagree with?
I think the 1512C things that the rioters themselves were engaging in all this other like insurrection shit probably should have been bad. That wasn't a valid charge that they brought. I know that the DOJ is the one that brings them, but the January 6th harped on all of these people being insurrectionists.
Okay. Why do you think that was an unfair? That it was unfair that the J6 committee was making those statements?
Well, there's like 2 or 3 things. One, the initial barricade breach happened, in which, okay, it could be right at that point, but the issue is that everything stopped being violent for about 30 minutes, and the police decided not to try to disperse after that time. They just let things chill at that stage.
Wait, how were the police there supposed to disperse the crowd?
That's not my... They could have called in the National Guard.
They tried.
I don't know about... I've seen the statements on the National Guard being denied by Mayor Bowser, and she was the controlling authority. You could say that people could have overridden it.
Do you know how, just checking real quick, do you know how time works, right? Yep. It moves in one direction, and what happens one day isn't real. Okay, so on the day of, when the rioting begins to happen, they do make requests for the National Guard. It's delayed by hours.
And I think Peter Hegseth was part of the group that was supposed to go in, and he was denied multiple times.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't know about who.
So then I don't know how they were supposed to disperse without the National Guard being there enforced. I don't know how they were supposed to disperse people outside the Capitol.
Yeah, but I'm not really worried about that being part of my argument. It's they weren't dispersed, so they were still there. They let them be there, not because they wanted to or because they had to, because they had no other choice. They started firing, what do you call those, dummy rounds, rubber rounds, and then stun grenades into the crowd, causing them to turn violent and then breaching the barricade after they tear gassed themselves on accident.
Breaching which barricade?
The second layer.
So, okay, wait. So then when they did try to disperse people, that was bad?
Because what it did is it turned what was then a placated crowd that wasn't doing anything into an actively hostile crowd that was ready to riot again.
So the break-ins between each of the barricades successively up to getting into the Capitol building were done by the Proud Boys, who were there explicitly to break the barricades. Like whether or not there were tear gases or not, like...
Was it Proud Boys specifically?
Yes.
Okay, well, there's a AG report sitting on Garland's desk. I guess we're gonna figure out what happens with that. There's an investigation that took place about how the rioting went down.
Oh, I mean, there's literally video of all of them being the first ones breaking, the first 2 sets and then breaking into the Capitol building.
Yeah, but the issue is that there was it Ray Epps or whoever the fuck that guy should be prosecuted too. Like anybody who turned violent, anybody who was violent should have been prosecuted.
Well, Ray Epps, I don't think was violent ever, so I don't know. You wouldn't prosecute him for that.
I mean, he was the day before advocating to break into the Capitol and going in.
Yep,
which
with
is
a whole bunch of other people as well. Yeah, but he wasn't violent.
Sure, they all should. Well, that doesn't matter. That was advocating the committing of a crime.
It was, yeah, which is bad, yeah. But he wasn't being violent. But a whole bunch of other people were also arguing to go into the building as well on stream.
And they all should be fucking charged. That's not an issue with me. The big thing is that as they agitated the crowd by shooting them with rubber bullets, they tear gassed themselves on accident because of the wind blowing and they weren't having suitable protective equipment, causing the breakdown of the second barricade, which resulted in the Capitol being breached.
You think the second barricade being broken was because of...
Yep, tear gassing. I'd have to go find Dev, I sent you that long fucking string of lined up footage from the police stuff, right? It was a while ago.
The second barricade is the one that Ray Epps is at. I don't remember there being any tear gas there.
Is it the second or is it the third one? Whatever the one is at the steps.
This is the one like right before the steps.
Yeah, the one right before the steps. Is that the third one? I thought that was the second one.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe that's the third one. But I mean, if they've already broken through 2 barricades at this point, what faith do you have that the crowd's not going to break through the third one? You're saying they weren't hostile when they'd already broken through 2 barricades?
Well, the issue is that the police drew back immediately because they couldn't have a valid way to secure it. But when they drew back to the steps of the...
Well, wait, they didn't draw back immediately. They drew back after fighting the crowds at the first 2 barricades and losing, right?
Sort of. If they wanted to reinforce that area, they could have pushed them back, but it was ill-advised.
Wait. To be clear, what you just said is a total lie. They did not have the manpower to reinforce all the barricades. That's not true. They didn't have the people there to do that.
I didn't say anything about reinforcing. They could have just taken the people acting violently and arrested them.
In front of a crowd of thousands of people that are in front of you?
Thousands of people. What are you talking about?
And they did that at the third.
What would an arrest even look like in that situation?
Hold on. They did that.
Just like have the police officers.
They don't have enough handcuffs. What?
Yeah.
There would have to be like a BDSM convention in town for them to have enough equipment to even arrest the people at the first barricade. What are we talking about?
Hold on. Are you saying that everybody at that first barricade was violent?
The Proud Boys literally showed up to break it down. Yes.
Okay. The Proud Boys does not make up a significant contingent of the people that were there.
The Proud Boys, they initially started walking. They walked with like 100 people down initially. There's no way you could have reinforced a single barricade with 100 police. I don't even know how many Capitol police were at the Capitol. And then, more and more people continued to show up.
Wasn't like I think it was 1,000 people.
Definitely was, yeah.
So the issue is that they fell back because they knew they couldn't perform a strict cordon around the Capitol, which is why they went to the second or third step, whatever one you want to call right before the steps of the Capitol. From there, because if you... That's very loud. The reason I have an issue is that at that point in time, nobody was violent anymore. Everything was cooling down. They could have... I think they were doing de-escalation.
First of all, it was already violent because they broke
invading
in.
the Capitol is violent.
That's already violent. They're all trespassing, number one. Number two, I don't even know if Trump had sent his whole audience there yet. Number two. Number three, this was still pretty early in like the afternoon. Like it's not like it was like 8 p.m. and people were getting tired and ready to go home. Like this was still winding the fuck up.
Trespassing doesn't have to be violent.
It's almost definitionally so in this case, but...
I mean...
obviously
no.
Well, hold on. Non-violent trespassing is still bad, Artemis. Like if I just walk into your house and don't do anything violent, it's still bad.
Well, and if I break into your house,
but also there are people with guns who are trying to stop you, but don't have the capacity to stop you unless they're literally going to start shooting at you. And even if they did, they would not have won the shooting fight if there had been a shooting fight, which definitely we don't want there to have been, right?
What shooting fight do you think would have taken place in the Capitol?
What do you mean? Who knows?
Fortunately, there wasn't one.
Out of all of the people that were arrested, how many of them had firearms?
Wait, how many? Wait. Do you think that nobody there had firearms?
Did I say that?
You're misleadingly asking a dishonest question to try to imply that.
I'm not. No, the only firearm that was apprehended by anybody at the site was somebody that was arrested, I think, a day before.
Yeah,
the
but
events of January.
what does that have to do with anything? That doesn't tell you how many firearms are there. How many
I'm
people?
pointing out the illogical statement that Quibbles is making that there would have been a firefight when nobody arrested or at that
To be
time.
clear, what I
Wait,
said
you
there
have
was gonna
no
be a
idea how many
firefight.
people there
I'm
have
saying-
guns.
To be clear, what I was saying there was in order to stop them from trespassing, the only way to stop them would have been to use guns. And obviously, for a whole host of reasons, not just in terms of the life of the people there in the moment, but just broadly for the country, thank God the police of the Capitol were not using guns against like American citizens as they were trespassing onto the Capitol. But obviously, therefore, trespassing is violent, right?
No, trespassing is not violent because the people that could have broken down the barriers are not the same people that would have come later behind the barriers that have already been abandoned. Trespassing is not inherently violent, and just because somebody is
the first people who were trespassing, there were hundreds of people, including Proud Boys, the first group who were trespassing.
Yep. And
were those first trespassers violent?
Sure.
Okay.
How many people were even arrested? Wait, how many people were even arrested on the day of?
Like 100 and so.
Then why would that even be an argument against there being like guns at the event when there were like 50,000 plus people there?
Because the insinuation being made is that the people that were being violent were the people that were shot in the face and tear gassed at the second or third barrier. I'm just going to call it the second.
No, I think the
barrier.
insinuation being made is that if you have 50,000 MAGA people who think the country's been stolen, who are all conservatives, as a police officer, you might be worried that it's going to turn into a massive gunfight, and that's probably an okayly founded fear. And to retrospectively say, well, of the 100 people that got arrested on that day, they didn't have guns, it's fine.
The issue is that anybody on the ground that was there, when people are not actively trying to rip apart the second barrier and we're just standing around maybe yelling or being an asshole, and they're not actively being violent at that time, you don't antagonize a crowd to restart a riot.
The crowd was still growing. Maybe it was to try to disperse the crowd so it wouldn't grow to a higher critical mass and then break in.
Possibly. But the issue is that they tear gassed themselves, causing the collapse of the second line.
Why do you keep saying that's not why it collapsed? It collapsed because people broke it down.
No, they ran away from the second line after shooting people in the face. You have angry people are now told
the second barricade was broken down by the Proud Boys. They were the ones that broke it. This is all on video footage. Riots that's the second breakdown. There wasn't even tear gas there.
Okay. So I said before, the one at the step, I was going to call the second barricade. Okay, so we'll call it the third barricade. Whichever one you want to label that fucking barricade. We're going to keep going back to that.
So if the first two barricades were broken down with no tear gas, why do we assume that we needed tear gas ourselves to break down the third barricade?
Because there was a significant enough police presence at that line
that they could have held it?
Correct.
Can you link me a video of this? Number one, and number two, if they tear gas themselves and there's tear gas,
police officers were there the day.
Why was the crowd able to walk into the tear gas?
Because the wind was blowing towards the police, and like that's the whole reason why I'm saying they tear gassed themselves is because the wind blew into the police officers.
Yeah, but then
I do remember this part.
Into the tear gas.
There were 140 police officers.
Blows into 100.
What are you talking about?
What do you mean?
There were 140 police officers total, including 80 from the U.S. Capitol Police and 60 from the Metropolitan Police Department. What are you talking about? They could have stopped it.
They literally could have stopped it.
Well, we need more guys though.
Officers.
Sure, they could have held out without shooting people in the face and tear gassing themselves to hold that barrier. The thing that made them walk back from the barrier was
this delusion.
Hold on,
this is crazy.
Quibbles, stop. The thing that caused them to retreat from the barrier was not the protesters or rioters. It was the tear gas because they couldn't breathe, and it was causing a danger to themselves because they tear gassed themselves.
Okay, so listen, I can't find the video right now, but I remember the video. There was one instance where they did accidentally tear gas themselves.
Yeah.
But
yeah, wait. There was one instance of it happening, but hold on, just to be clear, that's how all the maggots lie, is they'll find like one thing and they try to blow it up into being explanatory for the entire thing. Like this guy already admits that they violently broke down 2 barricades. The idea that they would have magically stopped at the third one, even though the whole excitement of the whole crowd was building more and more and more that day, is delusional. There's no evidence for it. And the tear gas letting people into one part, this is literally just one part of them breaking in. There's still the whole place is being surrounded by tens of thousands of people. This is a delusional argument.
I don't know if you have you been to the Capitol? Do you know about how they have maglocks on the doors? Like I live near the Capitol. I understand how these things are secure.
They broke
140
into the
people-
door. They broke into a window using a riot shield. What did the maglocks matter?
And then they could have immediately arrested the person that was jumped in, which they should have done.
There are thousands of people outside.
There are thousands
There
of
were
people outside.
there were multiple people watching the dude break in. Like, I don't know why we're pretending that this didn't happen.
There were thousands of people outside. What do you think? They would just
And
arrested
you think
everyone
1,000
hopping in?
People could just flood into the fucking.
Okay, walk me through what it looks like to arrest the first 100 people, and now you have 40 officers left.
Okay, so my issue with your statement is that you're generalizing the entirety of the situation. Okay, the steps of that third line fell before the windows were shattered, and people started trickling in. People that came in still cannot open the doors because they are magnetically sealed. Okay, no matter how much, no matter how much they push on that fucking door handle, it will not open because it is maglocked. Okay, the entire Capitol is designed to be held by the Capitol Police with the amount of people that they have.
That is absolutely not true. You're just making shit up.
Not
You're so
against
fucking
50,000
retarded.
people.
No,
What are you talking
you don't.
about?
You're pretending 1,000 people can
designed
rush
to
you
be
up.
protected.
Hold on. Hey, Quibbles, shut the fuck up.
It's a meme. That's a meme argument. That's a meme argument.
You're pretending 1,000 people can rush you at
Crazy.
fucking
What are you
broken
talking
window.
about?
It's a meme argument. That's what we're talking about. This is a meme.
Just wait,
No,
Artemis, I want
you're
to.
just fucking wrong and you're coping here. 1,000 people
Hold-
cannot rush through a fucking window. You don't need to arrest 1,000 fucking people. You just need to hold the fucking window that they broke into. You can
So
fucking
hold on.
hold the line.
So I do recall seeing that first video. It was shot from like above, and the person jumps through the window and then like runs around a bit, and no one arrests him, and then he opens the door, and then more people come in. I recall the video, right?
No. He didn't open the door. He pointed at the door at the camera, pointing for them to open it.
I don't remember that part of it, but
Somebody has to unlock the maglock on it. He cannot just open the door. That's why he failed to do it.
so wait, hold on. Are you saying that the person who they broke the window with the riot shield, jumped in, pointed at the Capitol Police to open the door, and then the police did it?
Oh, that's the entire reason why the AG report is very important to figure out who the fuck that was.
So there's like one plant in the Capitol Police that opened the door.
You can ask that question. It doesn't mean anything to me. I don't know if it's a plant or not. Somebody who unlocked the undone the maglock.
Someone sympathetic to them, yeah. Open the door.
Yeah, open the door. That person should be arrested. Whoever the Capitol Police that did that should be arrested and charged with aiding and abetting the rioters.
I have to go back and watch.
Yeah, I'm looking through my notes now. He said this is just another lie to try to say that it was like it was a Fed surrection and all that shit. Yeah.
It doesn't have to be a Fed surrection. It could be somebody that was sympathetic to the rioters. You can keep trying to pay me, but it's not going to work.
Hold on, Artemis. I just want to understand.
I'm sorry, Artemis. Can you lay out what exactly it is that you wanted the police officers to do with their 140 people?
Well, first of all, have you ever seen the movie Sparta?
It's Thermopylae. I know. Yeah, I saw it in the chat too.
What does that have to do with anything?
No, but yeah, like actually lay it out. Like, are we arresting people and therefore taking police officers away from the situation? Like, what is?
Oh, 300. Fuck, my bad.
That police officers have legitimate ways of dealing with rioters and arresting them by moving them further into the Capitol after seizing them. This is not a new thing. This is not an unplanned for thing. The Capitol.
No, but I'm asking, like, to do that. If I want to arrest someone, presumably it takes either one or perhaps even two or three officers to arrest a single person, right? So if I have only 140 officers and I'm in the face of literally thousands of protesters, potentially violent, many of them likely have guns, and I am in a situation I'm in, and also keep in mind that I am also responsible for protecting Congress people who are trying to flee the building.
That are the priority, by the way,
Nancy
yes.
Pelosi, including certainly the priority is to protect them.
Obviously, we know that the Secret Service also protect congressmen, so we don't need to have no coordination between the Secret Service.
So the police officers don't have to. That's not the priority.
No, that's not what I said. Don't ask a dumb question when I didn't say it. Okay. Again, the police have training and they have procedures on how to handle situations like this. Pretending they don't is dishonest.
What were they supposed to do?
Funnel people as they capture them. Hold the line. Not fucking tear gas.
You can't funnel people. What are you talking about?
What do you mean? They arrest them off the line, pull them back like they always do.
You can't do that when there are thousands and thousands of people. Why do you think these
Hold
riots?
on. Are you expecting that they arrest all of them? I'm not saying about that. They arrest the people that are trying to jump the line. They pull them in, arrest them.
All the people that were jumping the line were doing it as parts of groups. That's how the first few barricades were broken. It was like 20 people. All
not the third line. Link
me the video you're talking about. Link me the video. Link me the video. Find the video and link it.
Destiny. If you're hold on, you're just making shit up because you haven't seen the video.
I don't remember. I watched so much video of this. The problem is I can't keep track of every single bullshit conspiracy that you guys make up to try to sweep for this entire fucking event. So I don't know what this incredibly specific moment that you're talking about was for the people came in. Okay, wait. Here, let's watch this. Here, okay, I'm posting this in the flock. Let's all watch this one together. Okay.
Where's that? Okay.
You said it's in the flock?
Yeah. Let me know when we've got it open and we'll start at the same time, okay? At 1x speed.
I don't think I have access to the flock, actually. I don't see it anywhere.
In the general,
general
Which
chat.
part of the flock?
It's under, I'm sorry. It's under the yard section and it's the general chat.
Oh, got it.
Under the yard section? I'm technologically incompetent, I'm sorry.
Hold on, I need to copy this.
Got it.
Hey, copy the link because it's...
Okay, cool.
Okay, we all have it open? Ready?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. 3, 2, 1, go.
First man begins to climb through. But after that officer sprays one rioter, he retreats back down the hallway, leaving the rioters to continue entering unimpeded.
You want to stop it
pause
there?
right here. So right here, when there are thousands of people outside breaking into multiple windows, they should have just arrested the one guy coming in, and they could have just arrested all of them, and then what? Put them in the corner and put them in their inventory, or what?
No, what they should have done is actually swarmed the entrance of where they were coming from through the window, pulled the people that were already inside, and then held the window like they were supposed to. Instead of running backwards, like for
so you want so you want someone to literally like put their body like this at the window.
What do you think they are paid for?
Physically put
out the window.
Let's lay out physically what you're saying. I am the guy. I put my body like this.
That's retarded.
In front of these people who potentially have weapons. I'm literally putting my chest there. And also, they're definitely not going to just like push past me because I have infinite strength. I'm going to have the complete capacity to do this as one individual dude, or maybe let's say there are 3 of me. There are literally hundreds of people pushing against me. Also, keep in mind there is broken glass, right? So you're saying that I am going to likely be like on broken glass. There's more shit shattering.
He's just talking the talk now.
What are you talking about?
You're being retarded. No, they would swarm the door, use their pepper ball rounds, fire at anybody who's coming through the glass with riot suppressant fucking weapons that they're supposed to have. Hold the line with a
They used a suppressant weapon. He maced him. We just watched him do it.
I watched him run the fuck away. Hey, look, it worked. The guy was almost
because how many people are right outside? Also, can you go to like just 520 for like just a few seconds more at like 524? Is that the guys opening the maglock doors, or are those doors being kicked open?
I'll just play it so I can see.
Or I'm sorry. At 50 minutes and 24 seconds.
Yeah. So he kicked that one open. Yeah.
Okay. So it doesn't sound like. So which one of these doors needed somebody from the inside to open it?
I would have to go find the video now.
Okay. So you're lying, right?
No. Shut the fuck up.
You're lying. You're fucking lying.
No. You're lying. You're lying.
Wait. Artemis, wait. Artist, just wait, because I did find the video you're talking about.
Yeah, I know. He's trying to lie and he's trying to paint it as if I'm delusional. He does this as a fucking argument tactic. I'm not letting it. I'm not fucking buying it, Destiny. You're bullshitting here.
Okay, hold on. I posted it in the yard general. Go to about 30 seconds and watch the rest of it. It's 1 minute and 30.
Is it 1 minute 30 or? Okay, 30 seconds, yeah.
Yep.
Wait, 1 minute 30? This is a 1 minute 26-second video.
No, start at 30 and then just watch the whole thing.
Okay. Or here, I'm muting this and I'm playing it all.
Rioters who are already in the building opened the east side doors of the Capitol Rotunda to let more of the mob in. They quickly flooded through the doors, overwhelming the officers. This is new security footage of those doors. And as before, the mob is identified with the red dot on the model of the Capitol. If you look closely, you'll see the first person through the door is holding a Trump flag. Is holding a Trump flag. With the red dot on the model of the Capitol. If you look closely, you'll see the first person through the door is holding a Trump flag. Through a line of Capitol Police officers and overtook the area.
Okay, what am I supposed to take from this video?
I have no idea.
Okay, so
whatever
whatever
his-
maglock door, this maglock door that's open, the rider's already in the Capitol, right? So the
Yeah,
very
'cause
first,
if you-
so the first
hold
people
on.
that got in the Capitol didn't get in because somebody opened a maglock door on the other side, like mysteriously. It's because they broke through the windows and then they kicked open a door, right?
Not that other door, which we can go back to. Sure, they did it there, but the issue is that the police presence should have swarmed that window and actually held
That's
it.
fine, but your initial claim was that somebody opened a maglock door or whatever. The first door that they
Yeah.
got in, they kicked open, right?
Yes, but that's the issue
Okay.
is that the maglock doors don't
Okay.
require. a
Yeah,
shit ton
this
of
is just
people
like
to-
fucking. Yeah.
No, you're just hand waving. Richard. I don't. You can
Artemis,
keep
Artemis.
talking, Quibbles, but shut the fuck up when people are trying to talk.
So,
Okay.
Artemis, just real quick. So,
Go for it.
I dig in my files because you give me a lot of evidence over the years. So I dug in and I found this video, and it was basically labeled because you can see two guys that are kind of wearing like riot gear that open the door in this one. The as it was labeled from when I got it from either you or somebody else, it basically said those two guys are Capitol Police, and they're opening these doors alongside other rioters because they're in on it, and then letting them in. That was the idea behind this video.
Okay.
Is this not the video you meant?
Not exactly because well, I mean it could be, but that's not the one. No, there was another one where a guy physically tried to shove open the door, kick it, was unsuccessful, looked at the camera, pointed at the door, and then turned around and then opened the door. That's the video I'm looking for. So now
Oh,
you're
you mean, so where basically a protester got a policeman to open the door for him.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Because I would rather, if that is true, that it was legitimate protester doing it, the police officer should be charged with endangering everybody in the building. Or at
I think
least
that's
fined.
true, yeah.
Because nobody was held accountable for that situation, and that's my issue with it.
Okay, can we zoom out? What do you think the goal for the Capitol Police should have been in that moment? Like broadly speaking.
Well, one, I'm sorry, for the
Like, is their
door.
primary job to protect the people inside of the building, or is their job to protect and ensure that no one breaks into the building, or should they have managed to somehow
That should be one. That's
superhero do everything
That's
simultaneously?
that's one and the same. Holding the building's perimeter protects. the
no,
building.
that's like
Yes, it does.
wrong. There were.
I don't know why you're
there
telling me
were
this.
members
You have no idea how security works.
Well, hold on, wait,
There
just
are
to be, wait,
members
hold
of
on, I'm so
Congress
sorry, wait,
there.
just to be clear, hold on, wait. Artemis Fowl, you have no idea how security works. You will never be able to show me a single video of 100 cops holding off 20,000 rioters. What you're saying is wrong.
Why is that the stipulation?
What?
Why is that the stipulation? Why are you just
Because
making up shit scenarios?
what you're talking about is not standard procedure for. So we can drag in cops or Secret Service or SWAT or anybody you want. There is not a single law enforcement official that will ever back up what you're talking about. Ever.
How many rioting videos could we see where 20 cops run at fucking 100 people throwing shit at them and then running them off because they were working together as a team? How many of those are we going to see, Destiny?
That's
Tell
never
me.
what you see when riot police are dealing
Okay,
with riots.
well,
What
weird.
you
Now
see
we're
when
gonna-
riot police are dealing with, first of all, riot is not just 100 people. Okay, we're talking hundreds or thousands
Sure.
of people, right?
Okay,
What you usually
yeah.
see is cops allowing riots to burn out by directing people down other streets, by using huge
Yeah.
crowd control measures, by having a ton of police officers available, and generally letting people wear themselves out and maybe arresting the ultra-violent ones. But that's a lot different than people
Yeah.
are trying to break into a specific area. There was nobody to
Okay.
push these people off to a
There's no,
field
like,
towards.
funneling
They're
them
breaking into the
elsewhere.
Capitol building.
There's no funneling them
Are
elsewhere.
all
They're
cops
like,
are
they're
all cops
focusing-
meant to hold a fucking building, or are the Capitol Police very specifically trained to do a thing, which is protect the fucking Capitol building?
Probably to protect
Maybe
the Capitol building.
maybe their training would actually allow them to coordinate a defense of the Capitol building from
which they
like
did
this.
successfully. The goal of the Capitol Police is to ensure that the people inside aren't harmed, which is what happens. The goal of the Capitol Police is not to fight off a crowd of 50 to 100,000 Trump sycophants that are trying to break in. You could never train that few people to do that unless they're Terminator. They're going to start bringing M2.
We don't want
mowing
them
down
to
crowd.
be Terminator. We don't want them to start killing people.
Yeah.
Right? It's good that they didn't kill thousands of protesters in that situation, right? Like, even the situation where they're Terminator, whatever the fuck it is, like, that's bad. We don't want that, right?
Should I just address you, Destiny? Because Quibbles is like asking questions that are irrelevant to the situation.
M249. And no, he's not asking irrelevant questions. There is no world. There is no world where they're trained to prevent this. Like, it's just.
Okay, so there is. Oh my god. There are procedures and ways to handle rioting at the Capitol. They train for it.
Really?
I don't know why you guys
link it. Show me. Link it. Show me. Why is it the focus then? Why isn't the focus on the failure of them to perform their duty rather than the failure of the National Guard show? Why they even bother calling the National Guard? They're like, oh no, we got it. Don't worry, we got over 150 people here. We're good. 10,000.
Okay, so who was investigated and in charge at the National Guard for failure to show up or to push in?
Most of the inquiries are around the lieutenant of the Army Secretary, and I think the guy above him who is Milley, I believe. I don't remember the lieutenant. Yeah, but the question was,
what happened with them? What happened to them? Were they investigated? Were they charged?
They weren't charged with a crime because I don't believe that they found.
I'm asking for fucking accountability from people, and you guys are fucking.
What is accountability? No, you weren't just asking for accountability. You were asking for a criminal charge. There are different ways.
Yeah, that'd be accountability.
Well, it could also be negligence, right? But it's hard. But it's hard. But negligence is not always criminal, and it depends on if it was an individual who was negligent or if the system was fucked for some other particular reason. Okay, and if you want to get into that and who should be responsible, that's fine. None of this means that 100 people can hold the Capitol.
Well, okay. Well, I guess that is your.
Also, wait. Hold on. Wait. Just wait, real quick. One thing. Where is this evidence at all that there is a maglock electronic system that can never be opened from the inside?
Why don't you just look up maglocks on Capitol door buildings?
So I'm Googling this, or
Capitol building doors. There you go. Yeah, just fucking look at it.
So if I look at maglock on Capitol building doors, am I going to find something that shows me you can't open it from the inside?
Yeah, they're designed to not open from the inside. Once they're locked in an emergency situation, the only thing that can unlock them are supposed to be signals or codes sent directly from the security office.
Show me that. Can you show me that?
Yeah, let me see if I can pull it up.
While you're pulling it up, let's just point out part of the reason there are only 140 people there is because Trump refused to send the National Guard.
That's not
well. That's a more. You're right, but that's not the
point.
It is
true.
It is true. Actually, I'm sorry.
No.
My bad.
Here we go. Here's the line to win the debate.
I got
Come on,
so
Dusty, do it.
mind-fucked because Artemis foul. It like sucked me into this conservative.
Lie for your fucking teeth because you want to win a debate.
Quibbles is absolutely right that if Donald Trump would have said, "Hey, I need the National Guard there right now," it would have happened. That is true.
Okay. That's what we're doing. It wasn't that he asked for the National Guard. And he offered it, and then Mayor Bell.
He never made a formal request, and those were days before, and they were to protect his people, not the Capitol.
He did. He never made a formal request, but the formal request was day before. Okay, which one? Which one is it?
I didn't say a formal request was the day before. He said something in a conversation offhandedly. He never put in a formal request for protection.
Okay, hold on. Now I gotta look up 3 things.
No, you don't. I just want to show me this thing because what you're saying offhand, it sounds to me like an egregious violation of fire code. If anything else, you're telling me that somebody can push a button and nobody can get out of the Capitol. They're locked in.
It's for active shooter and stuff like that. It's not a fire code issue because if it was a fire, normally it's a fail open. There are some skiff areas where it doesn't fail open, but that could be a fire code. I have an issue with that. But the issue being is that maglocks are there. They're locked down in case of active threats. That's the whole point of why they are designed.
Okay, so I'm curious. Okay, I'm not trying to be bad faith. Okay, and I do have issues sometimes. So can you tell me? I'm trying to figure this out. What can you read this for me?
What is it? Is it in the general? Yeah.
What does it say?
What about it? Okay, it's the emergency exit.
It says push until alarm sounds in 3 seconds. Mm-hmm. Door will unlock in 15 seconds.
Correct.
That's the sign right in front of the maglock door.
And do you understand how
So then
So there's
what
a
you
fire-
just said,
hold-
so
hold
what
on,
you
stop,
just
stop,
said
before-
was a
wait,
lie,
wait,
right?
hold
What you
on.
just said was a lie.
No,
That they don't need another person to open it, right?
You just no. Look, during times of active threats, that gets overridden by the maglock doors.
Oh, okay, show me that.
So I did dig around a bit, and the claim about the maglock doors shutting down during a threat comes from the original source of it is a now deleted tweet from the Twitter account Swank for America,
That's
where
irrelevant
apparently it
to-
said, no, this is where the claim came from. It was repeated multiple times on multiple websites because of Swank for America.
Okay, my fucking building has maglock doors. I understand how they work.
Your building has doors that magnetically close that don't let people escape? Are you in the United States of America, or?
Hold on. No, my building isn't designed to not let people escape. They have a building with maglocks that can be activated and can be held without during times of like
that are outside, external facing
Isn't there
doors.
like a triangle fire
Yes.
about these or something?
Well, that's the issue with skiff doors. Things about failing closed with skiffs. They don't fail open. You can't just fail open the fire alarm with a skiff.
So yeah, Swank for America was apparently a lawyer for the Oath Keepers who posted it on Twitter. It just kind of came out of nowhere. It was reprinted by the Epoch Times, and it was reprinted by the Gateway Pundit, and then it kind of became a narrative. But I don't know where the actual the original claim comes from.
I don't base my thing off of fucking Twitter people.
Well, that is exactly where your claim came from, just to be clear. But
no, where did I say that was a thing from Twitter?
Because
maglock doors work that way.
No, I don't think they do.
Okay, well that's because you're retarded.
Oh, okay. You know what? I'm curious.
Okay, well,
I'm gonna go watch this video. I'm gonna count the seconds. I wonder if it's 15 seconds. I'm gonna find out. Hold on, I'll be back.
Okay, so yeah.
Okay, Kai goes over here. 333. 334. He's trying to open it, and then he turns away. 334. So we would expect to see what at like 349? He's trying to open it, it's not opening. 343, 344, 345, 346, 347, 348. He's pointing at this. 349. Is it open now? Oh, how great! Oh my God! How? So you know what? And you know what? This is MAGA. You know why? Because this guy right here, the guy, this is what he actually thinks. The fucking retard that we're talking about. This is what he actually thinks. He's like, oh, so right here he says, hey, secret government agent 42 or agent 42, I need you to open the door. And the guy's like, okay, hold on 1 second. We've got the Trump kill shot file right here. Okay, we've activated Operation Murder Trump and frame him. Got it. Door's open. In reality, he's saying this. He's going, hey, jabroni. Hey, I can't open the door down here. And the guy's like, hey, you fucking retard, read the sign. He's like, what, for the door? I can't open the fucking door. And he's like, yeah, open the fucking door. It's 15 seconds, you dipshit. Just open the door. It's open. Oh, you sure, buddy? Yeah, try and open it. I can't open it, man. Just try it, you motherfucker. Really? Are you sure? Okay. Oh! Okay.
All the... Okay, go for him.
So, okay, sorry. So I watched it. So typically every single thing that you presented about this was a lie. You said that he looked up, that he was communicating with somebody. He needed somebody to open the door. It looks like what happened is literally exactly what was written on this sign. He tried the door for about 5 seconds and it didn't open, and then he walked back, and 15 seconds later, it's about 20 seconds, he goes back and he tries to open it, and go figure, just like the sign says, the door is open.
Oh, I'm sure. I don't take your word for that. I don't fucking care what you're trying to imply that it is.
I'm not implying. It's literally, we
Yes,
have
you
a
are.
picture of the sign.
Watch
We have
the
a
video.
picture of the sign. We
Hold on.
watch the
You
guy
have-
trying to open the video, and then it literally fucking happens.
Do you have the
have a
video?
sign.
Can we see it?
Yeah,
I want to see it too.
okay,
yeah.
it's in general. Go right here at 3:30. That picture that I linked you of the sign, that's literally the sign right in front of the fucking door. Okay? Go to 3:30, watch your time, count the seconds. I don't know what he's saying now because you don't have volume.
Actually, any period. It's from the beginning, the same sign. Yeah.
Is it the Substack link or the other one?
The first link is you can find the guy at
Yes,
around
it's the link that you
3:30.
just sent.
He's going to break into the door at 3:30.
Wow.
I'm waiting. Hold on. Just got it running.
Have you seen it, Artemis? I don't know what we're waiting on.
Oh, I'm watching the video. So he does that. He doesn't pull the fire
Yeah.
alarm.
Why would you?
Where's
You don't
the,
need to pull. Have you used a door before?
Hold on. I'm looking. Oh, goddamn. Keep clicking the wrong fucking thing. You can make all the gestures you want. It doesn't fucking work.
It's just like, did he pull the fire? No, motherfucker.
says-
It's the United States of America. Are you serious?
So he's at the Chris.
You're watching the Eastern Rotunda video, right?
Yeah, the issue being is that sign that is being pulled from, I don't even know if that is actually from that Rotunda video.
You can literally go to 30 seconds and full
I'm
screen
looking.
the video.
Hold on. I'm not disagreeing. The issue is I don't even know if that's the same sign because it looks shorter. I'm not arguing that it's a problem. I can agree with you that probably is the same sign. I'm saying is that my issue is that the dude stared up and started talking and pointing at the door. That was my issue with that video.
Well, the issue is that you made an assumption that he was communicating with some secret agent
No.
with no evidence because of a
Hold
tweet
on.
that was made and
Hold
some
on.
crazy
No.
articles that you read about this.
No. If the video, okay, if I'm referencing the video, I'm referencing something with evidence. I know it's not conclusive and 100%. That doesn't mean it's not evidence.
It's not evidence of anything. It is the
it-
sign. You can,
Oh,
I can show
okay,
you like
okay.
5 different pictures if you want of this sign over and over and over again. It is the sign, but
Okay. The issue being is that I referenced a video from memory about a thing that happened fucking what? Almost
4 years
a
ago
year.
now.
Oh yeah, 2021. Yeah, almost 4 years ago. And then you're gonna fucking tell me is that I have to be in 100% perfect with my recollection, accounting for every variable that it's in it, and then
It's
you can
not
rely on
perfect.
your
I don't care
shut
about-
the fuck up, Quibble.
I don't care
We're
about
not
your
talking.
recollection of the memory. The issue is,
Okay.
it wasn't just you having the memory. If you would have been like, I think somebody might have helped, or I think something, blah, blah, blah. If you're saying, oh
looks
no, then
weird.
you're like, no, that wasn't your statement. Your statement was, whoever did this criminal act needs to be held accountable. So how did you
yeah,
come to
yeah.
that conclusion watching this video footage? You didn't.
One,
You read a
it's-
tweet.
Here, hold up. I didn't read a tweet. I watched a video.
This video?
Yeah, the video of him pointing at the door and then looking up at what I would assume would have been the camera and pointing at the door.
Yeah, I recall seeing it too. Yeah.
Wait.
Yeah,
And
I don't know why you're implying that I'm so fucking like deep into the fucking weeds here.
wait.
or-
I'm sorry. Wait. And that video, where does he look at or point at the camera?
No, he didn't point at the camera. He points at the door. You're not even listening to me. You're preparing another argument.
No,
to
I'm
rebut
asking you.
whatever I'm
What do you
gonna
mean?
say.
I thought you said looks at the camera. What are you talking about?
He looks up towards something. I would assume that again from memory. I thought he was looking up at the camera.
Okay, so
That's
it's
the
not the
point of-
camera. He's probably just looking at other riders that have just walked
Yeah, but
upstairs.
you're asking me about something I saw.
Okay, it's at 349, right?
Yeah, I know.
That's exactly what you're talking about.
He's just talking to other riders because they've already broken into the building.
But the issue is you're asking me about something I saw 4 years ago and implying bad faith because I remembered stuff, but not 100% accurate.
I'm not asking you to recall specifics because I'm testing you on the specifics. I'm curious about your conclusion because your conclusion is unsupported by every single thing we've looked at so far.
No, it's not. Hold on. Again, you're asking me a thing. You're asking me to provide evidence for that thing that I remember from 4 years ago, and from my memory looked sketchy when I saw it. And then you're going to then imply bad faith
Because you didn't
it
say
wasn't
you
exactly
saw stuff.
100% the way
You
it
didn't
was.
say that you saw stuff that
Wow.
looked sketchy. You said that somebody needed to be held accountable for letting somebody into. And you even went on to say like, well, I'm not saying
If
that
they
it was a
did
police.
that, then they need to be held accountable.
Hold on, Artemis. Now that you've seen the video again, do you still think somebody should be held accountable?
Well, the guy that obviously opened the door, sure.
Well, yeah, but like, do you think he's some sort of like sleeper agent or something?
Well, I never implied that.
Well,
he
hold
was a
on.
sleeper.
No. You don't walk away that easily from this, because not only did you imply that there was some internal coordination going on, that was an impression you left with, you also very confidently stated, with whatever bullshit job you've made up, you've confidently stated that maglock doors are impossible to open from the inside. You could never do that. You don't understand. This is my job. That was also wrong.
Hold on. Okay. Well, two things. One, I still don't know about this because I don't even know if this was a maglock door specifically.
Okay,
I don't know.
Just real quick.
Then why
There
would you
actually
have
are
the impression?
some.
Hold on,
well,
no, wait. What do you mean you don't know? You said multiple times. Where do you think I got the impression of it being a maglock door from? It's because you said over and over again these were maglock doors that couldn't be opened unless by a
Because
code.
the Capitol has maglock doors. I've been inside. I've seen them.
Okay, Artemis, I've seen maglock
The
doors. that
Capitol
actually
has a skip. That doesn't mean everything is a skip.
Yeah, the Capitol has
Hold on,
ceilings.
hold on,
Do you think
stop,
that the door is a
stop,
ceiling
stop,
because you know the Capitol has ceilings and you've seen ceilings before?
Quibble, shut
just
the fuck
real
up.
quick.
You know, not everything has to be a skiff to have a maglock door.
No, my point is, just because there are a particular type of door in one location, you just assume that it's true of every single location in the entire
No.
Capitol. It's a huge
No,
building.
I don't
There's
fucking
thousands of people
assume
who live
that.
there.
You're now just creating a straw man of my fucking opinion.
Okay,
Okay.
so Artemis, I
Maybe
have
okay.
encountered.
You just gonna admit that? Wow. Okay.
So here, listen, man. I have encountered maglock doors that cannot be opened with any sort of human force, but they were at a university and they were for a computer lab. And what they do is the lab will lock down during a fire, and all the oxygen will be sucked out of the room to prevent the computers from being destroyed. I don't think you'd see that anywhere on the Capitol.
Also, wait, hold on. Can I ask? Is this? You can't even open them from the inside or just from the outside?
From what I've tried doing, because I've tried to when we were testing our doors and stuff like that, you literally I ran into one and I couldn't get it. I weigh a little bit.
Okay, so now your argument has gone from I'm very confident that I know these doors, I know they can't open from the, and now it's to, now your argument has gone all the way to one time in testing, I tried to open one of these doors and it didn't work.
Okay, I don't.
Also, not these doors.
There's nothing non-logical about that statement. As much as you're trying to frame it as being illogical, there's nothing.
I'm just
wrong
showing
with
that the level of confidence that you had on this take before I did any amount of research was very high, and now you've walked it all the way back. Was this from? This was an outside-facing door. You couldn't get to the outside of the building. You were literally locked in, and it was impossible, even with any amount of time waiting. Did you try it for 15 seconds?
No, the doors that I have don't have that fire alarm status for the maglocks now.
And people in chat were asking me about the computer lab. Yeah, if you're in there, you do actually just die, which is why it's
this is not like some
it's very
weird, like,
secure
these
that
things
place.
exist.
Yes.
It's, when you're dealing with like security stuff like this, these things exist,
Well,
and trying to imply that they don't is like what I don't understand.
Hold on, wait.
Artemis-
Hold on, wait. To be clear, you're lying. You do not work in any secure
No,
area. You've
shut
never.
the fuck
Hold
up.
on. Not only that, you've
Shut the
never
fuck
been in
up.
a
I'm
secure
not
area in your entire
lying.
life. You are. You're lying. I
As-
know you're lying. I'm 100% confident that you're lying. I'm 100% confident you're lying. The reason why I know that you're lying is because if you've ever worked in
You're
any kind of
fucking
secured
retarded,
area,
Jesse.
if you've ever
You're just-
worked in
you're
any
just
type
frigging
of
now.
secured, if
You
you've
don't know
ever
who I
worked,
am.
if you've ever
You don't know what
worked,
I am doing.
if you've ever,
You don't know where I've
yeah,
been.
go ahead, keep going,
Shut the
keep
fuck up.
going, keep going.
You're-
If
you're
you've ever
Artemis,
worked,
Artemis.
if you've ever worked
Shut
in
the
any
fuck up,
secure area
Destiny.
in your entire
I
life,
don't care what
you would
your opinion
never
is
say,
about what my
you would
work
never
is.
say
I
these
don't
public
fucking care.
areas that are
All
open
you're
to
doing is
civilians
frigging-
that just leave
just
outside a
fucking
building
screaming.
might be using the same
Play it up.
hyper-specific protocols
Play
for
it
a
up.
secured
Shut
and
the
confidential
fuck up.
area. You're lying. You're
Shut the
bullshit. It's
fuck
full
up.
bullshit.
You're
You
just
play too much
bullshitting.
Splinter Cell. You
Hold
think you're
on.
Sam
Shut the
Fisher,
fuck up.
and you're fucking lying about what you do for work.
Shut the fuck up.
Maybe
Destiny.
your dad did it for
Artemis.
work. Maybe you
You're
wanted to do
being
it
a
for work.
fucking
You're
retard,
lying.
Destiny.
You're fucking lying.
Destiny,
You're lying.
Shut the fuck up. You're not-
Artemis, just wait, man. Why don't you actually say it?
Say
Because he's
what?
lying. He doesn't want it. He's lying.
What,
It's fine.
what you do?
I'm a fucking engineer. I have a fucking well, what is it? What,
That's a lie.
yes.
What he just said is, I'm an engineer. For what? What do you do?
Yeah.
You build trains in the mental. Holy shit.
Hold up. Why the
That's
fuck
why
would
the
I explain-
maglock doors don't
Shut
open. You live
shut
in
the
an
fuck up.
insane asylum.
You're asking
I
me.
understand everything
Hold
now.
on. You're asking me, the person, to explain. You're asking me to explain to you while you're at live stream about what I fucking do. That way, your fucking rabid fan base can dox the shit out of me. I'm not fucking doing it. I'm not playing that fucking game. You're a fucking retard. You're just making shit up, and now you're just trying to play it off as if I don't do the things that I do.
I don't think any of what we're talking about right now requires an advanced degree. What we're talking about right now is whether or not you believe that 140 people can stop 50,000 people from getting into a building that has
Well, no, wait, that's a broader
that can
claim.
be
I
broken
agree.
because they're made of glass.
Wait, I agree that claim was dumb that he made, but just on this very specific one, he's fucking insanely cooked, okay? The fact that because the only reason why we're talking about your job is because you, bro, you cited your job as a reason why you're like credentialed in talking about this. But now you won't even say what your job is. Hey, by the way, a person who works at a fucking janitor at Harvard has a job with maglock doors. Doesn't mean anything.
Okay, so I can't draw upon my personal fucking experience with maglock doors. I just had to imagine that it should never happen. Is that what you're telling me?
No, you made it sound like you were some kind
And
of
then you
security
implied
engineer,
that
or security
I
expert,
don't do anything.
and it sounds like you don't
You
don't work in a security related job at all. You probably just have seen a maglock door before, and you're like, yeah, this is my work.
Artemis, I'm not going to reveal anything that you've told me. Just maybe you should say a little bit.
No, I don't owe him anything. I'm not fucking playing his fan. I know what his fan base does.
If he said anything to you, and look at this. Oh yeah, we're gonna dox you because you say what your job is. Okay. Sure.
Shit. Yes, easy.
Whatever you said, whatever he's told you he does for a job, he lied. Unless he's shown you a work ID or he's given you like incredibly, he's absolutely lied about it 100%.
Oh yeah. Go ahead. Tell me I'm a liar.
I don't think you are, but I don't know.
He's blowing out. He's blowing shit out of his ass.
Wait, hold on. Wait. So just to be clear, is his job like? Does he work in a job related to security, or does he just work in a building that has security doors?
He works for the government.
That doesn't mean anything.
That is not. I don't
want to reveal. I don't want to reveal what was told in private. I don't want to.
You just said that was a more technically like answer than anything else.
I have a TSS. Hold on. I have a TSS.
I work for the government. I work in Pennsylvania.
Shut the fuck up. I will get the classifications of what I have access to. I have TSS-CI poly with keyhole and talent. As the
literally nobody. You filled in an SF-86 and you're not fucking a Russian. Good job. Like, what do you? That doesn't mean anything. You clearly
that doesn't mean
clearly.
That doesn't mean anything to you.
Clearly,
I don't care what you're about to say. You're just gonna make something up. I don't fucking care.
Okay.
Your entire argument relies on trying to discredit that I don't work where I work. So I don't fucking care what you're gonna say.
You tried to credential yourself to make an incredibly retarded statement about secure doors, and you were proven wrong in real time in 4K, 120 FPS, 12-bit color. Okay, you were absolutely blown the fuck out on it.
No, you're just being a spurred retard, trying to paint off as somebody you don't have to listen.
You're citing security level because you know what markings to put on the bottom of an email. Why do you think this entitles you to any type of knowledge? The fact that you would even cite a fucking security clearance as giving you some insight into fucking security, okay? Because some guy held your hand to show you how to get in and out of a secured area, okay? This is fucking retarded.
Destiny, you're just making shit up now. I don't. Okay. If you want to talk, just fucking leave and talk somewhere else. I don't all you're doing is fucking jerking yourself off. That's all I am
going to jerk myself off.
I know. I understand. Why don't you just go? Well, I mean, you have Nick Fuentes. I mean, I'm pretty sure he could do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was the funniest.
The funny thing is, even Fuentes did make a claim this embarrassingly fucking retarded that because you've been in a skiff before, you can't get out of a building because it's going to auto lock. Where there's a sign in front of the door that says in 15 seconds it's going to open.
Now we're just going to make
you're like, oh no, actually,
all the conversation. Yes, I understand. You want to now paint the conversation to be totally ridiculous, even though we had to walk.
My bad.
Through.
I'll go back and listen to what you said, and I'll give you the exact quotes. I'll be back. 1 sec. Okay, let's go back and listen. I'll be back. 1 sec. Okay, let's.
So now
so where basically a protester got a policeman to open the door for him.
Yeah,
wow,
that's what I'm
right there. Hold on.
At the camera pointed at open the door.
As it was labeled.
You can keep talking to them. Sure, they did it there, but the issue is that the police presence should have swarmed that window and actually held
That's fine, but your initial claim was that somebody opened a maglock door or whatever. The first door that they got in, they kicked open, right?
Yes, but that's the issue is that the maglock doors don't require.
Yeah, this is just like fucking. Yeah.
You're just hand waving. I don't. You can keep talking to them, but shut the fuck up when people are trying to talk.
So, Artemis, just real quick. So,
go for it.
I dug in my files because you given me a lot of evidence over the years. So I dug in and I found a I found this video, and it was basically labeled because you can see two guys are kind of wearing like riot gear that open the door in this one. As it was labeled from when I got it from either you or somebody else, it basically said those two guys are Capitol Police, and they're opening these doors alongside other rioters because they're in on it, and then letting them in. That was the idea behind this video.
Okay.
Is this not the video you meant?
Not exactly, because, well, I mean, it could be, but that's not the one. No, there's another one where a guy physically tried to shove open the door, kick it, was unsuccessful, looked at the camera, pointed at the door.
Okay. Look at how specific. This is how you know people are lying, by the way, okay? Just look at the specificity of what he's saying right now. There was a video where the guy tried to open the door and kick it, and it wouldn't open.
And then turned around and then opened the door. That's the video I'm looking for. So
Oh, fuck. I just clicked the live button. God damn it. Hold on.
wait. Okay,
and generally,
how many of those are we going to see, Destiny?
Riders. What you're saying is
why
wrong.
is that the stipulation?
Oh, fuck. I clicked the wrong
That's true, yeah.
Because nobody was held accountable.
Do you want someone to literally like put their body like this at the window?
What do you think?
To the one guy coming in, and they could have just arrested all of them.
Rioter, he retreats back down the hallway, leaving the rioters to continue entering unimpeded.
Wait,
want to
Krieger.
stop
Okay,
it
pause
there?
right here.
Because that
So
was-
right here, when there are thousands of people outside breaking into multiple windows, they should have just arrested the one guy coming in, and they could have just arrested all of them and put them in the corner and put them in their inventory, or what?
No, what they should have done is actually swarmed the entrance of where they were coming from through the window, pulled the people that were already inside, and then
Like this at the window.
what do you think they were paid for?
Physically put
Out the window.
in front of these people who potentially have weapons. I mean, also keep in mind there is broken.
No.
What are you talking about?
You're being retarded. No, they would swarm the door, use their pepper ball round.
They used a suppressive weapon. He maced him. People are right outside. Also, can you go to like just 520? Doors being kicked open. Okay, hold on. We'll get there.
Yeah. So he kicked that one open. Yeah.
Okay, so it doesn't sound like. So which one of these doors needed somebody from the inside to open it?
I would have to go find the video now.
Okay, so you're lying, right?
No,
You're
shut the
lying.
fuck up.
You're lying. You're fucking lying.
No, you're lying. You're lying.
Hold on,
right
wait,
now.
Artemis,
You're lying.
Artemis, wait, because I did find the video you're talking about.
Yeah, I know. He's trying to lie, and he's trying to paint it as if I'm delusional. He does this as a fucking argument tactic. I'm not letting it. I'm not fucking buying it.
Argument
You're bullshitting me.
tactic.
Okay, hold on, I posted it in
What a
the
piece of
yard,
shit.
general. Go to about 30 seconds and watch the rest of it. It's a minute 30.
Is it a minute 30 or? Okay, 30 seconds. Yeah.
Yep.
Wait, a minute 30?
Rioters who were already in the building opened the east side doors of the Capitol Rotunda to let more of the mob in. They quickly flooded through the doors, overwhelming the officers. The first person through the door is holding a Trump flag, with the red dot on.
I have no idea.
Okay, hold on.
Through a line of Capitol Police officers in an open area.
Okay, what am I supposed to take from this video?
I have no idea.
Okay, so whatever maglock door, this maglock door that's open, the rider's already in the Capitol, right? So the
Yeah,
very first, so the first people that got in the Capitol didn't get in because somebody opened a maglock door on the other side, like mysteriously, because they broke through the windows and then they kicked open a door, right?
Not that other door, which we can go back to. Sure, they did it there, but the issue is that the police president should have swarmed that window and actually held
That's
it.
fine, but your initial claim was that somebody opened a maglock door or whatever. The first door that they
Yeah.
got in, they kicked open, right?
Yes, but that's the issue
Okay.
is that the maglock doors don't require.
Yeah, this is just like fucking. Yeah.
No, you're just hand waving. I don't. You can keep
Artemis.
talking, people, but shut the fuck up when people are trying to talk.
So,
Okay.
Artemis, just real quick. So,
Go for it.
I dig in my files because you give me a lot of evidence over there that opened the door in this one. As it was labeled from when I got it from either you or some other rioters, because
Not exactly.
letting them in. That was the idea behind this video.
Okay.
Is this not the video you meant?
Not exactly, because, well, I mean, it could be, but that's not the one. No, there's another one where a guy physically tried to shove open the door, kick it, was unsuccessful, looked at the camera, pointed at the door, and then.
Okay. He tried to physically open the door. I don't know why I'm wasting my time with this. He tried to physically open the door and kick it, and it wouldn't open. Then he looked at the camera and pointed at the door.
And turned around and then opened the door. That's the video.
Then turned around and opened the door. That was his initial claim. Okay. I think he makes more claims about maglock doors. We'll listen.
I'm looking for. So now that
So where basically a protester got a policeman to open the door for him.
yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Because I would rather, if that is true, that it was a legitimate protester doing it, the police officer should be charged with endangering everybody in the building. Or
I
at
think
least
that's
fined.
true, yeah.
Because nobody was held accountable for that situation, and that's my issue with it.
Nobody was held accountable for that situation, and that's my issue with it.
Okay, can we zoom out? What do you think the goal for the Capitol Police should have been in that moment? Like, broadly speaking.
I'm so glad I zoomed back in. Don't ever let people get away with these specific claims.
Well, one, I'm sorry, for the
Like, is
door.
their primary job to protect the people inside of the building, or is their job to protect and ensure that no one breaks into the building, or should they have managed to
That should be one. That's
superhero do everything
that's
simultaneously?
one and the same. Holding the building's perimeter protects
no,
them
that's like
as a
wrong. There were.
I don't know why you're telling me
members
this. You have no idea how security works.
Hold on, wait,
There
just
are
wait,
members of
just
Congress
to be clear,
there.
hold on.
No idea how
Artemis,
security
you have no
works.
idea how security works. You will never be able to show me a single video of 100 cops holding off 20,000 rioters. What you're saying
Why
is
is that the stipulation?
What?
Why is that the stipulation?
Because what is ever back up what you're talking about?
How many rioting videos can we see where 20 cops run at fucking 100 people, throwing shit at them, and then running them off?
Like I says 100 people too. Like, yeah, 100 disorganized people with 20 like riot cops, you probably could, but riots are usually way more than that. But
Because we were working together this game. How many of those are we going to see, Destiny?
that's
Tell
never
me.
what you see when riot police are dealing with riots.
Oh,
what you
weird. Now
see
we're
when
gonna-
riot police are dealing with, first of all, riots streets by using huge crowd control measures, by having a ton of police officers available, and generally letting people wear themselves out and maybe arresting the ultra-violent ones. But that's a lot different than people trying to break into a specific area. There was nobody to push these people off to a
There's
federal
no
court. They're
funneling
breaking
them
into the Capitol building.
There's no funneling them
Are all cops
They're
are all cops
policing-
meant to hold a fucking building? Or are the Capitol Police very specifically trained to do allow them to
Inside unharmed, which is what happens. The goal of the Capitol Police, unless they're Terminator, they're going to start bringing
kill thousands of protesters in that situation, right? Like,
is no
They
way
have
to
literally ways to handle rioting at the Capitol. They
perform their duty. Rather
go
back to the Maglocks.
for failure.
I think the guy above him who was Millie, I believe. I don't remember the lieutenant.
I-
Charge. There are different ways.
That'd be accountability. Well, okay. Well, I guess that is your.
Also, wait, just wait, real quick. One thing. Where is this evidence at all that there is a maglock electronic system that can never be opened from the inside?
Why don't you just look up maglocks on Capitol door buildings?
So I'm googling this, or
So, Capitol building doors. There you go. Yeah, just fucking look at it.
so if I look at maglock on Capitol building doors, am I going to find something that shows me you can't open it from the inside?
Yeah, they're designed to not open from the inside. Once they're locked in an emergency situation, the only thing that can unlock them are supposed to be signals or codes sent directly from the security office.
Show me that. So did he just make all of this up? It's not to be open from the inside once they're locked during an emergency situation. They can only be unlocked with emergency codes sent from security. Can you show me that?
Yeah, let me see if I can pull it up.
while you're pointing it out, let's just point out, part of the reason there are only 140 people there is because Trump...
No, it is true, actually. I'm sorry.
Because you want to win a debate.
Quibbles is absolutely right. That if Donald Trump would have said, hey, I need the National Guard there right now, it would have happened. That is true.
Okay. So that's what we're doing. It wasn't that he asked for the National Guard and he offered it and then Mayor...
He never made a formal request, and those were days before, and they would protect his people, not the Capitol.
He never made a formal request, but the formal request was day before. Okay, which one? Which one is it?
I didn't say a formal request was day before. He said something in a conversation offhandedly. He never put in a formal request for protection.
Okay, hold on. Now I gotta look at three things.
No, you don't. I just want to show me this thing because what you're saying offhand, it sounds to me like an egregious violation of fire code of anything else. You're telling me somebody to push a button and nobody can get out of the Capitol. They're locked in.
It's for active shooter and stuff like that. It's not a fire code issue because if it was a fire, normally it's a fail open. There are some skiff areas where it doesn't fail open, but that could be a fire code. I have an issue with that. But the issue being is that maglocks are there. They're locked down in case of active threats. That's the whole point of why they are designed.
Okay, so I'm curious. Okay, I'm not trying to be bad faith. Okay, and I do have issues sometimes. So can you tell me? I'm trying to figure this out. Can you read this for me?
What is it? Yeah.
What does it say?
Okay, it's the emergency exit.
It says push until alarm sounds in 3.
And how a
So then what you just said was a lie, right? What you just said was a lie. That they don't need another person to open it, right?
You just no. Look, during times of active threats, that gets overridden by the maglock doors.
Oh, okay, show me that.
So I did dig around a bit and beat from the Twitter account Swank Forum websites because
Is that magnetically closed that don't let people escape?
Are
you in the United States of America or?
Hold on. No, my building isn't designed to not let people escape. They have a building with maglocks that can be activated and can be held without during times of like
that are outside external facing
Isn't there
doors.
like a triangle fire about this or something?
Well, that's the issue with skiff doors. Things about failing closed with skiffs. They don't fail open. You can't just fail open.
Okay, this is outside my area of expertise. Are there really skiffs that are? I guess there might be, right? Skiffs that are like you open the door from the skiff and you're outside. I feel like skiffs would generally be these secured, compartmentalized areas would be inside other buildings, but that might not necessarily be the case. Maybe there are some that are just like external.
The fire alarm of the skiff.
So yeah, Swank for America was apparently a lawyer for the Oath Keepers who posted on Twitter. Just kind of came out. The original claim comes from.
I don't base my thing off of the thing from Twitter.
Because
maglock doors work that way.
No, I where, but
no. Where did I say that was a thing from Twitter?
Because
maglock doors work that way.
No, I don't think they do.
Okay, well that's because you're retarded.
Oh, okay. You know what? I'm curious. I'm gonna go watch. I'm gonna count the seconds. I wonder if it's 15 seconds. I'm gonna find out. Hold on, I'll be back.
Okay, see ya.
I don't think that's how maglock doors work. He says that's because you're retarded. Okay, Kai goes over here. Okay, and then someone said to go back to 56 minutes. You're trying to fighting the crowds at the first two.
ill-advised.
Wait. To be clear, what you just said is a total lie. They did not have the manpower to reinforce all the barricades. That's not true. They didn't have the people there to do that.
I didn't say anything about reinforcing. They could have just taken the people acting violently and arrested them.
In front of a crowd of thousands of people that are
There
in
were
front of you?
thousands of people. What are you talking
Yeah,
about?
and they did that at the third.
What would an arrest even look
Be
like?
like a BDSM convention in town for them to have enough equipment to even arrest the people at the first showed up to break it down. Yes.
Okay, the Proud Boys does not make up a significant.
Police. I don't even know how many Capitol Police were at the Capitol.
The issue is that they fell back because they knew they couldn't perform for the steps of the Capitol. From there, because if you that's very loud. Escalation.
First of all, it was already violent because they broke
Invading
in.
the Capitol is violent.
That's already violent. They're all trespassing. Number one. Number two, I don't even know if Trump had
45 minutes
sent
instead?
his whole audience there yet.
Okay.
And in situation, and also keep in mind that I am also responsible for protecting Congress people who are trying to flee the building.
That are the priority,
including
by the way,
Nancy
yes.
Pelosi, including certainly the priority is to protect them.
So obviously, we know that the Secret Service also protect congressmen. So we don't need to have no coordination between the Secret
So
Service.
the police officers don't have to. That's not the priority.
That's not what I said. Don't ask a dumb
Okay.
question when I didn't say it. Okay. Again, the police have training and they have procedures on how to handle situations like this. Pretending they don't is dishonest.
What were they
Okay?
supposed to do?
Funnel people as they capture them.
You can't do that when there are thousands and
Not
thousands. He
the
made
one.
another claim
They pull
about
them in,
maglock
arrest them.
things.
They
Link
have
to
enough-
the video. Link to the video.
I'm not even talking to you.
I watch so much video of this.
You're saying
The
it.
problem is I can't keep track of every single bullshit conspiracy that you guys make up to try to sweep for this. The people came in. Okay, wait. Here, let's watch this. Here, okay, I'm posting this in the flock. Let's all watch this one together. Okay.
Says in the flock.
Yeah. Let me know when we've got it open. And we'll start at the same time. Okay. Yard.
I'm technologically incompetent. I'm sorry.
Wait, this is not right. Fuck. Is it 15 minutes?
Okay. We all have it open.
Okay. The steps of that third line
4:33:41.
fell before the windows were shattered and people started trickling in. People that came in still cannot open the doors because they are magnetically sealed.
Oh, hold on.
Okay.
Okay, here's a more specific.
Okay, walk me through what it looks like to arrest the first 100 people, and now you have 40 officers left.
Okay. So my issue with your statement is that you're generalizing the entirety of the situation. Okay. The steps of that third line fell before the windows were shattered and people started trickling in. People that came in still cannot open the doors because they are magnetically sealed. Okay.
It's
No
really
matter how much
Oh.
people that came in still cannot open the doors because they are magnetically sealed. And people started trickling in. People that came in still cannot open the doors.
Oh, so he was wrong about this claim too. People that came in, trickling in, could not open the doors because of the maglock. So he was shown to be wrong on that claim. That was just wrong.
Because they are magnetically sealed. Okay?
It's
No
really
matter how much
convenient.
no matter how much they push on that fucking door handle, it will not open because it is maglocked.
No matter how much they push, it will not open. No matter how much they push, it will not open. Okay.
Okay? The entire Capitol is designed to be held by the Capitol Police with the amount of people that they have.
That is absolutely not true. You're just making shit up.
Not
You're so
against
fucking
50,000
retarded.
people.
No,
What are you talking about?
you're pretending 1,000 people can
Oh
rush you.
my
God.
Hold on. Hey, Quibbles, shut the fuck up.
It's a meme. This is a meme argument. This is a meme argument.
You're pretending 1,000 people
It's
can rush you.
crazy. What are you talking about?
It's a meme
Hold on.
argument. That's what we're
Artemis.
talking about. This is a meme.
Just wait, Artemis, I
You're
wanna-
just fucking wrong and you're coping here. 1,000 people can't rush through a fucking window. You don't need to arrest 1,000 fucking people. You just need to hold the fucking window that they broke into. You can
So
fucking
hold on.
hold the line.
So I do recall seeing that first video. It was shot from like above, and the person jumps through the window and then like runs around a bit, and no one arrests him. And then he opens the door, and then more people come in. I recall the video,
No.
right?
He didn't open the door. He pointed at the door at the camera, pointing for them to open it.
He opens the door, and then more people come in. I recall the
No.
video, right?
He didn't open the door.
He didn't open the door.
Pointed at the door at the camera, pointing for them to open it.
He pointed at the door, at the camera, for them to open it.
I don't remember that part of it, but
Somebody has to unlock the maglock on it.
Somebody has to unlock the maglock on it.
You cannot just open the door. That's why you failed to do it.
so wait, hold on. Are you
You cannot just open the door. That's why he failed to do it.
saying that the person who they broke the window with the riot shield, jumped in, pointed at the Capitol Police to open the door, and then the police did it?
No, that's the entire reason why the AG report is very important.
Pointed at the Capitol Police to open the door, and then the police did it?
No, that's the entire reason why the AG report is very important to figure out.
Oh, and that's an even stronger claim. That's the entire reason why the AG report is important.
Who the fuck that was?
So there's like one plant in the Capitol Police that opened the door.
You can ask that question. It doesn't mean anything to me. I don't know if it's a plant or not. Somebody who unlocked the on the map.
Someone sympathetic to them, yeah. Open the door.
Yeah, open the door. That person should be arrested.
Somebody.
Whoever in the Capitol Police that did that should be arrested and charged with aiding and abetting the rioters.
I have to go back and watch.
Yeah, I'm looking at my
video.
notes now. He said this is just another lie to try to say that
It's not a lie.
it was a Fedsurrection. Oh my god, it was a lie. I'm so good. And all that shit. Yeah.
It doesn't have to be a federal action. It could be somebody that was sympathetic to the rioters. You can keep trying to pay me,
So,
but it's not going to
hold
work.
on. Hold on, Artemis. I just want to.
Can you lay out what exactly it is that you wanted the police officers to do with their 140 people?
What does that have to do with it?
But yeah, like actually immediately shuffled out Nancy Pelosi, immediately shuffled out Mike Pence, immediately shuffled out all of the major people. Why? Because ensuring the security of those people is their priority. Their priority is not.
Okay, hold on.
No one breaks
Gang,
the sanctity.
just real quick.
Just
real quick. I'll ask Destiny if
Okay.
this will be helpful to him. I have a man who sent me his credentials. He has experience in counterintelligence and these things. Would that be helpful to have here or not?
He stated that his insider threat awareness challenge is something that is a credited certification. I don't know how reliable
counterintelligence and insider threat awareness.
Yeah, insider threat awareness is a yearly certification that everybody does.
So, okay, and you cited having a TSSCI clearance as something that gave you the ability to talk about secure areas.
Yeah, because I interact with Maglock doors is why I pointed that out.
So do
you
janitors.
Asked me how, okay, and
again, I'm just
here.
I'm not a janitor. I'm not going to point out being a janitor as my experience with Maglock.
I'm just asking if this is something that would help the conversation.
If you want to have him come in, he can, but there's no reason for him to be in here because every single thing he says that agrees with me, this guy is just going to say he doesn't know what he's talking about. So
okay, fair enough. I'm just here because you guys are still going, and I'm gonna milk you for content. So
sure. So I'm just looking at some of these statements. So when you said that people came into the Capitol building, they were trickling in, but they couldn't get in because of the maglock, you acknowledge now that statement was wrong. The first door was kicked open and it wasn't maglocked, right?
Sure.
Okay.
Well, I don't know what that. Hold on, to be clear, I don't know if that was the first door. I seen a video of them kicking open the door.
It was the first door. You can go back and look at that if you want.
Okay, that's what I'm just saying is I don't know.
Sure. When you said he didn't open the door, he pointed at the door and then he looked at the camera and then he waited for somebody to open it and somebody had to unlock the maglock on it and that you can't just open the door and that's why he failed to do that. All those statements were incorrect, right?
Correct.
Okay. When you said, now I'm curious, you said the entire reason why the AG report is so important is so that we know who that person was. What were you referring to there?
Okay, if that person was so we're going off of my recollection of a video that I saw 4 years ago.
No.
So,
to be clear, you keep saying this. I'm not going off your recollection of the video. I'm going off the impression you had of what needed to be done about it.
Why are you going to ask me a question if you're not going to let me answer?
Why you can answer? Don't lie about what I said.
Don't try to imply something.
Then don't lie about what I said. Just don't lie about what I said.
I'm not lying.
Okay.
I'm saying is that look, throughout this conversation, I kept telling you I'm recollecting an event that took place 4 years ago and what I remember happened in the video. And then when presented the video, I go, okay, yeah, that doesn't look like what it is.
Then why do you have the impression that this is the entire reason why the AG report is important?
That isn't why the entire reason why the AG important.
That's what you said. The entire reason why the AG report is important is so that we know who that person was. You said somebody sympathetic to them opened that door and whoever did that should be arrested for aiding and abetting the rioters.
Sure, under that interpretation, but that isn't the only reason. It's not the sole reason. I know we like to take, I know people like myself take some flourishes with their language, but if I know I was going to get grilled and fucking deep dive into every word I said, I would have been slightly more careful. I know you're not going to give me that charitability, but I'm just going to say it anyway.
Okay, well, you should pair your convictions because I said at the beginning of this, on the outset of this, I said, oh, I think you're lying. And you said, no, I'm not. I'm security, blah, blah, blah. And you were lying.
Okay.
You were wrong about every single part of this.
Hold on. Why is it always I have to be lying to you, Destiny?
Because you did not watch this video footage and come to the conclusion you have now. You read these conclusions in a tweet or you got them from a YouTube video.
No. Mm-hmm. You don't know where I got it. I fucking watched this video because it appeared on fucking YouTube of the fucking Capitol being broken in. Everybody was posting this shit everywhere. I don't have to get it from a fucking tweet. Tweet. And I didn't get it from a tweet. I watched it from fucking YouTube compilation of everybody breaking into the fucking Capitol. I know you want it to be where I'm lying because you want to disregard everything and my opinion because you want it to seem like I'm a dishonest actor in your opinion because you need that to be the case.
Okay, so then you came to a completely incorrect and retarded conclusion all on your own?
Yes, just
so happened to be the exact same conclusion that the Proud Boys defense in court was?
Hold on, no. What?
This happened to be in lockstep.
I'm sorry, it was the Oath Keepers, I think, that was also spreading this name.
I didn't fucking watch that.
Okay, that's fine. So you came to the absolute wrong conclusion based on watching pretty easy to look at video evidence. We all just watch it. It's pretty simple. You came to the totally wrong conclusion.
Wrong conclusion about the fucking election. What does that mean? It doesn't mean people
wrong
lying.
Conclusion about the election? What do you mean?
Yeah,
what?
You predicted an entirely wrong outcome for everything.
First of all, number one, even if what you were saying was true, predictions
was,
are not the same as looking at something that happened. Number two, I always predicted that it was going to be a close election, so you're not even right on my prediction.
You constantly predicted that you were going to win. But
that's not true. You know that, like, why are you so confident?
You were hoping the entire night, saying that Pennsylvania was a lock-in and that it was going to go Kamala. And that
saying
is why
that what?
XQC bet $700,000 on her that she was going to win. Don't try to lie to me here. People can be
Artemis,
wrong with how they do things.
Artemis, I don't think you're a liar. I think you're just really wrong on this.
Yes, I was wrong about recollecting events that happened 4 years ago.
It's not.
Hold on, Quibbles, just real quick.
It's specifically something that
Hold on, let Dev go. Let Dev go.
Hey, wait. In general, can somebody real quick? Can somebody read these logs? What does that say in the general thing under the flock?
Let's see.
XQC, XQC, who's winning? Tell me. I'm putting a bet on Kamala. How safe is that? Probably 80% safe, right? Probably 65% safe is what Destiny says. I don't know about 80%. So 65% safe to bet on Kamala is what your prediction was.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's at 100, but all right.
But why, I didn't say 100. He said to bet on Kamala.
You said
how many? 65% doesn't mean that he's guaranteed to be a fucking liar because he thought there was a 65% chance and turns out that 35% happened. What are you talking about?
Okay, I could say 51-49. It doesn't fucking it doesn't mean anything to me.
Yeah,
you can throw a number at any. You can throw a percentage number. I don't fucking care. Quibble. You're dumb. I don't need to listen to you.
There's a 2/3 chance that something's going to happen, and then it doesn't happen. Does that mean that I'm a liar because I guessed that it was probably going to happen with a 2/3?
Hold on. My statement was people can be wrong based on what they've seen. The statement is from Destiny.
The difference is
I'm a liar for being wrong.
The difference is that saying this for sure happened versus Steven saying, hey, I think there's a 2/3 chance of this happening vaguely if I'm just spitballing here. Those are not the same thing.
It's actually worse because I have to go off of memory for something that happened 4 years ago.
Well, see, this is Artemis. Well, see, this is what I mean.
You don't have to go off of memory. You could just say,
I did because I wasn't expecting it exactly to have to bring up.
You could say, I'm actually not 100% sure. Let's look at some video and then I'll make a conclusion after I look at the video.
Nobody actually talks like that. I don't know why you're saying that.
Actually, that's not true. We all, I go all the fucking time. What are you talking about?
Destiny, you're a political fucking hack job. I don't care what you think.
You say that, and I have destroyed you. You've gotten destroyed at every single microsecond of this conversation. You've been really name one thing I was wrong about. What's one thing I've been incorrect about in this whole conversation? One thing.
Okay, we're gonna go with the specific conversation where you relied on everybody else to dig up the information for you.
I'm literally the one going through everything here. What are you talking about?
No. The issue being is that you asked me about an opinion about a member of seeing a video from 4 years ago. You then try to hold me to an opinion about a video I saw 4 years ago, and then you're now trying to burn me because of that.
It's okay.
It doesn't make sense.
You're wrong sometimes, Artemis. So you understand.
I've already said that. But the issue is he wants to.
Okay.
The issue is he wants to paint me as a liar, so he doesn't have to do anything with that.
Well, hold on.
Wait. Can I hold on? Can I ask a question? You mentioned these maglocks. Are maglocks even required to be on skiff doors?
For skiffs, no.
Wait, then why the fuck are you even bringing up anything having to do with skiffs at all?
Because skiffs have 3 different ways of locking. There's magnetic, there's the rotating tumbler lock, and then there's the key code lock. Those are all utilized to lock the door. There's an inner door, outer door skiff sometimes. I'm mentioning them because skiffs have these in them. They don't have to have maglocks.
Then why did you ever bring up anything having to do with TSSCI or skiffs at all when it has literally nothing to do?
Because it's part of what I've experienced with maglocks. I'm bringing up my interaction with maglocks. I don't know why this is not getting through to you. I'm recollecting things I have worked with.
Is it perhaps the case, though, that the maglocks or whatever security system they have placed at the Capitol might work differently than the ones you're familiar with?
Yes.
Okay. So
It doesn't. So the issue is that Destiny is trying to paint me as just a liar, a MAGA cultist. That's all he's trying to do here.
Well, because you
That
just
is
keep
all
saying
he
things that are
said.
wrong.
Really, it does just being wrong about a specific event, and then the conversation going forward from that event, like asking all the questions that I had interpreted from that event, is I'm going to be wrong because I was wrong about the initial event.
Okay.
So calling me a liar all the
ahead.
time through that doesn't mean anything to me.
Okay. So this is, I guess I'm explaining for the audience now, right? Because obviously you know that you're just lying.
No,
okay?
no. You are now here just doing some bullshit.
Yeah. So the
Always
issue.
do this with everybody you trying to
Yeah.
disregard.
Keep saying that. Keep
Yeah,
saying that too. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So the
No,
issue.
this is what you do.
Go
This
ahead,
is your
yeah.
this is your
Yeah.
okay. One
So
at
the
a
issue
time.
isn't the fact that you are misrecollecting things. The issue is the impression that's been left with you. If somebody were to say, "Oh, I remember John kicking Jane, and that's why that's why John deserved to get beat the shit out of," and then we go back and we watch the video and we see that John didn't kick Jane, he punched Jane or something. Then we're like, "Oh, okay, he missed that fact or whatever." But that doesn't change the underlying conclusion. But if you say John absolutely deserved to get the shit beat out of him, I remember when he hit Jane, and we go back and we look at the video and we find out that it was like Jane that actually like threw a baseball at John, and then everybody went and beat the shit out of him. Well, now I'm curious, how do you have that impression? How were you left with the impression that John deserved to have the shit beat out of him, that the AG report was essential for clarifying who let these people into the building, that somebody needed to be held accountable, that maglock doors couldn't be opened from the inside? How do you have all these strong impressions when all of the evidence is pointing to the contrary? And I have no idea how you could ever come to any of those conclusions.
Okay, it's really fucking simple. When I have a view of somebody breaking into a Capitol building, and I've been to the Capitol building, I've seen the maglocks on doors. I understand how maglocks work. I've been there. I then go, okay, well, the rioters should obviously be fucking charged. I don't know how they got into the building in this way and fashion. It doesn't make sense to me that all of this failures all lined up all at once. I want to see what else could have been the case.
So when you went to the Capitol building, did you see the sign?
No, I just walked around the rotunda. Why?
The sign that said that you can. Well, wait. So you went to the physical building because you were so interested how they could have gotten out, and you somehow missed the sign that says "Wait 15 seconds and the door will open."
Well, yeah, because I'm not. Do you think I actively look for signs? It doesn't make sense.
I mean, Jabal and Bowman didn't.
I'm there to look at the Capitol, like fucking art and stuff, like well, not art, but like the architecture and everything else. Like just noticing the doors have maglocks is like something I'm gonna pass by. I'm not looking for a sign.
I thought you said you literally went there to see how they broke in. Wouldn't signage that tells you how to get through doors be important?
What? No. I would have to know that signage was there in the first place to go look for it.
It was right in front of the door. You said you looked at the maglocks on the door.
Not on that specific door. I looked at maglocks in the
The
doors of the
rotunda
fucking
door
Capitol.
is literally one of the most important entry points of the whole Capitol riots.
Yeah, well,
so you didn't look at those doors at all?
Hold on, is it?
Yes, there's video footage of all of the Oath Breakers and the Proud Boys moving in and out of this location. Yes, multiple.
I don't care about them. They can be charged. But the issue being is that I'm not focused on that aspect of it.
What were you focused on?
Touring. It's the fucking Capitol. I've been to a lot of the museums.
So then it's not.
So then you weren't there on a security tour. You just wanted to go look at the artwork.
Yeah.
Well, hold on. I'm not. Hold on. What is a security tour?
Like
I passed by the door. I saw maglocks on them. I go, oh, hey, these are doors of the Capitol building. And I look and see if there's there's maglocks. I don't understand how this is an issue. I don't understand. Like I'm not going to look for a fucking sign.
Then why would you ever cite this as, well, I've been there and I saw this so confidently?
Because I was there and I saw this.
But all of your conclusions stemming from it were wrong.
Hold on.
Well, let me try this. Which conclusion do you think you've made tonight, Artemis, from the conversations that you think was correct?
Correct that the quick reaction forces of the police inside the building didn't try to stemmy the flow of people coming in through the window, which led to more people building up inside the hallways and could force their way.
Because that's not their primary goal. Their primary goal was to protect the people, not make sure that no glass was shattered.
Okay, I don't. Okay, whatever. But yeah, that's my thing. Is that was my primary issue? Is that there was a failure of quick reaction to try to slow down the impeding people coming in.
So do you think they should have like gone to the windows and kind of put their shields up and shield walled it or something? Like, what's the?
So the issue is that their people only had like fucking spray canisters of fucking tear gas. Like when you're dealing with potential rioting, you'll have a lot more people with actual pepper ball guns and stuff like that to push back people trying to break in. I mean, they had them on the outside. I don't know where they went for the inside.
Wasn't there a scene where the officers literally tried to do this and a guy was getting like crushed in a door as they were trying to push the people back?
I don't know. I don't know.
Yes, there is a video.
Yes, there is actually, and I think I'll post it down in that room.
I don't know.
Dev,
because now
you
I
have
have to go off of.
the
The big issue is that doesn't. Hold on. To be clear, I don't have a recollection of it, and even then, now that I'm having this issue with the door thing, I have to now assume that my recollection isn't quite right. So now I don't know.
Okay, let's look at I linked a video. Let's look at this.
Okay.
It's 1 minute 56 seconds. I linked it in the general chat. I'll link it again.
I'm sorry, what timestamp are we looking at this at?
It's 1 minute 56 seconds, so we can watch it real fast, okay?
Just watch the whole thing? Okay, cool.
Yeah, I'm gonna mute this and I'm gonna listen to it 1x speed, okay? 1 sec.
Don't tell me that stick on me, boy. Just go home, okay? You see me. Just go home. Talk to your buddy and go home. Don't try to use that stick on me. I'm not hurting you. Hey, you.
Jesus Christ.
Okay, so this is after I think the riot police had already shown up. So they should have just done this strategy at every single doorway? You think they could have held?
No. The issue is that it wasn't nearly at every doorway at that point in time. This is like the issue we're having is that when they break into the windows, they could easily have stymied and stopped it and pulled them back.
But what would have happened as soon as a couple thousand... You understand there were tens of thousands of people here.
Sure.
So maybe they could have arrested a couple, but do you understand how compromised their position would be if they were at the front lines doing this and then like people started to run through and now they have nothing behind them to protect any of the people in the actual building, like the congressman?
But that's the issue. Anyway, the issue being is that the four officers you saw in the video of the guy breaking into the window, instead of charging him and spraying their thing, they ran away. Which I can understand why they would do that.
They were falling back because they have to
hold back to another position where they could hold better. Yes.
Hold on.
I
can
what you
understand.
do.
There was
Is that
one
not
guy
correct?
who's currently breaking in. There was one guy that could have been stopped.
There wasn't. There were 1,000 people right outside.
Outside, yes. They're not going to all flood through at once.
Can we like lay out what this crowd control would look like from your perspective? So there are thousands of people pushing and screaming and all pushing into one direction. right?
Into the window,
context,
right?
just even just in the context of like Black Friday, right?
Okay.
People die all the time as a result of like Black Friday. People are trying to get into Macy's and shit, right? So if you actually had locked it down there, even if you had managed to do that, which obviously would have been incredibly difficult, but even if you had managed to do that, wouldn't that have resulted in like literally people getting trampled and dying as a result of it? Many people.
Okay, so the issue being is that statement has nothing to do with the guy at the window. It could be applied. It could apply to other areas.
There are thousands of people.
Hold on. There's not 1,000 people pushing through the guy at the window. I don't know why we're saying that. You cannot.
At that point, there were people who were pushing and they were like shoving and trying to get into the building. And at that point, managing to like
I don't know how
down that location, even if you managed to do that.
If you believe 1,000 people are exerting force on that one window, there's no way I can even have this.
Not 1,000 people directly on the window.
Okay, what are we talking about? 100
on the window.
Okay, hold on.
50,
Artemis.
10. What are we talking here?
Go ahead, Dev.
The question is, from a crowd control perspective, what's your valve? Like, what's your release valve on the pressure that is building on that point?
The point is to rush it, reinforce it, and then have other people grab stuff to.
I'm asking, what's the pressure? What's the release valve? Like, how are you managing to ensure that innocent grandparents are not like trampled as a result of what you're describing?
Or just forget it. Assume like, okay, one person comes through. One person comes through and you arrest them. Fine.
Yep.
Second person comes through, you arrest them. Fine.
No,
You do this for 20 times. Now what do you do?
That's going to work. That's not how it's going to work. They're going to charge the fucking window. People are going to put stuff in between them and the people outside holding the window. They're not just going to keep letting people infinitely come through and infinitely aggress, like you said.
The windows had gotten
stuff
broke
through. Wait, they're put with a
no,
what?
not put stuff in front of the window and barricade it. That's
They have barricade materials for every window now?
They did barricade places later on after they fell back to places where they thought they could.
With nothing. With
and
nothing.
you saw places where they decided to
wait, don't do that.
That's what they shot.
Hold on, Wick, you can't say that because they don't have anything in the Capitol building to barricade anything with. That's what is being implied here.
They
couldn't do that
not barricaded.
Because they don't. They probably don't. I don't think the Capitol built. This is the capital of the United States of America. It's probably not meant to be invaded by 50,000 people. That's not how we build defense in the United States of America. That's not really how it works here.
And you don't barricade after the place is breached. You barricade before it's breached. Yes. It had been breached. They had no time to barricade.
I don't know why you guys are making a statement as if I'm not going to agree with that at all. I don't even. You're arguing something I'm not contradicting here. The issue being
argument
is how
they
do they react?
Stop them there, but there was no way that they could stop them there at that point.
No, there is an easy way to stop them there. They rush it with force. I don't know where they did. I don't know where all the rioting, or the riot police with the pepper spray balls and everything else went. Maybe they went to the front door here where they were blocking everything and reinforcing that position. But it's obviously that the other police officers in the Capitol were woefully unprepared for the situation.
Yes, there weren't enough people there. Yes.
We agree. There were 140 people against 50,000. Yes.
Not even. Hold on. Not even. It's not even manpower issue alone, but that is the case. They didn't even have equipment ready for that. The person sprayed a fucking
because they didn't expect this to happen. No one expected that Trump was going to tell them to go towards the Capitol.
Yeah, they didn't have the manpower. Artemis, they didn't have the manpower to guard that large of a perimeter, so they kept falling back and falling back and falling back till they got to a perimeter size that they felt that they could defend. Right?
Like there are major protests outside of the Capitol regularly, all the time. But the difference is that the leadership of those protests regularly managed to go through an entirely peaceful afternoon where they have 50,000, 60,000, 100,000 people hanging out in D.C. and they don't manage to just like say, hey, let's go invade the Capitol. Obviously, they're not prepared to have a bunch of people invading the Capitol just because there happens to be an event happening outside.
I'm going to ask Destiny this because he's going to agree. Destiny, was the Trump Republicans and the MAGA crowd and the politicians making references to being almost akin to stochastically getting people to go to the Capitol and expect violence?
Was
stochastically or whatever.
I don't know. Wait, what are you asking? Were they
for months? Well, not months, but the December, January, up until January, were they constantly invoking people to go to the rally at the Capitol
For
expecting
at least a
take back-
couple weeks beforehand,
Yes.
there was going to be a big January 6th event. Yes.
So, do you think the Capitol Police would have possibly understood that there could be violence at the Capitol building because of that?
Yes.
Okay. So my issue being is that there isn't just out of the blue.
Wait, hold on. I'm
that
sorry.
this
I
is
got to
some-
correct because I
oh.
didn't. Yeah, you're doing the bad
okay.
faith thing. Yeah. So it wasn't a matter of were they prepared for violence or not. Clearly, they were prepared for violence. The question is, were they prepared for 50,000 people to show up to overwhelm the Capitol? The answer for that is no.
No, but that's the issues that Quibbly is asking me how it is that peaceful protest would can be handled with no indication. But there's obviously there were indicators of there going to be possible violence. I don't know.
Yeah,
why
there were indicators
the
about
scale
violence.
of
How many
it-
people?
Hold on. The scale of it's in. Hold on. Stop, Quibbles, please. Please, my God, Quibbles. I will mute you if I have to. Okay. The here it is, Artemis. The scale of it was unexpected. They were prepared for some violence, but the amount of violence that they had, they did not have the manpower for. They did not have the equipment for. They were caught with their pants down, literally, and so they made the choices they thought were the best in the situation, which involved, again, not trying to make a stand in a place where they could not hold. There was no. We have videos of them using furniture to block the doors in on the House floor, right? We have videos
And also-
of them moving people out of the House, the politicians out because they didn't know if they could stop this from happening, right?
Okay.
Let's also just be crystal clear before we move on. It's also true that not only were they successful in managing to protect everyone in the Congress, they also were so successful that they managed to get the total death toll significantly lower than the average soccer game in the European Union, right? This was an incredibly good job by them in terms of actually reducing the number of people who died. The way that you're describing trying to make these chokeholds so that there would have been thousands of people pushing against each other in order to force a door open, that would have made it significantly more deadly of an occurrence, obviously.
I don't know if you could even.
You're it is delusional not to believe that.
I don't know how those 3 or 4 people.
Have there be exit valves for a massive number of thousands of people pushing against each other. If there's no exit valve, obviously more people are going to die. That's just how This is like a Travis Scott concert. This is just anyone knows this if you've spent more than 15 minutes thinking about how the movement of people functions.
I think you're just coming up with odd things to say that aren't particularly relevant.
No, that is directly what you're describing is that you want to have there be no exit valve for the people who were pushing to try to get into the Capitol, right? So their job is to, number one priority is for sure to ensure that all of the members of Congress are protected successfully.
Okay.
They did that perfectly with 100% success.
I got a question. I got a question for you.
Their number two priority is to ensure that the people who are trying to get into the Capitol also don't die at mass scale. Thankfully, they did an incredibly good job of both of those things.
Okay, I'm just got to ask. Okay, do you think that if they would have rushed those windows, held it for maybe 30 minutes longer, that all of the people
people would have been stampeded? Yeah, I do think that.
Why don't you let me ask the question?
Let him
come up
finish.
some weird shit.
Okay.
Do you think that the people in the Senate chamber and the House would have been able to successfully evacuate more had they held those positions just a little
They
longer?
already got a perfect evacuation. What are you talking about?
What do you mean?
Perfectly.
No, they didn't.
Every single person in Congress was evacuated successfully into a secure location, albeit not all off-site locations, but secure locations of which they have multiple inside the Capitol, because it's the Capitol. It's not all the kinds of parts where you walk around.
I
and
am
look at
pretty
stuff,
sure.
right?
You're just saying things now. No, if they had held the doors and the windows for a little bit longer, people could have actually evacuated to the underground tunnels. All of the politicians, instead of just having them stuck in the Senate chamber with nowhere to go.
Just as a quick thing, hold on, wait.
Go.
Just as a really quick thing. Okay, I'm sorry. Listen, Quibbles, we fought earlier. Okay, I love fighting with you. Okay, it's fun fighting with you. Okay, Artemis Fowl is doing some insane amounts of crazy making. You keep acting like Quibbles is saying these completely and totally ridiculous things when everything he's saying is perfectly rational. When he's talking about, and again, if you knew, they're completely relevant because you keep talking about security and riot police. If you knew anything about this, everything he's saying is very obvious, right? You're looking for a pressure release when you're trying to do things with rioters. At night, usually it's just time. That's your biggest pressure release. As riots go on, you shoo them down alleys, you shoo them to different areas, and eventually it gets really late, gets in the hours when people get tired and they go home. When you have a mounting situation that's getting more and more chaotic and more people are showing up, the idea of fighting at a window doesn't really make any sense. They obviously don't have the manpower to hold every single external access point like that, or else they probably would.
What? Okay, so what do you think the Capitol Police believe the targets of the rioters were?
Probably
the congressmen,
so
probably the Congress people. Maybe that's going to be probably the priority to protect.
Correct. So the what I would think they would do is prioritize the evacuation of the Congress people, the target of the riot, and try to buy as much time to successfully and fully do that out of the building.
Sure.
Wait.
Why do you tighten a perimeter? Why do you make a perimeter smaller?
It's an obvious question. What are you going towards?
Because clearly you're not understanding. So I'm curious. Why do you have a tighter perimeter?
Okay. To pull back so you can defend it easier.
Why is it easier?
We already know this. Keep going. Because you can consolidate manpower and density.
Correct. Yes. Manpower and density. It's not as porous. Yes. Why would you assume that the Capitol Police had the manpower to have 10 people ready at every single window that could be a point of access?
You don't need 10 people. You don't need 10 people.
How many do you need?
There was 3 or 4 people there. They could have immobilized. Well, not immobilized.
Did you watch the video that we
wait, hold on. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. Because it's such an obvious thing, right? So let's assume that you could do it with 3 or 4 people, which is probably not true. But let's assume you could. Okay. If you have 3 or 4 people at every single access point or at all the potential break-in points at your outer perimeter, what happens if they break through one of those points?
You fall back to the hallway.
No, you've lost at that point. It's over. If your outer perimeter gets broken and you've thrown away every single part of your interior to overstaff all of the outer parts of your perimeter, it's over at that point. They could rush your congressman. They could just run right in.
That's why you have reserve.
Totally. The Secret Service, whose job is not to guard the outer perimeter, are just going to sit by and let them just gang rape the fuck out of the politicians. You're right.
The Secret Service. I'm sorry. Hold on. There are multiple objectives during riot control. One of the biggest objectives is to minimize how many people are dying. Technically, every SWAT team in the entire United States could stop 100 men, could stop 10,000 rioters trivially. But we just don't typically want our police officers to be spraying, AR-15s or
blowing them down in the streets.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do. The Secret Service could just stop them, immobilize them, do whatever they need.
How can they just wait? Do you know how the Secret Service stopped somebody before when they were breaking in?
Yeah, probably shooting.
They did. They shot and they killed her. Ashley Babbitt. Yes. Is that what we want? Do we want our outer perimeter to get breached where we've focused all of our people now, and now the Secret Service is just in an open fucking fire fest with protesters running in?
My main issue is that you're setting up an issue where you're acting like there's no coordination between the Secret Service and the police for a eventuality like that. And I don't agree that is the case.
There will be some coordination, but their goals are not necessarily the same. The Secret Service are assigned to particular politicians, and that is their only protective order. That's it. Capitol Police I don't even know if it goes up the same chain of command or if they even have strong coordination between those two groups. I don't believe they do. I feel like I read that in the full J6 report, that there was some, because they were asking, can you help this or whatever? And the Secret Service are like, we're here to protect these people. That's all we do. We don't do anything else.
Yeah, they protect the politicians. This is why I don't think that they would get to the politicians like that.
Secret Service are not there to fight off crowds of dozens or hundreds of protesters or thousands of.
Yeah, if the Secret Service had to fire off into the crowd, that's a fail state. Everyone has failed at their job.
Like Ashley Babbitt was a fail state. Ashley Babbitt was a failure, right? That was a failure in outer perimeter holding. And you assume that they could have had even more people dedicated to it? They had to shoot and kill somebody.
The issue being is that you're asking me about a failure in the outer perimeter like 10, 20, 30 minutes after the outer perimeter had failed. That's what you're asking me. But the density of actual rioters is so great that they're overpowering the people inside. Where I'm saying is that they could have resolved that problem before it got to that density.
And that's offered with no evidence, with no reasonable way for that to happen, with absolutely zero. With you being wrong about every single underlying claim you've made about every single part of this.
Yes, that definitely has everything to do. The question about the video has everything to do with how somebody could resolve an issue with the window. Yes, I understand. The guy that was kicking the window open, kicking the door open. That guy would have definitely kicked that door open.
Okay, well, tell me, because I think there was I could be wrong then. I think there was a duty report. There was a Secret Service report that we read. How are we going to
talk about a possibility and being right or wrong about a possibility that didn't take place?
Well,
You're
sure.
not- you're
Yeah,
asking
no,
about
wait.
a
So now I'm
hot-
asking you, right? So there were a ton of reports that were written by different government agencies about this. Is there a single mention in any of these that this is what the training should have prepared them for? That they should have ran towards the window with groups of people? A single reference to that anywhere?
So here's the issue. You're asking me this, knowing full well I don't have the infinite amount of time for you, like you do, to sit around reading the shit.
So you're making it up.
cite-
So you just made
no,
this up.
Oh,
You're
I
making
didn't.
it up.
Hold on. What you're asking me about a fucking hypothetical?
infinite
You're asking me to
amount of
Matt.
time to figure out
Shut
what
the fuck
correct
up.
answer is. Yeah.
Hold on. I'm just gonna ignore you, Quibble, at this point. The issue is you're asking me about a hypothetical, about a report that you have the luxury and time of reading that I now cannot.
I'm just curious where you got the opinion from then. Where'd you get this idea that they should have ran towards the window with 3 or 4 people?
Because that's how you plug a gap in a line.
Really? Where? Show me evidence of this. Anywhere. Where have you seen this from? Or where do you get this idea from? Just give me one riot, one situation where 4 officers have ran towards the door and 150 officers were able to hold off 1,000, 10,000, 50,000 people.
I don't know why. I don't know why we're doing this. You keep bringing up 150.
You have nothing.
You keep doing
You're a
this
liar.
every time.
You watch too
keep
many movies.
extrapolating.
You have
Oh,
no
there it
evidence to
is.
support anything.
You
You
said
call
the
me a
movies
political.
now.
You earlier, you said that I
was
was bad faith, and now you're accusing me of being a research nerd. You said earlier that I don't do any reading on this. I don't know what I'm talking about. And now you're saying that you have the luxury of reading everything. You're saying that I'm making bad faith attacks, and you will give me a single source for anything you're saying, and for every particular claim you've made, we've looked them up, and they've all been wrong. They've all been wrong. They've all been lies. I haven't been wrong. I haven't been wrong about a single thing.
That's all you did.
Even when I asked you how I was wrong, you claimed I was being bad faith. To ask you how I was incorrect about something, you said that was me being bad faith.
Because you're asking me about a hypothetical of an eventuality.
No, I'm not. I'm asking you about a training procedure that you say everybody should be going through, and I'm curious what the source for that is.
Wick, got a question
what?
for you.
Huh? What?
What was your job in the military again?
I was a cryptolinguist for 3 years, and then 3 years
You're not very useful. I would have to ask somebody who's been like a fucking MP or something.
No,
that's
I wasn't
actually
a
been
sec
fired.
fellow. I'm not a bullet sponge.
Why do you think talking to an MP would help you here?
There's having a fob. Or
Deb, just so you know, whatever he said his job is, he's fucking lying. He's the lowliest fucking government bullshit contract
All
worker.
you want to do is do these
Deb,
dumbass debate
absolutely,
tactics.
he is absolutely lying. Okay, just so you know, just so you know.
You're just being a very cringe debate tactic nerd, and you're just getting heated, and you're gonna lie through your fucking teeth because you think you're gonna win. This is all you ever do, Destiny.
Well, when I'm right about everything, it's pretty easy to say I'm going to
No,
win.
it's not really.
Are there any, just curious, are there any MPs listening in Wick's fucking
I will pull
channel?
you in. Look, if you are an MP, or hold on, if you've been an
It doesn't
MP,
have to be an MP.
Expo,
It just be somebody
someone who worked in security in the military, jump in my backstage right now. I will pull you in.
Hey, Destiny, I'm gonna let you in on what's gonna happen. You're asking somebody who has an audience of 10,000 or whatever, 1,000 people, and all they're going to do is go, "Yeah, I can just say whatever I need to do." That's all it is. I'm not fucking doing that. He's just bullshitting.
Remember,
He's just
Wick, remember earlier when I told you that it wouldn't matter who you brought in because the reason why is because if they agreed with me, he would write them off? That's what he just did. You see how I predicted that? You see how I know that? Wick, you see how prescient I am?
Artemis.
It's an obvious thing that would happen. Why the fuck wouldn't I point that out?
God, I'm so fucking good.
I know you're.
Oh,
I
man,
know.
I can,
oh
I
my
can
God!
write the whole script for you guys, dude.
I got a guy.
my God.
I got a guy who isn't part of. Does it? Hold on. Is it okay if they're not from Destiny's community? Would you trust that?
Because I can't. Like, how am I supposed to prove that?
Well, if someone who's watched my stream a lot and in my stream a lot,
This might be the guy that opened the maglocks. You can't trust this dude.
Like,
Exactly.
I know a lot of people who don't like Destiny. I know a lot of people who don't like Destiny. If I can get one of them to come on, will you trust that?
Nothing he's saying
We need to
actually
have
matters.
proof that this person actively hates Steven. Until we have proof that this person actively hates Steven,
I don't
it
know.
cannot be trusted. It's a completely unrelated thing that has nothing to do with it whatsoever.
The issue is it doesn't matter because plugging a hole in a line is so fucking simple of a concept that anybody should be able to get it if they're not bad faith.
It's about, hold on, Artemis, though, it's about risk and reward. If you know you have a very thin line and you know if you fail to plug it and they breach it, it's game over, then you do what is less risky and you fall back to an easier place where you have a better percentage chance of actually holding the line, actually plugging the gap. You have to make these decisions in real time. They may not have always made the right decisions in these cases, but when you have a situation where you have thousands of people yelling, screaming, trying to break in, you make decisions. They thought, for whatever reason, that they could not hold it there. It looks like from the video that it would have been a bad idea to try to hold it there. So the trained people on the scene, on the ground, who were putting themselves at risk, made the decision to fall back to an easier defensible position. I do not fault them for that, and I don't know why you do.
I'm saying what I would have if I would have been in that position. That's what I would have done. So the issue, I would even make it easier for you. There could have been communication issues across the board because everybody's screaming because there's rioters. There's arguments. There's screaming across the radio at every level, and it would be impossible to get fucking reinforcements to that area to help. That would be an easier argument.
I have a question. Before we move forward, I have a question. Had they managed to stop anyone from getting into the Capitol, but a dozen people died, would that have been a better or worse result than what did happen?
It probably been a worse result. The issue being is that I would say that the buying a little bit more time to evacuate the target of animosity from an area, buying a little bit more time and then backing up and letting it through.
But they were able to get everyone into a secure situation by hunkering down in the Capitol with everyone except for the major people. Like Pence was already out, Pelosi was already out, and the few people who weren't the people who weren't out were just like normal Congress people.
How about
they
this?
also
Artemis.
were being defended, right?
Artemis, here's what I'm going to offer to you. Okay, Artemis, take all the time you need. Find someone that you.
I don't need to do this. It's irrelevant to the point I was making. That plugging a hole in a line is quintessentially easy for law enforcement. It's not a question that this is done all the time. Saying
Stop saying it's done all the time. You have no examples, so don't say that. You're lying. You're lying.
Shut the fuck up.
You're lying. You're lying. That was a lie. Lie alert.
You're just being debate mode. You're gonna lie through your fucking teeth. I don't care.
You're lying. You just said a thing that
you're lying. You're lying to your fucking teeth.
Wait. How is it lying when you said this happens all the time? You don't have a single example.
You're telling me I'm lying right now.
Yes, I did. You are lying. Yes.
You're lying because you're fucking lying. That you tell me I'm lying. I'm saying it's infinitely easy to understand that if you have a hole in a line, you try to plug it with manpower. That's not a thing I need to go grab externally for. It's an obvious.
Now it's common sense.
I think they actually should have started 140 miles around it so that each had a mile of perimeter. That
they
should have done that at the border. That's the border policy. We just need to plug the hole. We just need to put like 5 agents at every hole, and now we have no more illegal immigrants.
Exactly.
Yeah. Definitely.
It happens all the time. It happens all the time.
You know what? Maybe they should build like a wall that way they don't need to do that.
Oh, it didn't work for the Capitol building.
Maybe they should start
the Capitol had walls.
Didn't the Capitol have walls though?
And then plug that hole whenever they try to get through that weak point of entry.
Didn't they scale walls?
Yeah, didn't they climb over them for the Capitol? Yeah.
They climb over walls.
Oh, we need maglocks at the border.
This is all they're doing. All they're doing is arguing, trying to misrepresent it. That's all they're trying to do.
Someone change your name in Discord to Maglock Expert.
Yeah, sure.
Wait, hold on, Dev. Have I been wrong about a single thing that I've said?
Yes.
I don't think so. As far as I can tell.
Because he's accusing me of not holding a position I actually hold.
Wait, which position did I accuse you of holding that you don't actually hold?
You said I don't work for the government.
Yeah, you did say he was lying about his job.
He's a fucking liar.
Besides my personal accusations. Okay,
yes,
you're right. Okay, so besides my personal, and we can't prove it one way or another. So besides my personal accusation that he's lying about his job, okay, have I lied about anything, or have I been wrong about anything that I've confronted him on?
I don't think so. No.
Okay.
I can tell.
Because all you're doing is you're asking me an opinion, and then you're going through and digging up information.
Oh, do you want to ask me my opinion on any of this? Want to ask me my opinion on any of this, any part of it, and we'll see if I fuck up as much as you do.
Well, there's one thing. There was one thing you were wrong. They did in fact smoke bomb themselves that one time. That was true.
No, I'm sure they did. I know there's video footage, but there's also footage of the protesters spray macing the cops, and I don't think they lost their position outside just because I haven't seen video footage of that. But that was the first time that the that third barricade or perimeter was broken was just because of that.
Want to keep going? I'm all here.
Well, I am kind of curious, Artemis.
Like, what keep going?
Let Dev go, please. I want to hear what Dev says.
So the window's broken open, and you say they should plug the hole. Like, what do? Do they shove their shields up against it? Do they jump into the hole? Do they like bring some furniture from the offices? Like, what do they do?
Obviously, the person. Well, one, it seems like they weren't like properly equipped to handle a situation like that. Because they had the spray canister for pepper spray, but it doesn't look like any of the other ones people tried to help. All they did was run away while the other person was spraying them.
Wait, why are you saying they ran away? You mean that they withdrew to a tighter perimeter, right?
Withdrew.
You could say that there's a.
That's different. That's very different.
You describe this. You can describe it all you want. That's what they did.
So hold on.
Running away and tightening a perimeter. That's the same thing. Okay.
Okay, we could just do. They strategically retreated to a perimeter.
There you go. That's fine. Sure.
Okay, that's it. Doesn't change the action at the window.
Okay, so you think that they should not have retreated to a perimeter further back? You think they should have held their ground there?
Yeah, because the first guy was pepper sprayed in the face, and he was basically taken out of the interaction. While the second guy was still moving through the window, they should have plugged it and sprayed that guy too, and then sprayed anybody at that window.
Okay, but another thing that Quibbles brought up is that if they had done that might have led to more deaths outside because of the trampling. So
they can't trample if they're already up against the wall. I mean, you can say that they just crush in and kill everybody.
That's literally what trample is. What are you talking about?
Hold up.
That's literally what
trample is. You're just screaming now. You're just fucking screaming it. It doesn't. Okay, so why weren't there hundreds of deaths? Hold on, why weren't there hundreds of deaths everywhere else?
Continuing in a direction?
Why weren't there hundreds of deaths all across the fucking perimeter of the Capitol?
Because they broke in through all across the perimeter of the Capitol.
Kept on slowly allowing release valves.
And people broke in all over the Capitol. What do you mean?
There were multiple points of failure.
There were multiple points.
Release valves weren't
they crushed? Why weren't they crushed up against the window before the guys were breaking in with their crowbars or whatever?
Because they had release valves. Because they were like
what release? How is they?
At the very beginning, because people weren't that active at that beginning area. There were just people initially breaking in.
The issue with the release valve idea is that the rioters in those centralized locations have to be omniscient and know that there's other access points that have already been broken into.
Wait, say it again?
They would have to have known other parts of the Capitol were already broken. The rioters. Who the fuck else are we talking about?
There's two groups of people, so it could have been either one. Okay, the rioters didn't know what when?
So the rioters up against the next to the window, before they broke the fucking window and got in, why weren't they crushed up against the window? Your answer was because there's release valves.
How long have they?
Hold on. You said that they had release valves in other locations.
Hold on, no. He's wrong when he said that. Wait, Quibbles should have said that. No, wait. Those are the first people that got there. They got there and they immediately started breaking in. There was a whole crowd of people.
Less than 20 seconds prior to breaking the window, I'm pretty sure. It had been very, very short period of time.
So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna allow that to stand instead of just asking you to prove that. I'm just gonna let it stand. So sure, if that's the case, the issue is that there's hundreds of windows, and I'm sure not all of them are broken into.
But they did break multiple windows. Also, hold on. Okay, can we? I'm posting another video. Okay, this is the third line being broken. Okay.
Okay.
Where you're saying this in general again, I assume, right?
Yeah. Can you tell me? I'm sorry, actually, my timestamp is bad. Just go back to like 1522. Here.
1522.
I linked a new thing. Okay. And then just start watching at 1x speed. Just watch for like a minute. And tell me at what point did the line fail here? This is the final one because they gassed themselves. I just want to see. Tell me when.
They just got pushed out.
It's over!
What time frame you said?
You better run, cops! You better fucking run!
What was the time frame?
The number of officers visible
I think it was
in this
1540,
video
right?
is approximately.
It's timestamped in my link.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why is there a Canadian flag in there? What the hell?
85.
People are dumb.
Dev, where were you on January 6th?
See how fast the cops turn
Don't worry
around
about it.
once they fucking saw the numbers game.
Numbers
Glover
game?
declares an emergency, referred to as a 1033.
We lost the line! We lost the line! LMPD, pull back!
If the line broke, so they again retreated, reformed, or tried to at least.
LMPD, come back to the upper deck! Upper deck! Crucial testing has blank! 1033! I repeat, 1033 has run the Capitol! We've been taken, we lost the line!
We literally fought all the way back to those stairwells, and I mean it took us a long time because you had to walk backwards and you're engaging with these individuals.
Glover again calls for reinforcements.
Cruiser 50, still need reinforcements. Upper deck, west front. Upper deck, west front. We cannot lose the upper deck.
Order 1033. Have all units respond to assist him. Do what we're trained to do.
MPD officers were forced off the upper deck by 2:40 p.m., roughly an hour and a half after Glover and his officers arrived on the scene. Rioters flooded into the Capitol building.
Which part of this was them just gassing themselves, and that's why they lost the...
You're gonna pull a video from something I don't recognize, so now I have to go find an actual video for which I derived my opinion from.
Okay.
What do you mean actual video? Is that not actual video?
No, because I watched police body cam footage of the guy saying, "We gotta fall back. We're tear gassing ourselves."
He saw a tweet or he saw a YouTube video as part of like another like far right
police
conservative
body
thing
cam footage
where he
is just a
says,
tweet now, I guess.
No, you did. That's what you saw. You weren't. Yeah, because how are you unfamiliar with all of these things? How could you be unfamiliar with all of these parts of the event and you've only seen like this hyper selective like amount of footage? Just because you've been watching other media sources feed it to you. You haven't looked at any of this yourself.
Because I think that all of the rioters should have been prosecuted. That's why I didn't care too much to look into it.
It doesn't matter if you think they should have been prosecuted. You have no idea what actually happened.
Fixate on January 6th.
Because your opinions and ideas about all of it are completely fucking incorrect.
You brought it up.
Oh, what?
I'm pretty sure I brought it up actually.
Yeah. This okay. I'm gonna keep ignoring Quibbles.
I thought it was.
Anyway, no. So hold on. There was another video that I've seen. This wasn't the video, but there was a video where they had tear gassed themselves. But I don't believe that was the reason that the third line fell. I think it was just like a thing that happened, and it was like it wasn't a big deal, you know.
Okay. So again, I'm going off of things I've seen, on a topic that I mostly agreed that people should have been prosecuted for, and thinking January 6th for the rioters should be prosecuted. That is the end point of my caring about the topic. You're expecting me to then go in and deep dive as much apparently as you think everybody needs to, which is an objectively...
I don't think everyone needs to. I think
that's the issue here, is that I don't have perfect fucking knowledge, and we're God of gapping this fucking conversation.
I don't have strong takes on every single topic, right?
Yeah.
That's perfectly legitimate to not have strong takes on every single topic. The difference is I didn't come into this with a strong position on it. You did, right?
No, you come in, you're here for the conversation because you want to get laughs and giggles. That's all you're here for this conversation for.
No, I didn't come in making a strong claim. You did come in making a strong claim. Turns out your strong claim is incorrect.
Hold on. The conversation I came in on was talking about Hunter Biden's fucking shit. I didn't start this conversation with talking about Jan 6 and the other shit. We were talking about Fruit of the Poisonous Tree and the issues with the Jan 6 committee.
Do you see how, do you see how when you went back to Hunter Biden there, do you see how that's actually the smart thing to do? You tactically retreated from all of the holes in your argument because all of them are totally indefensible, and now you're trying to run all the way back to your like most defensible point.
No, I don't need to do that. I'm explaining where this came from. We can sit on this fucking conversation all night at this specific point. I don't care. I'm explaining that Quibbles is wrong about this. All we've done.
What was Quibbles wrong about? Wait, what's the
single
thing he said he's wrong about?
Let me talk. All we're doing is running down a line of dialogue until we find a specific topic that I don't know as much about, and then jamming everything into it. That is all you've been doing this entire time.
I just asked you broadly. We're talking about this because I asked you broadly what you disagreed about the J6 Commission, because you had so many horrible things to say about how it started.
You wanted to jail someone. Weren't you earlier saying you wanted to jail a member of the Capitol Guard?
Or whoever was involved in letting the protesters through the MAGLOCks.
That's a pretty hardcore statement to say, given that there's been plenty of research into this, including by Congress itself, and none of them came to that conclusion. It is only you who are coming to that conclusion. That's a very strange.
What's the most important thing? You said we need the AG report. What was the important thing that we need the AG report for? What AG report?
So I don't have to care about people when they say that there were feds in the crowd. So I can just ignore that conversation at that point.
Wait, what credible people have said that?
Why are we adding credible people into that statement?
Because that's how investigations work. What do you think a standard of evidence is?
No. So this is the issue. When I say I want to look at something
credible, that was actually the best statement you made all night.
No. Why would I care what? Hold on. That wasn't the fucking question. Okay. My statement was I can just ignore people when they talk about it, and you go, what credible people are talking about that? I'm not talking about the fucking witnesses. I'm talking about people asking or bringing up the conversation. And now you're giggling as if I said something I didn't. Because I'm asking, what is the AG report for?
And you're saying, so we need the AG report to disprove random tweets?
Why does it always go back to tweets with you?
Well, because you said it's not anybody credible. Random people in the crowd?
I have people on. I fucking talk to like literally everybody. I don't know why tweets are necessary for this.
Then what are we waiting for the AG report for?
I am. What is we?
Why are you waiting for an AG report? Which AG? Who are you even talking about?
To be clear, you're not waiting on anything.
No, wait, don't bail him out. What AG report? Who are you even talking about? What do we...
So there was the AG report about the fucking amount of informants and or human source contact or whatever else it was at the Capitol at that time. Because so many people have hung their hats on that being the reason the rioting started, I'm waiting for that to come out so that way we can finally put that to bed.
Really? Have you seen any credible evidence anywhere that suggests that it started because of informants or federal informants? Any videos, any articles, anything whatsoever, anywhere?
Okay, so I don't need. So we're asking about my opinion of what I've seen.
If you have
I haven't seen hardly anything of that.
If you have an
evidence, I haven't seen anything of that.
So if you have an expectation for the Department of Justice to publish something, that has to be in response to evidence, not just baseless claims, right?
Well, the Department of Justice is saying they're waiting for the approval of the AG to release this report. That is all I've said. I'm not expecting anything from it outside of disproving or whatever it's saying.
I don't know. I don't think this report is real. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't think this is actually.
Also,
just because he hasn't heard of it doesn't mean it's.
Link it to me then. Link it. Show me. Wait. I might be wrong. Link it. Show me. I'm open to being wrong.
Okay, so hold on. Is his name Cash Patel? Whatever his name is, I don't know how to pronounce it.
No, it's just an AG report from someone, maybe a special.
No, I know. But the guy who's tapped to be coming in has said that he will release the report you're talking about.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess it's the FBI.
But that could just be him blowing smoke up your ass. You know, who knows?
Yeah.
But crystal clear, you're not waiting on anything because you've already announced that you want to see people thrown in jail from Capitol Police.
Hold on.
Hold
on. You keep going back to this as if I haven't changed my opinion on the video.
Okay.
So why do you keep relying on that? Why do you keep going back to that? Stop that.
Because you haven't said. Okay, so I want to hear you.
You were there when we were talking about that when Destiny was off doing whatever else he was doing. You were there when we already said, I agree we've already agreed to this. All you're doing is bringing this back up because you're just doing it for the fucking camera at this point.
No, I'm not.
Then why don't you remember that we had that conversation? You were there. You were the one asking me about it. Dev was there too.
Wait, which part?
Asking me if I still believed the video was the way it was when I first stated.
No, not whether the video was.
And why? If I don't agree that the video was the way I remember it. Hold on. Why?
No,
if I don't remember,
I'm asking, do you still believe? You still believe that there are any members of the Capitol Police who belong in jail as a result of their conduct on Jan 6th?
The only people I can even think of are their conduct. No. The actions that took place after.
That was the start of the Jan 6th conversation, right?
No, it wasn't.
The beginning of the Jan 6th component of this conversation.
No, it wasn't.
You claimed that.
No, the start of the Jan 6 conversation was about Liz Cheney having improper communications with Hutchinson, or whatever the fuck her name was. That was sorry. I don't know what you're trying to do here. Man. So no, I don't believe the non-existent fucking Capitol person that let them in deserves punishment. No, I don't know why we keep rotating back.
So everyone did the best that they possibly could in
I don't know
the circumstances.
That is additional information that I don't have.
Can I ask you, Artemis? Right? What do we need to do to kind of change your mind on this? Right? Because I think it's pretty clear you're wrong. Right?
The issue being is that I don't look at it as I don't have an opinion on the Capitol thing. The issue being is that for people to move on past it, there are certain things that need to be coming out so that the American people themselves can move the fuck on from it. One of them being that confidential report or whatever it is that Cash Patel wants to release that's sitting on Garland's desk.
Okay, so you need the Garland's
more clarity, more sunlight is always better to remove fucking
Don't we have this thing recorded from like?
Just to be clear, also for everybody
1,000
paying attention to this
angles,
far, because we've watched him
1,000 people?
walk back like 50 million times, that report wouldn't satisfy you. You would say they're lying. You would say it doesn't matter. You say it literally doesn't.
I
matter.
know.
Don't we already
It's
have this?
Well,
Don't we already have this from every single angle? By like literally thousands of different people who were all recording this on their phones?
Yep. We do.
So Artemis,
Okay.
I mean,
It's so funny. Also,
chunk...
wait, real quick. Earlier, it's really funny too, and I noticed these because it's just funny. Earlier, remember, he was making the argument that what an absolute and utter failure of preparation for the Capitol Police when we knew for weeks ahead of time that there were going to be tens of thousands of people here that were going to start something. And now he's saying, well, actually, it was started by the feds that were at the area.
I didn't say that.
Did people
You're just
know
making
weeks
shit
ahead
up
of
now.
time that the feds were
You're
going to
just
start
making
it,
shit up
or did
now.
they just like?
You're just making shit up.
You're
now.
arguing
You're
both
just
sides of it.
making shit
Yeah.
up. You're just making shit up now. I never said that. I don't know why
Said that.
you're implying that. This is no one. You're now making shit up.
So Artemis, you've made the claim to me that the January 6th committee, all the evidence has to be thrown out because of various, procedural problems with it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I don't agree with those problems, obviously, because we've talked about
if there's
the
procedural
two
problems
people.
if the procedural problems that were removed and had been followed correctly, well, not correctly, but to a more balanced way of how they were going about it, like because there's no defense when doing in a committee, like an opposing research thing, or I can't remember what it's called, but basically there's only one side to that investigation, and it should have been handled differently. There should have been some more balance to it.
I mean, there were three open seats.
The Republicans very specifically, don't ever let him get away with this. The Republicans withdrew their support from that just so that people like him could make that statement, just so you know.
No, that's just bullshit mind reading. I don't care.
Really? Hold on, wait.
Yes,
She did.
it's
Wait,
just bullshit mind- it's all bullshit mind
Pelosi
reading.
approved 3 of 5 people and asked for 2 others from McCarthy, right? She did, right?
Yeah, and
There
then
you go.
McCarthy
Correct.
understood that it wasn't going to be a actual thing, so he withdrew. Because there's no point of having a corrupt process and trying to give some legitimacy.
Yeah, but you can't
Well,
prove a
hold on,
single
though.
conclusion or research part that was like
Yeah,
corrupt.
I understand that. If you're just going to try to paint
Well, hold on, Artemis. I mean, the claim is that because pro-Trump people wouldn't be able to be on it because Troy Nels is pro-Trump and he was allowed on it.
No, we've already had this conversation before, Dev. Jim Jordan is the most well-known and well-trusted person for the conservative side. If he was on there, whatever conclusion they would have derived would have been far more believable.
Bullshit.
Okay.
So just hold on for a second. So
McCarthy was also really loved by Republicans at one point in time. I don't know if you remember that, but
Jim Banks and Jim Jordan, they were both supposed to be on it. They were refused, and your argument is that there could have been no one else that they could have chosen that would have been able to get the job done.
Do you know?
It had to be those two.
Do you know of any other people that would have rose to that prominence at that time?
That weren't in the December 21st meeting? Probably not, because
that's what I'm saying.
Well, yeah,
Is
because
that
they're all
issue-
corrupt. That's why they're at the meeting, man.
Okay, so here's my that's okay. So we could say that they were at that meeting. The problem is, if you want people to lend some legitimacy to the Jan 6 committee, those are some type of things you have to acquiesce with. Because now you just have the entire thing where everything is going to get thrown out, everything is going to get undone, and the American people don't trust it in any way, shape, or
no,
form.
you actually don't have to let the people that are accused of crimes be the ones that are investigating themselves. You really don't have to do that, but
Okay.
No, wait. Hold on. Isn't Dan Crenshaw like a popular House Republican?
No.
Not enough for this argument. No.
Not enough.
Because he wasn't at the December 21st.
It's never good enough. It's never enough.
Yeah, Destiny. This is all you do. Is you just
Artemis. I don't want to gang up on you, buddy, but you and I have had this conversation before, and I'm curious. What is your basis for establishing Jim Jordan's popularity, assuming that that's the predicate for who should participate in the January 6th investigation?
It used to be Trey Gowdy. Trey Gowdy used to be a huge proponent for not combative, but
yeah, no, I know who Trey Gowdy is, but
yeah,
I
he's
understand.
actively contesting the.
I understand. I understand, but you just appealed to Jim Jordan's popularity. My question is, what's your basis for that?
He's the next runner-up that everybody knows about.
According to what?
His popularity. That's the. I don't know what else to go off of or tell you.
What? How do you establish his popularity? Was it a poll? What was it? Your feelings?
Oh, should do I need to have a?
I'm just.
I don't know how we
I'm
do.
not
I don't know
asking-
how we're supposed to do that. I don't understand
you
that.
just said that
Everything
Jim
is
Jordan-
everything is going to be feelings by how people talk to him.
So
well,
I
like,
wanna
was
make-
he ever? Jim Jordan was never. I could be wrong. Was he? He wasn't like a House Majority Leader or anything, right? He never.
No, he wasn't.
Okay, wait.
No,
So
he
then,
wasn't.
so what
There
is this
was-
idea? Where does this come from? He was never like running for president and was like runner up to Trump, right?
No, the issue being is that he's been the most strident defender of Trump and all the other stuff, making him the most popular. Having him on a process, even if he was like he was
Yeah,
at
so
that meeting,
you're
would have
making an
gained some
unsubstantiated.
legitimacy.
Yeah, but you're making an
It's
unsubstantiated.
always going to be
claim.
unsubstantiated. I'm not going to use. I'm not going to be like.
Well,
acquiesce
it's
to that
not.
argument.
Well, the issue is that this is such a strong claim for you that you can discredit
It is
the
not a strong
entire
claim.
J6 commission based on the fact that he wasn't allowed on. So it's kind of weird.
I
You're
don't
like, well,
have
it's just a
to.
vibes
I don't
thing,
have
but-
to. The entirety of the United States, not entirety, the entirety of the Republican Party dissuaded it because of that point.
No, they
I don't-
dissuaded it because
No,
they
no,
don't like the
that's
conclusions.
That's not the reason.
Yeah.
That was the initial jettison of the J6 committee being invalidated.
No, so listen.
we
when
can try to ignore
Kevin
it, but
McCarthy,
that's what
Kevin McCarthy didn't appeal to Jim Jordan's popularity for the reason that he withdrew all the names. He was pissed that he didn't get the names he wanted. And by the way, Speaker Pelosi wasn't obligated either by norms or by any sort of congressional law or
She said it
congressional
wasn't by
rule
norms.
to give Kevin McCarthy the specific names he wanted. She had a very good reason to deny Jim Jordan and Jim Banks. And she said that of all the hundreds of other Republican congressmen who were devoutly loyal to Donald Trump, including Matt Gaetz, by the way, there were other people that he could have picked. And McCarthy refused. That's on McCarthy. That's not on Pelosi. And again, you appealing to Jim Jordan's popularity without being able to substantiate it is ridiculous. Assuming
I'm not going to acknowledge a fucking argument like that from people who are fundamentally anti-Republican and anti-like MAGA stuff. I can't acknowledge that argument because you're not objective fucking people. I'm not going to acknowledge that.
To be clear, you can say they're not objective people. You hold on. Wait. You just said you not objective right after saying that there was absolutely no objective or concrete way to justify your feeling about Jim Jordan. You're on an island, my friend.
Hold on. Why? Okay. If there's no way people can be objective about this statement, because there's not. It's entirely opinion based off of the popularity of a person. Why would I acquiesce to an argument that is laid out as if it's an objective statement?
Here's a question. If there's going to be a massive investigation into things that might involve people in your party, why wouldn't you want 5 members of your choosing? If 2 get knocked out, but the other 3 are there, why wouldn't you just choose 2 other people and be a part of that investigatory process?
Oh, because then you're lending credence to a process you don't trust. I don't know why. I've already said this before.
Oh my God! Wait! That's fine. I'm happy with that, and I'm glad that you said that. You are exactly right. He did not want to lend any credence to it, and he wanted to completely and totally delegitimize it from the very beginning. You said it. I'm good. That's it. That's all I needed to hear. Thank you. That's all I needed to hear.
Having Jim Jordan there would have let it.
You wanted to delegitimize the entire process, and that's why you're repeating it, and you're honest about it. Thank you. Thank you.
All you're here to do is just to run roughshod. No,
Okay,
he
Artemis,
wanted to lend credence to the fucking process by having Jim Jordan on there.
What is so unique to Jim Jordan, which would give the process credence that 150
Because the American
or
people
near-
trust him more.
according
other-
to whom, Artemis? According to whom?
Okay, again, you're trying to ask for a fucking institutional answer.
You know why?
Because you're
You know
making
what?
a strong
Hold on.
claim. You're making the claim that Republicans can pull their entire support from arguably one of the most important and extensive investigations in recent U.S. history, that all of that should fall apart because Jim Jordan is not allowed on? Does he have a background in investigations? Does he have a background in prosecution? Is he a former attorney general, a former FBI department head, a former anything? Why is he so important that if he specifically is not allowed on this investigation, the whole thing loses credibility?
Because that's what happened.
Okay.
It lost all of its credibility. That's why nobody acknowledged it. That's why people are fine with him pardoning.
Does Jim Jordan participate in every activity in the House?
He's the head of the judiciary.
He participate in every congressional activity.
No.
But isn't by implication your argument that anything that doesn't have Jim Jordan on it is illegitimate?
Yep.
No. The greatest, like Jesse said, the most influential investigation in fucking history probably should have the most trusted person from the Republican Party on it.
How do you think the Democrats would have felt if people who were directly implicated potentially in Trump's scheme? How do you think that the Democrats would have felt if he was now a big part of the committee and if he was obstructing things?
They would have been ecstatic because they could just go, "Hey, we're going to subpoena you," and then they could have it on fucking publicity.
We were going to threaten to subpoena people? You mean we were going to threaten to
They already did.
You mean we were going to threaten to subpoena people that Donald Trump had already given pardons to for ignoring prior subpoenas? That was the plan?
I don't know why you're saying that as if that's an abnormal thing, because that's what every administration does.
Every administration
No.
grants pardons to people that are
No.
helping them commit crimes in office? Name
No.
2
Yeah.
other times that's happened, or one
No.
other time that's happened. What are we talking about?
Obama, AG, Eric Holder avoiding subpoenas and being in contempt of Congress. This has happened several times.
Okay, wait.
I
Now,
don't
if
know.
I go and
I
read
was
about this,
on-
if I go and read about this right now, are you going to be completely and totally fucking wrong like you were about every other thing you said? And you're going to say, well, how am I supposed to remember the exact details of these particular things? LOL. Is that what's going to happen if I look this up?
Let me just pull it up myself.
From
maybe if,
www.thefederalistrightwing.com. Sorry.
yeah, maybe if we had released the January 6th video, we wouldn't be having this conversation. We'd have
Listen,
only
it's still working. And trust me, this guy, I don't think I've talked about any of the things in that video that we've talked about up here. So I don't even know if it would have been good enough for him. I don't have a whole
Well,
35
listen, I've
minute
released
section on
mine
the
at
Fed's
least.
direction. Oh yeah, Otaku's got it. Or I don't know, Dev, or what do you go, SFO or Dev or what?
Dev.
Have you talked about all these things that came up today in your video? With these part of it? Why didn't they just plug the perimeter? And what about the maglock doors?
Not that part.
Did you
Not
go over the
that
maglock doors?
Nope.
Did you go over? Okay, yeah. See, gee, there's too many.
That was gonna be the next part.
Oh, part
So
2. Okay, yeah.
I was doing a trilogy of it. I only got one
you
out.
should make one now. Maglocks, right?
yeah.
How do they work? Let's find out. Deep dive.
So, I do have a question for you, Artemis, if you don't mind. Are you looking for stuff?
I'm fine. You can ask what you want. I'm trying to find the end point of the Fast and Furious thing where Eric Holder was in contempt of Congress forever, and then Obama let him off.
Okay, so you said that because the 2 gyms were discarded, the Republicans no longer trusted the process, right?
Yep, but they, rightly or wrongly, I'm going to say wrongly, but that's the issue, is that popular sentiment at the time was that they wanted him on there.
Oh, so you agree that
Okay,
it was
but-
so wait, well, just to be clear, I'm sorry, before Dev, I know you want to take over, but just so you don't even buy that argument that
No, not particularly.
Oh, okay.
But the American people at the time wanted him on there to be able to trust it even slightly.
According to who?
Well, because we've seen the fallout of it.
How do you know the follow is because Jim Jordan was on it? Just because people like you don't like the conclusion?
I don't care about the conclusion.
So wait a second. So are you saying that if Jim Jordan was allowed on the committee, then people would have trusted it, and then they would have trusted the evidence of it, and then they would have trusted the conclusions from it, and then maybe Trump would have lost?
The argument, no, that's like Destiny said. There's a lot of issues with the
right. Yeah.
There's multi-factor.
In the ethics case against like Santos or Gates, should Santos or Gates be a part of the ethics committee against Santos or Gates?
Should Hunter Biden be the vice chair of
I don't
whatever body's
I don't know
investigating
about
him at
that.
the time?
So here's the issue,
Should
right?
the people
Hold on.
Hold on. Answer my question.
No, but I'm about to. So the issue being is that we view things as guilty until proven innocent. So you're asking to remove somebody from it.
Not on the jury until proven guilty.
So you mean okay? So you mean the ethics subcommittee for an investigation is what you mean?
Yeah, I'm asking for the investigation.
I don't know about that.
Should Gates be on that subcommittee?
I don't think that would have been a national crisis level thing. So no, probably not.
Okay, so why, as a category, should Gates not be able to investigate Gates, but the gyms can investigate the gyms?
It's not about whether or not he can investigate himself, because they can. The majority chair of the committee can just override whatever he does. It's more about the fact is that.
No, wait, that's not true.
What?
I'm sorry, Artemis, but that's not true. No, how the congressional committees work is that as long as 1/3 of the total sitting chairs agree, then they can subpoena someone.
Also, if they start ignoring things he says, people are gonna say, "Oh, look, see now you'd be arguing, well, look, now it's not credible because they're just like trying to ignore what Jim Jordan's trying to do." Or if Jim Jordan to block things, you're gonna say, "Oh, well, he's blocking things," and so now we know that it's illegitimate.
You're ascribing a position I don't hold. I don't. I'm just.
Well, because we're in an unfalsifiable hypothetical world where we can't prove or disprove anything. So.
Yeah, sure, probably. I don't know. Whatever you need to feel better.
Whatever you need to feel better.
So looking at this Eric Holder stuff, so Eric Holder was never even charged with a crime. So I don't know why
Right,
this was brought up.
They declined to bring charges after. Yeah, he's held in contempt, and they declined to bring charges, which is different than a pardon. The closest thing would probably be H.W. Bush pardoning the Iran-Contra people after Reagan.
That definitely that's another one. Yeah.
That's the closest thing to the criminal co-conspirators.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, they just refused to charge him, so they wouldn't even gotten to that process. Same one with A.G. Garland at the moment, where he's being held in contempt of Congress and not being charged by.
Yeah, but wait a minute.
Not being charged by who, real quick? Not being charged by who?
His own DOJ.
You mean himself, right?
Garland. Yeah, so President Biden claimed executive privilege, and right now Congress would have to take that to court to have it litigated. So
You
right
can't
now,
claim executive privilege over matters like that.
Over matters like what?
They
anything
can. I mean, they do.
Wait. Over matters like what? I want to hear the answer. Don't save him. Over matters like what?
I'm pretty sure you cannot claim executive privilege over material that would make you look bad. I think it's one of the ones. Hold on. Stop
executive
freaking
privilege. What? Sorry,
There's-
Artemis.
Let him go. Let him go, please.
I think there's criteria that was laid out about executive privilege because it's not an actual core power thing, and that there's an actual process to it.
What? You said core power like that's a real thing. Just to be clear, there's no such thing as core power. But go ahead.
Okay, well, whatever you want.
Artemis, that is precisely what executive privilege is for. Number one. Number two, no, you're right. It's not a constitutional power, but it's a standing tradition for decades. And number three, there's a remedy.
Century.
If President Biden claims executive privilege and Congress disagrees with the executive privilege assertion, you take the president to court, and then a court decides. That hasn't happened. So even if you want Merrick Garland held in contempt and you want the DOJ to prosecute its own attorney general, there's no basis for that now. You'd have a point if a court of jurisdiction said this is an invalid claim of executive privilege, but that's not what's happened.
Yeah, there's the history of executive privilege being one, military matters and diplomatic secrets and foreign affairs, information made confidential by statute, 3, information relating to a pending litigation and investigative files and reports.
Wait, real quick. For what you're reading, just real quick, I'm just curious. Can you just screenshot exactly what you're reading and put it in general chat? I just want to see if you're reading from ChatGPT. I'm so curious.
ChatGPT. For sure, ChatGPT.
Yo, if Tyler Cohen wants in, he can get in.
Put it in general.
FYI. Okay.
Yeah, I don't use ChatGPT.
Do you use Claude?
What's that?
It's Rob Noor's proprietary ChatGPT clone.
Yeah, no idea. I'm just
Wonderful.
pulling stuff
Great.
from the Legal Institute, Cornell University. It has other United States court cases where it derives its opinion from. I think it's
I mean
highlighted for you guys.
the nifty thing about executive privilege is it's a kind of gray area where we don't really know yet what it fully applies to. There are some things we know it doesn't apply to. Yes, exactly.
Well, but there's overview for it, right?
There's a process.
Court.
There's a process for it, and which is why when they asked for that, because it wasn't under pending litigation and that the case had already been closed by not recommending charges, it didn't qualify for executive privilege anymore.
What didn't?
That's
what?
who?
The whatever the thing that Biden was that you guys brought up.
Eric Holder or what?
No, somebody said something about Biden. That's right.
What executive privilege wouldn't qualify if?
The thing that Congress was asking for, the Heard tapes or whatever the fuck it was, and that AG Barr was held in contempt for, and then citing executive privilege. The problem is that executive privilege does not apply to that scenario.
According to who?
We just look at the link, and how this is how they citing multiple cases and how this was established.
Okay. Presidents have more than once had occasion to stand in a protective relation to their subordinates, assuming their defense in litigation brought against them or pressing litigation on their behalf, refusing a congressional call for papers which might be used in their absence from the seat of government to their disadvantage, challenging the constitutional validity of legislation deemed detrimental to their interests. Presidents throughout our history have attempted to spread their own official immunity to their subordinates by resisting actions of the courts or of congressional committees to require subordinates to divulge communications from or to the president of the to the president that presidents choose to regard as confidential. Only recently, however, has the focus of the controversy shifted from protection of presidential or executive interests to protection of the president himself, and the locus of the dispute shifted to the courts. Where in this that you linked? Where is this obvious answer?
I have to scroll down to the bottom. It's highlighted. I don't know. It's Section 5.
Congressional access. You're highlighting a footnote that you've given me.
Yeah, congressional access to executive branch information.
Also, Trump has claimed way broader executive privilege in his federal cases.
And then he'd be wrong.
Well, okay, but it's held up, right? In the sense that
I don't know.
in the same sense, the contempt charges against Barr and then Holder and now this, like executive privilege is it's pretty sweeping at this point. We've not firmed up the boundaries of what it applies to and what it doesn't. We have not litigated these things, and so it's holding up right now.
And also, real quick, even in the footnote that you gave, these were 5 different categories of executive privilege. You're citing 3, saying information relating to pending litigation and investigative files and reports.
Yeah, so that would be where it would fall under if the investigation was still open by her.
Wick, I'm jumping.
Wait, could it not be number 4? Information relating to internal government affairs, privilege from disclosure in the public interest.
Possible, but the issue is that IG reports and stuff like that, and information collected from are falling under the judiciary oversight. So
that might be your opinion, but I mean, then if you think
that's
taken to court,
correct. It could be.
Then but they didn't take it to court for it, so.
I would
typically what happens when the executive asserts executive privilege, Congress drops it, and that's happened in all of these cases we're talking about. So like we could litigate it, but we're not. They just drop it.
Times at this point. I don't trust typicality in any argument now, especially with the ruling of criminality being immune for the president.
Can I just say, okay, Artemis, I appreciate your stamina here. It's
I've done worse.
Okay, it's amazing. I mean, look.
Wait, hold on. To be clear, his stamina is not amazing. He just lies, and then we have to spend like 45 minutes trying to debunk the bullshit.
That's what you.
And then he just said, and then he goes, "Oh, you're just a debate bro. You're the one lying." Ha ha. Like everything he's just said. There's nothing impressive about a single thing. Really, what have I lied about?
You've lied about we have to go over the 3 things you've already lied about.
What, that your job, that you probably are lying about your job? Like an actual material thing I've lied about in this conversation. What was I even wrong about?
Well, the issue being is that you've asked me questions. I've stated my recollection of the events, and then you go find information and then accuse me of lying. There's no way to assert a lying statement from that because it's fundamentally, I'm always going to be on the back foot for this conversation.
I asked you why you thought the J6 report was not good or what you disagreed about it, and you've given me all these different things about like.
I'm not going to recognize your argument how I am lying or bad faith.
Okay.
Because of that.
Gotcha.
I'm always going to be on the back foot because you're asking me everything and you're not asserting an actual opinion. So I don't recognize.
What are your actual opinions as far as JN6 goes? Because I thought you were advocating like a positive argument that you think the J6 investigation was bullshit because Jim Jordan wasn't on there, but you're saying that was the sentiment of Republicans.
I always argue from how things are viewpoint from the population because I don't vote.
No, you argue about how you think they're viewed from the population because you don't have any polling data to support anything what you're saying. You're going by your own personal vibes. Yeah,
you're the political guru here. Yeah.
No, I'm just stating a fact.
The general public is
when you say the general public believes a thing, public believes a thing, then you would source like a poll or you would show like news articles or something.
Why would I need to do that?
Because you're not God? I don't know, because you're not like the collective, you're not the buggers from
I'm sure that worked out well for you, huh?
Wait, Artemis, do you not feel obligated to provide any evidence for any claim that you make? I'm baffled by this because
no, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that.
I don't even know what that insult was.
The issue being is that all he's doing is arguing these things, and I'm not saying them.
If he disagrees with the claim that you're making, what do you expect him to do?
Not try to insinuate that I'm lying constantly when he's always. Never mind.
I don't think it's an insinuation. I think it's just
shut the fuck up, Gibbles. I don't care what you think. So, anyways, the answer is the answer is I take it from the viewpoint of the popular sentiment of MAGA and conservatives on how things are done. There doesn't need to be an actual physical widespread study on it.
Can I offer an alternative explanation?
Do you think there's any world in which the MAGA people would have been happy with any report that came out of the January 6th Commission? Do you really think that?
Yes.
Okay.
No.
Then why are we arguing about this?
Because I'm arguing that the questions, comments, and concerns that they have laid out would be far less amenable to the moderates, I would say, and there would have been a lot less of a accusation of persecution involved.
I don't think you're ever going to get away from the accusations of persecution when you're investigating people who are complicit in something that was bad, right? Like, well,
the issue is it doesn't matter if you have a fringe microcosm of people claiming it. The issue is that majority of the people, almost half the population of the United States believe Trump is justified in his actions on Jan 6th. After 4 years,
Artemis.
I've
Hold on, that's not
I've said-
true. That however half the people think he was justified. That's just not true.
So Artemis, just real quick here. So, what do you personally think about the results of the January 6th committee?
That all of the retards that showed up at January 6th deserve what they got.
No, I mean the validity of the evidence that was produced by the committee. What do you think? About it?
I have no real actual opinion on it.
Okay.
Okay. As much as I love the concept of maglocks, I have a question. So I've been mad at Whick for not letting me in for so long. Dev, in your closing statement on the Hunter Biden thing, which was the panel earlier, if anybody remembers still, you said something about you're fine with when one side has forsaken some principle and has gone beyond norms. You're fine with the other side coming back and going as far as they have to show them, that's not okay, but no further. And I was curious to, now that Josiah's here, this is perfect. These are the two people I wanted to ask this, to Stephen and Josiah, if you agree with that, because I'm not convinced that you guys would agree with the no further thing. It seems like you guys are fine with escalation. So I was just curious what you thought of that framing, because I thought it was good. I liked what Dev said. So, yeah.
I mean, I can't speak for Stephen. I'm not particularly married to the proportionality of response. Somebody who's more of an ethicist.
Jesus Christ, look at this man's fucking set.
Tit for tat.
Oh my
I think
God,
probably make
he looks
the argument that
beautiful.
you have to collect some interest in your response.
He's got little
as well.
trees back here. I like the
I just think
colors.
there
A
has to be
little
some
bright on the
sort of
top right.
proportional response
Oh
on some
my
level.
goodness.
So how do we ratchet back down the tensions that we're currently at?
It would require Republicans taking the first, second, and third steps towards doing that.
So there's nothing that we can do at all.
No, I categorically reject any attempt, any initial disarmament in the norm breaking or the.
This is how we get
Is there anything we can do?
Hold on. This is how we get Israel Palestine basically.
Wait, no. So just to be clear,
blind-
for Josiah, he's saying you reject the as far as they have but no further thing. You wouldn't hold to that.
No. I'm open to that. I'm not married to we have to hit them harder than they hit us. I just think we have to hit back.
Right now, here's the issue. There are things that we can do that are so powerful that are still technically legal that we haven't even begun to explore. The Democrats haven't even explored their legal options. So I think that those should be things that should be considered, heavily considered. And then absent that, I don't know. We look at that. We look at it next. So like the ethics thing or like term limits for Supreme Court justices, I think that's an incredibly powerful proposition. And you don't have to accept that. But then we pack the court after. Fuck them.
Okay.
I guess I'm still not seeing where you ratchet back down tensions, right? So like
no.
earlier,
Ratcheting down only works when the other side is willing to do it. But you have to understand this, okay? Hold on, because this is what people don't understand, okay? If a kid cries in a store and you give him a fucking candy bar, he will never stop crying for candy bars. He never meets you halfway. There's never been a 7-year-old who's like, Mom and Dad, you guys have given in so much when I'm a piece of shit at the store for giving me candy bars, and I'm going to actually stop that behavior. That never happens, right? Why is that supposed to happen with the Republicans?
One of the problems.
I don't think that
if I may.
Wait. Let him answer that. Why would that ever happen to the Republicans?
I don't think that every single Republican at all times is acting as a child in the candy store. I think what many of them are, but some of them are like Mitch McConnell, like Pence, like Nikki Haley. All of these people, some of whom admittedly are now part of our coalition and not part of Chris Christie, part of the MAGA coalition. But these kinds of people do exist, and it is possible to, as we've seen in the case of Nikki Haley and Chris Christie, both of whom did reasonably well, didn't succeed, but did reasonably well in that primary very recently.
Okay, listen, that's great. That's great. Okay, there are times where I do polls in my chat to figure out like which movie was better than another movie, or to figure out like what game we want to play or whatever. I don't give a fuck about a popularity poll. My question is
wait, yes, you do care about a popularity poll.
Let me know when you're done with this. I'm going to tell you I don't care. No, it's not.
Popularity poll is democracy.
I don't care about democracy. I care about measurable actions that the government is taking to either strengthen our institutions or destroy our institutions right now. I don't care if
I would say that democracy.
Stop. I don't. This is childish. I don't care. No, I don't care. Show me what measurable actions people like Nikki Haley have done to strengthen our government or protect us from the MAGA onslaught.
Well, Destiny, to be fair, Nikki did criticize Donald Trump before endorsing and voting for him.
Okay, that is true. She did criticize him.
Okay.
Before endorsing and voting
for him. You're like throwing out the people who didn't go far enough and didn't end up endorsing coming all the way over to our side of the aisle. That's true. There are people in that category. There are also people who did, like Liz Cheney, come all the way across the aisle, and literally Liz Cheney endorsed the same person as Bernie Sanders.
That's
did
fine.
this
Listen,
time
I don't want to be.
right?
I'm going to go
So-
full Vosh. I'm going to go full Vosh. Okay. There are a lot of
go for it.
Jews, okay, in Auschwitz and in other
Oh,
concentration
no.
camps across the
Oh,
world. There are a
no.
lot of Jews who none of them thought, man, nobody really came and intervened, but I'm sure there were a lot of people that really wanted to, and they had a lot of really harsh
No,
words. for
that's
doing
not
it.
what I'm saying. I'm saying there are people intervening. I'm saying that Liz Cheney crossed the aisle. I'm saying that people like Nikki Haley didn't cross the aisle, but certainly threatened to cross the aisle.
These are people
I'm
who
saying
are.
that it is good to encourage that kind of behavior within the Republican
no,
caucus.
it's not.
Quibbles, it's not enough.
We don't have
is the point.
time. It's not
You're
enough.
saying it's not enough. We lost by 1.5%.
No. We
popular
lost
vote,
a
and
we lost a
by
president.
3
We
states.
lost a presidential seat. Just think about the state of the world. Would anything have even happened the way that it did in Iraq and Afghanistan if Gore was president instead of Bush? Do you know? Who knows? Would anything have even happened with criminal immunity if Amy Comey Barrett, who doesn't write like an insane person, okay, like fucking Roberts and Thomas, if she would have been on a 5-person Supreme Court, would Trump have criminal immunity if Merrick Garland would have been would have been heard and consented to by the Senate under Obama? Maybe. Would the way that the entire world responds to COVID, would that have looked the same under a Democrat president after Obama if McConnell hadn't said we're going to make him one-term president, we're going to do nothing,
Dude,
right?
You're just asking a bunch of like theoretical history. This would be a
No,
fun, like, little
stop.
YouTube
No.
clip,
You don't
but
know.
I have no idea.
You don't know the facts. This is the issue, is you have broad opinions about things, but every single example that I just gave you was an example of Democrats surrendering norms to the Republicans taking, and potentially destroying
So
the
I'm
world
asking-
as a result of that. That's what I'm talking about. Gore gave up the election because he believed in the ECA safe harbor. Donald Trump said that they should have broken the
Hold on,
entire
stop.
ECA.
Hold on, stop.
Because there
Destiny,
was a
hold on,
Supreme
stop.
Court case, and he
Oh my
lost
God,
it.
Quibble, stop. You're doing bad at this. Okay, Destiny, what should Gore have done?
At
After
the very
losing the Supreme Court
least,
case.
he should have gotten somehow we should have gotten a recount in fucking Florida, like he was entitled
We did.
to. I don't think the
lost the
recount
Supreme
finished in
Court
Florida.
There was a couple recounts. I was,
there was-
again, as someone who was an actual adult at the time, right? So probably none of you. But me, I was 18 fucking years old when that happened, right? I watched it, right? I watched
am
the recount happen. There was a
99%
couple
They
Percent
began
sure that the
recounts
fi-
and they paused them. Yeah.
Yes,
They paused them.
they stopped.
Yeah.
And that
Right,
Supreme
so the-
Court case.
Stop the count.
That
Then they
Sup-
ultimately did still.
I don't
conclude
believe
the
they
count
know.
after
The
fact.
Supreme Court
They
stopped
didn't
it because they were
at the
trying to
time.
maintain the safe harbor of the ECA. That law was so fucking important. The ECA was so goddamn important to Republicans that they needed to be ready for that December 14th, December 15th deadline for the electors to submit their
Now
votes.
listen to what I'm saying.
What?
I'm saying they based the decision of the election on a partial count, but I'm pretty sure they did eventually count the whole thing.
Why would they have finished?
Yes, but they counted after the election was done.
They
Just
did.
to confirm.
New York
After
Times
the election
paid
was
for
over.
the recount to happen after the election was over, just to see. I don't know off the top of my head what the results of that,
Yeah.
but the recount was.
I do.
I'm
Bush
actually-
ended up winning. It was close, but Bush ended up winning. Yeah.
Well, hold on. No. I've seen several different recounts. They've gone over it a bunch of times, and several of them Gore
There were
won.
multiple different ways of doing the.
Well,
the
that's
recount.
the
The
problem
way that
here
Gore
with
wanted
recounts,
to do the
right?
recount,
That was the
Bush
whole
would have-
issue.
My
Hold on,
understanding
wait,
is
wait.
that final recount was stopped and it was never finished.
No, the official count wasn't.
recount was stopped,
Because
yeah.
The official count was the thing that was actually concluded, and the state of Florida actually accepted, and that was not that was not every single.
Yeah,
every
No,
single
but they
election.
had a right to a recount. A
That's
lot of
true.
states can auto-trigger recounts if it was within a margin. The vote margin on that election out of 6 million votes was like 550 votes. So he had a right to a recount.
Yeah. If I recall,
I don't know why. There's part of me that wants to get into the argument about 2000, but like not really.
Oh,
'cause
no.
most of what we're talking
I'm
about
just
is
showing you. I just want to show you. I just want to show you the difference because people don't understand like what's connected or not. The law that pushed the Supreme Court to making this decision so quickly. The whole argument that Republicans used to say we don't have time to recount was because they were trying to hit the safe harbor from the Electoral Count Act, the same law that Donald Trump saw fit to eviscerate on January 6th, a full month after the electors had already submitted their votes. That's the different standard. And we got nothing for allowing them to do that both times. That's the issue. The first time we lost.
Okay, so just real quick, there was a recount that was a machine. Hold on, stop. You guys are getting the facts wrong here. I'm looking up the facts right now. So there was a machine recount that went off. The Supreme Court of Florida decided for a selective manual recount to go in a couple things. They decided it was by a 5-4 decision, right? That's what was stopped.
The selective manual recount, you're right?
The
Because they were manually recounting
so, yes,
in
this
certain
idea
counties
that
and
they
not
just
others.
stopped all
That's
the
what-
recounts
yeah.
is just wrong. It's just factually
Yes.
incorrect.
Right. So yeah, the thing the Supreme
It was
Court
a-
intervened
it was a
on was this
Supreme
this
Court, a
unequal.
special manual recount that they wanted to put in.
Well, hold on.
Right?
Wait,
They,
wait,
they
wait, wait, wait.
argued about
Wasn't
the
part
hanging
of
cats
the
over and
reason
over
why
again.
they wanted to
The whole
do
thing.
that manual recount was because of the ballots, the weird fucking butterfly, the
Yes,
half
yes,
punch
that
things.
was
or whatever. This is why
Some
they wanted
counties,
to do
yes.
the manual
To
recount,
frame
right?
it, no, you're right. But to frame it as if they were just stopping all the recounts is just wrong.
They stopped the final recount.
I mean,
The
fair
Supreme
enough,
Court,
but you
the
didn't
SCOTUS
frame it like
decision, when it was handed down, did stop the recounting. Florida was in the process of manually recounting in some counties. The challenge was that some places were doing this in an unequal way, right? That was making some votes count and some aren't, and some are double counted, and it was wild and it was weird. And so when the Supreme Court decision comes down, it stops the recount and awards it on the basis of the final tally. So yeah, it's weird. It's a weird case. You should read it. It's fun. But most of the justices that were on the court regretted it later on because it ruined the court's reputation. So.
Had done exactly. Can you lay out after he lost the Supreme Court case? What exactly did you want for Gore to do?
That was my original question. Yes.
I don't know. I would have to go and look at the time for what your options even are at that point. But I'm just saying that that's an example of that norm was so I don't know if you say norm here. Maybe it was so egregiously upheld that the ECA and these dates were so important to be done counting on these dates. But then when Trump rolls around, all of a sudden they don't matter anymore. That it seems
to be clear, they did matter when Trump rolled around because, to be clear, we still did get the election decided, and it was the same day that it was actually reconferred, whatever the fuck it's called, right? The same day as Jan 6.
No,
as it was supposed
hold
to
on. No. Okay. If I try to kill you, okay, but I fail in murdering you, and then I don't have any criminal prosecution for what I did, you can't say, well, the system worked, I'm still alive, okay? That election, the certification on January 6th was done after being delayed for hours because of a fucking riot led by the president, who to this day asserts that the outcome of that election was fraudulent.
Was outrageous and disgusting and an attack on norms that failed.
Well, an attack on norms and illegal. Attacks on norms and illegal. The norm was not upheld.
I agree with you. I've been agreeing with everything you've been saying about Jan 6 for the last
but
hour and a half.
the norm was not upheld. The ECA, he tried to violate it. Pence ultimately didn't do it, and the counting was delayed. The certification of the vote was delayed because of violence led by the president.
Delayed by a couple of hours. That's bad. I wish it hadn't been delayed by a couple of hours. Let's not pretend that the actual ultimate result was not the result that it ought to have been.
And 135 elected Republicans still voted to formally object to the results even after the insurrection. That's how.
Yes, horrible. I agree.
But there are other results that happen.
Electors in 2016 were also bad.
Yes,
I agree.
But there are other
not
results.
To be clear, but it was also bad.
There are other results that happened as a result of these actions. One, we've changed our Constitution. We used to have a provision in our amendment, in the 14th Amendment, that said that if you had engaged in insurrection and you had been a prior oath taker, that you were no longer allowed to run for president again. That's gone. We had to get rid of that to allow Trump to run again. We also changed our interpretation of the Constitution. We've granted brand new criminally immune powers to the president to protect Trump from behavior that he would have been prosecuted for. So those are two outcomes. Those are two direct results from the J6 shit. So to say that everything turned out as it should have been is absolutely not true. We changed our Constitution and we gave the president new powers in order to allow Trump to escape responsibility for his actions.
Yeah, we've removed critical guardrails from the presidency as a direct consequence from what happened on January 6th. But I also want to go back to what the professor and Quibbles were talking about earlier in terms of ratcheting it down. There was an example that jumped out to me from a couple of months ago when you guys were talking about this. So the professor knows about this because we've talked about this a lot, but there's this notion in the Senate Judiciary Committee called the blue slip, and it basically lets senators effectively veto presidential judicial nominees for their home state. So if Senator Quibbles doesn't like President Josiah's judicial nominee, you can say, Mr. President, here's my blue slip. I don't like this guy. Pick somebody else. When Republicans won the presidential election, they won the Senate in 2017. They revoked the blue slip rule for circuit court judges so President Trump could cram through his nominees over Democratic objections. When President Biden won in 2020 and the Senate flipped in 2021, Republicans were pissed that Democrats did not reinstitute that rule. And Sheldon Whitehouse, I'm paraphrasing here, said, you motherfuckers revoked the rule. Now you want us to restore it. We're not going to have a thing where you all get to give the finger to blue slips, but we have to obey them. Not going to have them. 6 months ago, Senator Tom Tillis, a Republican, was furious that Dick Durbin has still not reinstituted the blue slip rule. He said, listen, we have an election coming up. The blue slips need to be restored. Republicans need to they should be able to have a voice in whoever the president nominates for their home states. And when he was reminded, well, you all were the ones who set this precedent. You did this. Tom Tillis was like, well, the important thing about norms is, you have to practice them when it's hard. You guys need to be the one to restore it. I feel like you and the professor would say that's exactly what Democrats should do. Democrats should have 6 months ago restored a norm that Republicans broke when it was convenient and restored it once again when it was convenient for Republicans in the hopes that they would respect this norm when they are in power. That's ridiculous. The only way we ratchet down is if Republicans take the first, second, and third steps. Democrats, as far as I'm concerned,
They're saying the same thing about us, though.
Yeah, but,
right?
but there's
This
a
is the
factual
problem.
difference. There's a
No, I agree with you.
there's a real
That's
world,
why I don't
right?
vote for Republican. I agree with you. That's why I don't vote
Yeah,
for
yeah,
Republicans.
but it's
That's
not
why I
enough
don't
to just
vote
not
for
vote for them.
Republicans.
You also need to fight
Better.
against them. There needs to be
I do.
consequences for your behavior. No, not fight against them in the ballot box, but also we need to enact what is
fight against
legally
them on my stream.
what is
Right.
legally allowed for Democrats to do. This idea of us like coming across the aisle and be like, oh no, we'll continue to get fucked by you guys while we do our best to like respect norms. No, let them make the first step. That's why I asked earlier, give me an example of a single time in the past 10 years Republicans have done anything to come across the aisle. And the only example I got was, well, on January 7th, there were some people that were like kind of like
you will
critical of the
notice,
behavior.
and your community will also notice that I fight against you when you and Josiah especially are advocating for going steps further, such as packing the court, such as ending the filibuster. And thank God we didn't end the filibuster, and thank God we didn't pack the court, because you imagine the shit that we would have to deal with now if we didn't have the filibuster.
This is underlying every single argument you say, and you will never say this, or maybe someday you will. You keep saying you're underlying all of this, okay, and you're pretending that you're in a room, okay, that's 99 degrees, and you're saying, thank God we didn't do that. Imagine how hot it would be in here. Thank God we didn't do that. The temperature would be so big. But the reality is you're in a room with 140 degrees, okay, and you're like on the verge of dying, and you're like, thank God we didn't do this because the thermostat would be 5 degrees higher. It's like, motherfucker, we're already boiling. You're insane. The fact that
you keep asking to turn the temperature up when we're boiling. I agree.
No, the
the
temperature's
answer
already
isn't to
up.
ratchet it up because they ratcheted it up first.
It's not
This
ratcheting
reciprocal
it up, it's just
radicalization
actions.
that keeps going on. Hold on, this is important. We have a case where we have the extremes on both sides. People whispering in people's ears on both sides. It's not all Democrats, it's not all Republicans, it's extreme on both sides, reciprocally radicalizing each other, pointing to the actions that the other side is doing, and says, see, they did this, we should go a step further because we have to fight
what
it.
have we
And that's
gotten?
what's happening. We're living in the world.
What did we get for
that you say we
respecting
should
norms so
live
far?
in.
What did we get for respecting the norms so far?
We got 2018 victories. We got 2020 victories. We got 2022 victories. The only one we lost was the 2024, and we barely lost that.
Before Destiny takes down this, wait a minute. Before Destiny takes you three down this, and I'm happy to explore this with you, can I get an answer from the three of you about the example I provided? Should Democrats, now that they were in power 6 months ago, should they have restored the rule that Republicans broke when it was convenient? Should they have restored that for Republican convenience?
I'm asking you not to
my
break
answer-
your rules
I'm not-
because they did. I'm
answer is
neutral.
no.
I am
Looking
agnostic on that, Josiah. Josiah, to answer your question, I'm
I'm not
agnostic on
agnostic.
that.
My
But what
answer
I
is
am
no.
not
But I
agnostic
wanna
on that
explain.
is what you keep advocating for, which is look at they broke rules. Let's break these more rules.
Okay, so
that's
here's the
what
question.
I'm against.
Okay, wait. So here's a question.
My
Let's say
answer-
that. Oh, go ahead.
Answer. Okay. The answer is that no, we shouldn't have done that specific action. But there are other actions that we can do.
Why
that
shouldn't
are
we? Can I just real
specifically
quick before you go on?
targeted-
Can you please clarify? Wait a minute. Can you clarify? You
Yeah.
said no. That's not enough for me. Why not? Why not?
Why not? Because I don't think that individual situation would have been a successful ratcheting down. Because that specific situation would not be something that would actually manage to fix on the other side of the aisle. The issues that we should specifically targeting on things that we can manage to do that are not unilateral but are bipartisan kinds of things. So there are certain things that we can say, even if they're just rhetorical and we don't actually successfully get them across the finish line, that are worth saying. So stuff like, hey, Congress members should have to put all of their assets, their liquid assets, into an index fund. We can just demand that, and we probably
Bro, this
will
is the
fail,
most boring,
but we can
irrelevant
have
thing
an
to our political
overwhelming
existence
majority.
ever. Is the fucking
We can
trading
have
from
an
fucking Democrats? Who cares?
Steven, I don't know if you're aware of this. We are not going to get anything that we want passed in the next 2 years. So it's a question of what do we decide rhetorically to have congressmen and members of the Senate put forward and hopefully manage to get across
I
the
wouldn't
aisle,
even support that. That would be stupid. That would be bad legislation. Why would I give a fuck about who's trading insider in Congress when the richest man in the world just had his own fucking government agency made for him?
I'm sorry. You no longer care about insider trading because Trump is worse?
I no longer care about insider trading from Congress members because I don't want to give a false hollow victory that we managed to do something about insider trading.
It's not a false hollow victory.
It is.
I would like them to not be involved in insider trading.
I just don't see how that ratchets anything down.
Be moving forward. It wouldn't make the perfect country, but it would be to be like super like woo-woo bullshit about it.
You're talking about Hitler making a rule so that Jews can't use racial slurs in fucking gas chambers. Like, would it be great if nobody used racial slurs? Sure, but do I want the billionaire president who hasn't divested from any of his businesses, who is the richest man in the world running alongside him in his own fucking government department to talk about insider trading? You're crazy. You're insane.
You cannot keep on referring to him as being Hitlerian and then continue to turn around and say, also, by the way, it's still not time to be engaged in military activity.
Why? He can be Hitler. He can be Hitler. I don't know if they needed to violently overthrow Hitler in 1933 or whatever, or 1935 or whatever. I don't know when the time was where they needed to take violent steps towards it.
Fine. At the very least, we should be like when earlier I asked you, hey, should we pardon literally all of the Democrats? Your response should have been, yes, we should.
What? I don't know what you mean by pardon all the Democrats. This is an empty, hollow, governmental, historic. I don't even know what the fuck this is for. Pardon all the Democrats? For
I
what?
asked explicitly, should we have pardoned Obama? Should we have pardoned Clinton? Should we have pardoned literally everyone that could potentially be going after Harris? Everyone.
Should Biden have preemptively pardoned, or should Biden preemptively pardon anybody that Trump might feasibly target for political prosecution? Which is something that's actually currently being debated. If Trump, is threatened
my answer is no.
Hillary Clinton and go after Obama, should Biden give like some sort of blanket pardon for a 10-year spread?
It's so funny because even against that, I'm guessing you'd be super against that, right?
Of course I would.
Just to be clear, that blanket pardon, that wouldn't even fucking mean anything. What a the Democrats could do that, and I would look at it and be like, that's kind of dumb. And it wouldn't even matter because
it's kind of dumb. It's very bad.
No, because it pales in comparison to like one of 50 things that Trump has already done.
My answer to Josiah's question is that no, I don't think the Democrats should do that. When it comes, we've talked about this. When it comes to procedural norms in the Senate, especially, I'm very flexible on that. Right, it's something that they can change their rules if they want, and so I would not think it's necessary. I think you're right. It wouldn't ratchet it down for them to concede after the Republicans have claimed some sort of victory here. I would like it probably in the grand scheme if both parties could agree, oh yeah, that was probably a good thing. We should get it back eventually. Like maybe the Republicans, when they're in power, should get it back.
Ratcheting it down. I tell you what would be ratcheting it down. Now that Republicans are going to be back in control of the Senate, for Republicans to go, yes, we were the ones who broke this rule.
So we're going to reinstate it.
2017. We're going to reinstate
it.
Yes,
yes, I would advocate for that. Same thing with filibuster. Same thing with filibuster for court appointments.
Do you think Republicans are going to do
no,
that?
absolutely not. Of course not.
Whick,
because the incentives are not.
That's why I'm not going to vote for him. Yeah.
No, the incentives are wacky. They're not going to do that.
So then, what should Democrats do? This is where Stephen and I are always. We end up.
Well, hold on.
Certainly, I will.
This
tell
is my
you
question.
Okay. Eucharist, get your question. But it's the same thing we did in 2018, same thing that we did in 2020, same thing that we did in 2022. That's what we should do. What you're advocating for, right, is to do this thing to make us indistinguishable or make it, let me correct myself because that's not true. Make it harder to distinguish from the average low-info voter between the Democrats and the Republicans. That's what you're advocating for. It's not working. It's what led to our loss. It's what we're going to keep losing, and I refuse to just keep losing, Josiah.
It would be that
I refuse to keep losing, and during your path, we continue to lose.
A domestic abuse.
We are in a wilderness.
Wick would watch in a domestic abuse situation and say, "Hey, battered wife, do not hit your husband back. Do not defend yourself
because Trump's bad. I'm going to go beat my wife
might
and say, hey, you know what?
With your abusive husband,
lady, right? Girlfriend, lady, whatever I have, right? It's okay. You shouldn't be mad at this. You should be mad at Trump. Look at what Trump's done. Why are you even talking about this? Because look at what Trump has done. Look at what Trump has done to this country. How can you be mad that I'm hitting you over the head right now? right? You should just not even talk about this. That's what you're advocating for, Josiah.
I'm advocating for defending ourselves politically. You're advocating for unilateral disarmament.
I am not
Let
advocating for
Republicans do
giving up. I'm
whatever they
advocating for
want.
not being stupid.
You're also advocating for. Josiah is advocating for things that make people
Josiah wants
more.
this is a fucking election. I don't
things
give a
that
shit what
make
he's advocating
things
for.
more peaceful. And it seems weird, but if you have an area with a whole bunch of people and they're left to their own devices, sometimes they do bad things. But when you've got an area with police officers and they can kill you if you do bad things, usually that improves the circumstances. Notice how for all of human history, it's usually more organization or more consequences or more people here that are to enact things against you if you act improperly or do horrible things. These are like usually things that prevent bad behavior. If Republicans earlier, Eucharist, am I pronouncing your name correctly?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Eucharist earlier said, of course Republicans wouldn't do this. And right now, if I was an advisor to a Republican, and Josiah should say the exact same thing, okay? And the Republican were to come to me privately, and he was like, "Should we undo like this blue slip? Should we admit that we fucked up?" I would say, my advice. What would I tell him, Josiah? What would we tell him?
You'd be like, probably break the other blue slip rule for district court judges. Just do it again.
Fucking A, because why not? Why the fuck would you ever? Why would you concede to these weak, limp-dick fucking losers? What the fuck are they going to do? Tweet at you? What are they going to do?
This is why I continue to unaddressed, which is kind of frustrating, explain that I'm not advocating that we just throw our hands up and start doing things unilaterally. I'm saying that we should instead demand very publicly that they do certain things that are anti-corruption legislation in Congress, in the Senate, because they are going to have to say no to us or let us get away with it.
Okay,
right?
I agree with that. As long as that includes every single person that's on a cabinet level position and the president divesting through all of their multi-billion-dollar enterprises. Then I agree with that.
Yeah, I agree. I would love to put that forward. If you want to have, if Katie Porter tomorrow put that forward, I'd be very happy. And if Ro Khanna also put a separate one that was just for Congress, I'd be happy with that also,
and you and the other 27 people in the House that are supporting it would be ecstatic.
So no, it's not the 27
This is my frustration
here.
This is my frustration.
Wait.
Oh my
God.
God.
The purpose of being a senator, the purpose of being a congressman in this political environment, if you are in the minority, is entirely about the bully pulpit. That is all your job is, exclusively for the most part. Yes, okay, there was a couple of committee assignments, sure. But broadly speaking, for the rank and file members of Congress, that's their job. Their job is to be getting us good information so that we can prove, hey, look at this thing that you voted against. Look at this other thing you voted against. And have overwhelming support for those kinds of things. That's what we should be doing, obviously.
Sure, but we're not doing that. Instead, we are having whole panels talking about whether or not the Hunter Biden pardon was okay, or whether or not Joe Biden is too senile around the country, or whether or not we should have had an open primary with Kamala Harris, or whether or not we should have created a slightly smaller hurricane.
We should have had an open primary. If there had been an open primary, almost certainly we would have been slightly better. And given we only slightly lost, yeah, I think having a primary would have been better.
You wanted to have an open primary. You wanted to have an open primary with months to the election. Donald Trump would even have a fucking debate.
Steven,
and he'd already lost his last election.
I am not saying that once we had already had the horrible. I'm pretty sure I was on a debate panel with you. At least it was Josiah. I don't remember exactly who was on it. There were absolutely. I'm not saying that after the first debate with Biden that there would have been an ability to have a proper primary. Of course, there wasn't enough time for that. However, had there been an actual open primary and had Biden admitted earlier, a year back in 2019 or some shit, or not 2019, 2023 or whatever, he had managed to say, "Hey, I'm not going to run again." Yeah, obviously the Democrats would have been in a better position. Of course.
Why do you say, of course, you know that, or you say that, but if they would have done an open primary.
I know that.
That's great.
I'm very confident that's true. Of course you agree. Do you not agree with that?
No, not necessarily, no.
So I want to try to.
Was the first debate?
Eucharist had a question. I'm curious what it was.
I want to try to wrap a couple of things because I find myself in a weird position. I think I hate being stupid centrist, but between Josiah and Whick, in the sense that I do agree. This is one of the reasons it's hard to talk with Josiah.
You're more my side, aren't you? Admit it.
Well, yes.
5% more body mass over on my side of the line.
I'll explain. One of the reasons it's hard to talk with Josiah is I do agree with you that the things that you grab onto, I think you're right that they're qualitatively different when the Republicans do them. But all of this conversation is centering around optics and how it plays out to the voter and the people that we care about getting out to the ballot box. So when the Republicans come back and say, well, it's no big deal what we did to Garland, and it's no big deal what we did getting rid of the filibuster for Supreme Court nominees because they did that with district court nominees first, right? I agree with you. Those are qualitatively different things, but they sell it as if it's, well, we're just doing what they did first. So my question then,
trap.
So my question then to the, I guess, pro pardon people, because I agree it is kind of stupid that we're having this whole debate panel about the pardon, right? It's not that big of a deal. I am unwilling to hand wring about the Hunter Biden pardon, even as someone I'm more conservative than not. I'm anti-MAGA, anti-Trump, whatever. But I'm unwilling to hand wring about the Hunter Biden pardon after all the Trump pardons. I think you guys are totally right about that. But I wonder, you're saying like there are tactically things that you can do that are more advantageous than not. Do you think this is one of those? Do you think this is actually something that accomplishes anything? And if not, Stephen, you mentioned like you think there are legal things that Democrats could be doing that they're not yet. So what are those?
Well,
so one, do you think this is actually tactically advantageous?
I'll just say this.
I want to say real quick for Whick, and then you can say, I won't even say anything. Oh, just for Whick. Falling into the trap is what you want, by the way. Playing by all the norms while they break all of them, that's the trap Republicans want to fall into.
Let's
That's
look
when
at
they
history.
win.
We don't have to go back.
Go ahead, Josiah. Go ahead, Josiah.
Yeah, I'll just answer. Listen, let me answer one real quick. Let me answer, and then I'll just say this. I just don't think the pardon makes any meaningful
does a
difference.
thing because he thinks he has to, because Republicans kind of pressure him into it. He does this thing that plays exactly into the Republicans' hands so they can use it against us. Thank God we didn't remove the filibuster. They were waiting. They were looking. They were rubbing their hands together with bated breath, like, I hope they get rid of the filibuster.
What happens if we don't? What happens? Let's just grant the premise. What happens if we don't take the bait? What happens if we don't fall in the trap? What happens?
Then we less bad outcomes than what would normally have. Yes.
So
wait, hold on. Am I the government trying to just say it? Can't they just remove the filibuster when the Republicans take over?
Yes, absolutely.
Right.
Republicans
they could,
vote.
but will they?
Wait, why wouldn't they? You think? Oh,
they did it in 2017. Hold on, they did it in 2017.
Do you think
they
did?
did?
No, I want to hear this. Wait.
They did do it in 2017.
Do you think they did? You think they have a principled attachment to the filibuster? I just want to hear you say that. You think
some of them do? McConnell does, absolutely.
Okay.
McConnell won't be leader. McConnell's not going to be leader. Number one.
I'll give you my evidence because I have evidence for this. In 2017,
7 years ago,
right? Trump commanded, ordered, whatever, McConnell to get rid of the speaking filibuster, to get rid of the filibuster, right? That was blocking his legislation. You know what McConnell told him? McConnell told him, no, we're not going to do that, right? So yes, at least McConnell has a principled, at least there is some evidence that he has a principled stance for this, because he told Trump no when they asked him
broke
before.
the filibuster. But McConnell broke the filibuster in 2017. He did
that as a direct response to Harry Reid's actions.
There you go, Stephen. That right there. Wait a minute, Stephen.
Hold on. No, you don't. Okay.
I love this McConnell statement. So just to be clear, he broke it for Gorsuch, okay? And he says, quote, what a great quote. This will be, and Whick is so happy about this quote. He's like, well, see, at least he said this. McConnell says, quote, this will be the first and last partisan filibuster of a Supreme Court justice, end quote.
I don't think any of these people have a firm principled attachment to the filibuster. I do think there are people in the Senate right now who are actively resisting the sort of online MAGA pressure that they're feeling. I think the senators are getting really pissed off about the sort of online campaign that Elon is waging, trying to get them on board with who the Senate Majority Leader should be, who the cabinet pick should be. Like, I think the Senate, one of the cool things, you've been reading the Federalist Papers, Stephen, I love this, right? One of the cool things about the actual separation of powers is that I think the Senate does have some identity, and I think they are like grating against the pressure that they're feeling from the MAGA base. I think we might see some pushback there. I'm not terribly optimistic, but I wouldn't call it principled. I would just say it's self-interested in the way that the system is designed. Yeah. But I still want answers to my questions, right? Do you think this is actually an advantageous thing to do? And if not, to this broader question, what are the legal things they should be doing, right, that they aren't doing yet?
I think the pardon's I think President Biden pardoning Hunter is a non-issue. Everybody says, oh, it's going to open the floodgates for Trump. Trump was going to do what Trump's going to do anyway, and that's it.
And the worst case scenario is a neutral. It's like nothing changes. In the best case scenario, at least we take Hunter Biden off the table for 50 million more fucking Jim Jordan congressional jerk-off sessions over him.
Although, actually, Stephen, no, what's funny is now Comer and Jim Jordan are making the rounds. Well, now Hunter Biden can't plead the fifth because he's taking the pardon, so we might have further investigations. They're not going to let that 9-inch dick go. Like they are.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, can we have some House committee where we bring in all the people that Trump pardoned and have them come and testify? Can Roger Stone then come in and testify and no longer plead the fifth? Can we do that?
I would love that.
We should have done that, and we should do that the next time we have power. I agree.
So I agree that it's like a neutral in terms of Trump's behavior. I don't think this changes the incentives for Trump at all. But do you think optically, like this, like if you're thinking about like what does this look like? I agree with whoever said earlier the problem that really grated them was the promise, not the actual act of the pardon. But the going back on I promise not to do it. Yeah. So optically, when it comes to voters, when it comes to what we can justify publicly of our actions, right? Trump was going to do what Trump's going to do. I agree. But when it comes to time for him to say, here's why I'm justified in doing this because he did that back there, I think that does change things in a way. Am I wrong?
Like, I think it looks bad. I didn't get to say this on the panel, but I want to be clear. I would have done the same thing.
No one cares because you're doing it for a cuck reason because he's your son. No one cares about that. Okay, we're not talking about that. That's such a cop out fuck answer. No one cares. Okay, hold on. I think that it does look bad, but I think it looks bad because of how we present it. Okay, because we present it as this retreating from having any type of morality, and it's like, oh well, it was his fucking son, and maybe he was fucking just such an old fucking man. You know what it should have been? It should have been a strong statement against Republicans raping the norms judicially and prosecutorially of this fucking country, and it should be the answer should have been, right, I'm going to pardon my son against a new FBI head who wrote a fucking child's book where Donald Trump is the king and talks about the usurpers coming after his fucking power. Okay, that should have been the answer. It shouldn't have been the cucked position of like, well, I'm gonna pardon blah, blah, blah. It should have been, yeah, I am pardoning him because these investigations have been insanely partisan, insanely fucking corrupt, and Jim Jordan can fucking expand his dick long enough to go and fuck himself up the ass with it. That should have been the answer.
Biden did say that the reason he was pardoning him because the DOJ has been weaponized and against him. So
that's great. And the entire liberal media is out here. The entire liberal media is out here crawling around trying to figure out how we're going to fucking sell it to the American public.
I think
they
that
should not have added that in there.
How to deciding how to sell it to the public is important. It matters.
And I agree. And it should be sold the way that I said it. Not this, well, if I'm his dad, so I would do it.
Well, Wick, it's pretty much how I said it, a few hours ago. Is that you have to do what they do to you, right? So that's how you sell it.
I disagree with that. I disagree with that mindset. I think that leads to disaster.
So it can if you go too far. It can if you go too far.
Definitionally, what you're saying, definitionally, when you say you do to them,
lost the 2024 election.
When you say you do to them what they do to you, that leads to disaster. Definitionally, you're wrong. Tit for tat is how every evolutionary system in the world has developed, and the idea that you allow somebody
it's also
to do
how
something...
we got to Israel-Palestine and that shit show. Tit for tat, both sides.
If you want to say
the other side's doing shit to us, so we got to do shit to them. That's exactly the mindset that got us there. Did it work?
Hold on, Wick.
This is a bad analogy for 50 million reasons, but the tit for no response is how we get World War II.
Yes. So Wick, when it comes to like the kind of gay game theory tit for tat stuff, what you basically need is you need to have tit for tat, but you also need like a forgiveness mechanism so that you don't have Israel-Palestine, right? So you have to hit them when they hit you, but you also have to have a space where you can shake hands again. But only if they're willing to do it.
I don't disagree
so you need both of those things.
Therefore, perhaps anti-corruption legislation put forward by the Democrats and likely turned down by many of the Republicans, but not all of the Republicans.
Did you support Bernie Sanders in 2024 as well, or just in 2020 and 2016?
In 2024? He didn't even run in 2025.
Were you one of the people saying there should have been an open primary so Bernie Sanders could? So it was 2020 and 2016. Would you have supported Bernie Sanders in the open primary in 2024 if he would have ran?
He's super old. Part of the reason that there had to be an open primary is because he was super old. I probably might have gone for Waltz. I don't really know exactly what I voted for.
Just this fixation on the anti-corruption legislation is just such a lip service to nothing. It doesn't...
Steven, you're talking about lip service. We are in the minority right now. It's all about lip service. You're talking like your whole thing was you just went on a tirade about like how we can position this and do the exact same thing that we did, but position it differently so that it looks better to the American people. I don't know if you're aware of this. This is politics. We're talking about politics. It's about how you position things. It's about what you do from the bully pulpit.
Do you guys think we can win
right now
with just the Democratic base? Just Democrats. Only Democrats show up, and we can we win?
Yeah, of course. Both sides can win.
No,
with just turning out their base. Yes, you can. Of course. What are you talking about? Of
no,
course.
If you can turn out enough people, you definitely
on both sides. Yeah.
Not enough people. You're hitting a limit on our turnout, right?
No,
we didn't lose.
We had like 10 million less voters, didn't we?
2016 and 2020 was huge.
Hold on, let me find
because
it.
of the mail-in ballot
fraud, the mail-in ballot hoax.
But the turnout difference.
There's a lot of moderates
mail-in ballot
to the left.
You
A
said
lot
to
of that.
Dev-
The reason we won in 2020, the reason we usually win is when moderates, when centrists, when those people break to the left. That's when we win.
No, I think we win when we turn out our base.
Wick, you just
I
said
agree.
to go
Like,
to
I actually
Dev
agree with you on like all
that you
cycle
agreed
elections.
with
That
Dev
probably
that
is
you
when
have to
win.
hit back, but then offer an off ramp. So you do agree that there should be tit for tat. You just think that after the tat, you offer an exit ramp.
Yeah, but
Correct.
the problem is
That's
right
why
now we're
I-
at tit,
when you
tit,
asked
tit,
me-
tit, tit, and
Well,
we're
that's
waiting
the
for
thing.
the
That's
tat.
where I'm looking for
When
when
you
to
asked me
clarify
earlier
because
whether or not we should
Quibbles,
unilaterally
I'm asking
disarm,
Wick.
the answer
Wick,
is no.
Wick is the one. I understand where you are. Wick,
I think
seemingly
what we
contradicted himself,
disagree
or maybe I
on,
misunderstand.
what we disagree on is I
Sure.
say yes, there should be consequences. You keep trying to frame my argument as I think we should just give up, do nothing, bend over to them. That's just not true. I just think that the what you are advocating for is simply going harder on them than they are on us. It's not tit for tat that you're advocating for, right?
Wait,
and
who
if
said
you
going
were
harder on them?
advocating
Wait,
just
wait.
for
What's
tit for
one
tat,
thing that we've said going harder on them than they've gone on us? What's one example of that?
Josiah, pack the courts, and the filibuster. Those are two off the top of
So
the dome.
they've already suspended
He's
the
argued,
filibuster.
Josiah is on
They've
record
already
arguing for both of
suspended
these
the
things.
filibuster, and they already denied it. I don't even know. I'm not
What do you
sure
mean
what's more.
suspended the filibuster? We still have the filibuster. I'm talking about the legislative filibuster, not the filibuster for appointees.
No. Well, no.
Josiah wants to end the filibuster.
It's
just
still
across
a
the board.
filibuster. He's talking about that there have been exceptions made and carve-outs made to the filibuster.
Sure, but
which
both
is what
sides
I've
have done it.
advocated for in the past as well. And yes, I've definitely argued for aggressive Supreme Court reform, including binding consequential
Packing
codes
the
of
court.
ethics, expanding the court if need
Yes,
be,
it's packing the courts,
term
yes.
limits.
That's harder than what they're advocating for you.
So
you asked me a question. I'm answering the question. This is what you're advocating for. That's not tit for tat. That's let's go even harder than they are. And to frame it as tit for tat is just not.
I don't even know if I would agree that that's calling it going harder than they are, considering they literally denied a president his Supreme Court appointment. That's like an insane. Like that's probably more egregious than adding a justice is denying somebody the right to have one.
And then broke their own rule. Like they did it. Like they did. They did the very
Hold
thing
on,
that
I'm
Tom
so sorry.
Selleck-
Don't call it a rule. Call it a suggestion, because there are no rules with conservatives. Sorry, it's fucking. You know, it's a lie.
Their own edict. They
Thank
broke
you, yeah.
it twice in order to pack the court. They packed the court in 2017 and in 2020. So you cite Harry Reid a lot.
It's not the same thing as a packing of the court.
Okay, here.
not.
What's the
And
more
this-
egregious?
this-
Wait,
this
what's
is
the more
the
egregious?
dishonesty
Wait,
of it.
what's
This
the
is
more?
why no
Okay,
one
wait,
trusts
true.
you.
We're
This is
dishonest.
why we're gonna
lying.
keep
We're lying.
losing
We're
if
lying.
we
Yep,
keep
you're right.
having
This is
people
why we're
like
losing.
you
You're right. You're
advocating
right.
for this.
You're right.
Oh my
Hold on.
God.
Wait. What's more packing? What's more packing? Would it be adding 5 Supreme Court justices, or would it be doing Schedule F and firing every single disloyal bureaucrat who's not politically allegiant to Trump?
Oh, Schedule F is a nightmare.
That's Schedule F,
Absolutely.
Oh,
right?
so hold on. If we're losing elections because some people in the past have talked about packing the court, which is something that every Democratic politician runs from so
I didn't
much. is that-
say we're losing elections
No. But Wick said it. Wick said it. Wick said it.
I
Wick
said
said
it.
it. How is it that Republicans can openly say Donald Trump literally tried to EO Schedule F already? Why can they do that openly and be celebrated for it?
They usually lose, but the reason they didn't this time is there's not just one factor, but one of those
Because of
factors
inflation
was
and
no
the
one
lack of
trust
primary,
that
and
too,
because
but no one trusted
95.
Kamala. No one trusted the DNC because they saw him force out Biden, right, against the primary voters' wishes, and the moderate voter stayed home. We have data on this, right? 6% of liberals stayed home. 27% of moderate voters stayed home, right? It wasn't liberals didn't turn out this election. It's moderates didn't turn out this election. And moderates who broke for Biden in 2020 because they saw Trump as an existential threat and Biden as a possible savior just decided this time, and we have to mind read the reason a little bit. But they just stayed home.
You said that I said something dishonest, and then earlier you said you don't give
Packing
a
the
fuck what I
court
think
framing
or
is
whatever.
dishonest,
So
yeah.
I'm curious. You seem very triggered. What is it that I'm saying that is pissing you off so much and is so dishonest?
The framing.
I have answered.
I'm sure you do.
That's cool. And if you change your name to fucking Wick, I'll care about what you say. I'm asking Wick directly.
Here's the problem I have with you,
Go for
Josiah,
it.
and we've talked about this problem. I love you as a buddy, love you as a friend, but right, what you do is the same thing you always do. You frame it as Democrats do no wrong, Republicans are all evil and do everything wrong, and I think that framing isn't going to win us any elections. It's
Cool.
just
So what's
not.
funny is that was just as dishonest as what you claimed that I said about you.
yeah.
You just
didn't
want me
even
to roll
listen.
over.
You were just waiting to say that.
No,
line. That's really
no.
all it was.
Have I ever said that Democrats do no wrong and that Republicans are all evil?
Based on your rhetoric, that is a conclusion that a reasonable
I can
person
say
would
the
come to.
same thing saying to you about your tit for tat metaphor, about how you actually
You could, but you'd
do
be
just
wrong and I'm
want
right.
Democrats, that
That's
you do
truth.
just want Democrats to roll over and just accept Republican tactics.
What
not.
if you had to honestly frame what Wick is trying to say, Josiah? How would you say it? Because what I've heard you say is something. It's not exactly that, right? But it's not too far off. Which is like usually when there's a problem, it's the Republicans doing it. They're clearly worse. They're clear, like every you know, like I don't. Is he that far off from what your actual position is?
Yes, because I'm not saying that Democrats are perfect. I'm saying that as a consistent political issue in modern American history, that I think Republicans violate more norms more frequently, more
no one's
egregiously than
disagreeing with
Democrats.
that. Wick agrees. I agree.
I understand. That's my position. That's why I think it's kind of absurd that Wick would say that I think Democrats are perfect and Republicans are evil. But what's interesting is Wick took outrage or took umbrage at this idea that I think that he just wants Democrats to roll over and accept Republican bad faith. So I'm asking for concrete, specific examples. He goes back to Harry Reid. He references Harry Reid a lot. What should Democrats have done when Mitch McConnell was blocking President Obama's nominees?
Get different nominees. No,
that's
that's
not the
unironic.
answer. No.
You
that's
know,
not the answer.
hold on.
No,
What did
no,
Trump
no,
do?
no, that's
What did?
not
Hold
the
on,
answer.
stop.
Don't
What did
answer that.
Trump do when it became clear that Gates wasn't going to get the nominee? He
That's a
dropped him
cabinet
and
position.
appointed someone else.
What did he do when
And
Gorsuch?
lo
What did he
and
do when
behold,
Gorsuch
he's
wasn't
going
going
to
to
get
get
an
any votes?
appointee.
When Gorsuch couldn't get the votes, McConnell killed the filibuster for fucking appointments.
You guys don't know what you're talking about.
What do you wait? What are you talking about? We don't know what we were talking about. Gates was a literal. How is this comparable at all? Gates didn't even have support for the Republicans. What are you talking about?
Correct.
Yes, and when he found out that he didn't have the support to get it through, he got someone who could be gotten through.
Are you implying that his current pick is better?
I'm implying that Harry Reid, right, or
I do think
Obama
his
at the
current pick
time,
is not a
when
pedophile,
Josiah
so
asked me that question, should have picked people that he could have gotten through. Because he didn't block every appointment.
Respectfully, do you recognize that there is a substantive qualitative difference between Harry Reid trying to find nominees?
No, I'm gonna agree with you all the time. Yes, Republicans are worse.
I
Yes,
don't know.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
That doesn't make us
What I'm
good.
saying is the standard you're establishing doesn't work. I agree that Harry Reid should have found nominees that were accepted by his own party, which is what you're at, which is the Gates and Trump example. All Trump needed was a simple majority of Republican senators to back Gates. 3 or 4 reportedly were hesitant to do so, and that's why Gates ultimately dropped out. But you're actually setting a higher standard for Reid. You're
Because
not asking.
at this time, they had a higher standard because you can filibuster these things.
Majority.
Yes, but
That's
do
why he
you
got rid of it. Oh my God, Josiah.
Wick, I need you to chill. Do you understand that there is a qualitative difference between asking, get your own party to support your nominees and get the other party to support your nominees?
I'm gonna stop listening to people who are always wrong, and you were just wrong on this, and I've explained why. Because again, Harry Reid had a higher bar because of how the rules work there. That's why they changed the rules so they wouldn't have that higher bar, right? And so now we live in a world without that higher bar, and so Trump has to operate under different rules. You understand?
Which, to be clear, we all agree is a bad thing. We wish that hadn't happened.
I wish it
but
hadn't
it did.
happened.
Yeah.
Wasn't that during a period of time when like Democrats and Republicans were less extreme, and that the only reason that that McConnell was blocking stuff is because he wanted Obama to be a failed president, not because the nominees themselves are bad?
Yes.
He did explicitly say that, so yeah.
Yeah.
He explicitly said that his goal was to
So it doesn't really matter if he would have gotten better nominees unless they were like pure Republicans. I think it wouldn't matter.
So how is that striking?
No one
so
he could have
how is
gotten
that striking back? That's where again I'm confused. There seems to be an incongruence here. You say you agreed with Dev. There should be a tit for tat, but then after the tat,
Yes,
we
we shouldn't just lie down and take
What's
it.
the
There are things that we
tat?
can do. So,
What's
for
the
example,
tat for Harry Reid?
For Harry Reid, that specific situation, like I said, okay, when they do that, and after we get our nominees in place, then we play hardball with theirs. Yes, absolutely. But we
So
didn't
the
do
tat
that.
would be pick nominees
We point
that
out to
McConnell
the-
would approve, and then when we're in the minority, when Harry Reid was in the minority,
you don't have to get McConnell to approve it. You just have to peel off a few.
Right,
Again,
well,
I'd have
well,
to look at the specifics and how
when I
much
say
they were
McConnell,
losing
I'm
by.
sorry. When I say just chill. When I say McConnell, I mean the Republicans. Get enough Republicans to confirm Obama's appointees, and then when Harry Reid ends up in the minority, do to the Republican president what McConnell did to Obama.
Yeah.
No, I'm asking Whick. Does that's
Okay,
the tact?
Sure. That is one possible tat. There are other possible tats, right? You refuse to support legislation that they want to get through that you normally would. There are 1,000 things you could do.
Well, no. Here,
Yeah,
if you want it to be effective,
the proportional response.
if you want it to be effective, it has to be the same thing, right? So they took a Supreme Court justice from you. You got to take.
And now
one
we're
from
going to refuse to support legislation that we don't support.
And can anybody tell me if there's even a thing that Democrats can do that would even make the Republicans seek an off ramp, or that wouldn't just be seen as more provocation or weakness?
Yes, you can manage to force their hand by very publicly making a stint about corruption. They keep on talking. Their entire, like a huge part of their campaign this time around was about the corruption of the Democratic Party. So, okay, silver platter. Here's a bunch of anti-corruption legislation. Take it or leave it.
Dog,
would you look at
Republicans
that?
don't
They're
care
overwhelmingly
about
going to
corruption.
leave it.
They don't care. Republicans don't give a fuck.
Steven, the Republicans in office don't. But yeah, I do think that upwards of 1.5% of the American people who didn't get vote for us this time do still care about not having corruption, actually.
You're talking about future elections. Do you know that the
Correct. I'm talking about future elections. Yes.
You know the Electoral
2022
College. You know the Electoral
28.
College is going to be shifted around, or won't need the blue wall states next time.
The Electoral College is going to give a couple more votes to Florida or whatever, and therefore what we just give up. And
Remember when there was an issue that everybody, especially Republicans, cared so much about. Okay, so you're saying that the anti-insider trading, the anti-insider trading. Hold on, wait. The anti-insider trading. You're saying that because Republicans care so much about that issue, that's the thing you can bully them on, right?
I'm saying that we can go on. We can have every single member of our
Okay.
block
Hold on. Okay, I'm trying to meet you halfway. Okay, I'm trying to meet you halfway. Okay, yes, I'm trying to meet you halfway. Okay, so let's say that we conceive of a anti-fucking an anti. We'll assume it just applies to Congress, okay? Since cabinet members probably do. Sure. So if they made a bill in Congress, they could even get a fucking Republican to write the fucking bill, okay? That said no more insider trading. This is a huge issue. We want to stop it, okay? And you think Democrats could push on that issue and that Republicans would go along with it?
No, I don't think they would necessarily go along with it, but I very much want to show publicly, explicitly, very publicly, and leading into the 26th election that they're not going along with it.
Okay. Just feed them an optical loss, right?
Which is
gotcha.
Great.
Feed them an optical loss. I agree.
Yes, optical losses. You're saying optical loss as, as dismissive bullshit.
I am.
But I don't know if you're aware of this. We're in the optics game.
Okay.
Yeah,
so who?
optics
Okay.
matter
So who in the class? Okay. So what's the trap that we just walked into? Anybody? This is the bipartisan border bill. And it was written by a Republican in the Senate who's literally another Trump dig sunk. He literally is. Okay, it was supported by Republicans years earlier, and it addressed an issue that every single person, especially Republicans in the country, cared about, and it was single-handedly murdered by Trump, and there were zero consequences for it. So why the fuck would an anti-corruption bill?
Hold on. The corruption bills that I'm describing are presumably the kinds of things that we could make them. We could design those to be such that literally 80% of the normal Americans just out there in the public would support. The bipartisan bill that you're describing was not supported in terms of the actual practice of it. Number one, it
literally
Number
was.
two, it was not. No, it was supported by members of the Senate and members of Congress. Yes, that's true. That's different than normal people. You can literally write these kinds of bills, and they are a single page long, and they can be read on Twitter by idiots on Twitter, right? And I want them to be that simple and that dumb, right? And all it says is XYZ, very simple things. And would you look at that? The Trumpy MAGA people are not going to get on board with it, or they will. And either one of those is a great option.
I wish I had your faith. I wish I had your faith, but I remember during this last term.
What's the alternative to my faith?
I'm not saying
he's not going to give you an answer. There's no alternative Josiah's providing. All he's saying is we should go hard.
No, we've already given alternatives. So, for instance, term limits. Here's one. Right now. Wait. Here's one easy one right now. Right now. The three ethics things that Biden suggested. One of those was term limits, right? You either accept that, or we do 5 more justices. Boom, easy.
What?
Well,
there were 3 suggestions that Biden made regarding to ethics and term limits for Supreme Court justices. That should have a bipartisan broad support. I haven't heard a real argument against it.
put something forward that says,
and then wait,
I
and if you
want
don't
there to
support
be
it,
term limits
yes,
for the Supreme Court.
and that's your
That's it.
listen, and
Let's
that's
see who
listen,
votes for it.
yes, that's your position. And then to bridge it with our position, we say, okay, and if you don't do this, by the way, the Supreme Court just got 5 justices wider.
Okay, we
And
don't
they're all
have the
black
ability.
women.
Even if you wanted to do that, we don't have the ability to do that. So I don't know why you're saying
When
next
we
time
when we do have the ability to do it, when we do have the ability
when
to
we
do
do
it.
have the ability, we should just do that.
Yeah. Boom.
We should not be trying to ramp down at all. We should be able to ramp up further in order to force their hand, in order to make it even worse and even more dire of a situation that we're currently at. But also, you definitely don't want there to be a civil war. And also, like, the Tim Pools of the world are fucking crazy to think that there might be a civil war in the future.
Wick, you're still very upset for some reason.
Yes.
What have I said? What have I said in the past 50 minutes to have triggered you so much?
Again, yes, I am mad because this was a winnable election, but we lost it in large part
Because of Hunter
the
Biden being
attitudes
pardoned
that
in the
you
future.
advocate for.
Into the future.
Into the future. What do you mean?
No, he's mean.
What do you mean? I'm not memeing. Excuse me. Hunter
No, what
Biden
do
was
you
pardoned
mean?
after
What
the
do you
election.
mean? Not memeing.
Hunter
What do you
was
mean?
pardoned after the election. So they went into the future to get upset
I'm
about this, and
okay
that's
with
why we
I'm
lost
not-
the
I'm not-
election. Okay, it's because of the future
Hold on.
pardon of Hunter
The
Biden.
par-
Okay.
The pardon shit, I have mixed feelings on that. I have no strong opinions either way, right? Fair enough.
Steven, Wick isn't pissed
we're
at
not
you. He's
talking about
pissed at
that.
me. I'm looking for.
No,
for
I'm mad
clarity.
at Destiny a little bit.
Yeah, he's mad at
right?
me too.
Okay.
Maybe I can
Little
get him
bit.
mad at me before
So,
we're done. That'd be
I'm
great.
gonna be mad. I'm mad at all of you. Okay. All
What
and
attitudes?
everyone in chat,
What
everything.
So what attitudes? or
Again,
what
the
they-
attitude of when we just have to stop being nice. We just have to keep going at them. We got to go hard. We got to pack the courts. We got to. Republicans have do all wrong. We do everything we do. We shouldn't talk about, right?
Okay.
One of the things that Clinton. Let's go back all the way to Clinton. One of the biggest things he did that won him the election in '92 was he had what's called a sister soldier moment. Are you familiar with that?
I am.
Yes, the sister soldier moment for the chat is where he publicly, vociferously denounced people on his side, right? Sister Soldier was an artist at the time who made some really racist comments, okay? He called that shit out. And again, he did it in a left-leaning space. I think at some kind of Rainbow Coalition thing. I forget the details, right? But he went out and he looked at it and he looked at the left and he ran against the extremists on the left. He ran against the left. That worked for him. I think we are in a state politically now where that's what we need to do.
What would the sister
That's what we need
soldier
to do.
moment would be?
Just
in this
imagine
case?
imagine
Okay,
this.
I'm
Imagine
with you.
this. Okay. I'm going to walk you through it. Give
I
me a
am. I'm
moment.
with you.
So Kamala Harris goes on Hassan's stream. Okay, goes on Hassan's stream. He would accept it. They would sit down. Okay, they have a talk. They start talking, and then she turns to him and says, "You're an anti-Semite. We want nothing to do with you. You were a disgrace to this party and people like you."
Holy
And
fuck.
Fuck 400 EVs easy, okay? 400 EVs easy. You pick them out. They weren't voting for you anyway. It's an easy sacrifice. You pick someone out, and because a lot of people, all they wanted to hear, and they didn't feel they heard it. They wanted to hear that Kamala was willing to stand up against the extremists on her own side. That's what they wanted, and they didn't feel they got it.
Also, why is this Clinton sisterhood thing? Does this even fucking matter?
Sister Soldier. Yeah, it was credited at least in part, right? There were other factors, obviously. It's never one factor. This is
No, but not one factor.
Right?
There was wasn't there a big recession right before Clinton? Wasn't that when Perot won like fucking
Yeah,
20% of the vote?
Again, but it was still a factor. It's like you can always point to the bigger things. Like you can point to inflation.
No, it's not that I'm pointing towards the bigger things. I'm saying that if I've got a patient in a room and I play a happy song and give them chemotherapy, I'm probably not going to use both of these in the same breath when describing why they recovered from their cancer. Okay, pretty sure Ross Perot was considered one of the largest spoiler candidates in all of U.S. history. Am I wrong on that?
That's fair.
Okay.
Yeah, he was a spoiler candidate, but again,
you got like 20%. Yeah.
I'm curious. Again, like speaking of legal options Democrats could pursue, right? Of the two things that you just listed, right? Packing the courts and term limits. One of those just requires congressional action. One of those requires a constitutional amendment. And so I'm wondering why we would try to sort of package these together, or even an ethics standard, right? An enforceable ethics standard, as far as I understand, could just be like Congress is going to pass something that says, under these conditions, this is when we would impeach you. Like, that's something that, if you wanted it to be binding, it would have to be a constitutional amendment. But if you wanted to at least have the force of law, it would just require legislation. So I'm curious tactically about why we sometimes package these things that are, like, to me, far-reaching, like constitutional amendment, with things that are like, well, this is something that, if you just had the political will and you have a majority in both houses and you're willing to get rid of the filibuster, you can do whatever you want.
Do you need an amendment to add more justices?
No, you just need legislation, right? So a term limits would be an amendment, though, because federal justices are
Sheldon Whitehouse, when I interviewed him, he said that the workaround.
Oh, when I interviewed renowned congressional constitutional scholar Sheldon Whitehouse, excuse me,
excuse me, fucking professor with a 9 tweed jacket. Okay,
I'm sorry. When what did Professor
Whitehouse? What Whitehouse proposed was basically not removing justices after a certain term, but basically cycling them out and putting them basically on because Congress controls through federal statute jurisdiction of the Supreme Court, and so he would basically remove them from jurisdictions in terms of constitutional interpretation and put them on a separate version of the Supreme Court. They would not be able to hear these cases. They would be able to hear these cases instead. And then the ethics, the binding code of ethics, I don't think that would require a constitutional amendment either, because what they're proposing is that the judiciary would have its own enforcement mechanism. The Congress would simply say, you are required to have one. You are required to have a fact-finding mechanism. You would be required to have an inspector general. You would have to, this, and this. Now I think
I love both of those. They just feel so opaque to me that I don't know that you can get traction.
Well, you would actually they wrote it out. They wrote it out like this is in text. I'm just paraphrasing.
No, I know. In the same sense though, with Quibbles thing, right, about the anti-corruption thing, I think the problem we're running into now, like the bipartisan border bill, is all you need is the Trumpy people to say, well, here's this part of the bill we don't like, and here's why it's bad, and no one will read the bill and they just agree, right? I don't care how much you simplify it. All you need optically is for Trump to say it was a bad bill. He just says over and over again it was a bad bill, right?
Why don't you just bribe somebody to go tell
them?
No,
I'm saying make a bunch of bills. Put out a new bill every day between now and 2026. Every single day.
Are you aware? I can't tell if you're aware of this. I don't know if there's like an elaborate troll. You know, like Pelosi did this, right? That Pelosi's house passed more legislation than any house in the history of the entire United States. Like, I don't think the American people know about this or care about this.
I'm saying while we're in the minority, we should be going over and over and over. And every single day, there should be marching orders, and every single member of Congress should be like, okay, this is the bill that we're putting forward today. And it's a very simple, all it does is like this very simple thing that we can all get on board with.
Didn't we try to do like the Green New Deal and shit, and nobody cared or nobody...
The Green New Deal was not one very simple thing that everyone could get on board with at all. It was a very complicated and very controversial deal.
What is the simple
thing
that would be...
it is not...
What exactly is the simple thing that we're suggesting?
No trades, no for people.
Yeah, no trades. Should I just list them? I can list them.
And nobody in your family can trade either, or?
Yeah, let's ban on working for companies receiving public money for 10 years after leaving Congress. Let's ban on working for companies that have publicly endorsed you.
Jesus. Okay, hold on, wait. Those are so you're talking about wait. You're talking about huge changes right there. Those were huge changes.
Okay, but they'd be overwhelmingly supported by the American people, whether they'd be supported by Congress or not.
If they'd be overwhelmingly supported by the American people, why has nobody just suggested these yet? Why don't we have them?
Didn't Trump authorize 5 years for that?
Okay, so a lot of times,
because
this is important. This is important. A lot of the times we don't get some of the legislation that polls popularly, right? But we don't seem to ever pass, except for on like direct ballot initiatives, is because things get politicized. If there's a D next to it or an R next to it, it tends to become partisan. But these same issues, often when they're used as direct ballot initiatives, when there's not a D or an R next to the name, they pass fine.
Well, they're also procedural bonds.
So get rid of all of
like
the...
the Senate,
there's a lot of reasons.
Majority leader, like the Senate majority leader, could just simply refuse to bring a particular bill to the floor, things like that. So listen, I'm not sure where the
Then start a protest out of his office. What, are we just like no longer capable of like doing anything in terms of like public rhetoric?
No, I
clearly not. If our solution to the problem is we need to pass an anti-insider trading bill to fix the fact that we have a literal fucking insurrectionist as the president again. I mean, like
Quibbles.
That's a solution. When I say individual things that we do for a week, that we focus on for a week, I'm not saying that we can't walk and chew gum at the same time. I'm not saying that we're like no longer focusing on anything else. I'm saying every week we can throw out, here's another one, ban on having Secret Service pay to lodge at the domicile of those that they're protecting, right? A very clearly, specifically against Trump kind of a situation as he's done that repeatedly, right? That is a very clear thing that the overwhelming majority of the American people, including MAGA voters, would probably be on board with.
Listen, I'm not going to pick a fight with you on this because I think that the only thing you can do in the minority is to virtue signal the way that you're talking about. That you have to try to make noise because that's the only thing right now Democrats will be able to do for the next 2 years. Wait a minute.
Not just noise. Yeah.
I wasn't trying to be condescending. That's me paraphrasing.
No. I didn't mean. I didn't mean as condescending.
Right, but I don't understand what
noise. Yeah.
I just don't understand what this means in terms of the ratchet down thing. That's what I thought the conversation was about.
I'm saying it's not just noise in as much as like when we put something forward about abortion or about healthcare that's obviously going to get thrown down, that is noise in as much as like that's something that no one in the general public expects our abortion bill or our healthcare bill to actually get forward. Whereas these kinds of things are designed explicitly such that they are things that are like clearly anti-corruption and are not progressive by any stretch of the imagination or conservative by any stretch of the imagination. They're just strictly anti-corruption. And that's the only purpose of the bill, to be anti-corruption. And so if the only goal is that, then putting it forward, even under a conservative agenda, is something that conceptually it's very difficult for Congress people to be able to push against, even if it has a D next to it, because you can look at the entire bill on Twitter and be like, "Hey, it's only a page. I read it."
Well, the only thing is that the minority party can't force votes on things. That's the only thing. That's why I say making noise. So if you're in the minority, it's the Senate majority leader in the Senate which dictates what bills. Like a senator can't just bring a bill to the floor. The majority leader has to be the one.
Yeah, I'm not saying we can get votes on it. I'm saying that what we can do, even if we don't get a vote on it, is we can manage to bring it forward. We can talk about it on the floor because we do have the ability to talk on the floor, right? We can demand that it be discussed.
That's why I said make noise. Listen, I know you're getting pushed back.
My point about the noise differential is like there's noise that's about things that everyone understands has nothing to do with the ability to pass legislation, and there's stuff like this which is by its nature different than something like immigration, where there is actual controversy, there's actual disagreement in terms of the rank and file of progressives and the rank and file of conservatives.
Yeah, I understand. You're talking about again a messaging blitz involving proposed legislation for relatively non-controversial things. That's probably the only thing that a minority party can do in this situation. I don't deny it. I didn't see the ratcheting down of like, the constant escalation.
What you're focusing on. Yeah.
I don't see the connection.
You're not focusing on, it's not about focusing on things that have to do with, even if they're bipartisan, matters of infrastructure. It's specifically focusing in terms of the ratcheting down effect on stuff that is anti-corruption and that will disproportionately likely affect Republicans, which is why they might vote against it, because Republicans happen to be at this particular moment in American history significantly more corrupt on average.
I'll just say this because it's like, okay,
certainly at the top.
I gotta sleep. I am an old man.
I think the others are streaming, right?
Yeah,
so
I know
that's
fine. I just want to say this before I go is what I'm saying, right? I want to give like a kind of a closing spiel, right? Is like I want to win. I don't want to lose. I think the path to victory. We can look at it and we can look at how Obama won, how Clinton won, right? How Biden won in his first term. We could use lessons from like what worked before, and we can at least apply it a little to what we do in the future. And I would like to live in a world where Republicans don't have power at all, right? I want to be in a world where Democrats control the House, Democrats control the Senate, Democrats control the presidency. That would be a great world. I think that my way gets us there closer, and I think that Josiah's way. That's harder to do, but fair enough. I'll say this: I love you guys, and we will fight about this again. I got some shows coming up on Thursday. Well, tomorrow I'm just going to do call-ins because I'm tired. But Thursday, I'm going to be having a show on the deportation plan by Trump. And that should be a fun show. And whether that is good or not, yeah, I'll see you guys later.
Listen, I hope for your call-in show, and you're in a better fucking mood, man. You just moved.
You think I'm in a bad mood?
God damn,
look,
this is why Whick doesn't stream late.
I have made so much money tonight. So first of all,
Jesus.
thank you to
I come
Biden.
in
Thank
and
you
I
to
say
Biden.
I come in and I say hi, and Wick's like, you fucking hyper partisan piece
Look,
of
I
shit,
was-
motherfucker. Yeah.
Look,
You
Destiny
just
got me
want to.
pumped up.
So when you
Destiny got me pumped up.
say hi to people, you're only saying hi to the fucking Democrats. You're saying die to the Republicans.
Josiah wants to escalate to a nuclear war. Okay,
We're like, God damn, Wick, catching strays, pent up
Oh,
rage
you
towards. I'm
love
sure
it. You
Dev.
love the abuse. Okay.
I do.
And anyway, but yeah, it's I've made so thank you to Hunter, thank you to Biden for pardoning Hunter. Like I don't know if it was good for our country, but it was great for my wallet. Thank you again.
Your wallet
And,
is nearly as girthy as. Never
I'll
mind.
see you guys later.
No, don't make that joke.
Don't make the joke. Okay, I'll see you guys later. Okay, because it's like
It's
1
2 o'clock in the
a.m.
morning,
I
but
love
not
you.
1 o'clock in the morning.
Destiny, thanks for putting up with me for this, but this was fun. Okay,
Always so much
bye.
fun.
So Professor Bunn, you're the principled conservative here to the extent that such a thing is possible.
Yeah, as much as I can be.
So you and I go round and round on this all the time. You're excited that Destiny's reading the Federalist Papers.
Wait,
You're
this
worried
guy's a
about-
conservative? Why would you ruin him for me? Oh my God, why would you
Yeah.
say that? I had such a positive opinion of him. Oh.
I'm an anti-MAGA conservative.
Stephen,
You know,
listen,
we
I
exist.
say
There are
this- I
dozens
say
of us.
this-
Dozens.
I say
Okay.
this unironically. You're gonna love this guy. You're gonna disagree with him very strongly about certain things, and he's worried. He's worried that I'm corrupting you. But I am curious. What ratcheting down do you propose?
Oh, geez. That's it. Well, I don't know because I agree with you that like. Of course, like on the blue slip thing, for example, like the Republicans are not going to do it. The incentives are all wrong for them to, they've gotten the win, and why would they, hand it back and give the Democrats a power that they don't need to when they're in the majority? Like so I don't know, and that frustrates me. This is a longer conversation. I think I disagree with some of the framing I hear you guys using in terms of tit for tat or like knives and gunfights, where I do think that there is value both optically and practically to sometimes being willing to throw up your hands and take a loss in the short term for long-term gain. And so I do think there is something principled and both principled and useful sometimes about being willing to say, yeah, I'm going to let them do a bad thing, and I'm not going to do the bad thing back. I want you all to see how bad the thing is, and then I'm going to win off of that.
For just a second, though, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Focus
Yeah.
in on that because I don't see any evidence of that, at least in the current modern political zeitgeist.
No, it's a hard sell for sure. I'm not saying this is
Not even that it's a hard sell. I'm just curious, like, where has this ever worked? Like, or like recently, in the past, like 20 or 30 years? Because I think a really good example that my very close and personal friend, Brian Tyler Cohen, I think you've maybe chatted with him once or twice, Josiah, but my very close and personal friend says this a lot, okay? That, fuck, I was trying to fuck with Josiah so much, I just forgot what I was going to say. Never mind.
No,
wait, I remember. Sorry.
yeah.
That like we've like, where is our trust right now in the Department of Justice? Now that Garland has foregone so much in relation to Trump, like, where are all of these Republicans? Like, imagine, like, here's what I would believe you. Now I'm being very hyperbolic now, but like, imagine Kash Patel, okay? Imagine Gates, okay? These people are nominated, and Republicans are like, well, hold on. We really did think that Garland was going to be super fast, was going to be really extrajudicious in his prosecution of Trump. But like, he took his time and, some cases got kicked down the road in Florida. Is it really as corrupt and fucked as we thought it was? I don't know. Where is the evidence for any of these things alleviating any of the concerns of the other side ever? Or I'm sorry, in the past like 25 years. Go ahead.
It doesn't exist. And so this is why it's a hard sell, I think, in the sense that I want better Republicans. I want you all to have a better opposition party. These are people largely that I can't support. So I was telling a friend earlier, like my principles led me to the point where I said this year I can't vote for anyone who's an election denier, which meant in Tennessee where I live, I couldn't vote for any Republican on the ballot. So I don't. It's a hard sell in that sense. I look to grander historical examples, right? I think like direct action in the civil rights era is an example of sort of what I'm talking about. Taking a temporary loss for the sake of long-term gain, where you have like, a willingness to say, yeah, this is a bad thing, and I'm going to subject myself to the bad thing so people can see how bad the thing is, right? That's what
Wait, for what? What are you referring to here?
Well, like MLK, being willing to submit, say, I'm going to break an unjust law, and I'm going to sit in jail, and I'm going to write letters from jail.
Oh,
and
fuck. What was the name of the bridge?
spectacle.
Was it the Pettus Bridge, the Edmund Pettus Bridge, or?
Yeah. So direct action as a concept in terms of protesting unjust law, I view as a form of this, which
And
is
that
saying,
might
like,
be true on like a citizen level. And he calls you a history professor. You know way more about this than me.
Political science, yeah.
Political science. Okay, but like there are things that I think were done to make civil rights work that I think modern day Republicans would heavily rebuke. Like my understanding is, as a very poor understanding of this areas of history, my understanding is after 64, the biggest way that we really kind of got civil rights going was heavy federal government intervention.
Right. Yes. Well, actually, it's interesting. Josiah says I'm sort of, or Whick will call me like an old school conservative or whatever. There's an interesting ideological trend you can track with certain major conservative figures. William F. Buckley is one of these, where he starts out being fairly, he's pro-segregationist in the sense that he supports states' rights, and he thinks in the long run, like, this will shake itself out, market forces, blah, blah, blah. Through the 60s, he sees basically the resistance to Brown v. Board in the South and says, oh, actually, we do need federal enforcement of this. Like oh crap, like, so this is not working the way I thought it would. And so you see, especially late in his life, but especially 60s, 70s, and 80s, William F. Buckley, very prominent conservative, comes to believe actually that federal enforcement of these things is warranted and is in line with his principles. He has a kind of change of heart on this. So yeah, I think you're right though, that current Republicans would probably go in and be like, yeah, no, like businesses should be free to discriminate and et cetera, et cetera. I think you're right. So yeah, I'm not. I'm mostly a political theorist, so my head is in the clouds most of the time. I'm not a terribly practical person, so I'm not suggesting that I have like the silver bullet here that's going to fix all the problems. Oh, here's the end of the cycle of escalation. Like, here's how you fix it. No, it's a pretty sucky situation all around. Yeah.
One of the big like things that are floating in my head as of the past like year is that we have like our brain, okay, that puts together the world around us, but the brain doesn't really know what's happening, right? So we have to use our eyes, our ears, our mouths or hands or whatever to collect information about the world around us, to give our brain something to put together. And I feel like right now the sense gathering organs are the media, and that as long as these media are corrupted, it doesn't matter what you do, because when you say, like, even baked into the language you're using, you're saying things like, well, let's follow this norm, let's let them do this, and then let the American public see how it turns out. The American public can't see because Fox News won't tell them, right? Like, how is it that, and even my own audience will hate me for this, but like, how is it that life was so hard, inflation has fucked us so much, like everybody's living paycheck, we're so fucked in so many ways, it's impossible. Trump is elected, the outlook on the economy changes, and this is one of the largest, I think if not the largest, or on track to be the largest, like Black Friday sales in all of U.S. history. So
yeah, I've been joking with friends recently about how, like, you know, right now, if you took a random sample poll, the number of people who believe that Trump is currently the sitting president would be higher than you expect, right? Like, so it's like the level of political ignorance maps onto what you're describing, but not just political ignorance.
How we experience the world.
Yes, yeah. It's all filtered through sort of elite cues, and the elite cues on one side are, I agree with you, like very skewed and horrible.
Let's use a
don't know how to fix that
example. Let's use a specific example outside of the economy. So an easy example of how media has changed things. Consider President Nixon. So President Nixon, after Watergate, the reason that he resigned was because Republicans privately pressured him, saying, if you don't resign, not only will you be impeached, but there will be bipartisan support sufficient that the Senate will convict you. And in the aftermath of that, Rupert Murdoch famously said, that's the whole point of the Fox News enterprise, is that he wanted to prevent what happened to Nixon from ever happening to a Republican again. So to Stephen's point, we can use this as kind of like a compare and contrast. Back then, not to, obviously the American electorate had its issues, as they always do in every iteration, but you could probably make the argument that the media system and the media was such that acts of corruption would be reported as such, and there wouldn't be like this robust propaganda effort to counter message or to sanitize or launder what President Nixon did. We don't have that situation in 2024. You know, Stephen gave the example of the economy. And by the way, there's a partisan dip on both sides, but it's 2.5 times greater for the Republicans, depending on who is in power. And so much of this, I think, is a direct consequence of the media ecosystem. So to your getting back to it, I just don't see this changing under the current climate, because this idea of, taking a short-term loss in order to appeal to the empathy and the frustrations of the American people, the media landscape is such that I don't think that's really a viable option.
So do you see kind of my, I guess, like frustration here? Like when I listen to you and Stephen talk, it feels very doomer, right? There's this, well, we've sort of already lost the courts, we've lost Trump v. U.S., and so the executive can kind of do whatever he wants, and there's very little we can do to stop that. And also the media ecosystem is completely gone, and so there's no way that we could possibly convince these people that they're believing a lie, etc. And so anything bad that happens will get filtered through that and passed down. And so in my mind, I say, okay, so you all say, well, here's the legal things I think the Democrats should do. All of those options, in my mind, are going to immediately be spun, immediately turned back around as a bad thing, and immediately sort of entrench the problems you're fighting against. And so I don't want to be a complete pessimist, but I'm not seeing an off ramp from the proposal that you all are giving me either.
Because I think right now here, the issue is that people keep saying, like, do we have to fight? Is it civil war? Right? Civil war is not the worst outcome, right? Like, and it's crazy to me that Americans, a country where baked into our ethos, okay, is the give me liberty or give me death, right? It's not give me like some amount of like comfort and safety or else, or maybe give me liberty, or like the idea that we would like be satisfied with some kind of authoritarian dictator. The idea that we would be okay, like, well, fuck it, we can't civil war. Like, that's not even the worst outcome. The worst outcome is what did the guy say? Chains and slavery, as opposed to being able to fight for your freedom.
Okay,
I have a question.
If you believe that we're on that track towards this sort of dictatorship kind of situation, then it is a matter of figuring out a way to make sure that doesn't happen. That does mean either the civil war, as you're describing, and I agree it's not the worst case scenario, certainly, that is a better option, or it's a matter of the ratcheting down that I'm kind of describing and that Whick was trying to describe and that a bunch of other people have been describing as well. Right?
So I would rather be on a path to civil war than on a path towards a totalitarian dictator. And you're putting us on the path to because you're putting us on the path to make them make that decision. If it's civil war, then fuck it, the civil war. But don't bend over and be like, okay, fuck it. You want to have the whole DOJ? You want to be able to do this? You want to be able to ignore it? Congress? You want to fuck it?
It's not a matter of okay, fuck it. Like, I'm saying that we should tit for tat, but we shouldn't expand. We shouldn't, like, Whick was the one who was saying that we shouldn't manage to even do proportional actions. I'm saying be proportional, and I'm saying as a separate thing to being proportional, we should also ensure that we're being very vocal and loud about our anti-corruption campaign during this off cycle, during this time that we don't have power. And then once we actually do gain power again, we should actually manage to get through a bunch of that anti-corruption stuff.
Yeah, I guess I'm not
right?
as pessimistic in the sense that I see, like, for example, the pushback in the Senate. I don't like Trump v. U.S., but I think it remains to be seen how that will actually play out in the courts, what are official actions, how presumptive immunity gets applied, et cetera. I think, I'm not as pessimistic as you all. I am scared, I guess I would say. Like, I don't like the way that things are trending, but I also am not convinced. Like, there's something I want to run by Pisco about an avenue I think the court could take in line with what they said in Trump v. U.S. that I think would be limiting on the executive, but I don't know if it's true or not because I'm not a lawyer. I just sort of dabble in constitutional law, but like I'm not as pessimistic as you guys. I think there's room within the system and structures that we have, even within the Republican Party, for some resistance to Trump. But yeah, I mean, it's bad. It's real bad, and I don't
think
want to deny
Steve.
that.
Listen, I mean, I'm definitely
just real quick. Let me just jump in. I fell asleep, so I'm going to bed. Good night.
Later.
It's nice talking and meeting all you guys. Bye.
See you, buddy.